got to be one of the top 3. Old Chun is playing to our emotions with a sentimental song as well. I was so touched. The third singer made her appearance. It was Grandma Zhang Ye. She actually lined up a very old Japanese song for her performance today. This Japanese song was very well known in their country, and many of the older generation knew how to sing it. But with some changes made to it by Zhang Ye, the arrangement of the song became completely different. Look up at the starry sky. As the spring breeze races through the fields, the audience was transfixed by her singing. Many of those in the audience who were above the age of 60 even teared up when they heard the melody of the song. This is so awesome. Her singing is so good. How orgasmic. Following that, Amy was the fourth to come on. She chose to perform a Korean song that was the claim-to-fame song of a famous Korean girl group. It was a song that many people knew how to sing along to, and it was very popular all over Asia. Then it was Huang Cheng's turn. He brought out an Italian classic. Zhao Wulio followed next and unexpectedly sang an English rock song. The singers were all at their wits' end. While Zhao Wulio was performing, the singers who had finished were all sitting together backstage. Zhang Xia said bitterly, "It's another foreign song?" Xiaodong said in a speechless manner, "How could it be such a coincidence?" Chun Guang sighed and said, "All of us thought of doing the same thing." The show was into its 8th episode now, so they had performed too many times on this stage. The audience was becoming familiar with their singing and understood them better. As such, their expectations slowly increased. It was possible that their singing was still as good as before, but the audience was longer surprised by it. So they would naturally find that their singing only sounded average. Having come so far, it was the deadliest factor for them. As a result, everyone thought of breaking the mold and sought to change things up by singing in a different style. But who could have thought that all of them would have the same idea and choose to sing a foreign language song on the same episode? The audience was also somewhat startled. At the beginning, everyone was quite pleasantly surprised. But that surprise turned to numbness. No matter how good the singing was, they couldn't stand to keep listening. If it was just one foreign song, then fine. But 2 songs? 4 songs? 6 songs? From the first singer to the 6th singer who performed on stage, they were all singing foreign songs? This made them weary, and some people could no longer appreciate the performances on stage. They were finding it tiresome. Man, really, how did that happen? Is performing a foreign song the theme for today? How boring. Yeah, surely they can't just sing foreign songs today, right? What the hell is this? In the wings, Zhang Ye found Hogu. He said with a frown, "What's with this?" Hogu wiped his sweat away. It wasn't supposed to be this way at the beginning. Later, 3 of the singers requested to change their songs at the last minute. There was no time by then, and since you said to give the singers the most freedom of control that they could have, the program team didn't want to influence the choice of their songs. As such, we didn't raise any objections and thought that it would be all right. Zhang Ye said, "You call this all right?" Hogu said, "It was my fault, blame me." Dafei added, "We didn't thoroughly consider things. Next time there's a collision of songs on such a big scale, you must inform me immediately." Zhang Ye was also negligent on his part, as he did not check the song list for this episode. They were all foreign songs. How could that be acceptable? In the end, I have to be the one to save the day again. Do you guys think it's been easy for me in recent days? On stage, Zhao Wulio's performance came to an end. The audience still applauded, but it was obvious that it was perfunctory. There was no enthusiasm, and the applause was scattered and soft. Zhang Ye went up on stage. "Thank you for the wonderful performance, Teacher Zhao. You're indeed a veteran of the music industry. You still sang as well as ever, so I believe that the pressure on the next singer will surely be enormous." "The next singer? Isn't that you? You're the only one who hasn't performed yet. You aren't going to sing another foreign song too, are you?" Zhang Ye looked at the band and nodded to signal that he was ready. The lights dimmed. Zhang Ye took a deep breath and looked into the audience. His expression slowly became serious. Honestly speaking, he didn't really like the songs the other singers performed. English songs, Japanese songs, Korean songs, Italian songs, but there was not a single Chinese song. What is this? What is this development? This is a stage in China, a Chinese show. Do we not have our own stuff? Do we not have our own content? All right then, let me do it. I'll plant this flag deep. Let me tell all of you what it means to have a Chinese style. Let me tell all of you what a song of the Chinese is. Come on, I'll show every one of you the most authentic Chinese-style song from my previous world. Backstage, the camera focused on Zhang Ye's expression. Xiaodong was startled. Zhang Ye has gotten serious. Zhang Xia also turned solemn. He's getting real serious. Amy gave a wry smile. I think we're all in danger now. At the front of the house, the audience was also slightly taken aback. Everyone, look at Zhang Ye's expression. He's angry. Yeah, he's an ultranationalist to begin with. What is he going to sing? I'm really looking forward to hearing it. Go, Teacher Zhang. Show them what you can do. Right? Foreigners are scum. Let's hear some music that we can call our own. It's all on you, Teacher Zhang. Instantaneously, the audience's expectation overflowed. With the folk music accompaniment playing, they got even more excited. Some people were even prematurely feeling their emotions run high as they stood to their feet. The air seemed to freeze. The next moment, Zhang Ye elegantly brought the microphone close to his lips. A deep, faraway look appeared in his eyes. Without any warning, he sang one at the top of his voice. The vast horizon is my love. At the foot of rolling green hills, flowers bloom. Whichever rhythm that is the most rocking. Whichever singing that is the most happy. Chen Guang was dumbfounded. Zhang Xia was dumbfounded. Xiaodong was dumbfounded. Amy was dumbfounded. Zhao Wulio was dumbfounded. The audience was also dumbfounded from listening. However, Zhang Ye sang higher as he crescendoed. Winding rivers gush from the heavens, flowing into a sea of dazzling colors. The hottest folk songs are what we hope to find. Singing as we travel is the most carefree. If we sing, we want to sing to our hearts. Content. Uft. Some people burst into laughter. Everyone in the audience was floored. The fuck? What kind of song is this? Are you fucking doing that again? Can you be more serious? Please. The next day, the show was broadcast. You are the most beautiful cloud in my sky. Let me do what it takes to have you stay. Have you stay? Slowly singing in the hottest ethnic trend. Let love sweep away all of the dust. You are the most beautiful cloud in my heart. Filling a glass of fine wine to have you stay. Have you stay? Forever singing in the hottest ethnic trend is the most beautiful gesture in the whole sky. Zhang Ye's singing and dancing were being showcased on television. Countless viewers were dumbfounded for a moment by this scene before they burst into laughter. Some people were even laughing so hard they couldn't breathe. The most rocking? I'll rock your sister. Have you stay? Get lost. Hurry up and leave. I'm kneeling. Lord Zhang, you've really made me kneel to you. Can you not be this funny? Fuck. Where's my Chinese style? Was that it? I'm dying of laughter. Just look at Chen Guang, Zhang Xia, Xiaodong, and the others' expressions when they're on camera. Ha 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 ha. I can't take it anymore. Please allow me to laugh a little more. They must have thought that Zhang Ye would sing some earth-shatteringly emotional song. Just look at the anticipation and wariness in their eyes. But it crumbled in an instant. This song is awful, but it's a very nice listen. It's not only nice, it's too goddamn catchy. I'm done for. I've been brainwashed by Zhang Ye. Me too, my head is totally filled with this song. No one can save this joker. Ha ha ha. We'll put down that troll. With this episode's broadcast, Zhang Ye defeated all of the viewers, industry insiders, and singers. Chapter 1256. The hottest ethnic trend sweeps the country. Chapter 1256. The hottest ethnic trend sweeps the country. Translator, leg editor, leg. The next day, the entertainment sections of the newspapers were all reporting on I Am a Singer. I Am a Singer's viewership ratings hits a new high. Viewership ratings of 3.49%, a legendary variety show. Zhang Ye performs yet another divine tune live. The hottest ethnic trend tops the daily top Chinese music chart. Zhang Ye nearly gets eliminated. Zhao Wulio becomes the next eliminated singer. Zhang Ye and Amy barely manage to stay in the competition. Voting for Zhang Ye continues to be sluggish. Zhang Ye ranked 6th in both the latest episode's knockout round and in the overall ranking over 2 episodes. Experts are starting to doubt Zhang Ye's singing ability. Today, the country had been bombarded with news of I Am a Singer. Be it the topicality of discussions, or the viewership ratings, or on the music charts, they were number 1 in every aspect. Back at home, the hottest ethnic trend was playing on a loop on the computer. When Zhang Ye woke up, He opened the bedroom door and looked outside. Who's playing the song? His mother looked back. It's me, son. You're up already. I got woken up by the noise you were making. Zhang Ye laughed bitterly. I was so comfortable and dreaming that I was lying on soft and fluffy clouds until a crowd of aunties suddenly flew up there and started dancing. It scared me awake. So it was. Because you were playing the hottest ethnic trend. To him, it was exactly this image he would think of whenever he heard this song. His mother wondered, dancing? What are you talking about? Zhang Ye coughed and said, nothing. Beside them, his dad said, your mom has listened to this song more than a dozen times since early in the morning. That's because I like it. His mother said excitedly, this song is so good, son. That exaggerated, or Wild Rose, that you sang before can't even compare to this one. This song of yours is really nice. In the future, you should sing more of such songs. It's exactly what I love to hear. Zhang Ye laughed, sure. His father said in annoyance, how is this good? As if you know a thing. His mother stared at his father and said, this song is really good and my son sings it very well too. People on the internet are claiming that my son's singing has declined and that he's lost his touch at writing good songs. Tui, what the hell do they know? This is what a good song is. Is mainstream art not considered art? No, but his father just said, what are you singing next episode? I haven't thought of it yet, Zhang Ye said. His father said, why don't you start singing seriously? Zhang Ye laughed in response. Dad, I'm already singing very seriously. Do you know how many days it took me to rehearse this song? I practiced it for 3 straight days and went through a dozen arrangements over a dozen rehearsals. It might sound simple when you're listening to it, but it isn't simple at all. Since I'm going on stage, every song that I sing must be sung properly. I would never hold back. Did this song require any skill? You even needed to practice it for 3 days? And go through that many versions of the arrangement? His father could not understand it, so he didn't say anything else. Zhang Ye said, I need to head over to the office today, so I won't be having lunch at home. I haven't been there in quite a few days. His mother continued listening to the song. Shoo, go then. Jiamen East. A familiar tune was reverberating through the neighborhood. Dang, 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 dang. Dang, 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 dang. Dang, 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 dang. Zhang Ye was startled. He even had the sinking feeling that he somehow returned to his previous world. A group of aunties were standing there twisting about. They were even led by someone who shouted out instructions every now and then. This movement should be done like this. Auntie Zhou, raise your hands a little higher. Big Sis Chun, you're not letting yourself go. Your movements are too limited. Right, that's very good. Everyone, follow my lead. I'll be teaching the 7th step next. Zhang Ye's jaw dropped. Damn it. The song was only released yesterday, but today there are already dance moves for it. Isn't this too fast? Zhang Ye suddenly had a bad feeling about this. Was the plaza, square, dance careers, an industry of this world going to achieve prosperity and reach a peak because of him? Upstairs, in the studio, everyone was here today, so it became noisy in the office when Zhang Ye arrived. Director Zhang. Ah, Director Zhang. The boss has returned. Ha ha ha. We've all heard your new song. Awesome. Amazing. Everyone was feeling extremely excited. Zhang Ye asked, can you guys get any more exaggerated than this? Oh, we can. The moment Ha Chi-Chi came up, she chuckled and said, while we were watching the episode last night, we got rather worried when we heard your performance. It was a little, you know. You didn't get a good ranking either at 6th place, which meant you were second to last and barely survived the knockout round. But to our surprise, when the Celebrity Rankings Index got refreshed after midnight, your popularity score actually went up by a little. We were all stunned. At your current level, even gaining a little bit of popularity is a huge deal. You are the hottest ethnic trend, was several times more popular than your other popular songs like Exaggerated, I Am What I Am, Wild Rose, I Really Love You, amongst others. It was unbelievable. Zhang Zwe gave a wry smile. Yeah, it was really frightening. Wu Yi added, all of us misjudged it. Little Wang said excitedly, this song was amazingly good. With it, we've gained a surprisingly large number of middle-aged to senior citizen fans. This was something that had never happened. In the past, our influence in the middle-aged and senior citizens group has always been the poorest, but this song has totally made up for that and brought in a lot of new fans. It has increased the pie to a much larger size. This has an even better effect than increasing the cohesiveness of those longtime fans and will contribute greatly to the increasing of your popularity. Everyone knew how advantageous it was to expand one's fan base. If your fan base started at 100 million, even if you were to convert all of them into diehard fans, there would still only be 100 million of them. But expanding one's fan base was different. It could turn that 100 million fans into 200 million fans, or even 300 million fans. With the fan base expanding, the increase in one's popularity would no longer be as simple as growing by several-fold. A celebrity's development space and potential would become much greater as a result. Every celebrity and their teams knew this, but it was not something that most of them could achieve. A lot of people would not be able to go further once they reached a certain extent. For example, a singer like Chen Guang was already standing atop the music industry. Based on his fan base numbers, his popularity had peaked, and it would be much harder for him to go any further. But Zhang Ye could do it. His fan base was still expanding and extending. This time, he had extended his reach into the middle-aged and senior citizens group. This was undoubtedly inspiring and exciting news and proved that Zhang Ye's popularity could still grow much higher. All of the studio staff were jumping for joy at this news. This song's popularity had truly surprised them. And that spread of the other song, I Feel So Drained, was also something they had not expected. It had actually gotten that popular. However, Zhang Ye was not surprised. It was because he knew how good this song was back in his previous world. Disregarding the song's depth and meaning, or even any other points, just its popularity and spread were things that practically no other song could match. Jay Chou, Andy Lau, Eason Chan, whoever came its way would be left kneeling. After handling some matters in the office, Zhang Ye left in a hurry again. There was still a load of work waiting for him at the television station. There was really no time for him to take a break. Downstairs, Zhang Ye took the elevator down. When the elevator door opened, he bumped into Yang Shu and Chen Chen. Chen Chen glanced at him and waved. "Hi, Zhang Ye." Zhang Ye smiled and said, "You're so rude. You should be calling me Uncle Zhang." Chen Chen laughed. Her. Yang Shu looked off. She only gave Zhang Ye one look and respectfully called him senior before walking off without another word. Zhang Ye said, "Junior sis, recently how have you?" However, Yang Shu had already walked up the stairs and did not seem to have heard him. Zhang Ye was taken aback. He looked at Chen Shan and asked, "What happened with your Auntie Yang?" Chen Chen pouted. "Old Yang is angry with you." "Ah." Zhang Ye was baffled and asked, "What is she angry at me for? I don't think I offended her." Chen Shan didn't go up the stairs. She just strolled into the elevator. "How would I know about the things between you adults?" Zhang Ye rolled his eyes. "What does a little adult like you not know?" "All right, I'll go upstairs and see how she's doing." He followed her back into the lift and went upstairs again. His junior martial sister had always been very polite and respectful to him. She would always listen to him about almost anything he said, so Zhang Ye was rather concerned now that she was blowing him off. At Old Yang's apartment, the door was unlocked and could be pushed open. Zhang Ye went inside while blinking. "Little Yang, what's the matter?" Yang Shu was wiping down the table and did not say anything. "Who got on your nerves?" Zhang Ye intentionally put on a stern face. "Tell me, and I'll go seek justice for you." Yang Shu finally looked up at him and said, "Senior bro, can you not sing such songs anymore?" Zhang Ye was taken aback. "Why not?" Yang Shu didn't bother holding back the moment she decided to speak up. "If I may be disrespectful, senior bro, I have to criticize you. Since this morning, all the nearby neighborhoods have been taken over by the hottest ethnic trend. Those uncles and aunties who used to learn Taiji fist from me have also started telling me that they don't wish to continue the lessons. All of them went to join the plaza dancing clubs instead. Our Taiji fist group has suffered a great loss, senior bro. There are only the two of us left in our Taiji branch of martial arts. You are the current generation's senior brother and the leader who represents us. So how could you go and aid others? How am I going to teach Taiji now that there isn't anyone left?" Was that it?" Zhang Ye was floored. "I was wondering what the big deal was." Yang Shu scowled and said, "This is a huge deal. Little Yang, you must set your sights further than this." Zhang Ye didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "You're a young lady, yet you always go out to the streets to give out pamphlets. What are you always eyeing those retired old men and women for? If they want to dance, let them dance. They're dancing to my tunes anyway, so that'll increase my popularity. When your senior bro gets to the S list and takes the place of one of those 7 spots, my influence will grow. At that time, we can start a Taiji fist martial arts school to give lessons, or even set up a company to do it. At that time, would we still lack for people? At worst, I'll film a film or a TV series, alright? I'll use it to promote and spread Taiji fist. At that time, will you still be afraid that people won't know about Taiji fist? So don't be too anxious, just wait until I reach the top. Ah, really? Of course. Senior bro, you have such great vision. That's of course. How else could I be your senior? After a little bullshitting, he finally placated Yang Shu. On this day, the hottest ethnic trend swept the country. However, no one could have realized that this was just the beginning. No one could predict that in another few days, this song would actually reach a state of hysteria. Chapter 1257. The Plaza Dancing Craze. Chapter 1257. The Plaza Dancing Craze. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. On the same day, in the afternoon, at Beijing Television. Director Zhang, the advertisers are asking if you could add a few lines for them in your script. I can't do that, they're not the title sponsors. Director Zhang, this is the song list for this week. Is it confirmed? This was submitted by the singers, so there could still be changes. Alright, I got it. Director Zhang. Director Zhang. Bringing over a show from his previous world untouched was a very big advantage. This was because the show would have already gone through a market testing phase in his previous world. But there were also disadvantages. For example, like now, due to all of the show's tasking, planning, and content being totally controlled by Zhang Ye, he needed to guarantee that the show would be 100% done according to how he pictured it. As such, it required every small detail to get Zhang Ye's approval before it could be implemented. This no doubt increased his workload by a lot. He had to run around, resolving issues. He was busy wherever he went. Finally, even Zhang Ye himself could not take it anymore. He found a sofa and lay down. He did not even sit. He just laid totally flat, looking extremely fatigued. His eyes were closed and it looked like he had fallen asleep, but at the same time, he didn't look asleep. He looked like he was paralyzed. Xiao Lu brought over a document to him. Director, just as she was about to wake him up, Ho Gu, who was standing close by, stopped her. Shu. Huh. Xiao Lu looked at Ho Gu. Ho Gu gave a wry smile. Let Director Zhang rest for a bit. Xiao Lu nodded and looked at the sofa. She felt a little bad for him, but also wanted to laugh. After some thought, she suddenly took out her cell phone and opened the camera. After focusing for a long time, Katja, she took a picture of him. Afterwards, the picture spread within the program team. Ha! Zhang Ye's posture is the best. Too funny. Let's post it on the internet. Alright, let me check with Brother Hu if we should do that. When Hu Fei saw the picture, he immediately said, Post it. Post it using the show's official Weibo account. Let everyone see how hard our program team's people are working. Soon, I Am a Singer's official Weibo posted the picture, with a caption, a scene from behind the scenes. You've worked hard, Director Zhang. It was supposed to be a simple interaction with fans, as well as a publicity post to promote their show a little. But the people of Beijing Television could not have expected that this picture would actually turn the entertainment industry upside down. It was shared like crazy. The netizens were all getting a laugh out of it. Io, look at how ugly Zhang Ye's posture is. Ha ha ha, I'm dying. Just looked at how he's lying down. There's really no one else who can look like that. It looks so terrible. I can see how this fellow must be burned out. His body must be drained. Out of the blue, countless netizens gave this posture a name, the Zhang Ye sprawl. Everyone was having fun parodying this. They photoshopped the picture with other pictures and posted them online. It had almost become a movement that everyone was taking part in. Later, quite a few celebrities from the entertainment circle even joined in. Zhang Xia posted a picture of herself in the Zhang Ye sprawl. Even Grandma Zhang has joined in. Ha 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 ha, liked. Chen Guang also posted one. Old Chen's posture is too ugly. I'm cramping up from laughing. And Yao Jiankai. Old Yao, you had better stop it. How is this the Zhang Ye sprawl? It's more like a coffin sprawl. I can see at a glance that you're not far from being in one soon. Ning Lan, Hu Dongfang, and many other celebrities were all imitating Zhang Ye's sprawl and posting their selfies to join in the memeing. All of a sudden, the Zhang Ye sprawl had gone viral across the country. The person at the center of it was the last to find out. When Zhang Ye saw his inelegant picture being spread like crazy all over the internet, he was dumbfounded. He was exhausted in the afternoon and had no idea that his picture was taken. The gesticulations of Beijing locals were already more ungainly to begin with, so he just lay down in the most comfortable position he could get into. But who could have guessed that it would become a meme? There were this many memes of him. So many celebrities had come to join the fun as well. Whoa, even Zhang Yuanqi posted one of herself? The people on Weibo went crazy. Ah, even the Heavenly Queen is here. Ha ha ha. I think the Heavenly Queen's Zhang Ye sprawl is much more elegant and beautiful. Zhang Ye is on fire again. How does he keep doing this? Because he's a wonder. The Zhang Ye sprawl? Wasn't this the same as the Guyu sprawl one? Zhang Ye didn't know what to say anymore. Hi, whatever makes you guys happy, I guess. The picture of him in utter exhaustion had gone viral and made it into the Weibo headlines and the headlines of the major entertainment news outlets. He had gone viral all over the country, to the point where even his popularity score had jumped by a bit. This was really something that could happen to no one but him. Meanwhile, the explosiveness of the hottest ethnic trend had finally arrived. This storm had come too suddenly and strongly. It could only be described as a state of hysteria. In a neighborhood in Shanghai, the vast horizon is my love. At the foot of rolling green hills, flowers bloom. In a plaza in Shenzhen, whichever rhythm, that is the most rocking. Whichever singing is the most happy. Beijing, singing as we travel is the most carefree. If we sing, we want to sing to our hearts. Content. Sweeping. Spreading. In just a few days, the wave of the plaza dance hysteria had swept across the entire country. Beijing fell. Shanghai fell. Shenzhen fell. Nanjing fell. Hangzhou fell. And to what state did the hysteria reach? It reached a point where if you stepped out into the neighborhood, you'd hear the hottest ethnic trend playing, to the point where if you went out, you'd see groups of aunties dancing their plaza dance routines. The industry was shocked. The people were stunned. This was a change that had dumbfounded everyone. This was way too crazy. This was simply insane. Overnight, China had been overtaken by a plaza dance song called the hottest ethnic trend. Weibo was turned upside down. Heavens, they've all gone mad. Mad, I tell you. The aunties have all emerged. At 7 a.m. and 7 p.m., they're always so punctual. My home has fallen. The neighborhood I live in has fallen too. Zhang Ye, your sister. Just what have you done? Zhang Ye, you cheat. That guy has opened up a door to a new world for the aunties. Ha ha ha. This is causing such a huge public disturbance. I'm on the verge of tears. Zhang Ye, come out. Teacher Zhang, come out. I really want to give him a good beating. Is there a spell in this song? There must be. And it's definitely a fucking spell that only works on the aunties. Oh my god. The aunties have all gone mad. The media was fighting to get their first reports out. The people had already started heated discussions. In the end, even experts and government leaders stepped in. This had obviously already turned into a societal matter. No one could have expected that a song could actually bring about such a crazy situation. This was really something that was very difficult to imagine since it was only a song that Zhang Ye had casually sung on stage. Why was this happening? How did it become like this? The happiest people were those aunties who were retired and had nothing to do at home. All of them were very excited and were even praising Zhang Ye. Plaza dancing had always existed, and it was a very popular activity in many places as well. But there were only signs of this activity happening. It wasn't commonplace yet, nor did it happen on such a wide scale. With the release of the hottest ethnic trend, it was as though a bomb switch had been flicked, and it went off so explosively that the entire situation got out of control. Plaza dancing had finally been unified and become popular all over the country. In the past, the aunties would often get into arguments over what songs they wanted to dance to. There had been ongoing battles over the types of songs they preferred, with the list including folk songs, modern songs, and classic songs. They had never been united before. Should they dance to this or that? Some of the groups in the neighborhoods would even get into fights over the topic. But now, there was no need to fight anymore. The hottest ethnic trend had arrived. Dang, 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 dang. Dang, 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 dang. Dang, 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 dang. Chapter 1258. You call this a love song? Chapter 1258. You call this a love song? Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. A few days later, on the day of the 9th episode's recording, the audience was joking and chatting as they entered the studio. The Zhang Ye sprawl has gone viral. Yeah, everyone's imitating it now. And the hottest ethnic trend is causing a stir around the country. Let's see what Zhang Ye will be singing today. Yeah, he's definitely going to sing a proper song today, right? Right. If he doesn't do that, that fellow will definitely get eliminated this round. Yep, the 9th and 10th episodes are going to be the last qualifying rounds before the grand finals take place. When these 2 episodes are done, it'll be time for the revival round. It's almost coming to an end. Do you guys think that Zhang Ye will advance to the grand finals? If he sings the way he has been, don't even think about it. Actually, I don't think he isn't singing properly. He's actually performed quite well, but you have to take into account who he's up against. Who are all those people with him on this stage? Xiaodong is more popular than Zhang Ye in the Asian scene. And I don't even have to mention Zhang Xia and Chen Guang. Those 2 are both top singers, pros amongst pros. Even if Zhang Ye gives it his all, he probably can't beat them. He won't even be able to match their singing skills, so this is very normal. But he beat Fan Wenli during King of Masked Singers. That was because they were masked. Everyone had already guessed the identities of the other masked singers except for the clown, which was the decisive factor of why he could win. People are curious creatures, after all. Besides, even if Fan Wenli's singing is good, she's still lacking when compared to Chen Guang and Grandma Zhang. Surely you guys agree with that too, right? Moreover, Zhang Ye only won because of the songs that he sang during the King of Masked Singers. All of those songs had very deep meanings and were written well in advance. The audience only voted for him because of the songs. But such good songs are getting harder to come by and more difficult to write these days. Even for Zhang Ye, it's impossible that he can churn out a good song every other day. It would already be ridiculously amazing if he could produce 3 to 5 classics per year. So I feel that he overdrew his quota during King of Masked Singers. Just look at I Feel So Drained and the hottest ethnic trend. What kinds of lyrics are those? Even the melody of the songs are so simple. From that, you can get a sense that Zhang Ye's talent has been totally spent. Since he isn't willing to sing the songs that he's sung before, nor those of others, how can he perform well? However, that's also understandable. That makes sense. True. How can it be so easy to always write good songs? That might not be. We'll see what he sings today, right? We'll know how it goes after today. In any case, I'll listen to whatever Zhang Ye sings. I just like him. Who cares if he's lost his touch? It's good enough as long as the song is nice. He's written a song that's become popular all over the country, and you're saying that he's lost his touch? Are you kidding me? It's just that Zhang Ye isn't singing seriously. Backstage, recording had already begun. The singers were all gathered at the lot-picking place and were surrounded by the program team staff and cameras. Let's welcome the replacement singer to the show. Welcome. Thank you, seniors. Who's going to pick first? Not me. How about Grandma Zhang? Me? I'll wait a bit. Nobody wanted to be the first to pick a lot, so everyone was laughing and joking. The replacement singer for this episode was a C-list celebrity who could also be considered a newcomer to the music industry. He had only debuted 2 years ago. Zhang Xiao laughed and said, Amy survived last week's knockout round again. Amy laughed out loud. That's because I've been proclaimed as the undying goddess. Xiaodong mocked. Well, you're more like an everlasting angel. Amy did not like hearing that. But I wasn't in last place the previous week. So you guys are talking about me now? Zhang Ye said in amusement. Zhao Wulio was in 7th place the previous episode and got eliminated from the competition as a result. Excluding him, it wasn't wrong to say that Zhang Ye's 6th place put him in last place. Huang Cheng laughed and said, It was a really close call for Director Zhang. Zhang Ye smiled. Yeah, I was hanging by a thread. Everyone actually had very serious questions regarding Zhang Ye's song's choices for the past 2 episodes. However, they did not think it would be nice to bring it up. What could they say? How could they ask? Could they ask if he couldn't come up with good songs anymore? Ask if he had run out of inspiration? Or ask if his singing had deteriorated? And why he couldn't sing like he did in the past? There was just no way to ask something like that. Chen Guang looked quite relaxed. The difference was only a dozen odd votes, so that was really close. If Director Zhang were eliminated, we would be left without a host. Zhang Xia looked at Chen Guang. What are you going to sing today, little Chun? Chen Guang laughed. Can I keep it a secret for now? Amy immediately said, No, you have to say it now. Chen Guang gave it some thought. I can only say that it's a rock song. I can't reveal the name yet. Xiaodong blinked. What about you, Grandma Zhang? Me? Zhang Xia said, I'll be singing a love song. Amy went on to ask Zhang Ye. Director Zhang, what kind of song will you be singing today? Zhang Ye was taken aback, but gave a surprising answer. I'll be singing a love song too. Everyone was stunned. A love song? He was finally going to show what he was capable of? Truthfully, they hadn't really heard Zhang Ye sing love songs much, even though that was his most powerful weapon of all. But whenever he did sing one, it would always be an earth-shattering performance. Like the duet he performed with Zhang Yuanxi, Love of a Lifetime. It didn't sound like much when you listened to it for the first time, but it would slowly grow on you until you found it to be amazing. In fact, even a lot of industry insiders wrote great reviews of Love of a Lifetime. They claimed that it was China's best love song this year, with no other song coming close. And today, Zhang Ye was going to sing a love song again. Was it going to be a new song too? Or would it be one of his old songs? Originally, everyone was most concerned about Chen Guang and Zhang Xia's performances. Because these two singers were really strong, everyone wanted to defend against them by trying to find out in advance what they were going to sing so that they could prepare themselves. But when Zhang Ye mentioned that he was going to sing a love song, everyone was caught by surprise and started putting their guards up against him as well. One of the most important reasons for this was that the issue of Zhang Ye's wedding was really too attention-grabbing. Everyone was so curious about who his fiancée was since no one had seen her before. The paparazzi also couldn't find out anything about her, so it could be said that the entire country was still trying to figure out her identity. And to sing a love song at this time, was Zhang Ye going to dedicate it to his fiancée? Or perhaps reveal something about the course of their relationship? If that was the case, could you even imagine the stir that it would cause? He might even be able to get first place because of it. Zhang Ye smiled and went forward. If no one is picking first, I'll go ahead. He picked out a ball and unwrapped it. Everyone looked down at it and was amused by what they saw. Wow, Director Zhang. Seems like your luck isn't that great. Zhang Ye did not know whether to laugh or cry. The number 1 was written on the ball. Okay, I'll be going on stage then. The others also picked lots to determine their order of appearance. Amy said, I'll head back to the waiting room first. I can't miss out on listening to Director Zhang's love song. Chen Guang said, Let's go together. Xiaodong gave a bitter laugh and said, Director Zhang will surely be difficult to deal with today. The tiger was finally baring its fangs, so what should they do? In front, the audience gave thunderous applause. Zhang Ye, he came out. It's starting. I'm so looking forward to it. Zhang Ye stood on stage with a smile and said, Welcome to this episode of I Am a Singer. For this episode, we will be welcoming a new replacement singer. Many of you are very concerned about who he is, and I've interviewed him backstage. He wanted me to pass a message to the audience. Before he could finish, the audience was already laughing like crazy. He's at it again. Only a fool would believe you now. There's no need to pass the message. We're not going to listen. Ha. We already know about your tricks and routine. Everyone hooted. The staff in the studio also laughed. Everyone already knows about this approach of yours. But Zhang Ye just blinked and said, The replacement singer wanted me to tell the audience. He will try to sing to the best of his abilities. The audience was taken aback. Try to sing to the best of his abilities? Only that. Why wasn't there any advertising lines this time? It didn't seem right. What happened to your advertising routine? While everyone was caught by surprise, Zhang Ye's next words floored everyone. But his agent wanted me to tell the audience this. He lowered his head and brought up the cue card. Thank you to the leading health supplement brand, Brain Gold Company, for being the title sponsors of our show. Thank you to Hubei Pharmaceutical Strong. Support for us. If you're going to use a computer tablet, use Lilai's 8-inch tablet with multi-core technology. Honey sweet fruit juice, so sweet that you can feel it in your heart. The audience burst out laughing. The singers backstage also erupted with laughter. Ha. I should have known. He's full of tricks. Zhang Ye, that's enough. When it comes to such tricks, I really have to give it to you. It had already been proven that Zhang Ye's tricks could never be predicted by them. After some hilarity, The atmosphere in the studio was warmed up. Zhang Ye said, "Next up will be the performances. First up, our first singer will be performing a rare love song. So let's hand the stage over to him." The audience looked at him doubtfully. A love song? What about that? What was so rare about singing a love song? But a second later, the lights dimmed. Zhang Ye did not leave the stage but stayed at center stage in silence. At this moment, the audience finally realized it. Zhang Ye was singing first, and he was going to sing a love song? The audience burst into an uproar. Wow, a love song. This is going to be good. Is he going to dedicate this to his fiancée? I'm looking forward to hearing it. Zhang Ye is going to use his ace in the hole. I have a feeling that he'll be getting first place this episode. He's finally going to sing properly. If he sings Love of a Lifetime, he can definitely get into the top 3. Today, it's finally not going to be some viral tune. Singing a love song is the correct choice. Viral tune? How can he have that many viral tunes up his sleeves? It was all quiet on stage. The audience was also quiet. Zhang Ye slowly closed his eyes as the image of Wu Ziqing floated into his mind. Backstage, Zhang Xiao watched intently. Xiaodong had her eyes glued to the screen while she was getting her makeup touched up. Amy was feeling very nervous and full of anticipation. What kind of performance would Zhang Ye, who had bared his fangs, give? They were all very curious to find out. On stage, Zhang Ye opened his eyes. Under everyone's gaze, the music suddenly came on. A strong beat ripped through the stage in an instant. The audience was shocked. They suddenly had a bad feeling about this. This music? This beat? Surely not, right? In the end, everyone lurched the moment Zhang Ye opened his mouth. I planted a seed in the earth, and it finally bore fruit. Today is a glorious day. Plucked a star as a gift for you. Grabbed the moon as a gift for you. Making the sun rise every day for you. I turn into a candle and light myself to be a lamp for you. Give my everything to you as long as you are happy. Because of you, my tomorrows have become meaningful. Life may be short, but I'll love you forever. Stay by your side. You are my a small apple. However much I love you, it'll never be too much. Your small blushing face warms my heart. It lights my fire. Fire, 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 fire. Zhang Xia, Huang Cheng, Qin Guang, Xiaodong, Amy, the audience. Your sister. Is this a love song? You call this a fucking love song? Teacher Zhang, how did I fall for your nonsense? Get lost. Get lost already. Chapter 1259, The Father of Plaza Dancing? Chapter 1259, The Father of Plaza Dancing? Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The next day, the show was broadcast. Countless people were sitting in nervously at their televisions to catch the latest episode of I Am a Singer. When they learned that Zhang Ye was going to sing a love song, their reactions were exactly like how the live audience had reacted yesterday. They were all full of anticipation and surprise as they wanted to know just what kind of new love song Zhang Ye would come up with. And then, there were no more thens. It crumbled. It had once again crumbled. The moment Zhang Ye opened his mouth, people across the country were stunned. The expressions on people's faces were as excited as you would expect. It lights your fire? 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 I'll fucking set your house aflame. Flame. 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 Teacher Zhang, that's enough. Do you believe that I won't set your house aflame? LMAO. What a joker. I give in. I really have to take my hat off to him. Why does he still have more of those songs? Small Apple? This must be the fucking sequel to the hottest ethnic trend, right? I want to go and give him a good beating. What do you guys think? Me too. Motherfucker, let's go together. Does he think that the aunties do not have enough songs to dance to? This had better not become yet another Plaza dance tune in the making. Surely not, right? The Plaza dance scene has already been overtaken by the hottest ethnic trend. Hopefully so, but I have a bad feeling about it. It's impossible that this song can go viral. Zhang Ye has lost his touch. Yeah, that's what I think too. The hottest ethnic trend only became that popular by a stroke of luck. It was pure fortune that drove its popularity. Another miracle like it isn't going to happen. Just look and you'll know. Zhang Ye's ranking on this episode of I Am a Singer was 6th place. He only managed a few more votes than the replacement singer, so it's quite possible that he'll be facing elimination soon. And with the reception of the song only being lukewarm, Zhang Ye has totally gotten it wrong this time. The key was that the rookie replacement singer did not do as well as he could have. He still isn't that popular yet. How else could such a terrible song like Small Apple not be in last place? Ha ha, I think it's a great song. Yeah, it's really nice and catchy, but it's not suitable for a competition. But some people were still extremely excited. Like Zhang Ye's mother. Like Chun Guang's mother. Like Xiaodong's mother. Like Zhang Yuanqi's mother. The aunties were all astounded and felt like they had discovered a gem. There were all kinds of analysis and reviews online. Some were critical, while others poked fun or laughed at it. The opinions were divided, but the general consensus from the majority of the people was that they did not feel optimistic about the chances of this song in the market. But reality once again slapped everyone in the face. On the very next day, the Plaza dance moves for Small Apple were released. Beijing. In a certain neighborhood, a couple was leaving the house in the morning to go to work. The moment they stepped out, they were shocked by the scene outside. You are my small apple. However much I love you, it'll never be too much. No, that posture is wrong. Follow me and repeat it. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 2, 3, 4. Shanghai. Listen to the beat. Yes. Wave your hand. Place it down. Then wave your hand again. Everyone, let's do it together. It lights my fire. 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 Tianjin. In a certain town square. On one side of it. Dang. Dang 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 dang. Dang 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 dang. On the other side was. Life may be short, but I'll love you forever. Stay by your side. There were countless versions of the dance. There was a Chunhua neighborhood version. There was a Shanghai version. There was a Beijing Xiqing district version. There was even a certain Shenzhen street version. Every district's movements might differ slightly from each other, but the songs were the same. They were all playing the hottest ethnic trend, or Small Apple. Further, the popularity of these two songs were practically on par with each other, with 50% of the Plaza dancers dancing to either one of them. Countless young men and women nearly broke down when they saw the sight before their eyes. The media was dumbfounded. The experts were stunned as well. Yet another viral song by Zhang Ye. Small Apple stuns the people. A new song for Plaza dancing. Small Apple. Small Apple spreads across the country overnight. If you didn't hear the song, Small Apple, this morning when you opened your doors, you must definitely be living in the faraway suburbs. The cities have all been invaded by Small Apple. The suburbs have also been invaded this afternoon. Yet another miracle. The sudden rise of Small Apple. The Small Apple craze. All the aunties go crazy. China has entered the era of Plaza dancing. Plaza dancing to become a norm in the future. Leaders of the local governments have expressed plans to support and promote a fitness dance for the elderly. How did Small Apple manage to go viral? Mother of Heavenly Queen Zhang Yuanqi publicly declares, I like Zhang Ye's songs very much. An expert with the Center of Gerontology and Geriatrics expresses, thank you, Zhang Ye, for contributing to the leisure activities of senior citizens. There was news all around. It sent shockwaves all over the country. A lot of people thought the hottest ethnic trend had already spread out of control and that no other song would be able to surpass it, nor would such a miracle be replicated. But to their surprise, Zhang Ye, the bastard, had actually brought it to the next level. He had come up with a song that could match the hottest ethnic trend in terms of its viralness, Small Apple. If the folk song before this could not prove anything, then with the appearance of Small Apple, it was enough to officially declare this. China had truly entered the era of Plaza dancing. No one could stop it, but the person who started it remained very calm. The hottest ethnic trend had already gone viral. So would it still be long before Small Apple caught up to it? These two songs were considered the #1 heroic couple of Plaza dancing back in his previous world. The only opponent of the hottest ethnic trend was Small Apple. Small Apple had only one opponent, which was also the hottest ethnic trend. Other than that, they had practically no rivals at all. Zhang Ye, though, was at his wit's end. In the end, Plaza dancing was still gloriously brought to life by this bro. Perhaps this was what you would call fate? I'm really not to blame for this. Everything was destined, and this was a product of the societal development in this world. This bro was only acting as a catalyst for it. On the same night, Zhang Ye's name was actually brought up on Central TV's news simulcast. Ever since Zhang Ye got involved in a lawsuit with Central TV Department 1, Central TV no longer made any references to Zhang Ye's news. There was practically no mention of him on news simulcast, and they would remain silent even if he made any major news. But today, news simulcast was reporting about the topic of plaza dancing, and the male and female news anchors actually read Zhang Ye's name aloud in front of the entire country's viewers. This was clearly a big change from before. Central TV had recently gone through a leadership change, and it seemed like the effects were widespread. Just this incident today was enough to see that. It looked like the newly appointed Central TV station head had nothing against Zhang Ye. They would report on any news that was trending without bias. On news simulcast, there was an interview with a passerby, but this interview resulted in making the entire country's people erupt with laughter. The female reporter walked into the plaza dance community and raised her microphone to ask, "Annie, what type of dance are you all dancing?" The auntie answered with a smile, "We're plaza dancing." The female reporter asked, "And what is this song that everyone is dancing to?" That auntie answered, "This is Small Apple. The hottest ethnic trend will be played afterwards. We're all dancing to these two songs over and over again." Beside them, there were over a dozen aunties chattering. A plump auntie said, "This song is especially good." A gray-haired auntie said, "Yes, I fell in love with it the moment I heard it." A skinny auntie said, "We're all retired and usually at home, but there's finally something for us to do now." A 60-year-old auntie said, "Yeah, we sisters are really happy to be able to dance together." An auntie wearing a colorful shirt said, "I was arguing almost every day with my husband when I was at home because I had nothing to do, but it has gotten so much better now. Every morning and evening, I can come out to take part in plaza dancing. I practically have no worries anymore." The female reporter asked, "Did any of the neighbors complain about any disturbances?" The leading auntie of the group walked over. It was obvious she was the head of the group. She said, "There were some complaints, but we're not unreasonable people. When they say that we're being too loud and affecting their sleep, we turn down the volume and try not to affect them. But of course, there are also some fellow sisters in the neighborhoods who are pretty unreasonable and cause a nuisance to the people. That's why we would like to take the chance to remind everyone here. When we're entertaining ourselves, we have to be considerate of other people's feelings too. We cannot build our happiness upon others' misfortunes, am I right?" The female reporter laughed and said, "Well said." The leading auntie proudly declared, "That's right. We're preparing to treat plaza dancing as a career and make it an industry that we can develop further." An industry? You can even make it into an industry? The female reporter didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She said, "Any industry has to have a founder first. There's always an ancestral founder. So is there one for plaza dancing as well?" That leading auntie was taken aback at that. Clearly, she had never considered this question before. Thus, she answered instinctively, "Of course there is. The father of plaza dancing is Zhang Ye." The interview ended right there. This was an excerpt of the content on news simulcast today. The public was cramping up with laughter after watching this. Coincidentally, Zhang Ye was also watching news simulcast with his parents today. When he saw that interview, Zhang Ye very nearly fell on his butt. "Father? Who the heck is your founder? What the fuck has this got anything to do with me?" Chapter 1260, The Founder Imparts His Moves. Chapter 1260, The Founder Imparts His Moves. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Back at home, his parents were also dumbfounded. His mother turned to the side and asked, "Since when did you become the father of plaza dancing?" Zhang Ye nearly vomited a mouthful of blood. "How would I know?" His father. A phone call arrived at the next moment. It was Yao Jinkai who called first. The moment Zhang Ye answered it, he heard a guffaw from the other. And, "Ha ha ha ha." Zhang Ye was annoyed. "What is it, old Yao? Did you watch news simulcast just now? Ha ha ha. You're great. You're really great, kid. Ayo, you're killing me. Let me laugh a little more." Zhang Ye rolled his eyes. "You better not go overboard." "I can't. This is really too funny." Soon after, another call came in. It was from his university classmate, Yuing Yi. "Hello, father of plaza dancing." Zhang Ye was speechless. "Go away." Yuing Yi laughed loudly. "Your popularity amongst the middle-aged and elderly women is skyrocketing. My mother even called me today to ask me to get an autograph from you." She said that the aunties in her neighborhood have become your diehard fans. Keep this in mind. When I'm a little less busy, I'll be looking for you. So don't forget to sign a few more autographs for me. Zhang Ye said in spite. No, I'm not giving you any. The calls kept coming one after another. His old friends and old classmates were all calling to mock him. But there was nothing that Zhang Ye could do about it. He was completely speechless. Plaza dancing had also gained notoriety back in his previous world, and its reputation was really bad. Zhang Ye didn't mind joking around or singing a song or two for others. But if he had to get linked to the legacy of plaza dancing, this fellow would definitely try to get away as far from it as possible. This was not something that he wanted to get blamed for. But out of nowhere, someone bestowed the title of the founder upon him. This left Zhang Ye with no place to hide. He had really been wrongfully given this title. Abracadabra, please let this matter blow over quickly. Hopefully, no one will take this joke seriously. However, the development of this matter went precisely the opposite of how Zhang Ye hoped it would turn out. What was news simulcast? It was the show with the highest viewership ratings without counting the Spring Festival Gala. If the total viewership ratings were combined, no other shows would dare to claim that they were number one if news simulcast said that they were number two. The Central TV Spring Festival Gala only happened once a year, but news simulcast was broadcast every day. And it was even a mandatory broadcast that played on all the satellite channels across the country. Comparing viewership ratings? Comparing viewership numbers? Even I Am a Singer or King of Masked Singers would have to step aside. The gap was simply too wide. That part of the interview spread like wildfire in the blink of an eye. On Weibo, the netizens were all laughing like mad. Quickly go and watch news simulcast. The interview segment today was so lit. It was lit AF. Ha ha ha. I can't take it anymore. Founder, I somehow got tickled by that. That auntie is such a comedian. Teacher Zhang has created a new industry. This is cause for a nationwide celebration. But thinking about it, those two songs of Zhang Ye's have indeed gloriously spread the name of plaza dancing. Even my mother, who doesn't usually go out, went out to dance. So just think of how great his influence is. Calling Zhang Ye the father of plaza dancing? I don't find anything wrong with that at all. Teacher Zhang has gained yet another nickname. A founder has to be offered joss sticks by future generations, right? That's right. 100 years from now, every neighborhood's plaza dance groups will have to offer 3 joss sticks to Zhang Ye's photograph to remember him before they start their dance routine. Raffle. Ha ha, you guys, that's enough. I really have to take my hat off to him. Why is it that when anything involves Zhang Ye, it always somehow becomes a joke of some sort? Just this morning, Small Apple and the hottest ethnic trend were playing below my place. I got woken up by it and was feeling quite angry about it. But when I saw that interview on news simulcast, all my anger fucking disappeared. I laughed for such a long time at it. In all of showbiz, only Zhang Ye can make me feel that way. He's the biggest joker in the entertainment industry, after all, so the people and issues surrounding him would naturally become funny as well. Perhaps this is what Zhang Ye's personal charm is. Based on looks, he can't compare with Dongfang or the others. Comparing age, he isn't like those pretty boy celebs out there. About his physique, Jiang Hanwei could easily fling him several streets. But when it comes to being funny, even if all the other celebrities in the entertainment industry combined forces, they wouldn't be a match for him. Congratulations to Zhang Ye on his promotion to the father of plaza dancing. Congratulations to Teacher Zhang on becoming the spiritual leader of the aunties. Where's the applause? Tossing flowers, the netizens were all gloating and laughing like mad. Just a simple news interview had firmly placed the label of father of plaza dancing onto Zhang Ye. Even the media was using this title for their headlines. The next day, in the morning, when Zhang Ye got up, he could already hear his mother playing Small Apple on the computer. He couldn't help but get annoyed at that. So he pushed the door open and said, "Mom, can you please stop playing that?" His mother smacked her lips. "Why?" Zhang Ye said, "I get a headache whenever I hear that song." "Did you get possessed?" His mother sneered. Zhang Ye harumphed. "In the future, don't ever mention plaza dancing to me again." His father said, "But you're already looked upon as the founder by so many people." "Whoa!" Zhang Ye reacted as though his tail had been stepped on. He said, startled, "Just stop mentioning those words. Don't ever bring it up again. I've contracted a disease." If I hear those words, my entire body will start trembling. So don't ever mention them to my face again. Dad, Mom, I'm off to work now. But Zhang Ye could not have expected that. The moment he got downstairs, he would immediately be surrounded by his neighbors. Little Ye, you've finally come out. We've been waiting for you for so long. Quick, give us some pointers. Yeah, everyone's moves are not uniform at all. What are the standard moves for Small Apple? Can you teach us the moves for the hottest ethnic trend as well? A group of aunties had completely surrounded Zhang Ye. There was no way out for him. Standard moves? Whoever said that there were any standard moves? Zhang Ye said dumbfoundedly. Auntie Lu, Auntie Sun, Grandma Zhou, what are you all talking about? How would I know how to plaza dance? I can't possibly teach you all anything. Auntie Sun said with a straight face, but you're the founder of this industry. If you don't teach us, who'll teach us? Auntie, my dearest Auntie, can you not bring up the fact of who the founder is? Zhang Ye really did not want anything to do with this. He just wanted to get out of here. But the group of aunties was not going to allow him to get past them. They all had their hands on their hips as they stared at him. Little Ye, Auntie really has to lecture you. Little Ye, everyone is feeling so excited now. We're all so happy that we can come out every day to dance. It's a different world these days, with things like the internet, cell phones, and computers. We don't know how to use any of them. We're just a group of middle-aged and elderly people with few leisure activities to keep us occupied. There's really too little that we can do. But now that plaza dancing has been popularized despite the difficulties, it has helped to enrich the lives of us old folk. This is great, and if the others don't wish to support it, then so be it. But you're the creator of it and our spiritual leader. So how can you not show your support? That's right, Little Ye. Who's your spiritual leader? What spiritual leader? Zhang Ye raised his hands in surrender. It's not that I don't support it. I'm actually especially supportive of this cause. I even have both my hands up in support of it. But I'm only a small-time host and at most an amateur singer. What could I know about dancing? But nobody was having it. You've even flown a plane before. And gotten the highest award in mathematics too. You can play Go, and even Xiang Rong is no match for you. So what would you not know? They were all saying things. Zhang Ye couldn't rebuke any of them. His mother probably heard the ruckus from upstairs and came down looking cheerful too. Zhang Ye really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. These were not just any people, they were all decades-old neighbors, and many of these aunties saw Zhang Ye grow up. Some of them had cooked for him, and some of them even brought him home from school when his parents couldn't. What kind of relationship was that? It was close to the point of being relatives. No matter how thick Zhang Ye's skin was, he couldn't. Just ignore these neighbors. Finally, he gave in. All right, but I'll only teach it once for both songs. I still have a load of things to do at the TV station, so I have to get going as soon as possible. No problem. We learn really fast. The aunties were in high spirits. But Zhang Ye appeared despondent with a listless expression. If he really didn't know how, then it wouldn't have been so bad. He could still come up with an excuse and push this off. But the problem was that Zhang Ye really knew the dance routine of the songs. In his previous world, the State General Administration of Sports had pushed out 20 standard plaza dance moves. Zhang Ye did not learn them. But that didn't stop him from seeing it almost every day, for months and even years. Just bringing up the hottest ethnic trend and Small Apple, he could remember the moves to these two songs even with his eyes closed. There wasn't even a need to use the memory search capsules. Search it from his memories? Are you kidding? This would be the greatest insult that you could give to the people living in his previous world. The coaching began. For the first move, do it this way. Right, that's very good. The second move will be like this. No, that's not it, Annie Sunday. Annie Zhang, that's really good. Everyone, please learn from Annie Zhang. When it gets to this part of the song, you must all remember to turn around. Auntie Zhou, you've gotten it wrong again. Auntie Chun, this move that you did was wrong. It's totally unlike what I taught you. Can you please concentrate? Yo, you all did pretty well this time. Auntie Chun and Auntie Zhou, you both deserve praise. Dancing is the most beautiful activity in the world, so you must learn how to relax your movements. Yes, just imagine that you're surrounded by blue sky and are dancing within the fluffy, white clouds. Don't relax your standards just because this is plaza dancing. That would be the greatest mistake of all. You have to treat it like art. Who says that plaza dancing cannot be beautiful? The dance of the people is always the most beautiful. The efforts of the people, that's what art is. Right, this is it. Very good. Everyone is doing quite well. His mother was learning as well. Zhang Ye always took things very seriously. Coupled with the fact that he was also a university teacher, he lost track of time as he taught everyone the dance moves. An hour passed, but he was still teaching the steps for those two songs to everyone. Further, he was beginning to teach them in much greater detail, and he was even giving everyone a lot of attention. For some of the moves, when some people just could not get them right no matter how they tried, he would give them a hard stare. He turned into a professional dance teacher. Time went by very quickly. They finally finished learning the moves for the two songs. The aunties were all celebrating. It's awesome. I still prefer the moves that little Yi taught us. That's right. They're logical and look good as well. He's very professional. That's true. Our little Yi is the father of plaza dancing. After all of a sudden, Zhang Ye had a realization. He got stunned for several seconds before he looked up into the sky and nearly burst into tears. Oh my God. What the fuck am I doing? Chapter 1261. The 10th episode begins recording. Chapter 1261. The 10th episode begins recording. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. In the following few days, a short video clip that was taken by a bystander had stealthily been shared like crazy. Zhang Ye featured impressively in the video and was seen leading a group of aunties dancing to Small Apple in an open space garden in a neighborhood. He was also occasionally dishing out guidance and pointers for the dance moves. There were even the plaza dance moves for the hottest ethnic trend seen during the last 10 minutes of the video. Who says that plaza dancing cannot be beautiful? The dance of the people is always the most beautiful. The efforts of the people, that's what art is. In the video, Zhang Ye was constantly speaking like he was giving a lecture. On Weibo. Ah, is that Zhang Ye? This fellow is teaching dancing? Does he know how to dance? Fuck, these moves really look standard. Zhang Ye is the top A-list celebrity in the country, but he seems to be doing really well at the grassroots level too. Asterisk faints asterisk, this fellow has really become the founder. Lord Zhang, I'll kneel to you. Yeah, ha ha ha. He's even teaching others the dance now. It looks like it's a full set of moves. But honestly speaking, this version by Zhang Ye really looks pretty good. Yep, every move is simple but carries a deep meaning. The choreography is very logical too. But if he has the time to do this, why doesn't he go and write better songs? Why is he expanding into the field of plaza dance? Teacher Zhang, can we focus on the proper business first, please? Shouldn't you know Zhang Ye by now? His most proper business is having no proper business. The views on the clip soared. 1 million, 5 million, 10 million, 20 million. A lot of people had come to watch in curiosity. They became more and more amused as they watched on, thinking how this weirdo Zhang Ye was always able to do something that no one could expect. The impact of this clip was huge too. The most direct effect it brought about was that the entire country's aunties were all starting to learn this version's plaza dance routine by Zhang Ye. A downtown Tianjin version, the Xiqing district version, a Shanghai suburbs version. They all disappeared. Beijing fell. Shanghai fell. Tianjin fell. Nanjing fell. All of those versions had been unified. There was no need to fight over it anymore. With the founder imparting his moves, they were all learning the most proper version of the dance. At that moment, people in neighborhoods and plazas all over the country started dancing to Zhang Ye's version of Small Apple and the hottest ethnic trend. There was no longer a different set of moves seen. The media interviews were endless. The aunties gave a very good evaluation. Teacher Little Zhang is amazing. This dance is good, it's really good. We've danced it a few times already, but no one's feeling tired yet. That's right. Our neighborhood's version of the dance was too tiring to keep up with. The motions were too big, and there were even some moves that those of us who are older could not perform. But this version by Teacher Little Zhang is really up there. Every move feels comfortable to execute, and they're even beautiful to look at when we're dancing to it. Everyone here really loves this set of dance moves. We've never chased after celebrities in the past, as we felt that it was something that only young people would do. But today, all of us sisters have become particularly fond of Zhang Ye. We also catch every episode of his show each week. Little Zhang is truly a good celebrity. He understands what we older people like. He's basically our spiritual leader. He is the spokesperson for us middle-aged and elderly women. Another dance craze was sweeping the nation. In the end, Even the official Weibo of the sports administration liked that clip. Even an official from the sports administration came forward to give an interview. He reaffirmed this set of dance moves by Zhang Ye and expressed that they had also gotten experts in the field to analyze and come up with a set of dance moves. However, they could not come up with anything good. It was only after they saw this clip that they realized Zhang Ye's version was more logical. Afterwards, the officials also started promoting it and suggested that the middle-aged and elderly learn Zhang Ye's version of the dance. They should also stop dancing to those self-choreographed moves, as it might not match well with their physicality and could cause them to get injured. After all, plaza dancing was considered a body-strengthening exercise, so of course it had to meet the scientific and health standards set by the authorities. With that, Zhang Ye's plaza dance version became even more popular. It was officially endorsed by the sports administration. In the past, Zhang Ye and the sports world had conflicts, and he even scolded one of their executives. But during the Olympics, Zhang Ye had sung praise of the sports world and also helped the Chinese athletes seek justice over unfair refereeing, even to the point of tussling with the foreign referees. This eased the relationship between Zhang Ye and the sports world, leading them into a honeymoon phase. Some people rejoiced while others were in sorrow. But for Zhang Ye, he was both rejoicing and feeling sorrowful. He was rejoicing about this large group of fans that was made up of these Chinese Andes. Their appearance and attention would undoubtedly be crucial in helping Zhang Ye raise his popularity. But at the same time, it was also very worrying. Having experienced the plaza dance storm, one of his world, Zhang Ye knew this was a double-edged sword. It could harm his enemies, but also injure himself. If anything went awry and caused a conflict on a large scale, he would have to be the one to bear the blame for it. Founder? Spokesperson? Spiritual leader? The moment Zhang Ye taught his old neighbors how to dance, these labels firmly became his. You sang the songs? And you taught the dance as well? And even suggested that plaza dancing was a guiding principle for the people's art? Damn. If you aren't the fucking founder, then who would be? Zhang Ye wouldn't be able to rid himself of those labels even if he jumped into the Yellow River to try to wash them off. These names would probably follow him throughout his life as he became this specialist scapegoat of the plaza dance industry. Just thinking about that gave him a throbbing headache. Hi, come what may. It was more important to gain the popularity that he needed before anything else. At least, he thought so to lessen his bitterness. At Beijing Television, in the program team, the new episode's recording was about to begin. When they saw that Zhang Ye had just arrived, many of them started teasing him. Director Zhang, you've become famous again. When did you learn how to dance? That was so professional. Brother who informed us just. Now that the station has decided to get us to dance to Small Apple at Beijing TV's annual party in 2 months' time. Why don't you teach us a few moves later? Zhang Ye grunted listlessly. From a distance away, Chen Guang, Xiaodong, and the others came over. Director Zhang, what are you going to sing today? Chen Guang asked with a laugh. Xiaodong giggled and said, Zhang, don't tell me you're going to sing another plaza dance tune? Zhang Ye rolled his eyes. Why would I sing another? One was plaza dancing. The other was founder. Zhang Ye was sick of these two phrases. Just hearing them get mentioned was enough to send a shiver down his spine. Amy said happily, you better be careful. This episode is the knockout round. Zhang Ye said, I can't sing whatever for this episode. I've selected a good song this time after thinking it through. I finally realized that it is better to sing a song with more depth and substance to it. Xiaodong was flabbergasted. You mean you've only just realized? That should have always been the way. Chen Guang said in a speechless manner. So it's finally gotten through to you. Zhang Ye grunted. Let's not talk anymore. Everyone, quickly go and get your makeup done. We'll start recording soon, and I want to rest my vocal cords a little too. It won't be easy to sing the song that I've chosen for today. Zhang Xia came over. Is it very difficult? Yes, it won't be easy to sing. Zhang Ye nodded with a wry smile. Zhang Xia reassured him. It shouldn't be a problem with the singing skills that you have. The crucial part is the song selection. As long as it has substance, it'll be alright even if you don't sing it flawlessly. The audience will definitely be able to accept it, and you'll gain a few extra points too. Zhang Ye smiled and said, I hope so. 1. https://int.wikipedia.org/wiki/square_dancing_China #conflicts_controversy Chapter 1262. The difference between a veteran and a newbie. Chapter 1262. The difference between a veteran and a newbie. Translator, leg editor, leg. On the stage, Zhang Ye was the fifth singer to perform. When the instruments were finally brought up onto the stage, around 8 musicians sat down at them. At this moment, it felt like everyone in the studio was holding their breath. A sheng 1? A dizzy 2? A cello? A yanqing 3? What were all these for? What was with this grand setup? Some of those in the audience even recognized the musicians. Look, Chen Di, he's that famous cellist. Old Zhao, the great yanqing percussionist. Sun Li, the famous folk music master. They're all big names. Damn, what a big move. Zhang Ye has invited this many musicians onto the show. How awesome is this? This is going to be great. Zhang Ye has finally come to his senses. He's not going to sing a plaza dance tune. The audience was shocked by this lineup. The singers backstage were also shocked. It was only now that they believed Zhang Ye was doing something big. Every one of those instruments was full of killing intent. These musicians were all capable of putting on a solo show by themselves. By convincing so many of them to come on stage to play for him, one could only wonder what kind of song Zhang Ye had used to convince them. They were all masters who could not be invited with money alone. There was a bit of shock on Zhang Xia's face. Xiaodong straightened up a little in her seat. Chen Guang started leaning forward as he kept his eyes on the screen. Everyone was staring at Zhang Ye and the folk music musicians on stage in the most anticipated of ways, waiting for their stunning performance to begin. The song began. The accompaniment played suddenly. Zhang Ye instantly looked lively. With a droop of his eyelids, he got into the groove of the song and looked like he couldn't free himself. The sound of the yanqing was a constant presence. The tempo got faster and faster. Then Zhang Ye abruptly started singing for. Oh, ahoy. RSEHD, RSEH do. RSEH de gay DGA do. RSEHD, RSEH de gay do. Oh, ahoy. Chen Guang was dumbfounded. Amy was in complete wonder. Xiaodong was also staring wide-eyed in disbelief. Director Zhang, was this what you meant by substance? Was this what you meant by depth? I'm gonna faint. Why don't you just ascend to the heavens? Why don't you just fly out into the universe? But Zhang Ye was incredibly invested in his singing. RSEHD, RSEH do. RSEH de gay DGA do. RSEHD, RSEH de gay duo. Ayo. Ayo. The audience was also staggered. So this was Zhang Ye's big move? It was another song without any lyrics? There was only vocalizing? Zhang Ye, you are really something. Do you still have any seriousness left in you? A lot of people started laughing hard as they listened. Some of them found it interesting. Some of them found it hilarious. Everyone thought that Zhang Ye was trying to be funny, but no one seemed to have noticed that tinge of seriousness in Zhang Ye's eyes. He was really trying his best. Perhaps only Huang Cheng had somewhat realized it. Backstage, the singers who already performed were all seated together. Amy said, "This song's title is Perturbed." Uft, it really is perturbing. It makes me unable to sit still as a listener. That's really enough, Zhang Ye. Xiaodong smiled and said, I really have nothing I can say about him anymore. Chen Guang said helplessly, it looks like Director Zhang is having so much fun. Hearing them say that, Huang Qing suddenly said, he's not playing around. Chen Guang was taken aback. Huh, Huang Cheng said sternly. I also play an instrument myself, so I'm more sensitive of the emotions the instruments portray. Can't you all see it? All of those musicians on stage are really focused, especially Zhang Ye. He isn't playing around, nor is he trying to be funny. He's actually singing very seriously. Singing seriously? How does this song have anything to do with being serious? Nobody could really understand. On stage, the performance came to an end. The audience was ridiculing him. I really have to hand it to him. To think that I believed that he was coming up with something big. I'd be a fool to believe him again. Ha ha ha. Hurry up and eliminate him. I've had enough already. Yeah, we mustn't vote for Zhang Ye. Let's vote for someone else. Just let this fellow be eliminated. If not, I'd surely laugh myself to death eventually. Let's allow Zhang Ye to rest in peace. Yep. But why do I find the song to be not that bad? Get lost. What do you mean it's not that bad? From a certain perspective, this song has indeed shocked the studio. It's just that it's not the same kind of shock that we got from Chen Guang and Xiaodong's performances. It's an entirely different thing. I just like Zhang Ye. He's really too good at bringing laughter to people. Yeah, any place with him will never be missing fun. He's having so much fun that it feels like he's at a karaoke session. Yeah, this is completely not a competition type song. It's more like a song to warm the audience up. We mustn't let this fellow through to the grand finals. Otherwise, who knows what kind of stunt he'll pull again. But that's what I want to see. I'm also quite looking forward to what Zhang Ye will sing in the grand finals. Grand finals, my ass. With a song like this, it'll be a miracle if he can even get into the grand finals. Yeah, he was already in 6th place last episode. The audience was coming up with all kinds of possibilities. The next singer to appear was the replacement singer from last week. But the moment he opened his mouth to sing, he made a mistake. His voice cracked when he attempted a high note in his song. By rights, this was very normal, and no singer could guarantee that every performance of theirs would be perfect. But because of this replacement singer's inexperience in the industry and on stage, coupled with the fact that he was still considered a newcomer, this voice-cracking incident caused him to lose his rhythm. He forced himself to finish singing with a hint of self-blame and regret. Backstage, Chen Guang, Xiaodong, and everyone else were sympathizing with him. Among the newcomers, this singer was truly one of the more capable ones who could sing without rushing. He had the vocals and the ability to back it up too. What he lacked was only an opportunity, some good songs, and a little stage experience. Otherwise, there would surely be a spot for him among the top singers of the music industry. But it seemed like this stage might have been too big for him. He had taken a step up too quickly. Sometimes, pressure could push a person forward. For example, no stage seemed too big for Zhang Ye, and he was always able to bear the pressure no matter how great it was. Even the fiercest of criticism did not faze him. This was also the reason why Zhang Ye could make it to where he was today. But for many people, they lacked such an ability. If there was too much pressure, it would make them so nervous they would break down when facing it. The audience also felt pity. Your sister? That was such a huge mistake. I guess Zhang Ye will be advancing into the grand finals then. That fellow's luck is too good. This replacement singer couldn't live up to his hype. Hi, this newbie is really lousy at withstanding the pressure. If there's anyone who's the best at withstanding pressure in the entertainment industry, it has got to be Zhang Ye. If it were anyone else who went on stage to sing that song, I'm sure their faces would be flushed completely red. But look at Zhang Ye. He just finished singing the song without a trace of embarrassment. Just how thick does his skin have to be? This fellow is really not afraid of people scolding him. Who can compare with him? He's just shameless, haha. You can see the difference between a veteran and a newbie from this. The performances ended after everyone had their turn. The rankings were announced. First, Chen Guang. Second, Zhang Xia. Third, Xiaodong. Fourth, Huang Cheng. Fifth, Amy. Sixth, Zhang Ye. Seventh, Li Naren. The replacement singer came in at 7th place over the 2 episodes and was eliminated. Being in the second to last place, Zhang Ye had narrowly qualified for the grand finals of I Am a Singer. Chapter 1263, The Eve of the Grand Finals. Chapter 1263, The Eve of the Grand Finals. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The next day, the 10th episode of I Am a Singer was broadcast. Countless people were waiting before their television sets. This episode was going to be very exciting as all the singers were fighting to get a place in the grand finals. All of them gave it their all and brought out their specialty skills for the performances. Zhang Xia surprisingly performed a rock song, while Chen Guang sang an emotionally charged love song and dedicated it to his wife, Fan Wenli. Xiaodong explosively leveled up her singing by performing an old classic to perfection. Even Amy managed to pull herself out of last place with her rap song, shocking many people. Every line's delivery was fast and good as she showcased a strong ability that even a lot pro rappers could not achieve. Only the replacement singer failed to perform to expectations and had to miss out on the grand finals of the show. As for Zhang Ye, this fellow was still the same as before. That was so wonderful. This episode is the best. Yeah, the songs are great. They're all powerhouses. All of them are extremely capable singers. The audience was very excited. The evaluation from the industry was also extremely good. Some people were amazed by Zhang Xia's song. Some people were moved by Chen Guang's song. And some people were touched by how tenacious Amy was. But no one could have guessed that the most popular song of the 10th episode was none of their songs. It just had to be that goddamn song Zhang Ye sang, Perturbed, which left everyone at their wits' end. Another viral tune was created. It swept across the nation. The moment Perturbed appeared, it took a spot on practically all of the music charts. The netizens broke down once again. Again? Oh my god, why is this happening? His song has made it onto so many of the music charts again. This crappy song can even get #1. Wasn't he just randomly humming? I can do that too. Ha ha. I finally realized something. Zhang Ye is only here to be funny. It's a catchy song, so of course it would spread fast. But that's not important. Just refer to the rankings, and you'll know. Zhang Ye was still placed in the bottom 2. I'm not optimistic about Zhang Ye in the grand finals. Who's optimistic about him, the fraud? It's a miracle that he scraped into the grand finals, haha. Yeah, that guy should have been eliminated long ago. Who could have thought that he would make it into the grand finals by stumbling through the competition in either last or second to last place every time? That was super unexpected. There's still Zhang Xia and Chen Guang to watch in the grand finals. Xiaodong is pretty good too. Yeah, the three of them all have a chance of getting crowned champion. It's time for the revival round, and there's only one spot in the grand finals up for grabs. Let's see who can get it. He Huan and Shui Kaiki have the best hopes. I'm more optimistic of Zhao Wuliu's chances. In any case, we can just ignore Zhang Ye as the grand champion. Yeah, Zhang Ye is no longer good. That might not necessarily be true. We'll still have to see who Zhang Ye invites for the grand finals. That's right. I think they're still using the 2-round format. The first round will have a celebrity guest partner like before. If Zhang Ye manages to invite Zhang Yuanqi again, that would be quite something. Yeah, true. Let's see who he'll invite then. I don't see it that way. With Zhang Ye's current form and the songs that he's written, whoever he invites won't matter. If I have to put it bluntly, of the singers who have qualified for the grand finals, Zhang Ye is the only one unworthy of his place. He only managed to get in on luck. I won't mention Zhang Xia and Chen Guang, or Xiaodong and Amy, but even the eliminated singers are much stronger than Zhang Ye. We can clearly see that he's lost his touch and can't come up with any more good songs with substance. All he knows is to produce these catchy tunes that we've heard. But are such songs suitable for competition? They won't be able to get him a ranking at all. Zhang Ye has performed a song with no lyrics before. It was opera that he sang on King of Masked Singers that I found. So amazing when I heard it. But look at Perturbed. It's also a song without lyrics, but the taste has changed. This shows that Zhang Ye is really out of ideas. Hi, this is the downfall of a singing champion. It's quite a pity. What has happened to Zhang Ye? Who knows? He suddenly became like this, so it's quite regrettable. That's right. I used to anticipate his songs, but who could have expected that he can't write good songs anymore? Those garbage songs that he's been singing recently shows that he's of a different class from the other singers. Just listen to Grandma Zhang and Old Chen singing. They're totally on a different level from him. That's what you call real singing and real singers. That's what true art is about. Otherwise, what's the difference between the songs Zhang Ye sings and the songs that normal people sing at the karaoke? I'm a fan turned passerby. Hi. The higher the expectations, the greater the disappointment. The main thing is that the opponents are too strong. Even if Zhang Ye can still write a good song, he can't beat Zhang Xia and Chen Guang. Agreed. By this point in the broadcast of I Am a Singer, everyone had lost confidence in Zhang Ye. Many of the music industry's insiders came forward to give their evaluations as well. They felt Zhang Ye had entered a bottleneck and was losing his touch. It seemed like he could only go back to his old job from now on since he couldn't write any more good songs. It got so bad that even Zhang Xia, Chen Guang, Xiaodong, and the others were feeling the same way. A singer like Zhang Ye, who had amazed countless people, had faded to nothing overnight. He could no longer find that feeling that inspired his singing and songwriting. It was such a shame. Criticism, doubt, derision. Such voices were constantly keeping Zhang Ye company. Even his studio staff were panicking. Ha Chi-Chi said anxiously, "Director Zhang, your reputation these days has been tumbling. Why don't we buy a song or two?" Zhang's was suggested. "We might be able to turn it around in the grand finals that way. We can't keep going on like this." "Buy songs," Zhang Ye said. "I've already written the songs." Zhang's was sighed. "But the songs that you have been writing recently." He was too scared to continue. Everyone in the studio was frowning and sulking. Zhang Ye was getting more and more popular by the day, which was a good thing. But similarly, his reputation was just as important. Now that everyone was saying Zhang Ye couldn't sing anymore, they were getting very anxious. However, it seemed like Zhang Ye did not take it to heart and did not say anything about it no matter how much they asked. Actually, they understood director Zhang quite well since they had known him for many years. On the surface, it might look like Zhang Ye was unaffected. He was always laughing, yet each time they could feel that Zhang Ye wasn't as happy as he looked after a performance. Ring, ring, ring. Hu Fei's call came in. Zhang Ye answered. Brother Hu, what's the matter? Hu Fei laughed loudly. The viewership rating has hit a new high. It has set a new record again. It's fantastic. That's good then, Zhang Ye said cheerfully. The grand finals will be coming up soon. Great work. It was nothing. For the celebrity guest partner segment, are you sure about inviting that person? Yup. But isn't that a little too, you know? Nobody'll be able to guess who it is. But I'm sure the viewers will enjoy it. Hu Fei said. Well, all right then. We'll do it however you say. But your results might. Zhang Ye said. I know. After hanging up, Zhang Ye did not say another word. He quietly headed back into his office and sat there having a smoke, staring blankly at the empty wall. No one knew what Zhang Ye was thinking right now, nor did anyone know how he was feeling. The task was completed. This was good enough, right? This was all he had to do, right? But for some reason, after Zhang Ye put out his cigarette, he clenched his fists so hard that his fingernails dug into his palms, leaving several deep, red marks. Chapter 1264. Anyone can win, except me. Chapter 1264. Anyone can win, except me. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. On the day of the grand finals, a tense atmosphere had built up. The phenomenal variety show I Am a Singer was no longer watched just by those who liked it. It had long become the subject of heated discussions by people all over the nation, in the streets, in the neighborhoods, in the offices, in the schools. Everyone was talking about who would end up as the grand champion. Those who were initially scheduled for overtime at work even asked for time off in advance to go home to catch the live broadcast. Brothers, remember to cast your votes for Grandma Zhang. Right? It hasn't been easy for an old comrade like her. Where are Grandma Zhang's fans at? Where are Chun Guang's fans at? Form up. Who has tickets to tonight's live broadcast venue? I'll buy them for 2,000 renminbi each. The LED boards for Sister Dong are ready. Everyone, take a look and see if they're okay. Everyone, please get others to vote for Amy. Please support her. Vote for He Huan. It wasn't easy for him having to come through by the revival round. Tonight's voting will be done through our cell phones. The grand finals are really too close to call, but it's very important. So can everyone please give your votes to teacher Huang Cheng? I'd appreciate it if you can. The fan groups of the singers were already teaming up to campaign for votes. The early statistics of the online poll's support were also published. The usual suspects of Chun Guang and Zhang Xia were still the favorites to win the championship. Both their support numbers kept increasing as it became a two-horse race where their stats constantly overtook each other's. Sometimes, old Chun was in the lead, but at other times, Grandma Zhang was in first place. Coming in behind them were He Huan, Xiaodong, Huang Cheng, Amy, and Zhang Ye, respectively. He Huan, the Prince of Love songs, had performed exceedingly well during the revival round to take his place in the grand finals today. His support numbers were also extremely high as he surpassed Xiaodong in the poll. Although this poll was only a Weibo statistic, it clearly showed the problem. For the singers the viewers were optimistic about, their rankings were generally not too bad. Only Zhang's fan club kept on the down low throughout. There was almost no one helping Zhang Ye get votes. This was the most direct cause of Zhang Ye's low rankings on the stage of I Am a Singer. Zhang Ye's parents' house. After lunch, his mother asked, Son, when are you setting off for the TV station? I'm just about to leave. Zhang Ye checked his watch. Everyone's waiting for me. His mother complained. Why are they hurrying you? The live broadcast is at night, so why can't they let you rest a bit more? That I can stay home for lunch today is already a break for me, Zhang Ye said with a smile. His father said, There's quite a lot of prep work to handle before a live broadcast. Our son is the executive director, so of course he has to go earlier. A heap of people are waiting for his instructions. His mother harumphed and said, In the future, stop taking roles like the executive director. It's bad enough that you're working so hard, but look at how many people are scolding you online. Zhang Ye nodded. All right. Wu Ziqing was on her day off today and had come over as well. Wu Ziqing said, Go over there. I'll help you with your makeup. Zhang Ye exclaimed, Aya, there are professional makeup artists at the station. I'd be worried if they put your makeup on. Wu Ziqing insisted on doing it for him. Zhang Ye could only say, Well, all right. They went into his room. Old Wu immediately started to meticulously apply his makeup. His eyebrows, his nose, his lips. Zhang Ye suddenly looked at her in the mirror and said, Old Wu, I might not be able to get a good place for this round, so don't bother watching tonight. Wu Ziqing said, I'll definitely watch. Zhang Ye said firmly, I only want you to see me when I'm winning. Wu Ziqing laughed. I'll still watch it. Zhang Ye said, but Wu Ziqing combed his hair for him. I understand. Zhang Ye hesitated a little before going on. I can't allow myself to sing well. Wu Ziqing nodded, then said with a smile, I knew that you'd already made your decision when you went up on stage for the first time. You were only doing it to save the show, to accompany them on this journey. But none of them could see that you'd never planned on winning in the first place. The show was made by you. The rules were set by you. You're the host, the vote counter, and everything related to the show is overseen by you, including the compilation of the voting numbers. Everyone in the program team are your subordinates, so anyone can win, except you. Only you are not allowed to win. They're all so stupid to not see that. This decision must not have been easy for you. The others might not know, but how could I not know? You're someone who never likes to admit defeat. The stage is your life, so if you're standing on it, you must want to win. No one knows how much you've sacrificed until now. No one knows how much you've endured. But I know, I understand, and I will support your decision. In the end, only old Wu knew him. In the end, only old Wu understood. Yes, anyone could win, except Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye sighed. I was just afraid that you'd be disappointed. Wu Ziqing smiled. I'm not disappointed. I know what kind of person you are. My fiancé is a valiant man who no one can compare to. With a pause, she started filling in Zhang Ye's eyebrows and said, Therefore, even if you came in last place, I would still watch the live episode tonight. Later that afternoon, it was getting busy at Beijing television. Everyone was putting in their best effort for the live episode that was going to happen in a few hours. As they worked, some of the staff were also excitedly discussing tonight's grand finals. I like Zhang Xia. Old Chun is quite good too. Yup, the grand champion has to be one of them. But I still prefer Director Zhang. Director Zhang is out of the running. The Director Zhang of the past was really awesome. But has Director Zhang really lost his touch? Everyone's saying that he's dropped to a level comparable to that of a karaoke singer. But as for why, who knows? Talent has never been easy to assess since it's intangible. When you have it, you can even control the weather. But without it, you can't even write a good song. But what can you do about that? Haven't there been a lot of famous songwriters who have completely disappeared from the scene? They couldn't keep up with the times, so they got filtered out. Hi. Hey, Director Zhang is here. The few of them immediately shut their mouths. Zhang Ye came over. His ears were sharp, so he actually picked up on a bit of their conversation. However, he did not say anything. Hu Fei soon came looking for him. Where's Director Zhang? Has he arrived yet? Zhang Ye looked at him. What's the matter? We have to add another host. Shanshan can't handle it alone, Hu Fei said with a frown. But Zhang Ye said, she'll be fine. Hu Fei immediately said, I wouldn't be worried at all if you were the one hosting. I wouldn't raise an objection at all. Even if you dismantled the entire stage, I wouldn't be worried that things would go wrong. You've seen all kinds of major events and your adaptability is great. Besides, you've also done many live broadcasts. However, Shanshan hasn't. For a huge stage that's broadcasting live to the entire country, all of the hosting, stage control, and atmosphere has to be handled by Shanshan alone. I'm not saying that she doesn't have the ability. Shanshan was also brought up by me, so of course I want the best for her. But this jump is too big and too risky for her. It's fine if you can't host the grand final since you have to sing. But why can't we arrange for another 1 or 2 hosts to support her? Zhang Ye asked. Did Shanshan request this herself? I'm just worried, Hu Fei said. Zhang Ye waved it off. Then there's nothing to talk about. We won't be discussing this anymore. Hu Fei said in a speechless manner. Little Zhang. If she could host King of Masked Singers, Why couldn't she handle this? The hosting lines for King of Masked Singers were only announcements, and there was only a page of it. But it's different today with there being more than 10 pages of hosting lines and a need for spontaneous additions during the entire broadcast. Seeing the two heads of the program team arguing, the people around them were all too scared to speak out. Finally, Dong Shanshan came over when she found out. Zhang Ye, why don't you assign me another? Before she could finish speaking, Zhang Ye said decisively, stop bringing up things that have already been decided. We're going ahead with what we planned. Teacher Shanshan will go on stage alone. If anything goes wrong, I'll be responsible for it. Ho Gu said anxiously. But a station head said this morning. Zhang Ye pointed at himself. Which station head? Get him to come look for me. Ho Gu coughed. There was nothing that Hu Fei could do about it either. Xiao Lu blinked and said, I also think that teacher Shanshan alone is enough to get the job done. In fact, Zhang Ye and Hu Fei often had differences in opinion over work matters, but it did not affect their personal relationship. After the issue passed, they would be back on friendly terms. Any disagreements were just over work. Zhang Ye had not considered any other person for the role of the host. When Dong Shanshan lowered her status to take the host manager role, Zhang Ye said that he would leave the best position for her. And it was precisely this hosting role for the live broadcast of the grand finals that was the best position. He knew that many of the Beijing television hosts were eyeing this role, as anyone could understand that whoever managed to take it would surely become the big brother or sister of Beijing TV. That would definitely cement their future status in the industry. As such, who wouldn't be tempted? So when they heard that Zhang Ye would not be hosting the grand finals, a lot of people started having thoughts about it. But unfortunately for them, they could not get past him. Other than Dong Shanshan, no one would be allowed to do it. Zhang Ye was sometimes just this unreasonable. Chapter 1265. Zhang Ye's Shocking Celebrity Guest Partner. Chapter 1265. Zhang Ye's Shocking Celebrity Guest Partner. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. On the same night. Counting down. To the live broadcast. 3, 2, 1. The live broadcast of I Am a Singer's Grand Finals officially kicked off. Back at home, his mother was holding a packet of melon seeds and pointing at the television. Little Wu, it's about to begin. Coming, Andy. Wu Ziqing walked over gracefully and sat down. His father asked, when does little Yi come on? His mother, who was munching on the melon seeds, said, I don't know. At the studio, everyone was putting in overtime today and stayed behind to watch the live broadcast. Ha Chi-Chi gasped and said, it's starting. Little Wang said excitedly. Just who could director Zhang have invited? Zhang's was said. I'm not sure. He said it was a secret. Tong Fu laughed and said, he didn't even tell us about it. Could there be a surprise? Little Wang said, I still believe that director Zhang will emerge as the champion. When the others heard that, they could only respond with a bitter laugh. Emerge as the champion? Was that even possible? At Peking University, in the student dormitories, the live broadcast is starting. Sisters, come over quickly. I don't feel like watching it anymore. Why not? I'm a diehard fan of Zhang Ye. If he can't write any good songs and his singing has declined, what's there left for me to watch? It will only make me feel worse. Maybe Professor Zhang will be able to turn things around. Yeah, let's just watch. All right. At this moment, viewers around the country were all waiting before their televisions. Dong Shanshan appeared in a stunning red dress and amazed countless people. The opening advertising messages were presented and an introduction of the grand finals rules was announced. She also did so with humor within her professionalism, making many people laugh to tears. It was only now that a lot of them realized that this sexy goddess they thought only relied on her looks and figure was actually able to front a show by herself. Ignoring her looks and figure, she was still an excellent host. On Weibo, Shanshan's popularity is going to soar. She's always going to be my goddess. I really like her. She doesn't have any scandals and even keeps a low profile. Right? Maintaining such a good reputation despite going the sexy route. There's really no one who could do it except her. Teacher Shanshan is doing better and better these days. That's because she has the support of Zhang Ye. That's right. As long as Zhang Ye makes a show, the host will be Dong Shanshan. No one stands a chance against her. Their relationship as classmates goes way back. Zhang Ye is indeed a loyal friend. Yeah, Shanshan and Zhang Ye's fan clubs have almost become a family. After that, the build-up performances began. The eliminated singers from before all returned to sing for the show. Zhao Wuyo, Shui Kaiki, Li Naran. Good songs kept coming one after another. The television viewers and live studio audience were all mesmerized from listening. They're all such great singers. I feel that every one of them could have made it into the grand finals. Yeah, they sang amazingly. At the very least, they're still better than Zhang Ye. Don't mention that fellow anymore. We still don't know which celebrity guest partner he invited for today. That's right. All the other singers' guest partners have already been exposed. Even though it might not be true, there's still a general idea of who's coming. It's only Zhang Ye's guest who hasn't been revealed. We'll find out very soon. He better not pull some stunt again. Yeah, he's always full of surprises. The build-up performances ended. The competition proper finally began. When Dong Shanshan reappeared on stage, everyone's hearts jumped into their throats as they stared hard and pricked up their ears, as though afraid of missing a scene or a note. In the studio, on the stage, Dong Shanshan smiled and said, "Next up, we're going to officially begin the competition. The order of appearance for the grand finals will still be decided by picking lots. However, our first singer today did not partake in the lot picking and requested to be the first one to come on stage to perform. After seeking the consent of the other singers, our program team chose to respect this decision." With a pause, she added on, "But of course, we didn't dare to not respect this decision either since it is our executive director we're talking about." The entire studio audience laughed. Zhang Ye will be singing first. Who's his guest partner? There's a fool who would request to go first. The first one to sing will be very disadvantaged. Everyone started whispering. Dong Shanshan said, "So, let's welcome the first singer and his celebrity guest partner on. We'll hand the stage over to them." She left the stage. The spotlights immediately shone on the moon gate. The live studio audience turned and stared in that direction. No one blinked at their televisions. Even the singers backstage were waiting anxiously to see who Zhang Ye had invited. With the lights on them, two figures slowly walked out. One of them was smiling and the other was waving to the audience. When they saw who it was beside Zhang Ye, each and every person was flabbergasted. At this moment, it was as though 10,000 grass mud horses were rampaging through their minds, without taking a single wisp of a cloud away. People screaming, people passing out, people staring. There was disbelief. It blew up in the studio and in front of the televisions. Why is it him? What the heck? Zhang Ye, you really don't have a shred of decency in you. I really burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. This is way too goddamn unexpected. My mom just asked why I was kneeling watching TV. Zhang Ye, I really have to give it to you. This is something that only you can fucking think of. His mother was stunned. His father was dumbfounded. Wu Ziqing quirked a corner of her lip up. Ha Chi nearly fell out of her seat. Zhang's was stared with wide eyes. Xiaodong burst into laughter. Amy was at a loss for words. Zhang Xia, Qin Guang. No one had expected it to be him. Everyone has speculated and come up with many possible candidates as to who might be Zhang Ye's celebrity guest partner. If Zhang Ye wanted to turn things around, then the first round of the grand finals was incredibly important. At a time Zhang Ye couldn't produce any more good songs, finding a powerhouse singer was the best way for him to get more votes. But to everyone's surprise, Zhang Ye actually found someone no one could have ever thought of. Yes, it was someone who didn't even cross their minds. It was Yao Jiankai, Zhang Ye's best partner. I'm gonna cry. Old Yao, don't fool around. Hurry back home. Old Yao, did you come to the wrong studio? This is I Am a Singer, not some crosstalk contest. I'm gonna faint too. What's the meaning of this? Are you two going to put together a crosstalk? I'm cramping up with laughter. Zhang Ye is too good at starting things. If old Yao can really sing, I'll fucking streak in public. I'll do it right now. I'll go as well. I would really like to see how these two fellas are going to sing. Damn, they've brought out a crosstalk table. Are they really going to fucking perform a crosstalk? This is a singing competition. Why would they perform a crosstalk? If these two can really do a crosstalk with music, I'll call them both daddy. I'll call them mummy. Come on. How the hell can there be a musical crosstalk? A group of professional music critics and fellow peers sitting in the front row were also stunned, when they saw Zhang Ye picking up a gavel one block. The table had been carried out onto the stage. Both Zhang Ye and Yao Jiankai were dressed in their crosstalk costumes. Suddenly, with a bang, the gavel block was slammed onto the table. Zhang Ye opened his mouth and recited, speaking and acting out the right way to live life. Walking the straightest of 3 tracks. What goes around comes around. Change is the only constant. After the introduction poem was said, the sound of a gong cut in, and the musical instruments started playing. Zhang Ye sang, I was born to an impoverished family, with 6 maids and a dozen or so security guards. But to be straightforward and to embody righteousness, I beat up Southern Mount Nursing Home, trample on North Head Preschool. I make anyone over 90 and under 9 cower in fear. Zhang Xiao laughed. Huffed. Xiaodong burst into laughter on the spot. Born to an impoverished family? Is this what you call being born to an impoverished family? Over 90 and under 9? Io, why don't you just die or something? Amy was stunned. Rap? Is this rap? Some of those in the audience were laughing while others were taken aback. Fuck, he could really sing it. The audience was shocked watching. Zhang Ye calmly sang at a fast pace. He says the Analects have recorded. The world was evil. Can't deal, leave. You can't have your cake and eat it too. You don't have a house or a car, but you're not mean. Worship me so that whoever tries to bully you will be slashed by me 3 times. Yao Jiankai latched onto that. How? Zhang Ye said. By slashing his car tires, get it? The audience was in stitches. Ha ha ha. Io. These two are so terrible. These lyrics are so damn funny. By now, the song was finally coming to the end. The audience was also getting more and more intrigued as they listened. Zhang Ye sang. But right then, a fearsome being stood next to me, staring, putting his hand in his bag like a mugger. He looked at Yao Jiankai. Yao Jiankai already had his hand in the bag with a fierce look on his face. Zhang Ye continued singing. How could Lord Zhang take this lying down? With dignity at stake, he swaggered over cool as could be and said, then his voice faded. Bro, is there something you want? The audience cramped up with laughter again. Do you call this cool? Do you call this swagger? Yao Jiankai sneered, pointing with his chin. Do you know who was responsible for last year's mutilated corpse in the moat? Zhang Ye said, huh? Yao Jiankai snarled. Do you know who was responsible for beating someone up last month until they became a retard? Huh? Yao Jiankai pointed at his feet. Then surely you know who was responsible for that fatal stabbing right here 2 days ago. Zhang Ye said in fright, huh? I don't know, what do you want? The audience was also listening attentively. What did he want? Were they going to start fighting? Did he bump into some vicious guy? Yao Jiankai stared hard as he said, you really don't know? Zhang Ye said, I really don't know. All of a sudden, Yao Jiankai took a newspaper out of his bag as he switched to a sharp, high-pitched voice and said with a grin, hey, then why don't you buy a copy of Legal Daily? Everyone in the studio saw red. Legal Daily? So you're just a fucking newspaper hawker. The song ended. Applause rang out instantly. At the same time, the sound of laughter went on for a very long while. Even Dong Shanshan looked like she was tearing up from laughter off stage. It was also her first time hearing this. Excitement was running high online too. I passed out laughing. That was so much fun. Musical crosstalk? They really could do it. I'm convinced. I was on my knees early on in the song. Who was the one who said that they'll call them daddy and mummy? Who mentioned that they'd go streaking? Get out there. They've really used rap music to perform a crosstalk. Even this is possible. Nonsense has its nonsense logic too. A musical crosstalk song from Zhang Ye's former world. The people of this world had obviously not heard something like this before, nor had anything like it ever appeared. Even the music critics and professionals in the music industry who were sitting in the front row had been stunned and overwhelmed by Zhang Ye and Yao Jiankai's musical crosstalk. 1. A wooden block used in crosstalk performances. 2. https://u2.be/zwz4vczrfda. Chapter 1266. Zhang Ye switches songs. Chapter 1266. Zhang Ye switches songs. Translator, leg editor, leg. Back at home, his mother couldn't stop laughing. That rascal. His father was also pretty amused by the performance. This song is not bad. He's really enjoying his singing, his mother said while munching on melon seeds. However, When Wu Ziqing, who was sitting next to them, saw the seemingly happy Zhang Ye smiling on screen, she said with heartache, "He's actually not enjoying himself." His mother was taken aback and turned to look at her. "Why?" Wu Ziqing said, "Because this isn't a song he wants to sing." In the studio, he's created a new genre. That's pretty impressive of him then. But there's no chance of winning with this song. Yeah, he won't be able to get into the top 3 like this. Zhang Ye isn't fated to be the grand champion. Grand champion? I doubt he'll even break into the top 5. But I do kinda like this song. It's pretty relaxing and funny. If it wasn't a competition today, I would have found it rather interesting to listen to. That's right, but aren't his other songs on this stage all like that too? With the best matched duo of the crosstalk world singing together, I wonder if the viewership ratings will shoot through the roof again? Haha, he's really full of surprises. A song like that will surely become very popular in the karaokes. And then there's also the hottest ethnic trend and Small Apple. Those are definitely songs that will get played a lot in the karaoke sessions of ordinary people. Puffed, did you guys see what they're calling Zhang Ye now? I saw it. They're all saying that he's the king of karaoke. Huh. Karaoke won't be a problem for him for sure. He can certainly bring up the atmosphere during a session. But for a stage like this, it's still a place to compete on artistic value and singing abilities. Zhang Ye and Yao Jinkai left the stage. Quite a few audience members came rushing forward. "Teacher Zhang, I like you so much. You're really funny. Can I get a hug, Teacher Zhang? Your song was so funny. But I still won't be voting for you. When it comes to singing, I still find that the other singers are doing better. However, I like your songs." Zhang Ye gave them a hug one by one. Thank you, thank you." When Yao Jinkai heard that, he tried to pull in some votes for Zhang Ye. Their microphones were still on at the moment, but when Yao Jinkai was beginning to say, "Please vote for," Zhang Ye nudged him. Yao Jinkai was startled and shut his mouth. Zhang Ye didn't say anything and left with old Yao from the wings. There was no need to canvass for votes. This was good enough. This was all he needed. Backstage, in the singers' waiting rooms, Zhang Xia especially came out to welcome them. "Old Yao, you're crossing over into our music industry too?" Yao Jinkai laughed and said, "Me? How could I possibly join the music industry? I even had to force myself to come here today." I was so surprised when Zhang Ye called and asked me to be his celebrity guest partner. I said that I wouldn't go, but he threatened to tear down my house. So I just thought that it'd be better to come since I just had my house renovated last year. Zhang Xia said, "It was a very good song. I suppose only the two of you could sing something like that." Yao Jinkai sighed. "I only came to support this kid." Zhang Ye smiled and said, "Grandma Zhang, are you the third person to sing?" "Yes, I picked the number 3 lot earlier." Zhang Xia had been through many big occasions before and was one of the singers here with strong mental fortitude. "Xiaodong is going second. I think she should have already gone up on stage," Zhang Ye said. "All right then, I'll head back into my room to listen to her performance. I'll be cheering you on too. I'm optimistic about both you and Old Chen's chances to be crowned as the grand champion." Zhang Xia smiled. "Sure, I'll do my best." Yao Jinkai headed back to the celebrity guest partner's waiting room. Meanwhile, Zhang Ye went into room number 1, which was his designated waiting room. On the television, Xiaodong had already started singing. Her celebrity guest partner was Li Shaoxian, the other member of Spring Garden. The moment they started singing, the audience became very excited and seemingly forgot all about Zhang Ye and Yao Jinsai's musical crosstalk. Xiaodong and Li Shaoxian were singing a love song that depicted the story of 2 women fighting over a man. "Please leave him." "No, you should leave. Don't hurt him anymore. It was you who hurt him." Their singing was outstanding. The song was very touching too. The cameras panned to the audience and showed their amazed expressions. Zhang Ye also found the performance to be quite good. However, he started clenching his fists tightly again for some reason. Xiaodong finished singing. Zhang Xia took to the stage, followed by Huang Cheng, followed by Chen Guang, then Amy, and finally He Huan. Everyone gave their best and did great. Their performances were either moving, touching, explosive, or sorrowful. It really felt like a feast of delicacies as the grand musical event touched countless of people. On the internet, an endless debate was going on. Zhang Xia must be the grand champion. Get lost, victory, to Chen Guang. I have a good feeling about Xiaodong. Amy might just cause an upset. Huang Cheng's song selection wasn't that good. Well, Anyone could become the champion, but Zhang Ye, huh? Of course. Did you even have to say that? The songs he sang were utter garbage. Yeah, they were really crap. They're all just catchy tunes. Zhang Ye has lost his touch. After listening to everyone else perform and thinking back to Zhang Ye's song, they're indeed on a different level to his performance. He really can't write those touching songs he wrote in the past. It's the decline of a hero. That nonsense has its nonsense logic of has left me so sleepy. What the hell happened to Zhang Ye? Who knows? He lost his talent overnight. He's even so stubborn that he doesn't want to sing the songs that he's sung before, nor cover another singer's songs. So who can be blamed for that? The first round of performances ended. Everyone was waiting for the results of the first round now. The singer in last place for the first round rankings would have to perform first in the second round, and so on and so forth. Every singer was waiting in their individual rooms and hoping they would not have to perform so early in the second round, because that would mean that their number of votes was not ideal. Only Zhang Ye was not waiting for the results. Instead, he was browsing through his cell phone to see the reviews from the people. Crap? Lost his touch? On the decline? He showed no expression but felt a heavy weight in his heart. He couldn't get rid of this feeling, and it felt unbearable. Suddenly, the door was pushed open. Dafei and Xiao Lu both came running in. Director. Zhang. Zhang Ye looked at them both. What is it? Xiao Lu said, pleasantly surprised. We went past it. We went past it. Dafei also sounded extremely excited. The viewership ratings have surpassed 4%. It just managed to pass that mark by a little. We've broken the record for the viewership ratings of variety shows. That ceiling of the variety world. Zhang Ye laughed. Good, very good. All of a sudden, Dong Shanshan, who was in the studio, announced the rankings. She said, the results are now in my hands. Regrettably, the first round's lowest-ranked singer is Zhang Ye. So then, could Teacher Zhang please get ready while we get ready to begin the second round of performances? The voice sounded from the television in the room loud and clear. Dafei was stunned. Xiaolu did not say anything either. Zhang Ye just smiled and said, all right, it's my turn soon. Both of you hurry up and get back to work. Xiaolu said, Director Zhang, go on. Zhang Ye waved her away. Dafei and Xiaolu gave each other a look and walked away silently. With only 5 minutes left to prepare, Zhang Ye sat in his waiting room for a bit before slowly getting up. He straightened his shirt and arranged his hair a little before lightly stepping out of the room. Along the way, the staff all turned to look at Zhang Ye, not knowing what to say. Director Zhang was in last place. Many of the staff members didn't know how to feel about it. Director Zhang. Director. Zhang. Director. Zhang Ye smiled and nodded at everyone. The viewership ratings had broken 4%. I Am a Singer had created history. His mission was finally complete, and it was done so beautifully too. It was carried out perfectly without anything to nitpick. I've done all that I was supposed to do. Then for the last song, can I be a little headstrong? I don't want any votes. I really don't. I just want to sing. I just want to seriously sing something that I wish to sing. Can I? In the opposite direction, Hu Fei was walking over cheerfully. It's time to go on stage, Director Zhang. Zhang Ye stopped in his tracks and said, is there still time if I want to change my song? Hu Fei said, stunned, change songs. Zhang Ye shook his head. No, it's nothing, I was just saying. But Hu Fei pulled him back and said sternly, just what's going on? Zhang Ye laughed at himself. Just pretend you didn't hear me. The nearby staff and camera operators who heard him were also taken aback. There are only 2 more minutes until the performance starts, and this is even a live broadcast. Yet you're asking to change songs now. How would that be possible? How could there still be time? No one could agree to it. No one understood what was with Zhang Ye. More so, no one could understand what Zhang Ye was thinking. Hu Fei fell silent. He did not say anything in response. Zhang Ye continued making his way to the front. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Before him, the stage was getting closer and closer. Suddenly, Hu Fei called out to him from behind. Zhang Ye looked back. Hu Fei looked him in the eye. Just sing what you want to sing. Leave the rest to me. The people around them were frightened. Producer Hu, have you gone mad? Fuck. This. Zhang Ye looked at old Hu. Are you sure? Hu Fei laughed. You're the executive director, and I'm the executive producer. Our words are law. So who would dare disobey? He then turned to an employee nearby. Inform Shanshan. Get her to stall for another 5 minutes no matter what. The employee was almost in tears. Producer who this? Hu Fei said loudly. Hurry up. The employee wiped his sweat away. Understood. Chapter 1267. The King of Karaoke. Chapter 1267. The King of Karaoke. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Watching television. Many viewers were wondering what was going on. What's with this? Why is Dong Shanshan still talking? Won't teacher Zhang hurry on stage already? I'm really looking forward to seeing another funny performance by him. Ha ha ha. It better not be another Plaza dance tune. If it is, I'll really have to kneel. His mother said, Where is he? His father said, Probably getting ready. Wu Ziqing just quietly watched the TV. The singers backstage were finding it rather strange too. Zhang Xiao wondered, why hasn't he gone onto the stage yet? Amy laughed to her host manager and said, What kind of big move is teacher Zhang pulling? Xiaodong guessed. It was a musical crosstalk for the first round. Could he be doing a musical talk show for the second round? Xiaodong's host manager couldn't stop laughing at that. With director Zhang's personality, it might really be possible. Countless people were waiting. Zhang Yuanqi and Fang Weihong were watching the competition. Fan Wenli was watching. Ning Lan was watching. A heavenly king was watching. The students and teachers of Peking University were watching. The students and teachers of Media College were watching. Suddenly, Dong Shanshan said, All right, let's hand the stage over to our first singer. Finally, Zhang Ye appeared. The entire nation's viewers' attention was on him. They were either in stitches, yawning in boredom, or railing at him. Voices like these were also present on a smaller scale within the live studio audience of I Am a Singer's Grand Finals. The stage was located not far from the live studio audience, so anyone talking in there could be heard quite clearly. Let's see what kind of nonsense he's going to come up with this time, huh? I like Zhang Ye. He gave me a hug after his first performance. So why didn't you vote for him since he hugged you? I saw you voting for Zhang Xia instead. Don't you tell me off. Teacher Zhang gave you a hug too, but didn't you vote for Chen Guang? That's because Chen Guang has true skill. Teacher Zhang only knows how to sing casually now, and those songs aren't even touching anymore. Go Karaoke King. King of Karaoke. King of Karaoke. Quite a few audience members were heckling him. Even the TV viewers were finding this rather amusing when they heard the noise. King of Karaoke? What an appropriate title. Karaoke standard songs. And a karaoke level of singing. A piano was placed on the stage. Usually, when a piano was put on stage, it would be placed at an angle. But this one wasn't. It faced the audience. Zhang Ye sat in front of it and stretched out his hands, suddenly trembling a little. Was it excitement? Was it nervousness? Was it sadness? Looking at the stage lights, looking at the densely packed audience, Zhang Ye had the urge to cry for the first time. His heart was pounding like mad. So he took a deep breath, but couldn't slow it down no matter what. Did you guys know? Be it perturbed, small apple, or even nonsense has its nonsense logic. None of those songs were what I wanted to sing. But I still sang each song very seriously. None of them were perfunctory performances. I practiced them time and again. I rearranged the music over and over. I used all the spare time that I had to polish those songs. I just wanted to sing them to the best I could, because I thought that since I couldn't win, then I should at least bring some smiles and laughter to all of you. Did you guys know that? Did you really know that? His hands landed, and the sound of the piano cut through the air. Hey! Sad melody hit everyone right in the heart. The contrast was too great. It was so great that everyone was caught off guard. The audience was dumbfounded for a moment, clearly because this was not the viral tune they were expecting. Could there be a surprise coming up? Would Zhang Ye suddenly jump onto the piano and dance? The atmosphere turned quiet. The sound of the piano seemingly transported them to another world. There was only a person with a piano in this world. Zhang Ye lightly closed his eyes and sang one. My singing isn't touching enough, but please don't frown. I want to be with you till death do us part. I just want to have fun and sing till the next century's countdown. So please don't mind me playing to the emotions of your heart. The audience was stunned. Everyone was stunned. This song. Zhang Ye opened his eyes. What else can I do? If cuddling cannot excite you? Cheaply singing. The emotions written in love songs. What else can I do? If love no longer inspires? Those clicked lyrics spur your compassion. The two girls that Zhang Ye hugged earlier had their eyes turn red and teary. Hu Fei was stunned. Dafei exclaimed. Xiao Lu covered her mouth in disbelief. Why? Why was it like this? Zhang Ye's voice was getting louder. Who still believes in shallow words like for all of our days? Come, I will gift you a song that made millions of people cry. A never-before-heard vow is like a happy Ferris wheel, only that can make me scream how deeply I love, 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 love you. All of a sudden, he stopped playing the piano and singing. Countless people looked at Zhang Ye's face and saw that his eyes had reddened while his hands were shaking. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. I only know how to sing casually. I was singing garbage. Zhang Ye pressed the keys, throwing my heart and soul into the Milky Way. Who is garbage? If you don't want me to be sad, please spare me a bit of your love. Backstage, Zhang Xia stood up. Chen Guang was amazed. Xiaodong was dumbfounded. Huang Cheng was stunned. Amy's tears started falling. Lost his touch? Couldn't write a good song? His singing was declining? Garbage? Bullshit. Bull fucking shit. Clearly, you can still sing great. Clearly, you can still write great songs. Clearly, you could have beat everyone else. So why? Just why? Zhang Ye sang sadly. I cry whenever I sing what's on my mind. If you're afraid of getting sad, just take my hand. I have thousands of things to tell you combined. It's simpler than wishing to be together forever. It's no rare demand. Who still believes in shallow words like for all of our days? Come, I will gift you a song that made millions of people cry. A never-before-heard vow is like a happy Ferris wheel, only that can make me scream how deeply I love, 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 love you. The live studio audience and television viewers had never seen this side of Zhang Ye before. They were all shocked by it. Zhang Ye's singing was too shocking. His voice was like a knife, cutting bit by bit into their hearts. There were no high notes, but his perfected singing could still reach them through the TV. This type singing was something they had not heard in Zhang Xia's or Chen Guang's performances. Even they could not achieve this. How could someone who could write this sort of song have lost his touch? How could someone who could sing like this be a fallen hero? You were obviously standing at the peak. So why? Just why? Many of the live studio audience members stood up. Zhang Ye's face was dripping with sweat. He sang loudly. Wrote 20 songs for you to show that I haven't given up, and even included that your love went over the line. Singing these 20 songs for you to show that I mean it. Even the microphone feels for me. It's not that I don't know how to sing. It's really not. However many songs you guys want in the future, I can sing all of them for you. Are 5 songs enough? Are 10 songs enough? Are 20 songs enough? I can sing them. I can sing to all of you for my entire life, or even 2 lifetimes. Then, he went quiet. The air was still. Zhang Ye closed his eyes. I'm more than anyone else. Yet you're saying that. The king of karaoke is me. You're more than anyone else. No one is your match. The music critics in the front row looked at one another in shock. Zhang Ye looked at everyone in the audience below. Stage. I just wanted to always be in love with you. But that terribly ruthless yawn of yours utterly destroyed me. 2. The expression on all of their faces at this moment was shock. A song could convey emotions and feelings. A song could also speak. In this instance, a lot of people realized that the incomparable Zhang Ye, who could even make the microphone feel for him, had only been singing those catchy tunes to make everyone laugh for one reason. They finally understood what this reason was. It was the only reason he didn't sing well, even though he could. He wasn't allowed to sing well. He couldn't win. Because he was the executive director. Because he was the one who made the rules. Anyone could win, except Zhang Ye. After listening to the song, Hu Fei understood. Zhang Xia understood. Xiaodong understood. Amy understood. A lot of people understood. They only just realized how much Zhang Ye sacrificed for this show, for all of them, and for the audience. How much had he given and lost? It was much greater than they could have imagined. This was a sacrifice that no celebrity in the entertainment industry would ever want to pay the price for. They should have known better. Hu Fei took off his glasses and wiped his tears away with a sleeve. Xiao Lu crouched down and cried with her head in her arms. Many of the Beijing television staff were crying. All of a sudden, an angry roar came from the audience. Champion! A second voice shouted. Champion! A third one. A fifth one. A 10th one. Champion! 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 The entire audience got to their feet. The entire audience was cheering in unison. Xiao Lu raised her head to look at it with streaks of tears still visible on her cheeks. Hu Fei, Ho Gu, and the others all looked at the audience in shock. 1. https://youtube.be/pzfppp6np6i. 2. The King of Karaoke samples the titles of many other Chinese songs from the industry in its original lyrics. Chapter 1268. It's been hard on you. Chapter 1268. It's been hard on you. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. At the Heavenly Queen's house, Zhang Yuanqi turned her head and said with a smile, "Didn't you say that Zhang Ye doesn't know how to sing anymore?" Fang Weihong feigned ignorance and gave a wry smile. "Did I say that, Sister Zhang?" Zhang Yuanqi nodded. "I think you did." "Oh, then you just remembered wrong," Fang Weihong said. At Chen Guang and Fan Wenli's house. Watching TV, Fan Wenli looked stunned. She muttered to herself at home, "I knew it. I was thinking that you couldn't have suddenly lost your ability to sing. If you had sung like this from the beginning, how many people in the entire music industry would be a match for you?" At the studio, little Wang was wiping away her tears. Hachichi's eyes reddened. Zhang Zhua and the others were also unable to control their emotions. Who fucking says that director Zhang doesn't know how to sing? At an entertainment company, several new singers were amazed. "Wonderful. This singing has to be the top in the industry. The song is really good too." At Zhang Ye's house, his mother's eyes were wet. "This is the song that little Yi wants to sing?" Wu Ziqing said, "Yes. That was a really nice song." "Yes, it was." His mother wiped her tears away and said, "But I still prefer Small Apple." Wu Ziqing laughed. "That's right, anything he sings is good." A song and a piano. That was all it took to move everyone. In the live broadcast studio, "Champion! Champion! Champion!" The audience's shouting was deafening. Some of the fans who had been holding up LED boards of Zhang Xia, Chen Guang, Spring Garden, and the other singers' names also stood up and screamed for Zhang Ye. It was as if everyone at the venue had gone crazy. Zhang Ye simply shook his head. "Champion, forget that. I can't accept that honor." He only wanted to sing well for this last song. It was a luxury and a headstrong thing to do, but it was more than enough for him. He didn't want anything else. Zhang Ye was pretty happy. So many people listened to him sing, shed tears for him, and shouted his name, which was all he needed. He had nothing to regret now that he had expressed his true feelings at the fall of the curtain. Dong Shanshan went up on stage. "Director Zhang, this is your final performance on the stage of I Am a Singer. Do you have anything to say to the audience?" Zhang Ye thought for a bit and looked into the crowd. "Thank you," Dong Shanshan said. "Everyone is given a minute to campaign for more votes." Zhang Ye hesitated for a moment, then said again, "Thank you." He didn't say anything other than thanking everyone twice. Zhang Ye exited the stage and walked past the audience as he left. A young man suddenly stood up. "Zhang Ye, good luck." A teenage girl shouted in tears, "Go teacher Zhang." "Zhang Ye, good luck. You're the best. You're just the best." Once he left the stage, Hu Fei, Ho Gu, and the others were waiting for him. Zhang Ye smiled. "Whoa, what's with this?" "Director Zhang." Xiao Lu came up to him, sobbing. "Hey, hey, hey." Zhang Ye quickly gave her a token hug and patted her on the back. "All right, enough. What's with this? What's with all of you? Good God, we still have a show to record. With over half of our program team's senior leadership gathered here, can we still record? Let's get back to work." Han Qi was also wiping away her tears. Hu Fei said, "Zhang Er." Da Fei said emotionally, "You've suffered." Zhang Yi laughed and said, "What do you mean I've suffered? Making such a good show and standing on such a big stage for so many people to hear me sing. How is that called suffering? If that is suffering, then what about those who are really suffering? I'm very fortunate. In fact, I should apologize to everyone. Changing the song, having everyone change the lyrics in a hurry, and getting a piano for the performance at the last minute during a live broadcast. I'm sorry, I promise this will be the only time it happens." Hu Fei also laughed. "You're speaking like you haven't done this before." During King of Masked Singers, he had requested a song change many times. Zhang Yi said in embarrassment, "Brother Hu, don't expose me like that." Hu Fei kept quiet for a moment. "Director Zhang, it's been hard on you." Zhang Yi said, "I was just serving the people, nothing hard about it." Hoga said, "I don't think it's possible to catch up on in the voting. The champion should have been. Zhang Ye waved it off. Oh, come on. We should leave that fight to old Chun and Grandma Zhang. Xiaolu suddenly stopped crying. She turned around and said, "What's Shanshan saying?" Dafei, Ho Gu, and the others also turned around to look. The door that connected to the soundstage was shut, but faint sounds from inside could be heard from here. When Zhang Ye heard it, he was also taken aback for a second. On the stage, a lot of the audience members were still immersed in the shock of that song, the king of karaoke. Dong Shanshan raised her microphone and said quietly, "Since Zhang Ye does not want to ask for votes, let me use the remaining time to say something. I've known Zhang Ye for many years. We sat together for our 4 years in university, as well as shared the same office cubicle for a year after our graduation. Later on, we even worked together on quite a few shows and also shot a music video together. If we have to identify those in the industry who know him best, I should probably count as one of them. All of you should know full well what kind of a personality he has. He's very straightforward and always speaks his mind, doing whatever he deems fit. But to tell you the truth, today's also my first time seeing him like this." The audience nodded. Yes, they've never seen him like this before. Dong Shanshan smiled and said, "That guy's always eager to win. Be it any competition, even if it's just a simple comparison, he always wants to get first place." With a pause, she continued, "But he did not do so this time. Ever since joining the show as a competitor, he's also been working in his roles as the director, vote counter, and host. He was fine with however much overtime he had to put in at work, just so that the show would be able to go on without a hitch. In order to protect the other singers, he endured, compromised, kept silent. In the past, these were words that I would never link to Zhang Ye. But I saw all of that in him this time. It's only now that I realized that the Zhang Ye I knew could sacrifice so much. For the show, for his colleagues, for the greater good, he was willing to endure it and take a step back." The audience went silent. In the crowd, the music critics and fellow professionals were also silent. Dong Shanshan smiled and said, "The reason why I'm saying this is not because I want to get votes for Zhang Ye. I just wanted to tell him this. Director Zhang, it's been hard on you." Silence. There was not a sound. Then, in the span of a pin dropping, applause broke out from the audience. The music critics were applauding. The audience was applauding. There were even some people who stood up and gave a thumbs up high in the air. 1 person, 10 people, 100 people. The cameras panned over to them instantly. Countless audience members were giving a thumbs up in the direction of the door that Zhang Ye had left through. The sight was astonishing, and every home viewer also felt very touched when they saw this on TV. They had not understood. Didn't Zhang Ye lose his ability to sing? Then how did he suddenly regain that ability? After listening to Dong Shanshan's speech, they finally understood. So it was because he was only here to accompany them. So it was because he had been protecting everyone all this while. So it was because he couldn't win right from the moment he took on the role of the singer-host. He was destined to be a supporting role working in the shadows of the others. What kind of feeling was that? What kinds of emotions did he feel? It was something they couldn't understand, but they knew that this was an extremely difficult choice for a person like Zhang Ye to take. Chapter 1269. Be serious, we're showing off here. Chapter 1269. Be serious, we're showing off here. Translator, leg editor, leg on. Weibo. The netizens were getting very excited. I was wrong. Motherfucker, I take back the words I said about Zhang Ye. I'll take my words back too. I've already deleted my old Weibo posts. In so many years of listening to people sing, this is the first time I've shed a tear while listening to a song. Fuck. So it wasn't that he didn't know how to sing anymore. It was just that he couldn't do it. It was only because we've come to the final round of the grand finals, when he could no longer catch up in voting, that he finally sang for real. It's too good. I'm crying too. My tears are falling all over the place. To put a person like Zhang Ye on stage and not allow him to sing properly? That was probably even worse than killing him. It really wasn't easy. I won't slander Zhang Ye anymore in the future. Passerby transforming into a fan. Fan transforming into a diehard fan. Me too. Diehard fan transforming into a brain-dead fan. The king of karaoke is so touching. How can it be so good? Let's vote for it. Yeah, let's vote for Zhang Ye. I've already done so. Zhang Ye's fans all came out of the woodwork. Zhang Ye's fan club, which had maintained a low profile, appeared out of the blue and overwhelmed Weibo, the forums, and Tieba with the force of an avalanche. Please vote for Zhang Ye. He can't win anymore. I know, but we have to at least let Teacher Zhang know that we're still around. Right? Please vote. Let Teacher Zhang know that we're here. Dong Shanshan's fan club also appeared. Count us in. Vote for Zhang Ye. Our friends from Zhang Ye's fan club, we're here. As allies, we must support Zhang Ye. Yao Jiansai's fans also popped up. We're here, we're here. How can the party start without us? Old Yao's fans, let's all vote for Zhang Ye. Okay, like that needs to be said. Fan Winley suddenly posted on Weibo. I just cried. It was an indescribable feeling. Although Old Chun and Grandma Zhang both sang very well, my vote will still go to Zhang Ye. I don't even have someone else that I want to vote for. I just want to vote for him. Below, many replies came in. Sister Fan, aren't you going to support your husband? Asterisk faints asterisk Sister Fan has defected. Looks like Zhang Ye really did sing well. Alright, I'm gonna vote for Zhang Ye too. Suddenly, Zhang Yuanqi's manager appeared. Fang Weihong posted on Weibo with a screenshot of her vote on her cell phone. Sister Zhang and I are watching I Am a Singer's live broadcast together. We've just voted for Zhang Ye. There's nothing to say except that it was spectacular. Many of the netizens exclaimed. Even the Heavenly Queen has voted for Zhang Ye. I thought that Sister Zhang would vote for Grandma Zhang. Wow, that was unexpected. Zhang Ye's last song moved so many people. It didn't only move us, it shocked us. Yeah, I got the goosebumps all over. Even though they knew he couldn't win. Even though they knew there was no time left. A lot of people were still voting for Zhang Ye. The live broadcast continued. Amy, Xiaodong, Chen Guang, Zhang Xia. Everyone took their turn. As the live broadcast neared its end, the grand champion was going to be revealed. Countless people were either seated in the live studio or before their televisions waiting to see the final results. In her flowing red dress, Dong Shanshan held the results with the rankings on it and announced, the grand champion of the grand finals of the first season of I Am a Singer is. With a deliberate pause, she raised her head and looked into the audience before saying the singer's name, Zhang Xia. Zhang Xia was startled, clearly not expecting this. Applause from the audience rang out. Chen Guang applauded with a smile on his face. Xiaodong applauded in celebration of Zhang Xia's win. Zhang Ye gave her a thumbs up. The number of votes was displayed on the big screen, and the champion emerged. Zhang Xia had beaten the favorite, Chen Guang, by just a few votes to take the title of champion for the first season of I Am a Singer. This title was undoubtedly a big deal to Zhang Xia, as it signified her switch from bel canto to pop music. It was also the greatest affirmation to the achievements of Zhang Xia's work in the artistic singing field over the years. On the same night, the news reported on this. Zhang Xia wins title of Grand Champion. Chen Guang defeated in the Grand Finals. Zhang Xia reaches the peak of her career. Zhang Ye's amazing performance in the Grand Finals. The mystery behind Zhang Ye's non-singing. Unveiling the secret backstory of I Am a Singer. The king of karaoke drops onto the internet. I Am a Singer's viewership ratings defy the heavens by surpassing 4%. Zhang Ye creates yet another legend in the variety field. A successful finale to I Am a Singer. Surprises, shock, and regrets. The dust settled. The public also expressed their opinions. This is such a great show. Zhang Ye is indeed deserving of being called the best director in our domestic variety show market. I really have to give that to him. That's right, I've never watched such a good show before. If Zhang Ye stops making variety shows, I Am a Singer might just go on to become a monumental standard in the industry forever, with no one else able to surpass it. The only regrettable thing was that Zhang Ye did not become the grand champion. That was such a pity. To me, the grand champion is Zhang Ye. Just with the king of karaoke alone, Zhang Ye deserved to be the grand champion. That one song can easily top 10 or 20 songs by the others. Yeah, didn't Grandma Zhang also say that when she won the title of grand champion? She said that she was rather lucky to be holding the trophy. Thinking about it now, it was truly very hard on Zhang Ye. Does anyone still remember the Zhang Ye sprawl that went viral recently? I found it really funny at that time, but looking at it again now, I feel a little sad. He is the greatest contributor behind the scenes, yet he didn't get crowned as the grand champion in the end. Will there be a second season? Of course there will. I hope that Zhang Ye will return for the second season. Yeah, don't make Zhang Ye the director when the time comes. Let him take part as a competitor so that he can sing whatever he wants. We owe him a title. At this moment, Zhang Ye's fan club's current leader spoke. Big Saber Bro, brothers and sisters of our fan club, allow me to say a word or two. Ever since Teacher Zhang became famous, regardless of scolding battles, bumping threads, competitions, or viewership ratings, we have never lost before, not once. But this time we lost. I know that this is because Teacher Zhang is not supposed to become the grand champion. He didn't sing well because he couldn't do so. He had to ensure that the show would not have any flaws or controversies. But the fact remains that we've lost. I know that everyone must not be feeling good and probably feel sorry for Teacher Zhang. I feel the same as you guys. I also can't calm down. As the stand-in leader of the fan club, let me guarantee one thing to all of you today. This will be the first time we lose, and also the last time we lose. From here on out, we'll never lose again. In an instant, tens of thousands of people responded. All right, understood. Got it, got it, got it, got it. Quite a few netizens watching this quietly clicked their tongues. Who could ever guarantee that they would win forever? Never lose again? Who would ever dare to make such claims? In the entire entertainment circle, was there anyone who dared to say something like that? No matter how you thought about it, only these fearless fans of Zhang Ye's would dare to say such a thing. These people were really not afraid or worried about anything. Their momentum was too strong. Zhang Ye had too many people on his side. In the end, this post actually made it to the front page of Weibo. Below the post, the replies from Zhang Ye's army of fans were getting showier and more posturing. We won't lose again. We owe Zhang Ye the title of Grand Champion. We'll take that title someday. Whatever we've lost, we'll take it back with our own hands. Wow, we're on the front page. This is great, Hey, be serious. We're showing off here. The industry was speechless. The netizens were all watching. Finally, even Zhang Ye himself was flushed out. Seeing this group of people's declarations of war, he also got quite a shock. He immediately said to Big Saber Bro, Sis, can we be more low-key? Please. How could I not lose? Do you think I'm a god? You even want me to take the title? Are you asking me to go and steal the trophy from Grandma Zhang's house? However, Big Saber Bro replied with, Go away, it's none of your business. Zhang Ye fan number 22. Go away, it's none of your business. AIDDD. Go away, it's none of your business. Fly flew flown. Go away, it's none of your business. Only convinced by Teacher Zhang. Go away, it's none of your business. Control plus C, Control plus V. A bunch of Zhang Ye's fans were copy-pasting. What do you mean it's none of my business? This is totally my fucking business. Zhang Ye nearly vomited blood. These fuckers. The countless netizens were greatly amused. Ha ha ha. This was such a funny scene that could only happen between Zhang Ye and his own fan club. Of all the celebrities' fan clubs in the country, the most disparate group was Zhang Ye's fan base. Yet, it was also this group of Zhang Ye's troll army that was not to be provoked. If they got frustrated, even Zhang Ye would have to bear their scolding. Once they got their showy swagger going, they wouldn't even leave a shred of respect for Zhang Ye. But if anyone else were to scold Zhang Ye, they would never allow it. They would take it up with the offender and make sure they wouldn't get away alive. Frankly, each was weirder than the last. There were really no others like them. A comedic celebrity, and a comedic bunch of fans. In the entire Chinese entertainment industry, you wouldn't be able to find another group like them. Chapter 1270. Countdown to the Big Wedding. Chapter 1270. Countdown to the Big Wedding. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The next day, at home, Zhang Ye slept until noon. He couldn't help it. His recent days had been a nightmare. It was always all about work the moment he opened his eyes. Even when he was asleep, he would be dreaming that he was instructing the staff at work. Going home for a warm meal felt like he had been given a long vacation from work. The show's planning, directing, tasking, vote counting, hosting, and managing of singers were all overseen by Zhang Ye. No details that happened within the program team did not involve Zhang Ye's decision. As a result, you could imagine how tiring it was for him. He really couldn't get any rest throughout an entire day. The show had finally come to a successful end yesterday, and Zhang Ye's mission was complete. He dozed off the moment he laid down and slept until now. If it weren't for his mother coming to wake him up, he could probably have laid in bed for 3 whole days and nights. The door opened. His mother said, "Son, get up." Zhang Ye yawned. "Is breakfast ready?" "Breakfast?" His mother said, amused. "The sun is shining on your butt. Get up and brush your teeth. It's time for lunch. Hurry, I've cooked all the dishes that you like." Zhang Ye got up from bed. "Okay." His father was working in the living room. "Little Yi, did you silence your cell phone? Ha Chi-Chi from your studio called our house just now, but your mother wouldn't let me wake you up." His mother harumphed and said, "Wake him up for what? Do you want my son to get worked to death?" Zhang Yi laughed and said, "It might be business. I'll drop by the studio later this afternoon." His mother said, "Your business now is to rest up for a few days. Don't keep running around." Zhang Yi scoffed. "It's not like you don't know me. I've never been one to idle. Besides, I'm preparing for a big job." "Which bank are you robbing?" his mother asked. Zhang Yi said, floored. "Why would I be robbing a bank?" His mother chuckled and said, "If you have the time, you should be taking those fans of yours in hand first. They caused a ruckus that lasted past midnight. I kept seeing the ruckus they were making all over Weibo." Zhang Yi waved his hand and said, "Heh, don't even bring those jerks up. I get angry at the mention of them. Look, all of them are even better at showing off than me. They've totally stolen this bro's thunder by shouting those slogans and whatnot. Won't lose again. In the end, doesn't it all still depend on me? Those people are too unreliable." His mother said, "Well, they learned from you." Zhang Yi, "When did I ever teach them that?" His mother said, "In any case, you've never taught them anything good." Zhang Yi had no reply. His mother said, "Hurry up and eat. When you finish, your dad and I will be going out too." Zhang Yi asked, "To do what?" His mother said, "To plan your wedding, of course. The hotel has already been decided on, and it was even the wuss who found the place. We cannot continue to let them worry about the wedding. For the other matters, I'll be going with your dad to discuss with the relevant parties. There are still quite a few things that we need to order, like the flower baskets, the letterings, the decorations, and the wedding dress. I think you and Little Wu should go and choose that yourselves. Oh, the wedding photos have to be taken in advance too. Don't leave it till the last minute and end up trying to catch up. And there are the wedding invitations as well. I'll need a list from you so that I know who'll be invited. Then you can leave the rest to me." Zhang Yi broke into a smile. "Dad, Mom, it's been hard on you both." His mother cut him off. "Save it. Later that afternoon. At the studio. Director Zhang is here." "Director Zhang, you're finally here. Have you seen it yet?" "It's amazing." The moment he arrived, everyone started chattering. Zhang Yi said, "Seen what?" "I just woke up. The popularity rankings, of course." Ha Chi-Chi said with a laugh, "The latest rankings have been published again. We've already sorted it out for you, so please have a look at your current popularity score." It was only then that Zhang Yi remembered that the celebrity rankings index should have been refreshed at midnight last night. Ever since making the show I Am a Singer, Zhang Yi had been focused on Beijing television. He hadn't really been checking on the rankings index much, so it was now time to analyze the results thus far. The 5th step of the Reach the Summit plan had been successfully completed, but as for how much of an impact it had, that would still have to depend on how he did in the Celebrity Rankings Index. After getting hold of the statistics charts, the first thing Zhang Yi saw surprised him very much. "Whoa, this much?" Zhang Zhuo belly laughed. "During yesterday's update, your popularity score increased by a huge amount. There are numbers from earlier too." Little Wang pointed to the form and said, "Look here, this is during the time I Am a Singer's first episode was broadcast. This was for the 2nd episode. This one was the episode where you took on the role as the singer host and participated in the competition. It was also at the start of this episode that your popularity score jumped up in steps. It kept increasing by the day until yesterday, when it went up by the most." "It's too scary." Tong Fu smiled and corrected. "You must mean it's terrifying." Zhang Yi snapped his fingers. "That's pretty good." He was still in first place in the A-list rankings, but his popularity score was no longer the same as before. This 5th step of the Reach the Summit plan had brought him an unimaginable amount of popularity. Whether it was the show's heaven-defying and record-breaking viewership ratings, or Zhang Yi being the executive director who announced the singers' rankings in each episode, or Zhang Yi joining as a competitor and hosting the show, then debuting those songs like I Feel So Drained, The Hottest Ethnic Trend, Small Apple, nonsense has its nonsense logic, and the king of karaoke. All of it had brought Zhang Ye a great deal of attention, especially for the king of karaoke. It was now sweeping the various music charts to the point that the two songs performed by Zhang Xia in the grand finals combined were not one-third as popular as the king of karaoke. This show had really helped a lot of people become very popular, like Zhang Xia, like Chen Guang, like Xiaodong, like Dong Shanshan. Even a has-been celebrity like Zhao Wulio was getting more attention and becoming popular again because of the show. 2 months ago, Zhao Wulio's commercial appearances would only command a fee of several 100,000 RMB. But now the rumors were that a single song performed by him would fetch close to 1 million RMB in fees, as highlighted by his recent concert at a rich businessman's wedding. But of course, nobody really knew whether that was true, let alone the others. Their popularity was exploding with growth. But if there was really a need to pinpoint who experienced the greatest growth in popularity, that person would definitely not be Zhang Xia, nor Chen Guang, much less Dong Shanshan. It would be Zhang Ye. He didn't take the role of the executive director for nothing. The Plaza Dance wave was not for nothing too. Even more, the king of karaoke amazed the nation. Zhang Ye undoubtedly reaped the most benefit. Ha Chichi laughed and said, the fifth step of Reach the Summit was completed just perfectly. It was definitely completed with the most outstanding result and was much better than we had expected. At that time, we were still thinking that it would be best to do a reality TV show and believe that a show like I Am a Singer would not be the best choice. Unexpectedly, director Zhang had to compete. Although it was pretty tiring and he didn't win Grand Champion, the effects were still much better than what a reality TV show could achieve. That was really the most unexpected gain of all. We're now getting closer and closer to those 7 spots above us. No, I shouldn't put it that way. I mean to say we're finally able to see those 7 spots before us. Little Wang snickered. More importantly, no one else seems to have realized it yet. Zhang Zwe gave a wry smile. Don't count on that. We can't keep this a secret for much longer. I think they'll find out soon. Ha Chichi nodded and said, Director Zhang's popularity score isn't that far apart from theirs. I believe we can't hide this fact for long either. As of now, those 7 people have yet to come to their senses and are not thinking about this. After all, the Heavenly King and Queen spots haven't changed in many, many years. They're used to the fact that no one can catch up to them. By the time they realize what's going on and start preparing, that's when the real fight will begin. It will definitely be a bloody battle, so we should be trying to catch up as much as possible while they haven't yet realized. Wu Yi said, but we should at least give Director Zhang some time to rest. He's been overworked in recent days. Hearing that, Zhang Yi laughed and said, I'm fine. There's no need to be so considerate of me. I've said that if I don't get into the S list, I'll never rest. If there are any good projects, let's hurry up and take them. We'll push for higher popularity while they haven't noticed. I slept all day yesterday, so I've recovered pretty well. When it comes to stamina, energy, no one in the entire entertainment industry would dare to claim they are number 1 if I say I am number 2. This was not an exaggeration. A guy who was infinitesimally close to becoming a martial arts grandmaster was in no way comparable to a normal person. Zhang Zwe said, actually, there's no need to rush. Zhang Yi waved his hand and said, we have to her. Because in another few days, I'll probably have to take 5 to 10 days off from work. I won't be able to work on those days, so we have to make the most of it right now. Apply for leave? Why? What are you going to do? Everyone was surprised. Then they saw Zhang Yi smile and say, I'm taking time off to get married. Ha Chichi was stunned. In just a few days? Little Wang said in surprise, right away. Zhang Yi nodded and said, it's currently getting arranged, so it should be very soon. The wedding was slated for this year anyway, so the day was about to arrive. Instantly, congratulatory voices filled the studio. Congratulations. Congratulations, Director Zhang. Hope you have a lifetime of love and happiness. May you be blessed with a child soon. Just who is our sister-in-law going to be? When are we getting a raise, Director Zhang? I don't have any money left to contribute to your wedding gift. When are you and sister-in-law going to have a child? This last sentence was a shot to Zhang Ye's heart. I haven't even touched her yet. So why are we talking about a child? Chapter 1271. Zhang Ye starts live streaming. Chapter 1271. Zhang Ye starts live streaming. Translator, Leg editor, leg. 2 days later. Noon. On the 3rd ring road. Zhang Ye was in his car when his cell phone rang. From the caller ID, he saw that it was from Wu Mo, the CEO of the Brain Gold Company. He answered with a smile. Hey Mo, Brother Zhang, are you for real? What for real? You're getting married to my aunt? You just found out. Your answer really makes me want to beat you up, my brother Zhang. No one told me. So how would I know? Do you think I'm a fortune teller? I just happened to be sending over some things to my aunt's place at the courtyard house when I heard that she was getting married. The news nearly made me faint. When did you two get together? How on earth did you manage to get her to go steady with you? Aren't you too capable? My aunt has really, really high standards. Look at yourself, describing it that way. What do you mean? By getting her to go steady with me? So does that mean that I have to address you as uncle from now on? Yeah, we're going to be relatives. Yet you still asked me for 200 million for the title sponsorship of I Am a Singer? Didn't you say we're relatives? Well, we still haven't married, have we? What the heck? It always comes back to you, doesn't it? That's right. You guys are too good at keeping it a secret. It's such a big affair, but I only just found out about it. Do help me out a little for the wedding, all right? Don't even think about it. You and my aunt are too shady. Haha. Let's stop talking. I have to get to my show. Your first live stream show? I saw the promotions for it. Don't forget to donate to me later. Donate? I'll go on and libel you instead. All right, come at me then. After some good-natured ribbing, they finally hung up. Yang Shu was wearing a pair of sunglasses and driving. Next to Zhang Ye were Ha Chi-Chi, Little Wang, a couple others. The show that Zhang Ye was going to today was extremely important. He was going to live stream one, which had become very popular in recent years for the first time. This was different from the live broadcasts and recordings on television and could be considered an industry of its own. As such, it had its own business model and rules to adhere to. The job was only accepted after the studio staff selected it and made very careful considerations on behalf of Zhang Ye. Right now, he was going to the place to hold his debut live stream. Why did he choose to live stream? Because the interest in this new platform was so high. Back when the live streaming industry had just gotten off to a start, it was not really something people cared about. Especially the more popular celebrities in the entertainment industry, they cared even less. They believed that such platforms were inferior to the ones they were currently performing on. But as the industry took off and exploded, many celebrities could not help but turn their sights to it. Some celebrities were eyeing the popularity and advertising fees they could get on these sites, as one after another, celebrities tested the waters in this new industry. Among them, there was no shortage of A-list celebrities trying their luck. It was simple, convenient, and had a large audience base. These were the advantages of a streaming channel. In the car, Ha Chi-Chi passed Zhang Ye something. Director Zhang, please have another look at the show outline for today. That's not necessary. Zhang Ye chuckled as he waved it off. I should at least be able to handle something like that, shouldn't I? Ha Chi-Chi said helplessly. You may have done many live TV broadcasts and seen a lot of big events, but this is another industry. During the recording of our TV shows, you can just stand there and the audience is bound to give you respect since it's face-to-face. Surely they wouldn't start cursing and throwing shoes onto the stage, right? Even if they do, security will chase them out. But it's different for streaming. Who cares what your status is? If they don't like it and feel like scolding you, you ought to at least be prepared for it. Zhang Ye said, when it comes to scolding, I'm even less afraid. Little Wang laughed. Uft. Tong Fu said, do you intend to have a scolding battle with them? Everyone in the car laughed. Zhang Ye laughed and said, all right, let's not joke anymore. Sister Ha is correct. Since we're going on to another's platform, we have to respect their rules. That's a given. Ha Chi-Chi brought up her worries. I'm just afraid that you won't be able to manage it. The people here aren't interested in things that are high-class and artistic. It's not that they can't appreciate it, but that the atmosphere in a stream makes it not the place for appreciating such subjects. So, even songs like Small Apple probably won't work. There isn't any lighting and stage equipment to bring up the atmosphere during a stream, so you probably have to pay extra attention if you're going to sing. As an example, Teacher Chun was invited to stream at the beginning of the year. He also did so on the same site that we'll be broadcasting on today. The moment he went live, he brought out 3 songs, singing rock songs, as well as performing in falsetto. He threw out all his abilities, and even though a lot of people watched it, The reactions were only SOSO. Coincidentally, on that same day, a popular female streamer on the same site was celebrating her birthday. A bunch of people helped raise her streaming channel's popularity points by donating a total of 1.6 million renminbi in just a day. Meanwhile, it was much quieter on Old Chen's channel. He only received around 300,000 renminbi worth of donations. Although the quantity and value of these donations do not represent everything, his impact still got pushed down by one of the site's own streamers. That was really two-face smacking. One was a B-list celebrity. The other was a streamer who wasn't even qualified to be called an E-list celebrity. As such, the results were even more face-smacking when put in comparison. Zhang Ye said with a laugh. Old Chun even has a story like that. Little Wang said. Quite a lot of the media outlets latched onto this news at the time too. That female streamer who held Chun Guang off also got rather popular after the incident. The fact remains that the streamers who are part of the site have a much greater influence than us. If we encounter another female streamer who is celebrating her birthday, that would be quite troublesome for us. I believe that the incident that happened during teacher Chun Guang's live stream was actually carried out on purpose by that female streamer. She was deliberately stealing his show. Tong Fu said, "Will anyone come and create trouble for us today?" But Zhang Ye said, "They're free to stream whenever they want. It's not something that we should be bothered about, right? Let's just concentrate on making our own stream good, and it'll be enough." This was going to be his last job before the wedding. Starting from the day after tomorrow, Zhang Ye would be taking leave from work to properly prepare for the wedding. The progress of Reach the Summit was going smoothly, and they were not far from implementing the last step of the plan. But before that happened, they would have to wait for Zhang Ye's wedding to take place. As such, today's live stream was going to be the final chance for him to gain on those 7 S-list celebrities. They had to take this chance before their agencies realized what was going on and before the media caught onto Zhang Ye's plan to surpass the A-list rankings. He definitely had to gain as much popularity as he could so that he could surprise everyone and let them know how much danger their positions were in. Ahead, the car arrived at the destination. Yang Shu, his junior marshal sister, dutifully got out of the car and opened the car door. Zhang Ye stepped out. Little Wang picked up Zhang Ye's coat and put it over him. Ha Chi-Chi went forward to talk with the streaming site staff. Manager Ha, Boss Chun, we've arrived. Welcome, welcome. Teacher Zhang, please proceed inside. Boss Chun, you don't have to stand on ceremony with us. Teacher Zhang is usually very busy, so you must not be familiar with our live streaming industry. How about this? Let me take you guys around the company too. Have a look. The streaming studio has already been set up. Sure. Thank you for all your hard work, Boss Chin. The group of them walked inside and were chatting and laughing. Through their conversation, the site's boss both intentionally and unintentionally let them know more about the site's live streaming rules. He touched on topics like what was popular and how to interact with the fans. Their site had spent a good deal of money to invite Zhang Ye to appear on their live streaming site and managed to sign him for his first ever live stream. They were definitely hoping to make use of Zhang Ye's popularity to raise the name of their site and user experience, so they naturally hoped that Zhang Ye could do well enough for both parties to gain something from it. As for why they explained in such detail to Zhang Ye, it was because they assumed that he did not understand a thing about live streaming. They thought that he would think that it was the same as recording a television show and were afraid that Zhang Ye would not know how to translate his success to this platform. They probably had the impression that Zhang Ye had never even watched a live stream before. The internet live streaming of this world was still standardized. Listening to them, Zhang Ye could not help but smile in silence. You people are wrong. This bro has seen much more than any of you. Just this small matter here is nothing compared to what I have seen before. I don't know. I've never watched a live stream before. Have you all seen someone poke a hornet's nest on a stream before? Have you all seen people robbing a grave on a stream before? Have you all seen people write code on a stream before? Have you all seen people kneeling on a keyboard on a stream before? Have you seen people getting it on a stream before? No, right? You all have not seen any of those before, right? I have seen it all. 1. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/live_streaming. Chapter 1272. The Attack of the Site's Female Streamers. Chapter 1272. The Attack of the Site's Female Streamers. Translator, Leg Editor, leg. Zhang Ye's debut livestream lands at Meihe TV. Meihe TV was one of the largest live streaming sites in the Chinese market and had ample capital. The site had signed many streamers under its brand name, and the user base was one of the top 2 in the country. They had invested a large sum of money to get Zhang Ye to come and livestream on their site. The promotions for it were carried out in full swing with the ads running for several days. On Weibo, Zhang Ye is going to start streaming soon. I saw the ads for it since a few days ago. Yeah, there's still half an hour until it begins. I'm really looking forward to it. Is he going to sing or something? Who knows? I'll join the channel first. Haha, I've already been waiting there for 30 minutes. I'm here. Damn, the live stream still hasn't started? The screen is still dark, but there's more than 300,000 viewers? What's with everyone? This is Zhang you were talking about. Do you think he can't command at least that number of viewers who want to watch him? Everyone's spamming the channel with messages. It's so funny. In Zhang Ye's channel, all that could be seen on the stream was a massive amount of scrolling comments. Why is that fella not here yet? Where is Zhang Ye? Hurry up and start streaming already. Go. I've been waiting the whole day for you. Hurry up. Zhang Ye must be squatting in the bathroom. Zhang Ye didn't bring any toilet paper with him, so he can't get out of there. Someone quickly pass a roll of toilet paper to Zhang Ye. I'm waiting for the show to begin, reserving a spot in advance. I came in early because I was afraid I would get locked out. Wow, there are already 400,000 people waiting. In here, this scammer's pretty popular it seems. Yeah, there's no sign of him yet, but there are already 400,000 people waiting. The record for a Meihe TV channel is only around 1 million concurrent viewers, right? It was especially funny when Old Chen live streamed. He actually got destroyed by Himi. Himi is too good at hyping up her streams. The thing is, she reveals a lot of skin. Damn, who dares talk bad about my Himi? Himi is also going to start streaming soon. What? At this time? Wow. Sister E is also announcing in her chat group that she's going to start streaming soon too. They're all doing it because of Zhang Ye. Ha. Zhang Ye's getting attacked. I like seeing this. Why am I so happy? Haha, me too. In the streamers chat group. Himi. Sisters, I'm going in first. Sister E. All the best. We must fight back. Huh. Yes. Show him what we can do and who has the most popularity and influence on our turf. Zhang Ye's just a mainstream celebrity. How could he know anything about streaming? He's surely going to just sing some songs or whatnot. All those boring activities. He doesn't know what the users on these online live streaming sites like to see. Comparing professionalism. How could he be better than us? No one else can be more professional than us when it comes to this. Another female streamer said, right, I also don't like these mainstream celebrities. They don't even understand what live streaming is, and they're here to try to get a piece of the popularity pie. Who do they think they are? What makes them so qualified that the site has to spend millions just to invite them and promote their activities while we veterans have to advance slowly in the industry? I really can't accept this. If it were any other industry, I would have nothing to say. He is indeed very famous in the mainstream. But on live streaming sites, I don't believe that we can't beat him if we gang up on him. That's right. Sisters, the time has come for us to uphold our dignity. All right, let's show him what it means to be a professional streamer. The group of female streamers were in a frenzy. There were also a few male streamers who came forward to show their support. But at the same time, some others didn't whether to laugh or cry. CC typed, my sisters and brothers, surely we don't have to go that far, right? Teacher Zhang coming to our site for his debut show is also a chance for our site to grow further. This can bring more fans to our site, and if the audience retention is good, they might turn into our fans in the future. Why are you all so agitated? A quarrel broke out in the chat group. CC, you're a diehard fan of Zhang Ye's, so there's no place for you to speak, right? You wouldn't understand even if we explain it to you. So what if I'm a Zhang Ye fan? You all can hype up your own streams all you want, but do you all have to attempt to squeeze out my teacher Zhang? It's fine if you don't want to join our cause. Sisters, ignore her. Let's do it. All right, I'll go beyond my usual sexiness today. Do it. I'll go and get changed. Strip. The group of streamers began their streams amid the ruckus. Himi started her stream. A pretty face appeared on screen. Hi, everyone, did you miss me? I'm starting the stream earlier today as I have something to do tonight. I heard that there will be a celebrity streaming later, So I hope that you guys won't abandon me here by myself, alright? Don't do it. That would make me really sad. With that, the comments started flooding onto the screen. No, we won't. Asterisk pats Hemi asterisk. I'll only be watching you today, no one else. Zhang Ye's a dick. Who cares about him? Right. This lord will send you presents today. All the presents that you want. That's right. Don't make little sis Hemi sad. Everyone, start sending presents. Sister E started streaming. The moment she came on, she gave 3 kisses to the camera. Her group of fans in Wales in the channel started catcalling. Sister E is so beautiful today. You've so little clothes on. I like it. Big too. It's so big. My eyes are bedazzled. Who started her stream? Who? Does everyone still remember? It's my birthday today, so I hope that everyone can send me more presents, please. I would like to break the record for the total amount of donations received. Can you guys help me with that? What? I just celebrated my birthday last month? Yes, that's because it's my birthday on the Gregorian calendar today. If I receive enough presents, I'll be dishing out some goodies afterwards. Ah, what goodies? I'm coming. Send. 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 I won't be watching Zhang Ye's stream anymore. I'll just stay here and wait for the goodies. In an instant, Meha TV devolved into pandemonium. With a little less than half of the most popular streamers starting their streams, the remaining popular streamers showed no signs of activities. Meanwhile, some of the lesser-known streamers on the site did not join in the commotion over here. That was because they knew this wasn't something that they could afford to have a part in. All they could do was watch quietly. It was a tragedy back when Chun Guang tried his hand at live streaming. They wanted to see if Zhang Ye would follow in his footsteps. Those ladies were not easy to deal with at all. Elsewhere, on Zhang Ye's channel. Haha, he's been attacked from all over. Zhang Ye will be in tears soon. Those female streamers are too aggressive. Yeah, they're all appearing one after another. This is totally in siege tactic. Fuck, I really don't know what I can say. Don't they know that even with this site's male and female streamers combined, even if their popularity were to be multiplied by 100 times, they still couldn't win against Zhang Ye? That might not necessarily be true. Those people are much more professional at streaming. Yeah, this site is not Zhang Ye's home turf after all, so he really might not be able to win against them. The live streaming site also realized something was going on. The boss flew into a rage thinking about what was going on. Why were those ladies causing so much trouble? It was supposed to be Zhang Ye's live streaming debut. So what the heck were they joining in the commotion for? Were they trying to hype up their channels? Were they trying to steal the show? Even if they were, they should know what day to do it on. He could let it slide for the incident involving Chen Guang. But it was Zhang Ye who was here. Today, the biggest name who had the most attention in the country at the moment. If you all were to drive this important guest of mine away in anger, I'll definitely kill all of you. There was still a minute left in the countdown. Zhang Ye's team was getting prepared for the stream. Zhang Ye was also seated in the streaming studio, familiarizing himself with the navigation and taking note of the controls. Then he received a call. It was Fan Wenli. Zhang Ye answered with a smile. Old Fan, what's up? Have you started streaming yet? Fan Wenli asked. Not yet, but I will soon, Zhang Ye answered. Fan Wenli said worriedly. Be careful, both Old Chun and I are also watching. Old Chin's stream was affected by one of the female streamers. It seems like they've discussed it again after tasting success the last time and are planning on attacking you. Let me count. 1, 2, 3. There are a total of 5 streamers who have just started streaming. I don't know if they're the most popular streamers since I don't really pay attention to this industry, but just watch out. Zhang Ye laughed. Sure, Sister Fan. Thanks. Over the phone, he could hear Chen Guang's voice. That's enough, Wenli. Fan Wenli said. What's enough? Chen Guang laughed and said, with Zhang Ye's ability, would they be able to push him down? You're really funny. Zhang Ye was amused and said, it's still old Chun who understands me. The call ended. The boss's secretary entered the room. The secretary immediately said, Teacher Zhang, sorry about it, but a situation has occurred on the site. A few streamers are causing trouble and trying to steal the show. We've sent our people to give them a warning, so it should get settled soon. Hachichi froze. Little Wang was dumbfounded. What? They were really trying to mess things up? However, Zhang Ye said, it's fine, Secretary Sunday. So what if they decide to start streaming now? It's not like they're breaking the rules. Why should they get warned? Just let them be. The site can't stop all their streams just because I'm here, right? That isn't at all reasonable. So don't be like that, and just let them stream if they want to. The secretary gave a wry smile. We're afraid that the number of people watching will be lowered as a result. After all, those who are streaming right now are the most popular streamers. They're all professionals and know how to keep their viewers around. Well, whatever. You're saying it as though I am not a professional. All right then, this bro can only up my game and show you all what I can do. Chapter 1273. Drunk and Alone. Chapter 1273. Drunk and Alone. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. At Yao Jinsai's house. Yaomi was staring at her computer and typing away furiously. Mimi, what are you doing? Dad, I'm watching a live stream. Who's streaming? It's Uncle Zhang's first stream. Oh, I want to watch it too. This fellow can even stream. Uncle Zhang is currently in danger. He's getting attacked by a lot of streamers at the moment. Haha, that's great. That's exactly what I like to see. Dad. Rao Imin's house. Rao Imin was practicing her kung fu when the clicking of a mouse came from the other room. Chen, have you done your homework? Not yet. Hurry up and get it done then. I want to finish watching Zhang Ye's stream first. He can even stream with his looks? What's there to see? Dong Shanshan's home. Hu Feifei, Yu Yingyi, and a few old classmates had gathered here. It's about to begin. Okay, I'm coming. Let's see how he'll handle this. Does he really know how to stream? Who knows? It was time. The live stream began. Zhang Ye's relatives and friends, his fans, as well as people from all over the country, had gathered to watch his debut live stream. They'd seen too much of Zhang Ye hosting a live television show and listened to him sing too many times on television as well. But for him to stream online, it was a first for everyone. This industry had become extremely hot this year, and a lot of big-name celebrities had come to test the waters. Some of them did okay, while others got face-smacked. So they wondered how Zhang Ye would do on his livestream attempt. A lot of people were watching out of curiosity and trying to find out how things would go for him. In the live streaming channel, the image flickered and then lit up. Zhang Ye was already seated in front of the camera, a smile on his face. Everyone discovered that Zhang Ye was alone, without a host or any of the site's staff members. This meant that this live stream would not be one of those interview live streams that promoted the site directly, but a solo stream by Zhang Ye. It was going to be a proper stream. Zhang Ye's opening was done in a very regular way. Since he was paid by the site, he would have to say whatever was required of him. Hello everyone. I'm very honored to be invited by Meha TV to come and meet everyone in such a way for the first time ever. This is my first time trying out something as interesting as a live stream, so I really don't know how to do this in a professional way. If there's anything that I'm bad at, I hope that you all will be nice about it. If you think that I didn't do too badly, then please come back next time. I'll swing by often, and we can have fun and chit-chat about things. It should be rather interesting. Endless comments scrolled by on screen. It's really him. Wow, so handsome. Teacher Zhang, hello. Teacher Zhang, goodbye. Time to start sending in the presents. Come on people, come and watch this quickly. The stream is started. This feels a little serious. It seems like Zhang Ye has really never watched or tried out a live stream before. Haha. Sing us a song. Don't be so serious. Pump it up. The female streamers are giving it their all on their channels. Their necklines are plunging, and they're showing so much skin. Really? I'll go and have a look, old. Zhang, do your best. The ladies are already starting to strip. If you don't give it your all, you're gonna lose. The number of viewers in the channel was constantly increasing. 500,000. 1 million. 2 million. It was getting really popular. XJ86 has sent an airplane 1. Xiaowang77 has sent 999 stalks of roses. There were some donations sent in, but it wasn't really that much. In real money, it was only about 70 or 80,000 yuan or so. Ha Chi, Little Wang, and the rest of the streaming site staff were all in another room. When they saw this, they started panicking a little. Based on the statistics, even though Himi, He, and Sister E's channels did not have as many viewers, their received donations had shot through the roof. The one with the most donations was Sister E, with 2 whales sending her donations worth a total value of 500,000 renminbi. In just a short half hour, Sister E's name was already at the top of the donations chart, followed by He, then Himi, who had previously held off Qinguang. Zhang Ye was only in 4th place, an A-list celebrity. Yet he was held in fourth place by a few streamers? This didn't look too good on him. Zhang Ye looked at the camera and said with a smile, "Whoa, there are already so many viewers? This is my first time here and I don't know what the standard practices are. So what should we do to kick things off?" The scrolling comments ran by. "Sing a song." "Right, sing us a song. Sing something for us." When Zhang Ye saw that, he said, "Sing a line or two." "Sure." Quite a few of the site's own streamers also came to watch Zhang Ye on his channel. When they heard him say that, they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Sing? Sure enough, he was resorting to this. These mainstream celebrities who came onto the live streaming site would either sing or sing. They were simply too uninteresting. If this were a concert venue or the television station, with the stage and sound equipment they had, one could sing anything and it would sound good. But it wasn't so for a live stream, and this wasn't the kind of place for singing either. What a stream needed was the pumping up of the atmosphere. It needed to be interactive and driven. He was indeed just an amateur as they thought. Some people were worried. Some people were gloating. But what followed utterly dumbfounded the viewers and site staff. They heard Zhang Ye say with a chuckle, "The atmosphere hasn't warmed up yet." "Well then, let me see. All right, I think this tune should do the trick. Let's do it." A stirring melody suddenly played. A lot of people were stunned. What was this? A DJ tune? What are you planning to do? All of a sudden, Zhang Ye's expression changed. He brought the microphone closer to him and stuck it right up against his mouth. To the music's melody, he said loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, people come and go. You can walk by or pass by, but you mustn't miss out. If you're rich, shower me with your money. If you aren't, then stay around for the views. Those of you who like what you see, type 666 too." The beat kicked in. Zhang Ye started singing 3. Solo, I drank myself drunk. Alone, when I was drunk. Seeing double in my bunk. My life caught up in a funk. Our eyes are only for each other. I see you and me as a couple. I just want to return together. Inebriated dreams, my visions tunneled. Honey, I caress the zither when our eyes meet. For fun I go to Zizulin. All I want is to be together. I would walk 1,000 miles to beseech the king. I'm just so love-struck. But my heart became weathered, swatted down, and so much tethered. Ha Chi-Chi was dumbfounded. Fan Wenli was dumbfounded. Chen Guang was dumbfounded. The site staff were dumbfounded. Everyone who was watching the stream was dumbfounded. What is this? MCing for? What the fuck? You even know how to rap? Zhang Ye was getting more and more into it. Speak of you and I grin like a dork. Your beauty's love before pleasure. Playing beautiful sounds. I want to be with you forever. I was young and stupid, cocky and proud, acting like an orc. I can't imagine us severed. My heart will follow you, wherever. Running from home, I forgot myself. I'm in love with your face. No time to worry about breaking off love. But I held back when you needed space. 'Twas a tale told through the ages. I've searched for you for 1,000 miles. Just 2 years of fighting and gray-haired. Sent you love letters and gifts by the piles. Who'll always fight by your side. I was cocky. I was making no sense. Who's along for the ride and who is tied? I was too young. My heart was in defense. Who do I struggle all my life for? A memory I would like to dispense. I shall love and hate my score. To get there, I will spare no expense. The scrolling comments blew up. Damn. 666, 6666. This is too fucking awesome. I admit defeat. I totally admit defeat. This is rap. Even a professional streamer wouldn't be able to MC so well. Teacher Zhang can really connect well with the people. So cool. Fucking A. My mom's asking me why I'm kneeling in front of the stream. I thought he'd be singing either a love song or a rock song. I'm so pumped. How exciting, so great. A lot of people had the urge to sing along to the song and dance to it. The donations also exploded in a flash. 100,000, 200,000, 500,000. On the donations chart, Zhang Ye was leading the way. The number of viewers watching the stream also jumped like crazy. 3 million, 3.5 million, 4 million, 5 million. Elsewhere, in Sister E's channel, she was singing and dancing while saying, "So how is it? Do you guys like this dance of mine? Those who like it, please be generous with your donations. Help me maintain first place and don't let me drop down the chart." Where's everyone gone to? She suddenly realized that something was wrong and quickly sat back down in front of the computer too. Have a look. She was now only in second place on the donations chart. Then she glanced at the number of viewers who were watching her stream. It had dropped from 170,000 people to only 20,000. With so few people watching, was there any point in continuing to stream? What was going on? What the hell was going on here? She saw some of the comments. Sister E, I gotta go. I need to leave the channel for a bit too. Motherfucker, Zhang Ye is rapping. Quickly, go and have a look. I heard his channel has exploded. Let me see what Zhang Ye is up to on his channel first. I'll come back and donate to you after I'm done watching him. Himi's channel. Himi was dumbfounded. Where is everyone? Why did the number of viewers suddenly drop by so much? Where did everyone go? Is there a problem with the network? Then I'll message an admin. The viewers left her messages. They've all gone to watch Zhang Ye's live stream. It's blowing up over there. Zhang Ye has made a big move. Sister Himi, just stop streaming. There's no one left. There really was no one around anymore. A channel with over 100,000 viewers was now watched by less than 10,000 viewers. These popular streamers were going crazy. Rapping? Go fuck yourself. That's what we streamers are good at. What could someone like Zhang Ye know about it? How could it be possible? Himi stopped streaming. Who? Sister E and a few other streamers also stopped streaming. They headed over to Zhang Ye's channel in a rage to find out what was going on. The moment they went in, they heard that infectious DJ tune. They heard Zhang Ye's emceeing. Like mist, I'm ordinary. This life, I have ambition. To see your beautiful smile again, I have sworn this oath of tradition. I'll bloom among the flowers and vines. Looking back, my song ends early. I glance back at the sea and play a sad song of the jasmine. The general fights outside of the nation. Who's still here the day I return? Brothers talked up the liquid courage weight. I'm looking for defeat on the battlefield. At this moment, it felt as though the entire world had gone quiet. Ho was left kneeling. Himi was left kneeling. Sister E was left kneeling. The streamers from Meha TV and the other streaming sites who had come to watch were also left kneeling. MCing? You really fucking know how to MC? And there are even lyrics that we've never heard before? And you're actually rapping much better than us? Your sister. Are you the internet streamer, or are we the internet streamers here? Aren't you being too fucking professional? Chapter 1274. Zhang Ye gives a monologue. Chapter 1274. Zhang Ye gives a monologue. Translator, leg editor, leg. On Weibo. Quickly go and watch. Zhang Ye is hilarious. That guy is MCing. Those are totally new lyrics. I'm pissing my pants laughing. There were a few popular female streamers who wanted to steal his thunder, but after that rap, those streamers have all stopped streaming. There were no more viewers left in their channels. Are you serious? Damn, I want to have a look. Here's the URL. Come and have a look, quick. Come quickly. There are already several million people in the channel. Haha. Why did those female streamers think that they could compete with Zhang Ye with just their abilities? Yeah, that Zhang Ye is well known for crossing into other industries. Where has he not gone before? I'm not even surprised that he's streaming and even MC'd. But if it were other A-listers or the heavenly kings and queens who MC'd, I would definitely puke blood. That's because the performance totally does not suit their statuses. Neither would they lower themselves to MC either. But Zhang Ye is different. He has performed, I feel so drained. Nonsense has its nonsense logic, and performed comedic crosstalks as well. Ever since his debut, he has been so terrible. It even feels really right that he should be MCing now. This is too funny. Of all those in the entertainment industry, I like how shameless Zhang Ye can get. There's nothing too vulgar or too elegant that he won't do. What was MCing? It was a form of rapping that was used to host and pump things up. It wasn't exactly music, but could be considered a special form of rapping. Its style consisted of commercial MCing, bar MCing, etc. An A-list celebrity was actually MCing. So who wouldn't want to come and watch? The number of viewers in Zhang Ye's channel kept soaring. Meha TV. In streaming studio number 1. The music stopped. Zhang Ye had sung his fill of the song and was very pleased with it. In the past, when he was in his previous world, whenever he watched streamers MCing with great enthusiasm, Zhang Ye had always wanted to give it a try. But there wasn't an opportunity to do so then, so he never expected to fulfill his dream in this world. Perhaps this was the charm of a live streaming site, as there weren't too many restrictions or concerns about such things. Anyone could say whatever they liked and sing whatever they wanted. And today, Zhang Ye had brought out a simply amazing song. This was a rap song called Drunk and Alone. It was a very famous rap song from his previous world, and any streamer could immediately sing a few lines of it whenever it was played. Regardless of its artistic value, it was always fun listening to it. Zhang Ye said to the camera with a grin, "Well, how was it?" Countless replies followed. "That was awesome. 66,666. We're all kneeling to it. Teacher Zhang, you're so bad. Those female streamers' streams have been totally swept away by you. Ha ha. Everyone has come over to this channel." Zhang Ye picked up a nearby bottle of water and gulped some of it down. He screwed on the cap and put it to the side, then smiled and said, "There are more people watching now, and the atmosphere has warmed up too. This is pretty nice. Let's have fun today and not care so much about the rules. I'm usually not allowed to say too many things on TV shows, but I think it matters less now that we're here. I'll do anything that you guys might like, so we can all have a good laugh and go back to work happy tomorrow. Isn't that what we artists are valued for?" The comments below. Right. Well said. Being happy is more important than anything else. Teacher Zhang, I love you. Zhang Ye, show us some more songs that we've never heard. Right? Sing something we don't know. The most outstanding feature of an internet live stream was its interactivity. Zhang Ye also understood this truth. He laughed and said, "How about something a little different? There's only so many songs that I know, and you've probably heard and seen most of them. So let me think for a little bit." With a pause, he said, "How about this? I'll perform a crosstalk for you all. You've all watched my crosstalks with Old Yao before, and also heard that musical crosstalk from a few days ago. But I don't think anyone has ever seen me give a monologue one before, right?" Everyone was taken back and suddenly became very excited. "Wow, I've never heard that before. You even know how to monologue? I thought you only knew how to do a crosstalk. Bring it on. Bring it on now. I'm really looking forward to it. Everyone come quickly. This Zhang fella is going to monologue. Let's donate an encouragement." A monologue? Even Ha Chi and the others, who were in another room, were starting to look forward to this, much less anyone else. They'd never heard Zhang Ye do stand-up before. Because compared to crosstalk, a monologue was much more difficult to perform. And its difficulty wasn't just a matter of being twice or thrice more difficult, but several times harder. There would be someone else supporting you as the fall guy in crosstalk, but you could only depend on your own mouth and stand-up comedy. The format of the dialogue would also have to be much more coherent and complete as a result. In this world's crosstalk scene, of the remaining active crosstalk actors, there were really not too many who could put on a good monologue routine. It went quiet. Everyone was listening attentively. Zhang Ye cleared his throat as his entire aura changed. It felt totally different from when he was emceeing earlier, as he said in a calm manner, "Let me tell everyone about something that happened during my childhood. Don't judge me based on what I am now. In actual fact, I was never exactly talented at performing crosstalk when I was young. Instead, I was rather stupid when I was young. These days, the children's childhoods are much happier than in the past. Before they can even speak a word of Mandarin, they've already been enrolled in English classes." Ha Chi laughed. Little Wong laughed loudly. He's going to insult the English language again. The people watching the live stream were also laughing. Just how badly did Teacher Zhang do in English class when he was in school? Was his hatred for it so deep that he had to hurl an insult at it whenever possible? Zhang Ye continued. "And they have so many things that they can play with too. What kinds of toys do kids these days not have? They're always carrying around electronics like computers, cell phones, video games, and stun batons. Oh, that's not supposed to be played with. When I was young, I had an electric gate at home, and my father wouldn't let me touch it." Ha ha ha. As if he would let you touch it. A stun baton? Uft. Everyone started ridiculing in real time. Zhang Ye shrugged and said, "Kids these days even own MP82 devices, while I had nothing back in my day. I even got called out by my teacher during class. I wasn't listening in class one day when the teacher was teaching and was instead whispering to my friends. Then, our teacher punished me and said, 'Zhang Ye, stand up. Loudly repeat what you said just now 20 times. Zhang Ye sighed and said, "I didn't dare not say it, so I stood and recited, 'There's a veggie stuck in teacher's teeth. There's a veggie stuck in teacher's teeth. There's a veggie stuck in teacher's teeth.'" The teacher turned green with anger and quickly said, "That's enough. Sit down and listen to class." Ha ha ha. Io. Hachichi held her belly and laughed loudly. Little Wang couldn't take it anymore either, Zhang Ye said. During recess, after we had played every game we could think of, the class monitor organized a friendly competition for us to see who could stick their heads into the classroom desks. Pausing, he said, I was pretty good at it and managed to stick my head in one. Then, with another pause, he went on, but I couldn't get it out after that. Ha, you deserve it, Zhang Yi said. So they called my dad over to send me to the hospital, but the janitor wouldn't let me go. He said that the desk was public property and that I had to get it off before I could go. My dad said if he could get it off me, we wouldn't have to go to the hospital. Ha ha, Zhang Yi said. The doctors these days are really responsible to their patients. When we were young, the doctors would fool us and say that they would need to amputate me from the neck down. My dad said, beheading has been abolished for a long time, as he pulled me away and ran off. Then we decided to return home. But as I couldn't get onto public transportation, I had to walk home with the desk on my head. 100% of the people who saw me couldn't help but turn their heads, wondering just which branch of the military I belonged to. Military? Ha ha ha. You should be called the desk man, Zhang Yi said. We had a neighbor who was a carpenter and he said that we could saw the desk apart. But my dad thought that maybe it wasn't such a good idea. The school was still holding on to the deposit. He said, it's not so bad to bring the desk around. It's much more convenient for him to do his homework this way. But with my head stuck inside and unable to see anything, how could I do any homework? Finally, after 3 days, I slimmed down and managed to extract myself. Uft. Do you have nothing better to do? I'm cramping up from laughing, Zhang Yi said. Children these days can watch so many meaningful shows, like crosstalk, puppet shows, dramas, musicals, while we all only had a few shows to watch, and they were even presented by the district amateur troupe. I watched the taking of the Wudong Mountains when I was young. In the scene where Zhao Haifeng was going to execute Chun Gui with his gun, one of his hands was pressed down on Chun Gui, while the other one held the gun. Following a gesture from Haifeng, the props master backstage would bring up the hammer and smash it for the sound effect. Bang! Chun Gui would then play dead. The performance that day was staged in the playground, and it happened to rain. The sound effects prop got wet, and when Zhao Haifeng did the gesture, the gun didn't fire. We students were all stunned, but the teacher told us, Uncle Zhao Haifeng's gun has a silencer on it. A silencer? Were there silencers in that era? Ha ha ha. Some changes have been made to the content. The taking of the Wudong Mountains was a very famous show in this world, Zhang Yi said. But as Chun Gui did not hear the sound effect, he didn't play dead. Zhao Haifeng continued acting and said, on behalf of the people. There was no sound. The prop was still wet. On behalf of the people, still no sound. It was still a wet prop. Zhao Haifeng was panicking by now. I'm out of bullets? On behalf of the people, I'll strangle you to death. Strangle? Ha ha ha. How could he strangle him to death? I'm dying of laughter, Zhang Yi said. With this strangling happening, I stood up and said, Uncle Zhao Haifeng has such strong hands. Ha ha ha. Who cares if his hands are strong? This comedy made many people stagger in laughter. The insults and praises kept scrolling past, one after another. Everyone found this very interesting and refreshing. They had heard many monologues before, but never had they come across this style of comedy Zhang Yi had done today. Only Zhang knew what it was. This was called the Qingmen style of crosstalk. This routine was an excerpt from Fang Qingping's crosstalk back in Zhang Ye's previous world. It was titled A Blissful Childhood. Zhang Ye had always liked it a lot and thought that he might as well bring it out today. Actually, there were many other monologues that he could have done, like Master Ma Sanli's and Master Lu Burui's performances. But as their works hadn't aged well and contained a greater sense of artistry and story, it wasn't too suitable for the mood. As such, Zhang Yi thought of Fang Qingping's routine after much consideration as he found it to be the most apt for the stream. After the monologue finished, it became even rowdier in the channel. No, it wasn't enough to describe it as just rowdy. The number of viewers in the channel soared as dozens of whales appeared. XXX has sent you an airplane. XXX has sent you 10,000 lollipops. XXX has sent you 10 aircraft carriers. The number of viewers exploded. The donations kept rolling in. There was laughter all around in the channel. Chapter 1275. Zhang Ye streams a game. Chapter 1275. Zhang Ye streams a game. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. In the Meha TV streamers chat group, quite a few streamers had already admitted defeat. Zhang Ye is too good at this. Sister E, are we still going to stream? What's there left to stream for? We can't even compete. Hi, everyone. Let's just wash up and go to sleep. All of the streams on Meha are not active since no one's watching. It's not only Meha TV, just go and have a look at the other streaming sites. How many of them are even streaming anymore? There are no viewers left. They've all come over to watch Zhang Ye. Is this how popular an A-list celebrity really is? There's no competition at all. It's not because he's an A-list celebrity. It's because he is Zhang Ye. Yeah, there were also other A-list celebrities who streamed before. Even a man as handsome as sect leader who couldn't hold it together and take control. He was purely depending on his looks. But Zhang Ye is clearly different in this aspect. He can sing, MC, chat, and even do comedy. He's just too skilled in too many areas and has so many talents to speak of that if he were to just toss any single skill out, it would still be able to impress everyone. So how can we challenge someone like that? Plainly speaking, our abilities are still too lacking. Even combining our forces would not make us a match for him. In the Celebrity Goof group, Fan Wenli. Zhang Ye is amazing. Chen Guang. Ha 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 ha. I'm laughing like crazy. Hu Dongfang. You guys are watching it too? This monologue is really interesting. Zhang Xia. Little Zhang is still that little Zhang we know. Ning Lan. Grandma Zhang. Even you're watching? Zhang Xia. Yes, I'm trying to catch up with the times too by watching the live stream. Xiaodong. Doing this so effortlessly shows that his skills are real. In our group, there are quite a few people who have taken part in streaming. But which of us has done better than Teacher Zhang has? Li Xiaoxian. Teacher Zhang is the kind of person who can mingle with his fans easily. He knows what the people like during different occasions and is willing to lower himself to do those things for them. Although it's very simple to say this, it's really difficult to carry it out. Just on status alone, who is willing to lower themselves a level the way he does. This is why I've always respected Teacher Zhang a lot. On the live streaming channel, the stream was still going. The chat had blown up long ago. There were a couple hundred comments coming up each second. I'm convinced by this monologue. Awesome. That was so funny. In the past, I really didn't know that Zhang Ye had such great skill. Performing stand-up? I have to give it to Zhang Ye. I recorded the stream. Those who want the video can come and look for me later. Zhang Ye looked at the chat and said, if I may put it bluntly, everyone is being too supportive of me. I'm not that great. I'm just trying to get a laugh out of everyone. Let me check the time. He looked at his watch and said, whoa, I've streamed for more than 30 minutes already. The organizers asked me to try to keep the stream to no more than 1 hour, but I guess they must have underestimated me. It wasn't easy to meet all of you over this platform. So how could an hour be enough? Do you guys still want to watch? The chat blew up. Damn, of course we do. Yes, of course. We have to keep watching. Don't stop, Teacher Zhang. Continue streaming. Fucking do it. For the next 2 hours. Zhang Ye, are you willing to stream for the next 3 hours? If you are, I'll send some donations your way. Zhang Ye said, why would I not be? If you guys really wish to watch and don't mind skipping dinner, I'll broadcast from this afternoon until tonight for everyone, let alone just 3 hours. Great. Beautiful. Ha ha ha. I like this spontaneity of yours. I love how you pull no punches over such things. How conscientious of you. Hee hee. The organizers are going to make a killing this time. Zhang Ye is indeed too conscientious about things. As long as he takes a payment, he'll surely rake in returns 2 to 3 times that of his employer. There is really no other celebrity in the entertainment industry who behaves so professionally. In our Beijing dialect, this is called fair and just. Zhang Ye took another sip of water to wet his throat. It was pretty fun and refreshing for his first experience in live streaming. I've already sung and said enough, so what shall we do next? How about a game? Yeah, stream a game for us. Haha. Old Zhang, are you up for that? Gaming streams are the hottest thing right now. Zhang Ye said in amusement, streaming a game? Why are you all coming up with such rotten ideas for me? Her. I don't usually play games. Plants vs. Zombies? That I still know how to play since it's a game I made. But it's not exactly a game suited for streaming, is it? Are you all really serious about me streaming a game? Thinking for a bit, he said with a smile. Then how about this? When we talk about games, the only other game I know is Go. Why don't I stream Go instead? Go. Everyone became excited when they heard that. That's good. That'll be great. Teacher Zhang is the world #1 in Go. Go it shall be. Stream Go for us. Let Zhang Ye bring us along and soar into the skies one. Ha ha. I'm so looking forward to seeing Zhang Ye demolish the other players. There's no point in watching him demolish amateurs. It has to be the destruction of professional Go players. Yes, yes, yes. Take on a professional Go player. I'm already getting so excited. Zhang Ye said helplessly. You guys really just want to watch the world burn, huh? So, do you really want me to play it? Well, alright then. Let me log on to my account and switch screens to my computer. He logged on and went on to the online Go server. After some simple controls, the computer's desktop was displayed on the stream. Everyone could clearly see Zhang Ye moving the mouse around. And of course, the webcam had been brought down to a corner of the screen. The number of viewers soared again. More and more onlookers had gathered to watch. Zhang Ye was moving the mouse and slowly looking for an opponent, muttering to himself. Let me see. It has to be a professional Go player too? Are there going to be any teachers from China Chiyuan who are online at this time? Let me see if there's anyone that I know. There's someone in this room. It's Li E9 Dan. So be it, let's play him. The comments scrolled by. Haha. Beautiful. Li E9 Dan is a GM. Do you guys understand Go? I can understand it. I don't. But why do we have to understand it to enjoy this? We're just here to watch Zhang Ye demolish someone. Puffed. Well said. That's exactly it. Come, let's ride along with Zhang Ye. The few million viewers were grinning at their screens. Zhang Ye clicked on the room to enter, but was met with a password request. There's a password? I'm not allowed to enter? I suppose the password is still the same one that they've always been using. This is a common password that the China Chiyuan people always use. It's just to prevent random people from getting in, but all the professional Go players know what it is. This won't be helpful in stopping me. Let me give it a try. He tapped a few keys and entered the password string. I'm in. More messages appeared. 666, 666, 6666. Well done. Haha, beautiful. Everyone hooted. Li E9 Dan seemed to have just finished a game and might have been waiting to play someone else. In any case, his status was lit up and active. Zhang Ye typed, "Let's have a game." On the stream, everyone could see Zhang Ye's screen. Li E9 Dan immediately replied, "Go away." Zhang Ye snorted. "Why?" Li E9 Dan. "Go find someone else. I'm not playing you." Zhang Ye. A dialog box popped up. "You've been kicked by Li E." Zhang Ye did not know whether to laugh or cry. The people in the channel were laughing like crazy. This is so amusing. Zhang Ye has been ostracized. Beautiful. That was a good kick. Ha! Can it not be this funny? Teacher Zhang, your social relations are really poor. This is just delightful to watch. Zhang Ye has humiliatingly been rejected. Even Li E9 Dan is trying to keep his distance from him. Zhang Ye rolled his eyes. I'll look for someone else. I don't believe this is happening. As he said that, he spotted another familiar name. Tian Weiwei is around. He's the future hope of the Chinese Go world. Let's do it. It was another password-protected room. Zhang Ye input the password and entered. Zhang Ye. Little Tian, let's have a game. Tian Weiwei was stunned. Lord Zhang. Zhang Ye said impatiently. Go. Tian Weiwei suddenly said. I suddenly have a stomach ache. I need to go offline. The dialog box displayed. You're now the room administrator. Zhang Ye stared, eyes wide. What? Why did he go offline? The people in the channel laughed, even harder. My tears are falling. Does it have to be this funny? With Teacher Zhang's reputation, no one dares to play with him. How lonely it is to be invincible. Teacher Zhang, can you do it or not? This is too funny. This was so embarrassing for Zhang Ye. He sneered and snorted. I don't believe this. Chat, which of you have an account on the online Go server? Lend it to me, and I'll go on as an alt. I have one. Use mine. Get lost. Use mine instead. More than 300 people sent over their account details. Some were sent over privately, while some posted it directly into the chat. They were totally not bothered that their account details would get stolen by the others, because they couldn't wait any longer to see Zhang Ye posture in a game. Zhang Ye randomly picked an account and logged in using the details of a rather average ranked Account. He again browsed through the list looking for someone to play. Finally, he spotted a familiar name. Chening 8 Dan 2. The goddess of the Go world. A famous professional Go player. The herd of hungry viewers in the channel got very excited. Goddess Chening. My idol. She's the only person I like in the Go world. She's such a fucking beauty. Teacher Zhang, you can do it. Get her. Surprise Chening 8 Dan. Huh. Zhang Ye entered the password and went into the room. Chening had clearly just logged on and hadn't even warmed her seat yet. From her side, Chening typed, "Who is this?" Zhang Ye surely typed out, "I would like to seek a practice game from Teacher Chun." Chening. Only a professional Go player would know the password to this room. I've never seen your name before. Are you new? Zhang Ye replied, yes I am. Well, all right then, let's have a game. Please guide me. Shall I give you a 2-stone handicap? No, there's no need. Let's play a trial game first. Okay, I can check on your skill level at the same time that way. The scrolling comments erupted. What a show-off. Teacher Zhang is so amusing. Ha ha ha. He's a fucking scammer. Handicap? This will be a tragedy for Chun Ing 8 Dan. Hurry up and start the game already. I can't wait anymore. I'll give him a perfect score for bluffing so well. The match began. Zhang Ye went second with the white stones. Chun Ing placed the first stone on the board. Zhang Ye made his move in response, speaking to the camera as he played. Teacher Chun Ing is perhaps the most skilled female professional Go player in our country, or even in the entire world. She is also the strongest female player in the game. So maybe some of you might not be able to understand these few moves that she made, right? Then let me explain it simply. Chun Ying's playstyle is very steady, but not easily predictable at all. Look at this knight's move over here. It was so beautifully played. Most people would probably choose to play in response over here, but that would mean that they fell into the trap and would get dragged back by the opponent. That's why I placed my stone over here. Look, Chun Ying has now been made to consider her next move as she is finding this to be a rather difficult move to play against. He was streaming and commentating, as well as helping to spread interest in Go. Zhang Ye was exuding professionalism as a pro gaming streamer. Other than professionalism, it was still professionalism. He spoke professionally and played even more professionally. When had anyone had the chance to see the #1 Go player in the world play and commentate on Go in such a way? For many of the Go enthusiasts watching, it was like they had discovered a treasure trove, and it felt like they had gained a lot of additional knowledge as well. After a dozen odd moves, Chun Ying began slowing down in her play, but Zhang Ye went faster and faster. Look here, I played a lethal move against Chun Ing 8 Dan, although it isn't exactly fatal. But she is still going to be very troubled by this. If she plays a bump here, I will counter with a stretch. If she makes a stand, then I will play a variation in the corner. It has already been 5 minutes, and Chun Ing 8 Dan is still thinking. Suddenly, his opponent said something. Chun Ing 8 Dan sent 3 words. You're Zhang Ye? Zhang Ye panicked and said to the camera, looks like I got recognized, but do you think that I will admit it? No, he immediately replied. I am not. Everyone in the live streaming channel was laughing like crazy, but Chun Ying sent an enraged emoji. No, your sister. It's not even 20 moves since the game has started, but I'm already left without a chance of counterattacking right from the beginning. I am playing the black stones and going first, all right? In the entire Go world, who else can achieve something like this other than you? Zhang Ye carried on pretending. Teacher Chun, what are you talking about? Chun Ying sent 3 exclamation marks. Get lost. It's definitely you. A dialogue box popped up. Chun Ying has resigned from the game. You win. Chun Ying, your standard of play is too high. I have no chance of learning anything by playing against you. I'm leaving now. You can continue scamming the other players in here. Just don't look for me. Chun Ying ran off. Another one had gone. Everyone in the channel was rolling on the floor, laughing. Chapter 1276. Zhang Ye wreaks havoc on the Korean server. Chapter 1276. Zhang Ye wreaks havoc on the Korean server. Translator, leg editor, leg. In the live streaming channel, a crazy amount of comments scrolled past the screen. You got recognized so quickly. Ha ha, I nearly fainted from laughter. There's no one left for you to play. Just look at you. There isn't even a person who wants to play you. Even Chun Ing 8 Dan has run off too. Io, this is so amusing and funny. You've already been recognized, yet you're still not admitting it. Teacher Zhang, why don't you have the air of a master at all? Haha. You're really too shameless, but I like that. Io, this is the first time I'm laughing so hard at a gaming stream. Continue doing this, Teacher Zhang. When it comes to shamelessness, I will only take my hat off to you. Zhang Ye was also feeling somewhat helpless at this. He looked into the camera and threw his hands in the air. There's nothing I can do about it if they don't wish to play against me. I probably played too many times against those professional players from the Qiyuan, so they've already gotten used to my playstyle and can recognize me very easily. Hi, what can I do about it? The few million viewers started suggesting ideas. Go to an overseas server. Yeah, head to the Korean server. That's a great idea. Ha ha ha. You guys are too wicked. Lord Zhang, let's use our outs and head over to the Korean server. Your reputation as a professional Korean insulter is not for nothing. Yeah, we've never seen you play against a foreign Go player before. Hurry, hurry. I can't wait to see this. Let's flood the Korean server. Go. Attack the Korean server. Countless people were commenting furiously. All of them were clamoring for a game on the Korean server. And there didn't even seem to be too many voices of objection, with almost everyone agreeing emphatically. Zhang Ye was encouraged by this. You guys really just want to watch the world burn, eh? The Korean server? Alright, my brothers. Let's go and slay them all. On Weibo, it suddenly descended into chaos. Come and quickly see this. Zhang Ye is playing Go. He's about to head over to the Korean server. Where's everyone at? If you come too late, there won't be anything left to watch. Really? I'll be right over. Damn, now this I have to watch. What? He's going for such a big play? Well done. I'm coming too. Everyone, please spread the word. This is an event that won't happen for another 10,000 years. If you miss this one, you won't be able to see it ever again. Brothers, hurry. Comedian Zhang is going for the kill. The number of viewers in the channel was soaring for the umpteenth time. 6 million, 7 million, 8 million. This didn't only break Meha TV's viewership record, it also broke the record of all the live streaming sites in the country. Even the one time a heavenly king streamed for his first time, he only attracted about 7 or 8 million viewers. Further, from the looks of it, the number of people watching Zhang Ye's stream was still probably going to increase. It could still get higher? This was simply unbelievable. No one could have expected Zhang Ye's first live stream to be so popular. Even Meha TV's CEO was feeling a little guilty. In the CEO's office, Meha's CEO was watching the constant increase in viewership numbers. He was wiping his sweat away as he quickly summoned his secretary and said, Little Chi, go and tell IT to stop boosting the numbers. Don't overdo it. Isn't 5 million viewers a good enough number? Why did they boost it further to 8 million viewers? This statistic is so exaggerated that it might end up becoming a joke in the industry. That secretary said in surprise. But boss, IT did not boost up the numbers. The CEO said in amusement. Save it. How could there be so many viewers if the numbers weren't faked? Do you think that those heavenly kings and A-listers who came over back then really had several million viewers watching them? Bullshit. If the real numbers could account for 1/3 of the supposed viewers, it would already be very good. All of those statistics were boosted internally. The secretary hurriedly said, Boss, IT really did not do anything. I was there all this while. If you don't believe it, you can go and have a look for yourself. There isn't any time to boost the numbers at all. Everyone is so busy right now trying to keep the servers running. The channel already has over 8 million people watching. Do you know how strained our server and network has become? What? It's real. Those 8 million viewers are all real people. They're all real people. Holy fuck. The boss was so shocked that he let out a curse. In the live streaming channel, on the Korean server of the online Go server, Zhang Ye wasn't aware of what was going on in the outside world, as he was currently leading a horde of people who wanted to watch the world burn. The interface of the Korean server was basically the same as the Chinese server, with the same settings and controls. Except the text was in Korean, but that wasn't much of a difficulty as there were several million people watching the live stream. Even if you wanted to find someone who could understand 8 national languages, it wouldn't be difficult at all, much less someone who could understand Korean. There would surely be some kind souls or students studying abroad who were willing to real-time translate for him. Click on that. Yes, that's the professional Go players zone. but your account rank is not high enough, so you can only watch, not enter the match room. Unless a professional Go player invites you to a match or challenges you. That won't work. We're on an alt account. They wouldn't bother with us for sure. What do we do then? I can't wait anymore, haha. Everyone, try to think of something. Or why don't we look for a challenger, right? Let's look for someone to challenge. Rank restriction. Password restriction. Zhang Ye clicked around for a long time, but could not find anyone to play, with most of the rooms being inaccessible to him. So Zhang Ye listened to the advice of the viewers and said, "All right, I'll look for someone to play. Can someone translate? Are there any professional Go players who dare to exchange a few moves with me?" More than a dozen translators immediately typed it out into chat. The Korean translation of the question he wanted to ask was already here. Zhang Ye also laughed and said, just look at this, everyone. The pros are all amongst the common folk. There's still a lot of talented people in China. All right, I'm going to copy and paste this in. He shouted into the public chat. In Korean, are there any professional Go players who dare to exchange a few moves with me? In Korean, are there any professional Go players who dare to exchange a few moves with me? He spammed over a dozen of the same message. However, everyone ignored him. Quite a lot of the Koreans even laughed at it. Who's this? How arrogant. A professional Go player doesn't have time to play you. What an idiot. You're second rate. Of course, these Korean replies were all translated back into Chinese for Zhang Ye. He couldn't be sure whether these viewers had added any of their own words and exaggerated what was being said. You're second rate? Did Koreans speak in such a way? I've never studied much, so don't try and trick me. Ha 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 ha. Teacher Zhang is getting looked down upon. Teacher Zhang, how can you bear this? Even if you can bear it, I can't. Get them, Lord Zhang. Lord Zhang, don't be afraid. No one wants to play you. No one even knows who you are. Lord Zhang, how can you take this lying down? Chat was laughing at and booing him. Zhang Ye also found it a little embarrassing and couldn't help but feel annoyed. Ignoring me? No one wants to challenge me? I don't believe this. Zhang Ye immediately found someone to translate another sentence for him and sent it out. The XXC belongs to China. Challenge me if you disagree. The XXC belongs to China. Challenge me if you disagree. In this world, China and many of its neighboring countries also had territorial disputes over the seas and political conflicts. It was also a similar case regarding Korea, and both countries had been arguing over such matters for many years. The people on the Korean server sneered. Who is this person? A Chinese. Ignore him. Let him shout all he wants. Everyone knows that the XXC belongs to us. If your fishing boats intrude into our waters, we will definitely arrest them. When some of the Korean professional Go players saw these claims, they just took it in stride and laughed it off. They couldn't be bothered to get into a worthless argument with him, as it would be meaningless. But would Zhang Ye give up just like that? Still ignoring me? No one wants to step forward to challenge me? In the end, Zhang Ye sent out some stunning claims and spammed 30 lines of it. Seoul belongs to China. Challenge me if you disagree. Seoul belongs to China. Challenge me if you disagree. Seoul belongs to China. Challenge me if you disagree. The several million viewers in the channel erupted into laughter. There were indeed some controversies between China and Korea. But Seoul? That is their capital, brother. But it proved to be effective. The Korean server exploded. Fuck. Get him. We cannot take this lying down. Motherfucker, get him. Seoul belongs to you. Why don't you claim that Busan is yours too? As a result, Zhang Ye spammed another claim. Busan belongs to us too. Challenge me if you disagree. The people watching the stream in China were bursting into mad laughter. I can't take this anymore. I really can't take it anymore. Teacher Zhang, why are you such a joker? There's really no one like you around. This fella really knows how to rile people up. The people on the Korean server burst into an uproar and took it up with him. Are you provoking us? This is pushing it too far. I'll challenge him. I'll do it. Let me do it. Many of the Korean professional Go players also came out of their slumber in rage. Message. Li Xinqi has sent you a challenge. Song Jiona has sent you a challenge. Zhang Wenwan has sent you a challenge. A total of 200 challenges were received. Zhang Ye smiled. Look, they're all here now, aren't they? He wasn't too familiar with the Korean Go world, but had still heard of a few of their names. Like Li Xinqi 8 Dan, He was one of the top 30 ranked players in the world of international Go. It shall be you then. He clicked and accepted the challenge. At the next moment, Zhang Ye's account was taken into Li Xinqi's room by the program. Li Xinqi ate Dan typed with a sneer. Don't say that I am bullying you. I'll let you have a 5-stone handicap and make you scram from here the way you arrived. Someone translated it for Zhang Ye. The spectators were already ready with their melon seeds and popcorn. Zhang Ye replied, 5 stones. Li Xinqi said, yes, I'll give you a 5-stone handicap. Zhang Ye immediately replied, all right, thank you. The netizens watching the live stream were in stitches. The scrolling comments galloped past. Shameless. I've never seen someone as shameless as Zhang Ye. 5-stone handicap? Do you mean that you're giving your opponent that handicap instead? Io, teacher Zhang, that's really enough. I'm dying laughing. Are you really serious? Where's your flair as the top player in the world? You're letting Li Xinqi give you a 5-stone handicap. Teacher Zhang, can you get any more shameless than this? Ha ha. Li Xinqi will be crying soon. If he finds out who he is facing, he'll definitely be in tears. Can't blame him. It's Zhang Ye. Who is too mean? That's right. This fellow really knows how to seize an opportunity to mess with others. This is going to be interesting. Chapter 1277, Sweeping the Server. Chapter 1277, Sweeping the Server. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. On the Korean server, the local users were all in a frenzy. The number of spectators exploded as close to half of those users online entered the room to watch. A professional player has issued a challenge. Great, it's Li Xinqi 8 Dan. This feels a bit like using a cannon to kill a mosquito, doesn't it? Haha, that's why it will be good. Let the Chinese have a taste of how good we are. How dare he come to the Korean server to provoke us? Who does he think he is? Teacher Li Xinqi is giving him a 5-stone handicap? Yes, give him a face-smacking game. Even with a 10-stone handicap, we would win. An amateur like this will be defeated even if they had a 20-stone handicap. Wow, there are so many people in the room. There are even other professional Go players watching. Hee, that Chinese player should be getting such a fright seeing so many of us. That's possible. He must not have seen such a grand turnout before, huh? They all were talking and laughing, waiting to see how the Chinese player would make a fool of himself. But unbeknownst to those on the Korean server, the people on the other side were even more excited than they were. In fact, they were more than 100 times more excited than them. The match began. Li Xinqi chose to play a blitz game. A blitz game's rules were not fixed and would differ slightly in every country, with the different tournaments also taking a different stance on the rules regarding it. The general consensus was 30 seconds per move with 10 moves allowed to take up to a total of 10 minutes of thinking time in the game. It was a battle of decisiveness without much thinking time, so playing such a style would demand a lot of the player's skill. In the Korean Go world, although Li Xinqi was not considered one of the top 3 players, he was still regarded as one of the top in the game of speed with very few opponents who could match him at a blitz game. In the Chinese Go world, there were also not that many professional Go players who specialized in blitz. Xiang Rong 9 Dan was unable to do it, and neither could Li E9 Dan. Zhang Ye smiled. A blitz game? That was just what I wanted as well. The 5 handicap stones were placed on the board. Li Xinqi began by placing a stone on the game board. Zhang Ye followed in response. Li Xinqi sneered and placed another stone. Zhang Ye did not even think and just replied, speaking at the camera as he did so. Some of you might not know, so let me tell you all about it. This person playing me is Li Xinqi, which I believe some viewers have already translated and mentioned in the comments. He is considered one of the top few experts in the Korean Go scene, and from the looks of it, his blitz game is even better. Looking at this move here, although the stone was placed fast, its position was still very well thought out. It's a good move, but he might not know this. I am also very good at blitz. I don't believe that anyone has ever seen me play blitz, right? Alright then, let me show it to you all today. Everyone in the channel was laughing like crazy. Teacher Zhang, can you stop bragging already? Your opponent has already given you a 5-stone handicap. What are you still bragging about? Finish him. Go Lord Zhang. Stop bragging already. Quickly end him. I want to see the zombie flow. I want to see the cosmic style. The atmosphere had reached a fever pitch. Looking at Li Xinqi's name, their eyes were all showing a sympathetic glow. Who was Zhang Ye? He was the #1 of the international Go world who no one had beat in a normal match, giving him a handicap, and it was even a handicap of 5 stones. What kind of an outcome would that lead to in the end? They would find out soon enough. That outcome would be Li Xinqi getting utterly demolished. That's right, utterly demolished. In a short span of just 20 moves, Zhang Ye's opponent had been routed. Li Xinqi was dumbfounded. The users on the Korean server were dumbfounded. Even when Li Xinqi resigned and admitted defeat, he still couldn't come to grips with it and felt like he had been dealt a heavy blow. How was this possible? Who was this person? Even if he had allowed him a 5-stone handicap, it was impossible that anyone could beat him in such a relaxed fashion. Then he realized in surprise and nearly vomited a mouthful of blood. His opponent was also a professional Go player. The Korean server's people returned to their senses and started cursing and swearing. Despicable. Despicable rat. As a fellow professional Go player, how can you accept Li Xinqi 8 Dan's 5-stone handicap offer? Tui, you're so shameless. This person is indeed too despicable. How wicked of him. Li Xinqi typed angrily. Again. Zhang Ye replied. Are you still giving me a 5-stone handicap? You still want a handicap of 5 stones? Are you starting to enjoy demolishing me? Li Xinqi nearly fainted. Handicap my ass. Why don't you go die instead? Zhang Ye said regretfully. Well, all right. If you don't want it, just say so. The second game began. It was still a blitz game, but without any handicap. The Korean server's people were cheering in support. You can do it, teacher Li Xinqi. Strip him of his skills, destroy him. Blitz has always been your specialty. Yeah, even if it's China's Xiang Rong 9 Dan playing, there's nothing to be afraid of. That's right. Even the top Go players like Xiang Rong 9 Dan and Li E9 Dan are not a match for you when it comes to a game of speed. This person is really such an annoyance. Teacher Li Xinqi, we're depending on you. 1 move, 5 moves, 10 moves. Li Xinqi was getting more and more frightened by the developments. The voices of support in the room were also becoming meeker and meeker. In the end, when the killing blow was dealt, Li Xinqi got slaughtered before his very own eyes. He was stunned. The Korean server's people were stunned. The spectating professional Go players were also stunned. Li Xinqi's face turned green with anger as he resigned and admitted defeat. Just who are you? Who the fuck are you? At this moment, Song Jiona spoke up. Let me handle him. Zhang Ye accepted the challenge and said to the live stream at the same time. This person is Song Jiona, a 9 Dan in Go. He's a top professional Go player in Korea and was a previous champion at the International Go tournament. He's an evergreen player in the Korean Go scene, and his playstyle is extremely steadfast. Come on then, let me have a taste of your skill. Song Jiona did not talk and simply placed his stone. Zhang Ye followed. They played in turn for several moves. Zhang Ye said into the camera with a smile. Everyone, have a look at this move. It's very interesting because the opponent is actually trying to lay a trap for me. He is hoping that I will play over here. Why is that? Have a look over here and here. He moused over the positions. Do you guys understand now? This is a very well-hidden trap. How do you think I will handle this? Hee, I am actually got to fall for it on purpose. I'm going in. You jokester. Stop playing around. Go ahead. It's so freaking interesting to watch Zhang Ye play Go. This fellow not only plays cunning moves, his tongue is acerbic as well. Lord Zhang, can you play properly or not? Motherfucker, don't you end up throwing the game away. Zhang Ye smiled and said, how could I possibly lose? Hi, he has placed his stone already. Haha, looks like he thinks that I have fallen for his trap. He's already planning his next move. Very good, then I'm going to make a stand here. Is he going to go this way? Good, I'll follow. See this, he'll realize very soon that the person who has fallen into the trap is actually himself. After several moves, his opponent suddenly stopped. There was no response from him. Zhang Ye chuckled and said, it seems like he has realized it. The people on the Korean server were looking at one another. What's the matter? Why isn't there any response? Then, Song Jiona suddenly typed over. Who the heck are you really? Zhang Ye smiled and replied, guess. Song Jiona resigned. A dialog box popped up. You have won. Following that, another few professional Go players came forward. Let me take him on. I'll handle him. Old Song. Take a break and leave him to me. There were 8 and 9 damn players who were all the top professionals of Korea. 1 game, 3 games, 5 games. After Zhang Ye scored an astounding victory in 5 straight games, the Korean server finally went silent. The reason for their silence was because they finally realized who they were playing against. If they still didn't know his identity by now, then they would really be idiots. It was Zhang Ye. It was that madman who had utterly destroyed Peter Go back then. Immediately, the Korean server's people started cursing. Holy fuck, why did this fellow come over to the Korean server? Who can possibly win against him? Damn, ignore him so that he'll leave. But he's still shouting. He's saying that Seoul belongs to him. This damned hooligan. Let him continue shouting. We just have to ignore him. Why are we ignoring this? Because we can't fucking win. That's why. Zhang Ye went over to Li Xinqi's room. Let's have another game. Li Xinqi was almost in tears. Go away, Zhang Ye said. I'm really not Zhang Ye. Let's play again. Li Xinqi nearly vomited blood. If you're not going away, I will. System notification, Li Xinqi has gone offline. Zhang Ye. He went over to Song Jiona's room again. Another game. The other party was so stunned that he could not even say a word. System notification, Song Jiona has gone offline. Zhang Ye. A flurry of scrolling comments flew by in the live streaming channel. Puffed. Ha ha ha. It's over. No one wants to play with us anymore. I got such a kick out of this. All hail the mighty Lord Zhang. Teacher Zhang is too domineering. This is so much fun. Teacher Zhang, stay around and don't stop streaming, please. Yeah, we still want to continue watching. That was too funny. The level of our Chinese Go has always been very strong, but it's the first time anyone has swept the Korean server like that. I finally got to witness it today, but it's over. We can't have fun over there anymore. Zhang Ye has been recognized, and no one wants to play against him. A few minutes later, on the online Go server, the Japanese server was flooded with messages. Tokyo belongs to China. Challenge me if you disagree. Tokyo belongs to China. Challenge me if you disagree. Tokyo belongs to China. Challenge me if you disagree. The Japanese server was enraged. Bastard. Who dares act so atrociously like that? I'll fight you. I'll give you a 10-stone handicap. Play me, or you're a cowardly bastard. 2 hours later, the Japanese server went silent. The American server. New York belongs to Japan. Challenge me if you disagree. New York belongs to Japan. Challenge me if you disagree. New York belongs to Japan. Challenge me if you disagree. The Americans swarmed up at once. Fuck, bitch. Those goddamn Japanese. Let's teach them a lesson. The users from the Japanese server who knew what was going on nearly spat out a mouthful of blood when they saw this. What the fuck has this got to do with us, Zhang Ye? You are too fucking wicked. Damn you. An hour and a half later, the American server went silent. There was no one left to play against. The entire world's Go servers already knew who was behind this user account. Zhang Ye was still spamming messages over there. Where is everyone? Where'd everyone go to? The people on the Korean, Japanese, and American servers were all so depressed that they could just die. Seoul is yours. Tokyo is yours. New York is yours. The entire world is all yours. Will that do? The entire universe belongs to you. All right. Get lost. Hurry up and get lost. In Zhang Ye's channel. Oh my god. I laughed till I cried. I've already cried 5 times from laughing too much. Teacher Zhang, I really have to give it to you. Slay them all. My large saber is again, unable to endure the thirst. There's no one left to slay anymore. The Korean, Japanese, and American servers have all been swept aside. How thrilling that was. This will surely be a new chapter in the history of the Go world. I can't take it anymore. I'm laughing again. Zhang Ye is really too good at attracting hate. This fellow was born with the innate ability to mock people. Teacher Zhang, don't you intend to go international in the future? Is it good to be doing this? Ha ha ha. At the same time, the entire world's Go enthusiasts were all feeling both respect and hatred for Zhang Ye. They respected his strength in the game as he was able to sweep everyone aside and emerge victorious. He was definitely the #1 person of the international Go world, or perhaps even in the entire history of Go. But the problem was that his character was simply too detestable. He was totally immoral to no end. with no one coming close either 500 years before or after this present moment. Chapter 1278, The Great Truth, Finale. Chapter 1278, The Great Truth, Finale. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. At night, China Chiyuan. A group of professional Go players had gathered here, with some of them rushing over to Rubberneck after hearing about what had happened. They were all either extremely stunned, puking blood, or unable to close their mouths from laughing too much. Hu Liang asked, "Has it ended?" Su Han said with a chuckle, "They've already finished playing." The Chiyuan president said, "No one's bothered with him anymore. Why is this fellow so free today? He even came to look for me to play a game this afternoon. How could I want to play against him? In the end, I kicked him out from the room." Li Yi Dan harumphed. Tian Weiwei wiped away his sweat. "Lord Zhang also approached me to play a game this afternoon." Chuning 8 Dan said in amusement. "He found me too. I think he was streaming." Streaming? Then wouldn't he have embarrassed us thoroughly on a global level? Li Yi was feeling rather speechless. Hu Liang disagreed. "He didn't bring us any shame at all. Clearly, he has displayed the might of our nation." Su Han said with a smile. "Yes. In the world of Go, everything is still dependent on strength." The president suddenly said, "I find it to be pretty good. With little Zhang's brouhaha, I'm certain that it will get more people interested in Go. This is good for the entire field." Chuning 8 Dan said helplessly, "Zhang Ye is invincible right now, with no one able to match him at all. It'd be very difficult for the international Go world to find anyone who could possibly best him. He swept the American server. He swept the Japanese server. He swept the Korean server. Where else could they find another godly person like him? There wasn't one in the past, and there wouldn't be one in the future." In the live streaming channel, from out of nowhere, the number of viewers had soared to a terrifying number. 8 million, 9 million, 10 million. It actually broke past 10 million viewers. In the past, the record for a live stream's total viewers did not even reach 8 million, let alone 10 million concurrent viewers. This was like a dream. Meha TV staff were so happy they could go crazy. People from the other live streaming sites were all dumbfounded. Why? Because it was just too terrifying. Wasn't it just a stream of Go? How many people in this world even knew about or could play Go? So how the fuck did it get so many viewers? Yet it did. There were just so many people who enjoyed watching Zhang Ye posture like this and see him acting all showy. The more they watched, the more they liked it, and the more they couldn't stop watching. It was as though this fellow had a natural charm. At times, some people who were watching would end up wanting to insult him in between their laughter as they found him to be too unconventional. But even after the insults, they still continued to like him so damn much that they couldn't understand why. On screen, Zhang Ye had logged out from the account. He said with a smile, "All right, that's enough. It's about time I stopped offending any more people. I suppose the Korean and Japanese servers people must be hopping mad at me. Everyone, please be tight-lipped about this. I was not the one who played those games today. I won't be taking responsibility for them and be scolded for it." "What? You're asking me who played them then?" "Of course it's the owner of that dushed account." The owner of that account nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Messages scrolled by. "Io, can you please stop joking around? Teacher Zhang, you're so bad that you're oozing with evilness. Ha! How sad that the owner has to bear this responsibility. Dushed will become famous. To that bro, whenever you log on to the account in the future, please take caution. I believe that when you get online, the entire world will curse at you in all kinds of languages. It's a good time for you to pick up a few more languages then." Puffed. "That's enough, guys. I had such a good laugh today. There's really no other celebrity like Teacher Zhang Ye. I like him so much. The best thing about Zhang Ye is how well he can pretend. Yes, if anyone else has the achievements of Zhang Ye, like being a literary scholar, a mathematician, the #1 person in the Go world, they would probably be conceited to an unimaginable degree. But looking at Zhang Ye, he's still the same as before. He's still like how he was when we first got to know him. Yes, he hasn't changed at all." Looking at the time, it was already 8:30 in the evening. Zhang Ye was surprised. "Io, how did time pass so quickly? Why didn't any of you remind me? The site only wanted me to stream for 2 hours, but I've already gone on for over 6 hours. I started at 2 p.m. and it's now 8:30 p.m. I haven't even eaten yet. You people are really mistreating me." A flurry of insults scrolled past. "Go to hell. You're the one who's mistreating us. Huh? You're the one who didn't fucking keep track of time. So how dare you blame us for it? It was you who didn't go offline yourself. I haven't had dinner yet either. So you've also realized that it's already past 8? And I thought you were going to stream until dawn. That wasn't enough? Give us more. Yeah, teacher Zhang. It's this late. So what would a few more minutes matter? Show us something else that we haven't seen before. Agreed. +1, give us a finale. You can go and eat after you're done with one last one. Zhang Ye was at his wit's end. Another one? Something that you guys haven't seen before? I've already performed a crosstalk, MC'd, and played Go. What else have you guys not seen me do? I suppose you've seen it all already. Thinking for a bit, he said, why don't I sing you a folk song for y'all? A folk song? You even know how to sing a folk song? The channel's viewers got all excited. Come on then. Hurry up. All right, a folk song it shall be. Let's hear how it sounds. Quickly sing it. Is it going to be an opera song or what? There were no clappers one. There were no stringed instruments. Zhang Ye stood up with his full body in frame and opened his mouth to start singing. About relations? The heavens are not kin. It has the sun, moon, and stars. The cycle of the sun and moon ages people, taking countless people from this world. About relations? The earth is not kin. The land is full of living beings as precious as gold, fighting for fame and fortune through the years, visiting old graves after the new. Listening to this, many of Zhang Ye's friends sighed. Yao Jinkai fell silent. Ha Chi looked at Zhang Ye. Hearing this tune, they just couldn't smile no matter what. All they felt was a heavy, sinking feeling in their hearts. Zhang Ye sang. About relations? Are my peers the closest? The people in the channel cheered. Ha ha. Zhang Ye sighed and sang. No, they aren't either. Infighting and plots, chill the heart. Suddenly, he raised his voice. Zhang Ye looked at the camera and sang. About relations? The audience is the closest. The audience and actors are linked by their hearts. The scrolling comments were all praise. Good, good, well said. Zhang Ye was very into it. As the old saying goes, without the patron, no artist would arise. Braved the cold winds and snow yesterday to get to the dry north. Traveling to Jiangnan today for the scenery. I offer a word of advice. Stay away from wine, women, and song. And don't indulge in eating, drinking, orgies, or gambling. I cup my fist and pay respects to all, everyone. May fortune shine upon you and your business thrive. Zhang Ye gave a fist and palm salute and faced the camera with a mix of emotions. He had long wanted to sing the words of this folk song and had done so today because it was also a timely reminder to himself. It was just the correct day and the correct place. Everything else was bullshit. Only the audience was the most sincere. Only those without any motives and truly liked him were the most sincere of people. Zhang Ye wanted to tell himself that this was true no matter how far he went, and that he mustn't forget this all his life. Great. That was very well sung. Zhang Ye, you're really awesome. Teacher Zhang, I like you a lot. Thank you. Teacher Zhang, it's been hard on you. A folk song called The Great Truth from his previous World's Diyun Society, too, had moved plenty of people here. Today's stream made many viewers revel in joy. They were thoroughly satisfied through the pores of their skin to every cell in their bodies. It was such a joy to watch. The opening was good. The process was good. The closing was also good. There was nothing to complain about. This was the first time a celebrity from the entertainment industry had succeeded in testing the waters of online streaming. Chapter 1279. Zhang Ye is going for the S-list? Chapter 1279. Zhang Ye is going for the S-list? Translator, leg editor, leg. After the stream ended, Zhang Ye could finally take a breather. He hurriedly downed a bottle of water and got up to walk out of the live streaming studio. When he came outside, he was slightly stunned as he found more than a dozen people waiting for him. Great job, Director Zhang. Great work, Teacher Zhang. You're amazing. This stream was great. The number of viewers exploded. This is a record. The records for the value of the donations received and the number of viewers have both been broken. A group of Meha TV's staff were chattering. Even the CEO of Meha TV came over to join them. The moment he came up to them, he said excitedly, Teacher Zhang, great job, great job. Thank you so much. In these 2 years, we have worked with many celebrities in show business. But there has really been no one as professional as you were today. Don't mention the celebrities. Even our own site's full-time streamers could only stream for about 2 to 3 hours at a go. If they were asked to stream for close to 7 hours, they wouldn't be able to take it for sure. There's nothing I can tell you. He gave Zhang Ye a thumbs up. Except for this. Zhang Ye smiled and waved it off. Since I'm paid for it, it's only to be expected of me. It's nothing too serious. I don't have much to offer except for my energy. If we're making a living out of this, the least we can do is make sure the audience is not shortchanged, right? I'm just earning a living. It's nothing that noble. Meha TV CEO said, but it's not like that. Which other celebrity would possibly stream 6 to 7 hours for us? It just wouldn't happen. If we paid them for 2 hours, they would even charge you extra if it went 2 minutes over. It's just how things work in the entertainment industry these days. There aren't any people like you anymore. Teacher Zhang, we're really happy to be working with you on this occasion. I won't say anything more and will remember this. If there's anything you need in the future, just tell me. Zhang Ye nodded. Well, there's something that I need right now. The CEO immediately answered, go ahead. Zhang Ye touched his belly and said, isn't it about time for dinner? Dinner? Uffed. That's right, nobody has eaten yet. The CEO facepalmed and exclaimed, "Io, just look at how forgetful I am. Quick, quick, let's reserve a table and call a taxi. I'll personally hold a banquet to show our appreciation for Teacher Zhang and his team. You don't have to go to all that trouble." Zhang Ye was really hungry. Do you have any packaged food? A staff member nodded and said, we do, but it's just some boxed lunches that we had earlier. Zhang Ye pointed at him. That'll do. A female staff member said nervously, but it's already cold. Just heat it up in the microwave, Zhang Ye said. 2 minutes later, a group of people watched as Zhang Ye bent over on the table and gobbled up the boxed lunches with a pair of chopsticks. They exchanged glances when they saw such a sight. The boss gave a wry smile. You're fine with just eating boxed lunches? Zhang Ye raised his head and said with a smile, why not? He was never picky about food. He could have delicacies, or he could have instant noodles. The Meha staff all looked at him and suddenly seemed like they understood a little more about why Zhang Ye could reach his level of fame. Just a simple action was enough to explain a lot of things. The next day, there were headlines of Zhang Ye on quite a few entertainment news sections. Zhang Ye teams up with Meha TV for his first ever stream. 10 million viewers watching concurrently. Zhang Ye's shocking level of appeal. An A-list celebrity who raps. Drunk and alone gets mimicked by internet streamers. Zhang Ye's new monologue amazes the industry. Zhang Ye wreaked havoc in the Go world last evening. The Japanese, Korean, and American Go servers have been swept aside by Zhang Ye. The Chinese Go world to welcome 100 years of prosperity. The great truth moves many live stream viewers to tears. Online there were similar voices. Did you guys watch it yesterday? Of course I did. It was so enjoyable. I died laughing. I've never seen such a funny celebrity before. Ha ha ha. I became a brain-dead fan of Zhang Ye's after yesterday. Zhang Ye has definitely got to be part of that handful of truly talented celebrities in all of showbiz. He just has too many good ideas in him. Yeah, I really have to take my hat off to him. He totally slayed the Japanese and Korean servers. It really got my blood pumping just watching. I'll give him a perfect score for this round. It was awesome. Zhang Ye's popularity is gonna surge again. Yesterday's Zhang Ye was indeed domineering. Could he not be domineering? Even during the stream fronted by the Heavenly King, there were at most 7 million viewers online, assuming the organizers did not boost the numbers. But watching Zhang Ye's stream, I could clearly feel that the 10 million viewers were all real people. Judging from the atmosphere in the channel and looking at Weibo's trending topics at that time, there's no point in arguing whether the stream was really that popular or not. Could this fellow's appeal put him on par with the heavenly kings and queens? Surely not, right? His popularity is still too far behind theirs. Alright, I haven't checked Zhang Ye's popularity score in a long time. He's still at number 1 in the A-list, no changes yet. When he got promoted to the top of the A-list, his popularity score was still lacking by several fold to get to the S-list. So how could he get there so soon? Wait. Holy shit. Quick, take a look. What is this? My titanium dog eyes are blinded. Someone come quick. Something big has happened. Something big has happened. Ah! But this is impossible. How could this have happened? All of a sudden, quite a few netizens were alarmed. Someone finally realized that something was wrong. Someone finally discovered that something was wrong with Zhang Ye's popularity. Back when Zhang Ye reached the top of the A-list, it looked like he was just a step away from reaching the S-list. But this step was actually very far away and was almost considered an insurmountable gap. In recent years, so many celebrity and big shots had reached this top position that Zhang Ye was in, but were still unable to take a seat among those on the S-list. In the end, it was still those 7 familiar faces who stood atop the entertainment circle, unmovable by any storm. As such, no one thought a thing about it when Zhang Ye rose up to the top of the A-list. But today, at this moment, they were suddenly stunned to find out that not only had Zhang Ye's popularity score caught up to those ahead of him, it had even gotten within touching distance to the popularity scores of those 7 S-list heavenly kings and queens. The media was stunned. The public was stunned. The entertainment circle was stunned. The teams of the heavenly kings and queens were stunned. God, how is that possible? When did he catch up to them? Wasn't this too soon? Fortress besieged? The highest literary award? Advertisement endorsements? I am a singer? Plaza dancing? Or this live stream? No, this was definitely not something that could be achieved with just a couple good outcomes. This was an accumulation of everything, and Zhang Ye had been undertaking this task for the past several months. All of it was done in order for him to have a shot at the S-list. So this was the objective of Zhang Ye's intense schedule and endorsements in all of these months. They were too foolish, too stupid. They should have thought of this long ago. They should have realized it long ago. How did they only just find out about it? Would Zhang Ye succeed? Was one of those 7 spots going to change owners soon? Was there going to be a shake-up in the entertainment industry? This was the first time. This was the first time that any celebrity had come so close to one of those highly regarded 7 people at the top. Chapter 1280. Turmoil in the Industry. Chapter 1280. Turmoil in the Industry. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. At home, the outside world was in an uproar. But Zhang Ye was still sleeping soundly in bed. The bedroom door was pushed open and his mother came inside looking shocked. Son, are you serious? The news is reporting that you're making a push for the S-list. Zhang Ye was woken up. His father also came into the room. Is it true? Yeah. Zhang Ye sat up from bed. The media has already reported about it. His mother said, they just reported about it, and the outside world has turned upside down. Zhang Ye smiled and said, I didn't think that they would find out so soon. His mother said excitedly, So are you serious? Why didn't you tell us about it? I told you all about it earlier. I said that I was preparing for a big job, but you insisted that I was going to rob a bank. Zhang Ye rolled his eyes and said, I've been planning this for a long time. In the past few months, all the work that I did was to support this plan. In truth, it's still not complete yet, and I'm still short of a few steps. But if they've already found out about it, I guess there's no other way to it. Hi. I knew that it couldn't be kept under wraps for long. No one is that silly, and it looks like I can't sneak up to them anymore. Since they found out, I'll just carry out the plan more openly. I've already gained enough popularity anyway. Even if they make preparations against me, I doubt they can get me off their tails in the short term. His mother pointed at him. Son, Mom is optimistic that you can do it. But his father said, Can you really go up? Zhang Ye smiled and said, I'll give it a shot. His mother said, Go for it. Show them what my son is capable of. All right. Zhang Ye shrugged. After we're done with the wedding, I'll make sure to put up a good fight against those 7 people. His mother said happily, Your wedding might even be able to add quite a bit of popularity for you. If they knew who your wife is, they'd surely be surprised. Surprised? That wouldn't aptly describe it at all. Horrified should be the word. He wondered how many people would be horrified when they found out. Mom, Zhang Ye said calmly, keep it on the down low. Ring, 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 ring. His friend started calling. The first call was from Ha Chi-Chi. It sounded very chaotic on her end. Director Zhang, we can't keep it under wraps anymore. I know, I've seen the news. The media has broken through and called us a dozen times so far. You guys handle it. Sorry for all the work. Followed by Chun Guang. Damn, are you really doing it? Doing what, old Chun? What are you even saying? You've kept it too well hidden. Haha, but I didn't hide it at all. You're so aggressive. Wenli and I just caught the news and were stunned by what we saw. It was only then that we realized that your popularity has grown to such a level. You're really great, aren't you? This is such a big deal, but you managed to keep such a straight face about it. This is such a huge deal, getting to the summit of show business. The entire industry has blown up over it. What do you mean by getting to the summit? I'm not even close yet. You call this not close? Don't listen to the hot air that the media is blowing. I'm still lacking by quite a bit in the popularity score. So all the more you should be putting in more hard work to give yourself a boost. Yao Jinkai also called. You're aiming for the top? Can't I? Of course you can. You totally can. Haha. I'll give it a shot and see how it goes. You won't have a problem doing it. I purposely went to check out the rankings just now. Although there's still a little more to go, it's not really that far anymore. This is definitely the closest anyone has gotten in recent years to those 7 people. Keep working at it and make it happen. You'll be really great in the future when you get to the top domestically. I'll see what I can do. Zhang Xia, Xiaodong, Amy, Ninglan. Zhang Ye's cell phone was exploding with calls. The media also nearly caused a stampede over at Zhang Ye's studio. The media and industry could not be blamed for having such a huge reaction. The main issue was that Zhang Ye's issue had come up too suddenly. It was so sudden that no one was prepared for it. The S-list. There were only 7 spots among those at the top of the entertainment industry. If someone was coming up, then that would mean that someone else would be going down. This was the rule of this world's celebrity rankings index. Whether it was the S-list, the A-list, or the B-list, this rule would apply at every level since they couldn't have an unlimited amount of celebrities in them. A celebrity wouldn't simply get promoted the moment they reached a certain popularity score. The rankings index would always take into consideration factors like how the public's attention span was limited and how the development of the entertainment industry was not stagnant. The difference in popularity scores from 10 years ago and now was very different. If they had implemented a fixed system back then, with the crazy development of the entertainment industry by today's terms, there would have been at least several dozen S-list celebrities at present, if not 100 of them. It couldn't be done this way. So the Celebrity Rankings Index needed to have a fixed quota at each level, not depend on a fixed boundary of popularity scores dictating who would get in. It had rationale. Zhang Ye thought about what it was like in his previous world and felt that it was rather similar in a way. Although it wasn't as clear-cut as this world's way of doing it, there were still pretty well-defined S and A-list celebrities back there. The evaluation criteria were all dependent on the media's, industries, and one's own judgment and feeling of how popular a celebrity was. Similarly, the number of S-list celebrities in his previous world was also not unlimited. If they really counted them, there would only be a handful. Although the number of S-list big names would gradually increase and look like there wasn't a cap to it, but if you were to look back on it later, those initial S-list celebrities would definitely have lost quite a bit of their popularity from before, and might even end up dropping from the list, or become has-beens, or disappear from the public's view. With new people coming in, the old would have to go. In terms of this point, the two worlds were essentially the same. If you wanted to rise, then you'd have to fight for it. There were only those few spots. Whoever could get one would mean that they were the more capable people. And the current Zhang Ye had undoubtedly declared war on those 7 people. The media was stirring with activity. Zhang Ye declares war. Can Zhang Ye reach the top? The battle for the S-list officially kicks off. Great changes are coming to the entertainment circle. Industry experts are not optimistic of Zhang Ye's chances to get into the S-list. Will the teams of the Heavenly Kings and Queens call for an urgent response? The biggest thing to happen in the entertainment industry this year. There was also an uproar on Weibo. I nearly vomited blood from the shock. This is so impressive. In just the blink of an eye, Zhang Ye has come to this step? Yeah. To think that I was just listening to Zhang Ye's radio broadcast of Ghost Blows Out the Light not too long ago. At that time, I started liking him quite a bit. After following and scolding him so much over the years, damn. This jokester has actually reached a point where he has a chance of getting to the top of the entertainment circle when no one was expecting it? Hi. Ha. Fighting and scolding his way. Up to here over 3 years, this fellow has gone through really big changes in the entertainment circle. It's wonderful. Supporting Zhang Ye reaching the top. Go teacher Zhang. I don't think anything will come out of this. In the end, it will have all been for naught. Yeah, no one's been able to touch those 7 people's positions in so many years. Let's take it one step at a time and see how it turns out. If those heavenly kings and queens are willing to come out to garner some popularity, they'll easily pull away from Zhang Ye. It really won't be easy. But he has a very good chance too. Supporting Zhang Ye, the netizens were arguing. There was a heated discussion going on in the industry. The entire country was talking about this news. At this moment, Zhang Ye received a call from Zhang Yuanqi. Looking at the caller ID, Zhang Ye smiled and picked up. "Hello, old Zhang." Zhang Yuanqi said. "Are you really coming up?" Zhang Ye acknowledged. "Yeah, I have to find something for you all to do." "How confident you sound." "Haha, do you have any suggestions?" "No, but I do have advice for you." "Oh, of the 7 of us, none of us are pushovers. If you really want to bring one of us down, it definitely won't be as easy as you think." "You're saying it as though I'm a pushover." "True, then all the best to you." After hanging up, Zhang Yi stopped thinking about this issue. About an hour later, Zhang Yi received a message. It was sent by Zhang Yuanqi's manager, Fong Weihong. When he saw it, he was slightly taken aback. It contained the recent schedules of the 6 S-list celebrities other than Zhang Yuanqi. There was the screening dates of their movies, as well as a forecast of where they could increase their popularity score. All of the information was detailed very clearly. There were even the actions taken by their teams after finding out about Zhang Ye's intention to make a bid for the S-list, like the increase in their activities, consideration of variety shows invitations to them, etc. This was clearly insider's news. Then a call from Fong Weihong arrived. Zhang Ye hurriedly picked it up. "Sister Fong." Fong Weihong laughed and said, "Did you see it yet?" Zhang Ye said, "I saw it, thank you." But Fong Weihong said, "Don't thank me. It was Sister Zhang who got me to collate the information and send it to you. Your social ties in the industry are terrible, and everything you do is always an uphill battle. You don't really get along with the higher-ups of the entertainment industry either, so your information must naturally be very limited. This is a critical moment in your bid to get into the S-list, so see if that will be of any help to you. In the future, if you need this sort of news again, you can ask me." Zhang Yi was stunned. "Sister Zhang wanted me to have it?" "Yes. We were just talking on the phone, and she didn't seem like she was optimistic about my chances." Fong Weihong was taken aback. "She's not optimistic of your chances? Did she say that?" "No, but it sounded that way," Zhang Yi said. Fong Weihong shook her head and said, "Well, for me, I once asked Sister Zhang about this. It was about a year ago when I asked her how long she thought the 7 people of the S-list could hold on to their spots. Would it be a year, 3 years, or 5 years? Sister Zhang told me at that time that there wasn't much of a chance for there to be any changes to the S-list in the short term. So I asked her again, what if changes really happened? Who would be the one to go down? And who would rise up? Guess what she said?" Zhang Yi listened. Fong Weihong laughed and said, "Sister Zhang said that if changes really happened, she wasn't sure about who would be going down, but she was sure that the person to come up would definitely be you." Zhang Yi was stunned. Me? He really hadn't expected this. Was old Zhang's opinion of him so high? After hanging up, Zhang Yi stared at the information on his cell phone that Fong Weihong had sent to him. He felt rather touched, but moved his hand to it and deleted the message. He would remember this for sure. Whoever was good to him, he knew full well. But he didn't need this information. Neither was he the type who would want to make use of his opponent's information and study them. Most times, Zhang Yi preferred to be more direct about things, rather than beat around the bush. Wherever they were going, whatever they were doing, however they would garner more popularity, who cares about all of that? I will just be relentless. Life and death are destined. Everyone pits their skill. Chapter 1281. Zhang Yi designs the wedding dress. Chapter 1281. Zhang Yi designs the wedding dress. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. It was the weekend. In the morning, while the outside world was still digesting the news of Zhang Ye's bid for the S-list, the official Weibo of Zhang Ye's studio issued some alarming news. Teacher Zhang Ye will temporarily be putting all his work on hold from today in order to prepare for his upcoming wedding. He gives thanks to everyone and the media for their concern. All news and schedules regarding the wedding will be announced at the earliest possible opportunity. When the post went up on Weibo, it became even more lively on the internet. Wow, the wedding. Zhang Ye is really going to get married soon. It's too soon. I'm still not prepared. Congratulations, Teacher Zhang. So who's the bride? Yeah. Can we have a picture of the bride, please? How nerve-wracking. The wedding will be held soon, and no one even knows who the bride is? Aren't you leaving us with sleepless nights this way? My gossiping heart can't take this anymore. Yeah, that's true. It's too mysterious. I'm just curious how there isn't any information about it at all. There aren't even any rumors or a hint of who it might be. Where have the paparazzi been? What have the reporters been working on? You guys always seem to know every single bit of gossip, like whoever has a mistress or whoever has an illegitimate child. None of that ever gets unreported. But why are you all fucking up at this critical moment? Why is there just no news at all when it comes to Zhang Ye's affairs? Are you any good at your jobs? That is indeed a little weird. I really want to see who the bride is. The media outlets and paparazzi could only take the fall for this. The media outlets smiled bitterly, while the paparazzi were helpless. What has this got anything to do with us? Why are you all scolding us? We would also like to know. But the problem is that there isn't any information about it at all. Following that, under the strong urging and pleas from the media outlets, the staff of Zhang Ye's studio relented and agreed to hold a mini press conference to answer some of their questions. At the press conference, several dozen media outlets were posing questions nonstop. A reporter asked, "Who is the bride?" Zhang Ye's studio replied, "We're keeping it a secret for now." "Where will the wedding be held?" "We're keeping it a secret for now, and we'll inform everyone when the time comes." "Will it be a Chinese-style wedding or a Western-style one?" "According to our knowledge, it will primarily be a Chinese-style wedding." "Will reporters be allowed into the venue to take photographs?" "Yes, we will be coming up with a list of invitations for the relevant media outlets to send one of their reporters to attend the wedding." It was just a mini press conference, but it lasted for a full 2 hours. The media did not let Hachichi and the others leave as they pushed their microphones forward and questioned them for a long time. When the press conference finally finished, everyone dispersed amid the commotion, with some of the reporters rushing back to their offices so that they could quickly report about it. There were also some reporters who had already finished their drafts at the venue and sent it back to their offices for the news to be published immediately. Zhang Ye's impending grand wedding. Identity of bride remains mystery. Could it be a celebrity or an average person? Heatedly discussed about. Zhang Ye's wedding captures the attention of the public. Zhang Ye's wedding was clearly a big deal within the entertainment industry as well. After all, he was no longer the same as before. He wasn't that small-time celebrity that no one cared about. He was now able to hold out against those 7 people at the top of show business. Regarding Zhang Ye's big wedding, the whole nation's people had their eyes on this occasion. Everyone knew that this event would again bring about a lot of fame for Zhang Ye. He was now edging closer and closer to one of those 7 spots. Later that morning, elsewhere, Zhang Ye received a call and went downstairs. Wu Ziqing's secretary, Bai Li, had driven to his place. When she saw Zhang Ye, Bai Li hurriedly got out of car. "Teacher Zhang, Chief Wu has been caught up in some work and might only be able to come over later. She had me pick you up first and send you over. Why don't we leave?" Zhang Ye smiled and said, "All right." Bai Li proceeded to open the car door for him. Zhang Ye quickly said, "I'll get it myself." Bai Li said politely, "Let me do it." "Don't be so polite with me, Secretary Bai." Zhang Ye got into the car and said with a chuckle, "We're not strangers anymore." Bai Li gave a reserved smile. "That won't do. You're Chief Wu's boyfriend, so you're also like my boss." As they talked, they drove off. Bai Li was a little distracted as she drove. She could still remember how shocked she was when she heard about this news yesterday. Even now, she still found it quite difficult to believe. "Teacher Zhang, Chief Wu, they were going to get married? Oh my God, did they really have to make it this big?" Bai Li now understood why Chief Wu had been so good towards Zhang Ye in the past. So it was because they were a couple. She had also been catching the news these days. The newspapers were all talking about how a shakeup was coming to the entertainment industry and that Zhang Ye was planning to break into the S-list. However, only Bai Li knew that that was not even something to break a sweat over. What was that? What kind of a stupid shakeup would that be? When Zhang Ye's wedding day arrives, all of you will realize what an earthquake truly is. At a bridal shop, she parked the car. Zhang Ye and Bai Li walked inside. There were a few people in here. Fat Sis, Wu Ziqing's elder sister. Wu Mo, Wu Ziqing's nephew. Xianya, Wu Ziqing's best friend. Zhang Ye smiled and greeted them. Fat Sis, Mo Professor Xian. The mathematician, Zhang Ye, smiled and said, "What an important man Professor Zhang is. We were all waiting for you." Fat Sis did not say anything pointless and simply introduced, "Zhang, let me introduce you to some people. These two are our country's best fashion designers. This is Julie, a famous bridal gown designer. This is Li Xianghe, a famous Chinese Kuo-1 designer. Aren't you planning to use a bridal gown when welcoming the guests, and then change into a Chinese dress for the wedding ceremony? I've already found you two of the best designers and got them to come down here today. They've brought along some samples, so come and take a look. We have to decide on the choices by today. Otherwise, it'll be too late." Zhang Ye blinked. "It's that urgent?" Wu Mo rolled his eyes. "Listen to what you're saying. You and my aunt are both busier than the other. We pushed for the trying on of the bridal gown long ago, but you two just kept not turning up." Zhang Ye said, "Hey, how can you speak to your uncle like that?" Wu Mo burst into tears. "Go away. We're talking on our own terms." Zhang Ye shook hands with both the designers and said, "Sorry to trouble the two of you." Julie smiled and said, "It's nothing." Li Xianghe smiled. "It's my honor." Fat Sis glanced around. Where's Ziqing?" Bai Li said. "Chief Wu has something to attend to and can't come over yet." Fat Sis smacked her lips. "That's Ziqing. An important matter like choosing the bridal gown, and she's not here? I'll call her." She had already picked up her phone and started dialing. "Big sis. What are you doing?" "There's something I have to handle at work. But we're choosing your bridal gown today. Just let Zhang Ye select it for me. He's a man. What would he know about such things? Can you really trust his taste?" "Of course I trust him. Just let him choose it. I'll wear whatever he selects." "Whoa, you're really that brave, huh?" I have to hang up now." After hanging up, Fat Sis had no choice but to go ahead with the selection. The group of them gathered around and started picking the bridal gown. Julie was a female designer and also a good friend of Fat Sis. She took out 5 design sketches, one of which was a finished product that was dressed on a mannequin. "Everyone, come and see this. This is the style that I'm recommending, as its design is concise and elegant. Look at the design of the veil. This is made from." She gave a very detailed description of it. "The first bridal gown." Zhang Ye shook his head. Fat Sis shook her head. "The second bridal gown." Zhang Ye firmly said no. Zhang Ye was also not too enthusiastic about it. The third and the fourth pieces were also turned down by Zhang Ye. Fat Sis said, "I think the fourth design is quite nice looking." Zhang Ye also said, "The fourth piece is good." Wu Mo said, "I prefer the third one." But Zhang Ye firmly said, "All of them won't do. They don't suit old Wu. It was either too simple, or too revealing, or it involved too many complicated designs." Zhang Ye did not like any of them. Julie looked at him. "These styles of dresses are the latest fashion. Teacher Zhang, if you have any requests, you can let me know. I will make the modifications according to your suggestions." Zhang Ye laughed and said, "How would he know anything about that?" Zhang Ye said in amusement, "As someone who works with math, do you think you know any better than?" Zhang Ye said, "Whoa, you speak as if you don't work with math yourself." Wu Mo laughed and said, "Did you two fight over something? Why do you always bicker?" Zhang Ye harumphed. "At the entrance of Tsinghua, he robbed us of our students and smashed our cars." Realization dawned on Wu Mo. That's right. Sister Xian is from Tsinghua University, who hate Peking University. They were at fault at that time, Zhang Ye rebutted. Julie recommended a few changes and came up with some more proposals. Xian, Fat Sis, and the others were all giving suggestions. The final proposed style was somewhat alright to Zhang Ye, but he only found it to be not too bad and did not think that it was anything special. After dragging on for a long time, there was still no conclusion. After that, designer Li Xianghe took out his designs for the Chinese Kuo. After half an hour of discussions, Xian, Fat Sis, and the others found some of the designs to be really nice, but Zhang Ye was also not happy with them. He was someone who wasn't really picky when it came to things that he ate or used for himself. He would usually be fine with anything and could accept the shortcomings of whatever was given to him. But for old Wu, he wasn't going to be shoddy about it at all. He would not give the nod if there was even a minor detail that he was unsatisfied with. His standards were raised higher when in the pursuit of perfection. The two designers, Julie and Li Xianghe, gave each other a helpless glance. Wu Mo was sweating by now. "Brother Zhang, are you going to decide on anything at all?" Fat Sis said, Are they all really not to your satisfaction? Xianya said, why don't we wait for Zuching to arrive first before deciding? Zhang Ye said, I know what she will like. Fat Sis remarked, aren't you also involved in the arts? Why don't you design one yourself? She found what she said rather funny herself. But Zhang Ye was taken aback. Me? Design one? Right. I can design something myself. There are so many designs available from back in my previous world. Zhou Sun's Chanel, Yang Ying's Dior, Lu Shishir's Carven. How about that design that Princess Diana wore? And so many other world-famous bridal gown designs. I won't design one that is exactly the same, but it shouldn't be difficult if I were to use the general design of one and find a way to suit it to Old Wu's style. The ideas he had in mind were not something that either of these designers could match. The designs in Zhang Ye's mind were the essence of all the famous designers' style and wisdom, and they had even had the consensus of the public who had seen it before. Right, I'll do it myself. Thinking of this, Zhang Ye took the chance to go and get a drink. At the same time, he opened the game Ring interface and took a memory search capsule, going through the various styles of bridal gowns in his mind. Chapter 1282. In the headlines again. Chapter 1282. In the headlines again. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. At the bridal shop. It was already noon. This was a private location belonging to Fat Sis. Her company was in the business of making games, while the wedding studio was just run on the side. At this moment, only the few of them were in the shop as Fat Sis had already sent away all unrelated personnel in advance. For any details related to Zhang Ye's big wedding and the choosing of the dress, they of course could not let any outsiders find out. Zhang Ye was still drinking water by himself. Fat Sis said to Julie, for my sister's big wedding, you better not hold back any of your gown designs, all right? Julie smiled and said, my dear sis, how long have we known each other? Even if I were to keep any of my designs hidden, I wouldn't do it to you. I've already brought out all the designs I have from inside the wardrobe, so how could I still have anything to hide from you? Teacher Zhang is also involved in the arts, so his requirements are naturally of a higher standard. Everyone's aesthetic values are different. That's where the difficulty lies in designing a bridal gown. If he's still not satisfied with what I have here today, I can go back and have a discussion with my team to quickly come up with a few more new designs. But there wouldn't be enough time, and we might not be able to get it out in time for the wedding. Fat Sis asked, are you sure you really don't have any other designs? Julie said, I really don't. But you're the best bridal gown designer in the industry. Julie said, that's why everything I brought today are my own designs. Every piece is unique, and there aren't any mass-produced gowns among them. Suddenly, Zhang Ye came over. Fat Sis said, why don't we go with this piece? It's actually really nice. But Zhang Ye surprisingly said, let me design something for Old Wu myself. Wu Mo was stunned. Huh? Xianya stared wide-eyed. Whoa, you're actually going to do it? Zhang Ye nodded and said, yeah, you want to design it yourself? Fat Sis said in surprise, this may carry a very great significance, but as a guy and a layman, what could you possibly know about designing a bridal gown? Zhang Ye said, I'll give it a try. Julie also smiled but said nothing of it. Zhang Ye said, do you have any designing tools? Julie said, all of them. Zhang Ye looked at her. I don't actually know how to use these professional tools. Why don't I describe it while you draw it? I'll let you know how I want it to be and what kind of floral patterns to use. You can draw it wherever I point. The overall style and look of the wedding dress, down to the stitching, is in my head. You can just help me bring out what I have in mind to life. You're really going to do this? Isn't this ridiculous? Julie forced a smile and cast a glance at Fat Sis. Fat Sis threw her hands up in resignation. Julie could only say, all right. She brought out her tools like a ruler and the such, then got seated. Zhang Ye stood behind her and started dictating. I want the veil to be this way. No, it should be a little longer. Yes, the mesh size should be slightly larger. Shorten this side by 1 millimeter. A little longer. Give it a double layer and stack them together. At first, Julie wasn't really bothered by it, and neither were the others. Occasionally, she would object to some of his suggestions. If you do it this way over here, it would look too simple. There won't be a sense of layering this way. But with every objection that she raised, Zhang Ye would always say, just trust me. And when the general outline of the bridal gown was drawn, Julie was greatly astonished. Wumo's eyes grew bigger and bigger. The bridal shop's door was pushed open. Wu Ziqing had finished work, had driven herself over. But she realized that no one had noticed her even after she came into the shop. All of them had their heads lowered as they stared at the drawing board in amazement. Wu Ziqing chuckled. What's going on here? Xianya looked up. Oh, you're finally here? Something came up, and I got delayed. Wu Ziqing walked over. What is this? Fat Sis pulled her over in excitement. Hurry up and see this. Your husband is personally designing a bridal gown for you. It's almost complete. Zhang Ye was completely unaware of his surroundings. He didn't realize that Wu Ziqing had arrived. All of his focus was on this bridal gown's design sketch. At times, he would point to suggest what he wanted to be put in. When he couldn't properly relay what was needed, he even nudged Julie aside to draw the idea in his mind so that she would understand what he meant. Half an hour later, the sketch of the bridal gown's design was complete. When they held up Zhang Ye's sketch, everyone turned to look. Julie was stunned. Wu Mo was stunned. Xianya was stunned. Fat Sis was stunned. Wu Mo exclaimed, Damn, that's too beautiful. Fat Sis said excitedly, It's really, really nice. It's so befitting of Ziqing's demeanor. Julie looked at Zhang Ye in shock. How did you do it? Beside her, the Chinese qua designer was also quite taken aback. Zhang Ye said quite happily, So is this all right? Xianya said in astonishment, This is more than all right. Wu Mo asked, Are you a professional, Brother Zhang? Zhang Ye started. Whoa, old Wu, when did you arrive? Me? Wu Ziqing smiled at him. I got here long ago. Zhang Ye hurriedly said, Have a look at this and see if it's fine. Do you like it? If you don't like it, you can have a look at the other designs too. Teacher Julie brought several designs. Wu Ziqing looked at the sketch of the bridal gown's design and said with a smile, There's no need to look. I'll wear this. Everyone crowded around the sketch and cried out in astonishment from time to time. It was just so beautiful. Even though the finished product was not out yet, they could already feel the breathtaking beauty and luxury from the drawing itself. Wu Ziqing asked, What about the Chinese qua? Zhang Ye said spiritedly, I'll design it. Fat Sis said, You even want to do that? Zhang Ye said, But of course. This fellow was really getting a kick out of designing the dresses. Without another word, he started dictating to Li Xianghe as well. It will be hand-embroidered here. No, not this type of pattern. That's not it. Here, I'll draw it. Another hour passed. The Chinese qua design was also completed. When everyone saw it, they felt beyond speechless. Julie was stunned again. Xianya was dumbfounded. Wu Mo grabbed Zhang Ye by the arm. Brother Zhang, Lord Zhang, is there anything that you don't know how to do? You're too impressive. Zhang Ye smiled and asked, Does it look good? Wu Mo said, It's so good that I've been blinded. Fat Sis was also overjoyed. It looks better than good. The key is that it fits Ziqing's demeanor so well. It's simply tailor-made for her. Zhang Ye smiled and said, Well, it's literally tailor-made for old Wu. Xianya looked at her best friend. I'm starting to get jealous of you, old Wu. To be able to wear a bridal gown and Chinese qua that was designed by one's own husband. How romantic. Zhang Ye said, Do you like it? Wu Ziqing smiled. I like it very much. Zhang Ye was getting the hang of it and said, All right then, I'll design another one if you like. Another one? Wu Mo nearly tripped and fainted. Do you think that this is a crosstalk encore? That you can keep cracking jokes if the reception was good? Everyone laughed. On the same night, the news leaked. Some well-connected media outlets managed to seek out Julie, and it wasn't just one or two of them. Over 20 media outlets and television stations personnel had come to look for her. A group of reporters interviewed her. Teacher Julie, what style of a bridal gown did you design for Zhang Ye's wife? Did you get to see the bride? Who is it? Teacher Julie, how much does the bridal gown cost? When will the finished product be out? Will you make it in time for the wedding? The amount of questions was overwhelming. This wasn't Julie's first time designing a bridal gown for a celebrity. She had dealt with such situations a myriad of times and knew exactly how to handle the questions. I can only answer a portion of your questions. Teacher Zhang's wife's bridal gown is actually not my design at all. It was personally designed by Teacher Zhang for her. What? Personally designed? This is big news. Surely not, right? How could Teacher Zhang know fashion design? You probably mean designing in the symbolic sense, right? Julie smiled and said, I don't know what you all mean by designing in the symbolic sense. I only know that after interacting with Teacher Zhang today, I feel especially honored and happy." With a pause, she gave a wry smile and said something astonishing. "If Teacher Zhang was working in the fashion industry, a lot of our designers would probably not be able to make a living anymore." The media reporters who were present were all dumbfounded. What kind of an opinion was that? Zhang Ye really knew how to design a bridal gown. So much so that the best female bridal gown designer would claim that she wouldn't be able to make a living from designing anymore. Didn't this opinion rate Zhang Ye a little too high? Just what kind of a bridal gown did Zhang Ye design? Zhang Ye personally designs a bridal gown for his wife. This news trended to the top of the Weibo headlines. The netizens were startled. What? That dude even has this skill? I'm cramping up with laughter. Zhang Ye really can't rest idle. Hasn't he taken leave from work? Why is he in the headlines again? He designed the bridal gown? Who would believe that? I don't really believe it either. Just how ugly would it look? I believe it. I believe it too. He can even fly a plane. So why wouldn't he be able to design a bridal gown? True that. Teacher Julie's opinion of Zhang Ye is really high, so I don't think it's a lie. That raffish fella, is he planning on moving into the fashion scene this time? Why does that guy seem to know everything? But it really does feel quite romantic. Yeah, that guy actually knows how to be romantic. Expressing my disbelief here. Chapter 1283. The Matters of the Entertainment Industry. Chapter 1283. The Matters of the Entertainment Industry. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. For the next few days, Zhang Ye was so busy with the wedding preparations it was like he was getting battered. There was hardly any time to catch his breath. Even with his parents and Wu Ziqing's family helping out, it was still a lot of work. Every little detail had to be given to Zhang Ye to decide on. It was only at this point that this fellow discovered that he had thought too little of a wedding ceremony. This hardly felt like taking leave from work at all. It was even more fucking tiring than working. Little Yi, go hurry them up about the bridal gown. Again? Okay, Mom. Otherwise it might be too late. All right, I'll call them. Little Zhang, have you decided on the ring yet? Old Wu can decide on it. Ziqing said to let you make the decision. She'll wear whichever one you choose. All right then, let me get in touch with the jewelry company. Hurry up, we don't have much time. Understood, Auntie. Is the guest list ready yet? I'm getting it done right now. A few media outlets criticized you in the past. Will you be inviting them? Let's see how it goes. I'll think about it again. Quickly get it done. We have to get the invitations printed. All right. I forgot something. Do you intend to have any groomsmen and bridesmaids? Who do you want to invite? Auntie, it's easy to get the groomsmen. There's old Chun, old Yao, and so many others I could get for my groomsmen. But it won't be easy to get bridesmaids. Old Wu has status, so I can't possibly have Xiaodong, Amy, and the others to be Old Wu's bridesmaids, can I? Old Wu doesn't know them, and neither would they dare to be her bridesmaids. Old Wu is like me. She doesn't have that many friends while her colleagues are mainly from the SARFT. Since there isn't any mix there, it will be difficult to put them together. So I think we will just do away with that. We will not have any groomsmen and bridesmaids for the ceremony and just have everyone gather together to enjoy themselves. That makes sense. What about the gifts? I've discussed this with Old Wu already. We won't be taking any presents and gift money. All right then, that's the way to handle it. Ziqing is a civil servant, and she's even in a leadership role. Any gifts would be too sensitive. Anything below a 1,000 renminbi must not be accepted. Your group of friends are all big-name celebrities and would surely gift in amounts ranging from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of yuan. Since that's how it is, we should just standardize it across the board and not accept any gifts at all. Although it was a lot of work, it was still pretty enjoyable handling it. At the thought of marrying Old Wu, Zhang Ye burst with excitement on the inside. In the rest of the world, these days, the media outlets were following up closely on the matter to report about it. Some were camping in wait, while others were stalking and watching. As long as there were any slight signs of news regarding Zhang Ye's wedding, it would cause a heated debate. The identity of Zhang Ye's wife gets revealed. Exclusive, Zhang Ye's shotgun wedding. Zhang Ye displays a fatigued expression while preparing for his wedding. Is the marriage on the rocks? Zhang Ye to divorce, wedding to be cancelled? They were all tabloid claims. Any simple rumor could now get hyped up in the media. The people weren't dumb either. To them, these headlines were just for laughs. As the day of the wedding edged closer, Everyone was looking more and more forward to the day arriving. On this day, the weather was clear, and everything was calm and peaceful. Even the sun made a rare appearance in the sky. However, to everyone's surprise, something happened in the entertainment circle again. At the beginning, it was just a small issue. But as it went on, the matter blew up before finally rocking the entire entertainment industry. The bombshell that had dropped roped in nearly all of the industry insiders of the entertainment circle. The cause was an extramarital affair. Han Di, in his 20s, was a slightly well-known film star in mainland China. Although he had only debuted for a few years ago and was still considered a rookie actor, his popularity already put him among the celebrities in the C-list. Even though he was near the bottom of the C-list, he had a bright future ahead of him. The only issue was that he was a very introverted person who did not like to speak much, rarely taking any interviews, and had very few friends. He was the type of person that didn't like communicating with others. On Weibo, the #1 paparazzi tabloid that was notorious within the celebrity circle suddenly exposed a piece of news. Han Di's classmate from the Beijing Film Academy, whom he had married after their graduation, was caught having an extramarital affair. The #1 paparazzi tabloid posted a set of photos. Outside a hotel, in the car, walking towards the hotel, and even a picture that was taken through the window of a hotel room on the 12th floor. As the photos were taken at night, they were not too clear. Only the back of a middle-aged man could be seen, but the woman's face was unusually clear, especially since it took place on the 12th floor of the hotel. Two of the photos were taken from the opposite building through the windows. One of them showed Han Di's wife kissing the middle-aged man, while the next photo showed her hands drawing the curtains. This frontal photo was the clearest one of the series. The people were in an uproar. Is this real? Damn, it's probably photoshopped, right? Han Di is quite a nice person. Don't defame him. Yeah, little D is always very dedicated to filming and never publicizes his works with news like that. It wasn't easy for him to get to where he is right now. All of it was through his own hard work. So why is this paparazzi tabloid causing trouble again? It must be fake news. Can anyone verify it? Are there any digital imaging experts around? Very quickly, some experts verified the authenticity of the photos. It's real. Fuck. Han Di has really been made a cuckold. Fuck. I'm so mad. My heart aches for Han Di. This woman is too wicked. She's not famous at all, and is always posting her pictures on Weibo to keep up her presence. All she knows is how to spend Han Di's money. In the end, she even had an affair? Just what is wrong with her? Fuck this. Does she not care about their child? A lot of people were enraged. Some people from the entertainment circle also came forward to condemn this. Even though a C-list celebrity's status couldn't be compared to someone like Zhang Ye, it was still quite the news in the entertainment circle. The media had often reported about Han Di and his wife too. There really weren't many cases of a celebrity marrying before debuting in show business. The media often photographed them holding hands and shopping together, bringing their 2-year-old child out to the parks, and always looking to be very much in love. As such, this was something no one saw coming. However, the bigger mess was yet to come. Two smaller tabloids reported one after another. The person involved with the woman in the affair actually turned out to be the president of Han Di's talent agency, Zhao Chiping, Tianfeng Entertainment, one of the largest entertainment companies in the country, and was even listed on the stock market. There were countless celebrities in the industry who were signed to them. Just the S-list celebrities alone numbered 2, one of which was a heavenly king and the other a heavenly queen. There were even more A and B-list celebrities in their stables. This makeup of contracted celebrities under their company flag was rarely seen in the other entertainment companies. It spanned celebrities in the music scene, the film industry, and television series too. Tianfeng Entertainment was involved in many areas within the industry. Meanwhile, Zhao Chipeng, as the president of the company, wielded even greater authority. In the entertainment industry, he was an important figure who could summon the wind and rain. He had many business partners in different regions as well, ranging all across Hong Kong and Taiwan too. Even if they were not Tianfeng Entertainment's artists, no one would dare to offend Zhao Chipeng, who didn't need to show him some face. The photos were exposed, and it had also been verified as authentic with the person identified as Zhao Chipeng. A shockwave rippled through the industry. The public was stunned. All of a sudden, the wind blew in a different direction. The industry insiders who had condemned Han Di's wife earlier deleted their Weibo posts, seemingly in agreement. Soon after, the top paparazzi tabloid also issued an apology to explain that they had gotten things wrong. Someone paid them to post the pictures that were doctored. The people were not fools. Doctored? Stop bullshitting. You took a payment to do this? Why are they changing their stories now? However, there was no response from Han Di's side. Following that, an even more dramatic development took place. Han Di's wife suddenly came forward and posted on Weibo. She angrily complained of domestic abuse by Han Di and said that he had neglected their child. She even claimed that he had a mistress and that he was the person who found someone to doctor those photos to make up a story in order to get a divorce from her. She accused him of bribing that top paparazzi tabloid and the other media tabloids in order to tarnish her reputation. She also posted some so-called evidence to support her claims. But when the netizens saw it, their scoldings got even fiercer. Fucking bitch. You're really too wicked. What kind of evidence is this? Just because your arm has a red patch, it means that Han Di hit you? And that Han Di bribed the paparazzi tabloids? Are you the fool, or are we the fools? Would he possibly defame himself this way and let the whole world see that he has been cuckolded? All that just to divorce you? Get out. Do you think we are stupid? Even a fool would not believe you. Claiming innocence by attacking him first? This woman is too sinister. Does she no longer have any feelings for her husband? I only know now that to cover one's own mistake, a person can actually be despicable to such a point. I've really learned something today. Soon after, the president of Tianfeng Entertainment also posted on Weibo. Zhao Chiping. Han Di, I've trusted you as a friend all this time. Ever since your debut, I've liked you very much and always gave you the best opportunities. Now that you've gained some fame, you've started to change. You even know how to resort to such underhandedness? Take it that I've trusted the wrong person. Don't forget that you still have a contract with Tianfeng Entertainment. You want to mess with me? Then be prepared for the consequences. I'll play your game since this is what you want. He directly accused Han Di of framing him and chose to gloss over the matter of the exposed pictures. Very quickly, this news spread. Han Di would not be getting any more film projects to work on. He wouldn't be attending any more commercial performances. Tianfeng Entertainment had as good as froze him forever. What? Zhao Chipeng, you're too damn wicked. Motherfucker, you're actually accusing him first? Is that you in the photographs? Tell us. You fucking bedded another person's wife and still dare to accuse others of wrongdoing. You old bastard. I'm so angry. Motherfucker, what is this shit? Do these people really not have a shred of humanity left in them? The people were all scolding them. But right now, the media and industry were siding with Zhao Chiping, strongly giving him their support. A B-list celebrity, a Zhao Chiping boss, don't be bothered about that gossip. Who doesn't know what kind of a person you are? Another entertainment company's vice president posted a smiley face on Weibo. Boss Zhao has met with an undeserved catastrophe. People these days really dare to do all sorts of things. I had thought very highly of little Han back then too, but it looks like I was totally wrong about him. A C-list artist. At Handy, we're all from the same company. Why do you have to be so ruthless? The media also changed their stance entirely. Han Di's domestic abuse. Han Di gets put into the freezer. You can't judge a book by its cover. Han Di's true colors. Tianfeng Entertainment's president hounded by rumors. There were quite a few people from the industry and media raging against Han Di. Meanwhile, some of the others from the industry chose to keep their silence on this matter. Even the only two friends Han Di got along quite well with did not say a word. At this moment, no one in the entire entertainment circle came forward to speak up for Han Di. Chapter 1284. Zhang Ye, the Busybody. Chapter 1284. Zhang Ye, the Busybody. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. And this was only the beginning. On the same day, Han Di's dirt kept getting exposed. However, none of those accusations had any conclusive evidence and were just plain accusations. The media was attacking Han Di with wave after wave. People from the entertainment industry kept appearing one after another to condemn Han Di. There was also a large troll army that appeared out of nowhere that started lashing out and cursing at Han Di on Weibo and the various forums. They all accused him of not caring for his child and the relationship with his wife in his bid to gain something out of this despicable act of accusing his own wife and boss at work. They were saying how he totally deserved it. and how it was right that he was frozen. The public was dumbfounded. How did it turn out like this? Fucking hell. Zhao Qipeng, you should be the one who deserves to die. It wouldn't be enough even if he were to die 10,000 times over. He's too wicked. This man is simply too wicked. There's Han Di's wife too. I finally know what they mean when they say that a married woman has the most toxic heart of all. Damn it, I don't believe this. I don't believe that everyone has gone blind. They didn't go blind and know full well what is going on. Just look at who are the ones making the most serious accusations. They're all people who have connections with Zhao Qipeng. They're all people related to Tianfeng Entertainment. Then look at the big-name celebrities. Which of them have spoken up? They've all chosen to keep their mouth shut since this is the best way of self-preservation. Han Di isn't some big shot anyway, so would there be any point in offending one of the greatest funders of the entertainment circle? Who would be that dumb? So of course they'd act aloof regarding this matter since it doesn't concern them directly. Even Han Di's two friends did not say a word. Wang Zhe, say something. Li Duohai, aren't you guys Han Di's friends? Why aren't you two speaking up for him? Fuck, what kinds of friends are they? Can you even call them friends? The photos from before have all been deleted. I posted something earlier that analyzed the evidence thus far. But damn it, all of it got deleted by the Weibo authorities the moment I posted them. Mine too. As long as it's related to Zhao Qipeng, it will be deleted. They're deliberately misleading the public's opinion. Many of the media outlets have been paid off to do so too. Just look at the familiar scenes happening everywhere. It's obvious that this was done by them. For the entire day, Han Di was getting scolded for the entire day by people in the industry. However, Tianfeng Entertainment's PR representatives had probably not expected that it was precisely because of these strong accusations that led to the people getting entirely outraged. What a bunch of bastards. There are no good people in the entertainment circle. My heart really aches for Han Di. I wonder how he's coping. Can he accept this? I don't know. I'm really anxious about him too. This is too sudden. This is much too sudden. Old Chen's house. Chen Guang smacked his hand against the table and said, "They've gone too far." Fan Wenli also looked frustrated. Zhao Qipeng is behaving too lawlessly. Chen Guang's agent, who was beside him, forced a smile and said, "But what can be done? I believe that when the paparazzi tabloid first posted those photos, they didn't expect that the person in the pictures would turn out to be Tianfeng Entertainment's president. They were the ones who let the cat out of the bag, and now they want to recapture it. The people are really not going to have any of it." Fan Wenli sighed. Han Di has lost everything this time. At Ninglan's house, the members of Spring Garden were here as well. Feeling suffocated, Ninglan said, "How can things be like this?" Xiaodong said angrily, "That woman is really too vicious. She can change at the snap of a finger. When their child grows up and learns about this event, what will the child think? Doesn't she know how greatly this would affect the child? Are there even such mothers in this world?" Ninglan said, "She's doing this to protect herself." Amy scolded, "Hell, even a vicious tiger would not eat its cubs." Li Shaoxian suddenly said, "Can we speak up for Han Di?" Ninglan shook her head. "How can we say anything? Your talent agency has a close working relationship with Tianfeng Entertainment. Are you girls thinking of not continuing in this line of work? Or end up getting frozen too? Even if you three aren't afraid of the consequences, what about the staff around you? What about your fans? Don't forget that at our status and level, there are too many people who depend on us to make their living. Zhao Qipeng is one of the largest investors in the entertainment circle. Whoever offends him would not be able to survive long in this industry." The four of them fell silent. At an industry party, "What do you guys think of this?" "Hi, let's not talk about it. We can only pretend like we didn't see it. There's nothing that we can do about such matters. That's Zhao Qipeng we're talking about. Yeah, how many people in the industry would dare to go against him? There isn't anyone at all. But the people are in an uproar, and it seems like they won't let it slide. So what? President Zhao does not depend on his popularity to make a living. He's just an investor who controls the funding. And besides, it's not like he would get hurt by a few harsh words from the people anyway. Would he care? Just look at how many people in the industry dare to say anything about this. Everyone can't wait to speak up for President Zhao and are taking the opportunity to cozy up to him. This is just what the entertainment circle is like. Han Di is done for." The matter blew up even more. It was getting more and more out of hand. Meanwhile, The person at the center of it all still did not say a word. Han Di's house. His 2-year-old child was wailing and asking for its mother. Han Di's elder sister, who was also his agent, was also crying. Insane. Those people are really insane. Little D, can't you say something to address the situation? Talk to sis. Han Di sat there in silence, looking at the wall in front of him. It had been like this for the entire day. Han Di did not utter a single word. His sister said helplessly, Little D, sis is begging you. Don't scare me like this. His wife's betrayal, Zhao Qiping's malice, his friend's abandonment, the media's slander, the condemnation from the industry's people. In the span of one night, he had lost everything. Han Di was silent, sitting there like a statue. Suddenly, the front door opened as Han Di's parents rushed in. Frantically, Little D. It was only now that Han Di's expression changed a little. He looked up at his parents as his tears fell freely. He asked, Dad, Mom, is this the show business that I've always loved and looked forward to? His parents cried. Han Di's mother and sister hugged him and couldn't stop crying. On the same night, at Old Wu's parents' courtyard house. After dinner, Zhang Ye helped Li Qinqin with the dishwashing. When he was finished with the chores, he and Wu Ziqing strolled around the yard to aid their digestion. Old Wu asked, Have you seen the news? Zhang Ye smiled and said, I did. No one cares about our wedding now. Old Wu said, What were you thinking at dinner? Nothing. Zhang Ye blinked. Old Wu giggled. Do you think I don't know you? Zhang Ye smacked his lips and said, Well, I was just thinking about how this situation felt really familiar. Have you forgotten? Back then, I was also suppressed by such public opinions a few times. It was a good thing that this bro's mouth is much more capable than those who accused me of things. It didn't matter how many people attacked me. I never got frightened. I ruled for so long and couldn't find an equal. Old Wu said, Han Di is not as eloquent as you. Zhang Yi sighed. That something so big has happened and Han Di still hasn't opened his mouth to give an explanation or made any criticism yet. I really have to admit that I'm very impressed by him. I know that it's not that he doesn't want to speak up, nor that he doesn't know how to do so. It's simply because he knows he can't do that. That guy must be a good person. You're sure of it? Zhang Yi said, Yes. Then what do you intend to do about it? Zhang Yi calmly answered, You know that I'm a guy who loves being a busybody. Chapter 1285, A Madman's Diary Surprises Everyone. Chapter 1285, A Madman's Diary Surprises Everyone. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. It was getting late. The weather was turning wintry, but it was still quite bright in the courtyard. Zhang Yi stood in the yard and looked at the moon in silence. Footfalls approached from behind as a woman's coat was placed over him. It was Wu Ziqing. Don't catch a cold. Zhang Yi glanced back. Thanks. Old Wu said, What are you thinking about? Zhang Yi said, I'm thinking about how screwed up a place the entertainment industry is. The door opened, and Li Qinqin walked out. Little Yi, it's quite late, so why don't you stay over for the night? You can have the guest room. Although the bed is a little small, it'll be fine if you just squeeze in a little and make do with it. Your uncle is away on business and won't be home tonight. This way, Ziqing can stay over with me, and you can also save the trouble of having to go back so late at night. Zhang Yi smiled and said, Sure, Annie. Li Qinqin reminded him. It's getting late. Hurry up and get some sleep. Zhang Yi shrugged. All right, I'll do that as soon as I'm done. With some work. Work? Li Qinqin said. Aren't you on leave? Zhang Yi said. Yes, but there's something else that I need to take care of. A moment later, Zhang Yi entered the office and powered on the computer. Li Qinqin was still a little worried. Ziqing, what's he busy with now? Wu Ziqing smiled and said, Don't worry about him. He's just off being a busybody again. On Weibo, the drama was still going on. In fact, it was getting more and more exciting. Zhao Qiping started denouncing Han Di again, appealing to the industry to boycott a despicable celebrity like Han Di. Zhao Qiping's wife also came forward at around 10 p.m. to show her support for her husband. She expressed that she and Han Di's wife were good friends and had heard of her complaining many times about the violence at home. She did not bring out any evidence of that happening, but kept claiming that she had seen it with her own eyes. At the same time, she raged about how Han Di was trying to frame her husband. Afterwards, Han Di's wife also started interacting with Zhao Qiping and his wife on Weibo. Family violence, beating their child, all kinds of terrible deeds were pinned on a Han Di. Despicable. That illicit couple. None of them are good people. Aren't they afraid of going to hell? Bastards. This is pissing me off. I'm so furious at them. I've never seen people as sinister as them. On the streets. In the alleys. Throughout every household. The people were cursing like mad. It was so infuriating that a lot of them could not fall asleep. All the common folk knew full well what was going on, yet everyone in the entertainment industry was choosing to play dumb. The public rarely hated someone so badly. But this time, it crossed the line to the point of being abhorrent. Han Di was keeping silent for the sake of his child. But Zhao Qiping and the others kept fanning the flames. They were openly twisting lies into truth. This was as good as putting a noose around Han Di's neck and tightening the knot. Some of those who felt that they were really left with no choice went on to Weibo to ask their favorite celebrities by mentioning them. At Jiang Hanwei, please say something. Teacher Jiang, please speak up for Han Di, will you? At Fan Wenli, Sister Fan, please help Han Di. At Liu, didn't you act in a movie with Han Di? Teacher Liu, please help him out. At Cheng Wang, at Xiaodong, at Ninglan, at Zhang Yuanqi, at Sungguan, please help Teacher Han Di. We will remember your kindness forever. Why is this happening? Why aren't any of you saying anything? Countless Han Di fans even went over to the Weibo of his two friends. Teacher Wang Zhe, Teacher Li Duohai. I beg of you two. I really beg of you two. Can you two please say something? Han Di is going through the most painful time right now. Can't you two offer him some comfort? Please go and help little Di. Silence. The silence was deafening. No one said a word. No one made a sound. This silence left a chill in many of the common folks' hearts. It was so cold that it sent a shiver down their spines. If even Han Di's two good friends were keeping quiet at this time, who else could they rely on? Who else could they turn to? Was this what show business was like? Just what kind of a place was it? Right at this moment, an unexpected person gave voice to the people. It was Zhang Ye. He suddenly updated his blog. Someone found out about it. Zhang Ye posted something on his blog. Who cares to hear about his wedding at this time? It's not about the wedding. It's a story. What? Why do you care about a story? Damn it, just go and read it. This isn't just any story. Everyone get in here. Something big has happened. Fuck. Zhang Ye has made his move. The news spread like it had sprouted wings, with many people coming over the moment they heard about it. What story? What had happened? Chen Guang opened the blog. Zhang Xia turned on her computer. Ning Lan turned her attention to it. Hu Dongfang, Amy, Jiang Hanwei, Liu, and countless other people all came over to Zhang Ye's blog to take a look. A Madman's Diary 1. Moon's real bright tonight. Haven't seen it in over 30 years. Seeing it now, I feel like a new man. I suppose I've been out of my mind for the past 30 years. But I've still got to be very careful. Why else would the Zhao family's dog give me a double take? I have reason to be afraid. This first passage had very few words, but every word left the readers in shock. The Zhao family's dog? Chen Guang was dumbfounded. Ning Lan wore a shocked expression. Hu Dongfang gasped. Jiang Hanwei was stunned. Countless people and industry insiders were so shocked that their hair stood on end. And that last sentence also made them feel rather ashamed. I have reason to be afraid. When the people of the entertainment industry read this, they were silenced. 2. No moonlight at all tonight. I know that something's not right. When I crept outside this morning, old Mr. Zhao had a funny look in his eyes. Maybe fearful, maybe dangerous. There were also 7, 8 people who had their heads together whispering about me. One spread his mouth wide and grinned at me. I was chilled from head to toe, realizing that their plan was already set in motion. But I wasn't going to let that scare me and kept walking. Ahead was a group of kids, and they too were talking about me. The looks in their eyes were the same as old Mr. Zhao's, and their faces were ashen. I wondered what grudge they had with me that they would also behave this way. Unable to bear it, I shouted, "Tell me." But they just ran away. I've got it. Their parents taught them to be this way. 3. Now that I think about it, I get a shiver that runs from the top of my head clear down to the tips of my toes. If they would eat people, then who knows if they'll eat me? You have to really study something before you understand it. I remembered hearing that since the olden days, people have often eaten people, though I was a bit foggy on the details. So I leafed through a history book, which was undated, and scrawled everywhere. Across every page were the words benevolence, justice, virtue. Since I was tossing and turning in my sleep, I decided to study it for most of the night, when I realized that packed between the lines of the entire volume were two words: eat people. Well, I'm a person too, and they want to eat me. Eat people, eat people, eat people. This short story, framed as a diary and written in vernacular, kept revolving around those two words. A lot of people trembled with fear. A lot of people felt a chill crawl up their spines. Eating people in the entertainment industry. This was a place where people ate people. Every word in the short story was dripping with blood. 12. Can't think of it anymore. Just realized that, for a long time, I've drifted along in a place that has been eating people for the past 4,000 years. Little sister happened to die right as older brother took over the house. There's no telling if he gave some of her to us to eat. Who knows if I didn't accidentally eat some of my little sister's flesh. And now it's my turn. Even though I didn't know it then, now that I know I have 4,000 years of cannibalism behind me, it's so hard to look real people in the eye. 13. Maybe there's still children who haven't eaten people yet. Save the children. The short story ended here. A lot of people just froze after reading it. Lu Xun's A Madman's Diary from Zhang Ye's previous world had been presumptuously used over here in this way. Not for conscience, nor was it for Han Di, but for the children. Or maybe it was for the future. 1. https://imager.com/a/xfl604z. Chapter 1286. Tearing a Hole in the Sky of the Entertainment Industry. Chapter 1286. Tearing a Hole in the Sky of the Entertainment Industry. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. 100,000 hits. 1 million hits. 10 million hits. The views on A Madman's Diary exploded. A short story framed as a diary and written in vernacular that many people did not even know was a style set off a tsunami in the country. It stunned everyone. This was going head-on. This was fucking going head-on against Zhao Qiping. The entire work was almost fully expressed as the inner thoughts of a madman. The madman thought that all the people around him were eating people, and that he would either be forced to eat others or get eaten as well. After the madman was locked up, he refused the food sent to him by his family and also attempts to get him medically treated. He just kept telling the people around him to not eat people anymore. At the end, the madman realized he could have accidentally eaten his own sister's flesh and cried out in despair. The entire story was told through the perspective of a madman's suffering. From the fear of persecution, it exposed the essence of eating people, and Zhang Ye had used this madman's claims to tear down the entertainment industry and society as a whole, layer by layer. Every word in the story left a creepy thought in the reader's minds. From anger, to despair, to screams, and even one's hopes of the future. All of that was contained in the story. The literary world was stunned. The entertainment industry was uneasy. The people burst into an uproar. Maybe there's still children who haven't eaten people yet. Save the children. These two lines were a sword plunged mercilessly into everyone's hearts. Old Chen's house. Chen Guang smacked his forehead. This is bad, Fan Wenli said in surprise. Why did Zhang Yi pop out? How would I know? Chen Guang said anxiously. At old Yao's house. Yao Jinkai was startled. The Zhao family's dog. His wife was also panicking. This is going to be bad. But Yao Mi jumped to her feet and said, as expected of teacher Zhang. As expected of teacher Zhang. Old Yao's wife said, what are you shouting for? Your uncle Zhang has gotten himself into big trouble this time. At Ninglan's house. Xiaodong was dumbfounded. Amy was stunned. Li Xiaoxian was also so startled that she felt a chill run down her spine. Ninglan gasped and said, is this what a skilled writer is capable of? It's really great. Zhang Yi doesn't even need to use his mouth to kill someone. Without saying a word or opening his mouth, give him a pen and he can rip a hole in the sky. At Zhang Xiao's house, her daughter helped to put a coat over her shoulders. Mom, it's time to sleep. Her grandchild was sleeping soundly in the baby crib. Zhang Xia looked over at her little grandchild and mumbled to herself. Save the children? Online. On Weibo. In the forums. The people were raising a ruckus. No one had thought that Zhang Yi would come forward at this time, nor did anyone expect that he would actually post such an earth-shattering story. Oh my god, I can feel a chill creep up my spine. After reading the story, I felt a shiver run down my spine. Madman? Lunatic. To post this sort of story at this time, Zhang Yi must be that madman. A war is going to break out. The entertainment circle is going to descend into chaos. Could he possibly know Han Di? That's impossible. They've never had any contact or dealings. Yeah, it's impossible that the two of them would know each other. Then why did Zhang Ye do this? Zhang Ye is also a member of the entertainment industry, so why does he try to lead the way and declare war on the entire industry? To go against someone who's funding the entertainment industry? He really must be crazy. But then again, that's exactly who Zhang Ye is. Yeah, that's who he is. I like him so much. Me too, I love him. Ah, brothers, stop sleeping. Wake up, everyone. Someone's finally leading the... What? Motherfucking hell. There's someone standing forward at last. There's finally someone who's putting in an honest word for Han Di. The comments below the blog post, A Madman's Diary, blew up. Zhang Ye's fans came forward one by one too. Lord Zhang, are we going into battle? Shall we get the fighting started? We're here. I see it. Understood. Got it. Receive. As you wish. My large saber is again unable to endure the thirst. Come, let's go and help Han Di out. Charge. Let's make old dog Zhao answerable for this. Zhang Ye's fan club has gathered. Attack. Han Di's fans also came forward. They simply could not believe their eyes. When they saw the story, many of Han Di's female fans cried. Some of them even finished reading the story with a face covered with tears. With Han Di getting framed by his boss, being betrayed by his wife, and then frozen by the company, no one said a word in support of Han Di. Even Han Di's two good friends chose to turn a blind eye to it, and no one in the industry offered to speak up for him. To their disbelief, it was actually Zhang Ye and his fan club who came forward in the end. This favor was too great. This sense of loyalty was too strong. A female fan of Han Di's tearfully left a comment. Teacher Zhang, thank you. Thank you so much. We will forever be grateful to you. On behalf of all the fans of Han Di, I thank you for your help. We don't know what else we can say. Your grace and kindness will not be forgotten. Thank you. Thank you so much. Zhao Qiping's malice. The bought-off media outlets. The silence of all of show business. They had endured it for too long. They had been stifled for too long. They had been furious for too long. The moment Zhang Ye stepped forward, the people finally broke their silence. Many of the other celebrities' fans also emerged from all over the place. Count me in. Me too. I can't just stand by watching anymore. Fuck. Let's do battle with them. Go fuck yourself, Jiang Hanwei. I will be a diehard fan of Zhang Ye from now on. Go to hell, Liu. I won't ever chase after him again. I'll be Zhang Ye's fan from now on. Damn you, Wangjia. Your brother has been bullied to such a point, and you're still not speaking up for him? Scram. I won't watch any movies that you act in ever again. I'll only support Zhang Ye from now on. Zhang Ye's the true warrior. He's a real man. Nothing I can say about it. This move of Zhang Ye's is just too damn beautiful. In showbiz, he's the only person who dares to speak up like this. Those celebrities only know how to do charity or get involved in public welfare activities occasionally. They only know how to put up a good front day in and day out, but become cowardly the moment something happens. They don't even know how to differentiate right from wrong. What is truth and what are lies? For celebrities like you, why should I bother liking you? In the end, we still had to depend on Zhang Ye. Aren't you all very good at keeping quiet? Aren't you all very good at holding your tongues? Fuck it then, we don't need you anymore. We won't beg you either. Zhang Ye alone is good enough. I'll be a fan of Zhang Ye's till I die. Come, let's go and fucking curse at that old dog Zhao together. Right? With Zhang Ye taking the lead, there's nothing to be afraid of. Let's follow Zhang Ye. Let's follow Zhang Ye's fan club. This legendary figure and legendary fan club, they have never lost a scolding battle before. Zhang Ye is the biggest hooligan in the entertainment circle, so all we need is for him to be on our side. Charge. Zhao Qiping's Weibo was instantaneously under attack. Old dog Zhao, old dog Zhao, old dog Zhao, Han Di's wife. Those from the entertainment circle who had previously shown support for Zhao Qiping, and so on. All of them were getting scolded like crazy by the angry mob. Tens of millions of scolding comments. Tens of millions of people participating. Han Di's house. His sister suddenly exclaimed, Little D, little D. Han Di was still in a daze. Han Di's parents said, What's the matter? His sister said loudly. Come and see this. Someone's speaking up for little D. His mother was taken aback. Who is it? His sister couldn't hold back her tears anymore. It's Zhang Ye. It's teacher Zhang Ye. Han Di was startled. Teacher Zhang. His sister was desperately scrolling through the pages. It's crazy. This is getting really crazy. With teacher Zhang leading the way, everyone is now coming forward in support of you. The media is no longer making any noise. Those celebrities who spoke up for Zhao Qiping and the chatter in the industry have all fallen silent. He's amazing. Zhang Ye's amazing. His reputation is so great that he and his fans have swept aside everyone else in the entertainment industry. They're so dominating. There aren't too many people who would dare to offend him. Zhang Ye. Why? Why was he doing this? Han Di said. But I don't know teacher Zhang personally. On this night, no one was able to sleep well. Zhang Ye's story had torn a hole in the sky of the entertainment industry. Chapter 1287. China's Antis Make Their Move. Chapter 1287. China's Antis Make Their Move. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The next day, in the morning, in the office in the courtyard house, Zhang Ye woke up. He turned on his cell phone to check the time and saw that it was still pretty early. But the next second, his phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and saw that it was Yao Jiankai. Old Yao, you couldn't have caught me at a better time. I had just turned on my phone for a few seconds when your call came in. What are you even talking about? I've been trying to get through to you for the entire night. What's the matter? What do you think is the matter? You even dare to go against Zhao Qiping. Haha, why? Did you have too much to drink? You're the one who drank. I haven't had a drink in many days. You're just great. I'm impressed. Did you go to sleep after you posted the short story? You can sleep real tight, can't you? Hurry up and take a look. Go check on Weibo and the news too. Do you know how chaotic it is right now? With your scolding, the people are all following your lead. Zhao Qiping and those other sponsors who spoke in support of him have all been scolded like dogs. They're even getting called the Zhao family's dogs as per what you described in your short story. The entire matter has spun out of control. Do you know just what the situation in the entertainment circle is? As long as they're in show business, everyone was totally shocked by what you did last night. You really don't seem to care if this matter blows up or not, do you? You're the only rascal who dares to come forward and speak up at a time like this. Heh. But coming back to the original point, it really does feel quite good, right? I'm going to make an alt account to have a go at him as well. An alt? Of course. Do you think I'm like you? Zhao Qiping owns 10% of my talent agency's stocks. Do you think I will dare to openly go against him like that? That I don't have to earn a living anymore? In any case, you guys don't have to worry about it. It's not like we can do anything even if we care. Zhang Ye spent the entire morning answering calls. He hadn't even gotten out of bed yet, and dozens of calls came in one after another. Ning Lan, Xiaodong, Zhang Xia, Fang Weihong, Chen Guang. Many of his friends called. They were either concerned about him or called to praise him for what he did. All kinds of things were said. The news also gradually reported about it. Zhang Ye's new story gets published. Zhang Ye suddenly posts a short story last night, seemingly questioning the entertainment circle. The literary world has high praise for A Madman's Diary. A storm approaches. Zhao Qiping turns off his Weibo comments. The mysterious silence in the entertainment circle. It could be seen that many in the media who reported about this event did not choose to include any radical headlines. All of it sounded very conservative and restrained, and there was no mention of the photos of Zhao Qiping and Han Di's wife. There was only a brief description of the events that took place yesterday. Many celebrities remained silent. A lot of the professionals remained tight-lipped. There was a very subtle atmosphere in the industry, but it could be perceived from what was going on here. Due to the fact that they were faced with the people's rage, nobody dared to speak up in opposition at a time like this. That was what A Madman's Diary was so good at. Later that morning, at the entrance of Tianfang Entertainment's headquarters, Zhao Qipeng came to work with a dark look. When the secretary opened the car door for him to step out, the passers-by who saw him were immediately enraged. Look, Zhao Qipeng, it's old dog Zhao. Tui, that bastard. Can you be any more wicked than you are? Everyone was pointing at him and scolding. Zhao Qipeng was angered by this and pointed back at them. Who do you all think you're scolding? You, of course. The old dog of the Zhao family. You're such a huge bully. Do you really think that no one can curb you? A lot of onlookers had gathered and were standing there to confront Zhao Qiping. In the end, it was his company's staff that came out to guard and escort him inside. Zhao Qiping was furious. When he got inside, he was still pointing at the people outside and saying, "Call the police, immediately. How dare they make a scene outside my company? They're too audacious." In the president's office, the secretary said, sweating, "President Zhao, how should we handle this?" Zhao Qiping said furiously, "What's the situation?" The secretary said somberly, "It's not good. Your Weibo, the company's website, and even the artists under us are all being bombarded with scoldings. They have too many people on their side, so many that even the public has joined them. We can't keep them under control. I went to a few media outlets to buy some reports during the night, but they seemed to be hesitating and didn't dare to run any more reports at a time like this. They said that they were afraid that the public would be outraged, so they rejected our requests. What are they even thinking?" Zhao Qiping banged the table. There was a knock on the door. Several of the vice presidents and high-ranking company executives arrived. "President Zhao, what should we do? The news has blown up. We have to quickly do PR. We can't leave Zhang Ye alone anymore. We have to rein him in." Zhao Qiping thought about it for a while and said, "It's not the right time. We have to wait until this blows over before we do anything to him. Let them scold all they want for now. It's not like we will suffer any losses because of it. Do they think that their scolding can bring down this building of mine? How stupid." Everyone thought the same as well. They really had not expected things to deteriorate to such a state. Zhang Ye's popularity was really too high and his influence too great. It was completely unexpected that he would stick his nose into this affair, as no one in the entertainment industry would dare to challenge their sponsors like this. This person was really a total oddity. He was a through-and-through lunatic. But currently, all they could do was endure it. They could only accept it as there was nothing else they could do. Public opinion was surging against them, so they had to tuck their tails between their legs and behave. They needed to wait until the storm blew over. Perhaps in a day or two. The common folk couldn't possibly scold them every day and not get on with their lives, right? Besides, it wasn't going to be any use even if they carried on scolding them. It wasn't like they would lose sleep over it. The tone had been set. The upper management felt relieved. It was close to 9:30 a.m., which was when more bad news caught them by surprise. It was a news that dumbfounded Zhao Qiping and the other company executives. "This is not good. What happened? The stock market has opened." "So what? Our stock price plunged the moment the market opened." "What? A call auction? Stock market opening." Tianfang Entertainment's stock price plunged as large multilateral trades triggered a panic selling. Zhao Qiping's expression finally showed a visible change. God damn it. Every one of the company's upper management's faces paled. They finally felt it. They finally knew what impact this issue had brought to them. And they still thought that they wouldn't lose any sleep over this? They already had their arms broken by it. How could it be like this? It was only a short story. It was just a work of fiction. How could it have caused something like this? The company's upper management was getting anxious and immediately convened a shareholders' meeting to discuss what countermeasures to take. Everyone came up with a suggestion to handle the problem, but their faces were also visibly shaken and fearful. And it was right at this moment that a loud noise sounded from downstairs. That familiar tune dumbfounded the company shareholders in the meeting room. Ding, 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 ding. Ding, 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 ding. Ding, 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 ding. The vast horizon is my love. At the foot of rolling green hills, flowers bloom. Zhao Qiping was enraged and called out, "What is going on? Go and find out." The staff at Tianfang Entertainment's headquarters couldn't keep working because they could all hear the music that was playing from downstairs. That brainwashing tune left all of them a little wide-eyed. Some of them even started tapping their feet to the rhythm unconsciously. The findings were reported back very quickly. There were 100 Annie's Plaza dancing at the main entrance of the company. Zhao Qiping nearly fainted in anger. Plaza dancing? Plaza dancing at the entrance of my company? This is a business district. It's working hours right now. Call the police. Yes. Quickly call the police and chase them away. When the police arrived and found that they were facing 100 aunties, the officers were all at their wits' end. They couldn't engage them physically or verbally, and were forced to beg them for close to half an hour before they would leave. When the police left, the shareholders' meeting continued. Zhao Chipping said. As I was saying, the stock price now. Suddenly, music played strongly again. Ding, 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 ding. Ding, 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 ding. Ding, ding, ding. Ding, 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 ding. Ding, ding. Zhao Chipping said angrily. What is this? What is it again? Soon, the secretary came running back with a miserable look on his face. President Zhao, it's the plaza dancers again. Zhao Chipping said in consternation. Didn't the police already chase them away? The secretary said nervously. The aunties who were chased away earlier were from the western neighborhood. The ones outside now are the aunties from the eastern neighborhood. Zhao Chipping smashed his glass. Call the police. The police came back again and managed to get the aunties to leave in a civil manner after much talking. In the meeting room, Zhao Chipping heaved a sigh of relief. Let's carry on with the meeting. As I was saying, we have to ensure that we maintain the good relationship between the SARF's leaders and us. We mustn't. Then he stopped talking. A female executive put her head in her hands. A vice president had a look downstairs. The rest of the company executives felt like they were on the verge of collapse. A familiar sound played again. Ding, 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 ding. Ding, 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 ding. Ding, 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 ding. Zhao Chipping flew into a rage and yelled. What is it again? The secretary ran in with a head dripping with sweat. The aunties from the northern neighborhood have come as well. A female vice president said angrily. The eastern, western, and northern neighborhoods have all come? Where are those from the southern neighborhood then? As she spoke, a melody played from the opposite direction. You are my small apple. However much I love you, it'll never be too much. Your small, blushing face warms my heart. It lights my fire. Fire, 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 fire. At the company's rear entrance, the aunties from the southern neighborhood arrived too. The female vice president was floored. Zhao Chipping saw red. They were doing this on purpose. They were obviously doing this on purpose. How could they carry on working like this? Chapter 1288. So a pen really can kill a person. Chapter 1288. So a pen really can kill a person. Translator, leg editor, leg. Every company's office environment was different. Some companies liked having classical music playing in the background. Some employees liked listening to pop music while they worked. So what was it like to be hearing a plaza dance tune while working? In the past, no one knew the answer to this question. But on this day, the staff of Tianfang Entertainment's headquarters were able to tell everyone else just how fucked up it was. Oh my god, I'm on the verge of a breakdown. My head. My ears. Fuck, can I bang my head against a wall? This is too annoying. It's too damn annoying. Just who have we offended? These aunties are awful. Some people broke down. Some people stuffed their ears with cotton balls. Some people covered their ears and constantly made noise to block out the noise. Some people were even brainwashed by the music and started humming, unable to stop. The music was still playing. Ding, 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 ding. Ding, 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 ding. Ding, 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 ding. Some people in group chats were also messaging their colleagues at the branches. They were sending voice messages into the group chat as the plaza dance tunes played in the background. Today we still have 2 more podcasts of documents to finish up, so work hard. After sending this, the person who recorded the voice message burst into tears. The people from the branch who heard this message were all confused. But if they had heard the hottest ethnic trend before, they would realize that the tempo of this message was fully in accordance with the rhythm of the music. The entire headquarters was now fully immersed in the ocean of plaza dancing. Downstairs, the police returned again. The nearby northern and southern neighborhood aunties, totaling more than 100 people, were asked to leave. When the aunties left, one of the leader aunties whipped out her cell phone and hesitatingly tapped a group chat. The group chat was named Walking the Dog, had over 2,000 members. The dog has been walked. The police are here. All right, got it. Sisters from the northern and southern neighborhoods, withdraw for now. Great job, everyone, leave the rest to us. The group from northern neighborhood 1 will be going in soon. Southern neighborhood 3's second team is ready to take over the duties. The 4th Bridge neighborhood's plaza dancing group is ready to respond at any time. For the entire day, there was no stop to the plaza dance tunes at Tianfang Entertainment's headquarters. The police had to respond to the reports so many times they ran out of manpower and had to call the other district branches for support. It would have been easier to handle if they had really caused trouble. They could just arrest the troublemakers, and the problem would have been solved easily. But these aunties did not exactly break the law and were only dancing. They were also very cooperative and departed when the police asked them to do so. The only issue was that the groups kept getting replaced by groups of aunties from the other neighborhoods. The Tianfang staff were no longer in the mood to work, nor could they even if they wanted to. As such, they just stood at the windows like fools and watched those large groups of aunties come and go. 10 times, 20 times, 30 times. The consequences of everything that had gone on today were, the police and the staff of Tianfang Entertainment had all learned the dance moves to the hottest ethnic trend, and small apple. When a passerby saw this sight, they almost died laughing. That person stood to the side and took out their cell phone to record a video of this and published it online. It was titled, "China's Aunties Make Their Move." Online, the video was being shared like crazy. When the netizens saw it, they laughed hard. I've been left kneeling. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. How supportive of the aunties. Damn, this I must like. I saw it too just now when I passed by the place. It was such an awesome sight. They kept replacing the earlier groups, which had been asked to leave, wave after wave. A few thousand aunties were taking turns doing this, and I heard that the staff from Tianfang Entertainment were nearly driven crazy. It's rumored that Zhao Qiping nearly trashed his office because of this. Ha ha ha, well played. This is so awesome. The aunties make a move and dog Zhao gets chewed out. Tianfang Entertainment has been conquered by the aunties. Nicely done. Dear aunties, I've wronged you all in the past. Me too. I used to hate those aunties who plaza danced below my apartment building. But damn, I will no longer speak badly about plaza dancing from now on. Forever supporting the plaza dancing industry. This is an industry that belongs to the people. It is an art of the common folk. Hail the almighty aunties. Zhang Ye is very influential. That's true. That guy's the father of plaza dancing, after all. Haha. I can't stop laughing every time I watch it. Everyone's looking to beat up those dogs of the Zhao family. Their stock price has also hit the drop limit. On this day, the plaza dancing aunties stole the show and even managed to make it onto the news. Although the news did not exactly report about this in a positive light, and even had a criticizing tone in their report, the common folk were all full of praise for those aunties. The next day, the headquarters of Tianfang Entertainment was once again taken over by the aunties. And this wasn't even the end of it. Perhaps due to last night's news report about this event, all the other plaza dancing aunties across the country found out about how their sisters from Beijing had carried out such a hugely satisfying event. As such, all of them were fascinated and couldn't hold themselves back. In an instant, all the branch offices of Tianfang Entertainment or the organizations that worked with them were christened by this plaza dance event. The Shenzhen branch office fell. The studio in Shanghai fell. The administrative office in Nanjing fell. The overwhelming number of aunties swarmed everywhere to these locations. All of them experienced the heart-rending plaza dance that had descended upon them. The stock price of Tianfang Entertainment crashed once again. In the morning session of the trading day, Zhao Qiping led a group of shareholders to prop up the price. At first, they managed to stabilize the price so that it wouldn't increase or decrease. But by the time the afternoon session opened, Tianfang Entertainment's stock price suddenly fell again. In the matter of a minute, it fell from its stable position and hit the drop limit again to cease trading for the day. On the third day, the plaza dancing activities were still haunting Tianfang Entertainment. Tianfang Entertainment's stock price got hit once again by the drop limit. On the fourth day, Tianfang Entertainment's stock price bounced back greatly. But by the time the trading session came to a close, a panic sell-off was triggered. Tianfang Entertainment got hit by the drop limit again. In a matter of 4 days, their stock price had fallen more than 30% in total. A stock that was valued at 10 yuan per share was now trading at a little over 6 yuan. What did that mean? It was a crash. Their stock price had almost been halved. The sell-off from the equity pledge was also triggered as a result. The industry was shocked. Even the people in the financial industry were dumbfounded. Retail investors steered away. Stock traders steered away. Stock exchanges steered away. Everyone had abandoned them. When Zhao Qiping saw his stock's price falling day after day, He was hurting badly. Tianfang Entertainment's upper management and staff were also panicking over this. It was only now that they understood and truly realized what sort of a crisis the company was going through. Even if they accepted and could bear the loss from this, even if they could survive this, the company would still have taken a beating. Their reputation, authority, resources, and financial power would all take a big hit. Zhang Ye, fuck your grandpa. Zhao Qiping and many of the others cursed. The prior developments left them unable to calm down. None of them could believe that the cause of this current situation was actually due to one person and a short story titled A Madman's Diary. A short story of only 4,000 words. In only a matter of 4 days, it had caused Tianfang Entertainment to lose over 10 billion yuan in the stock market. Everyone used to say that Zhang Ye's writing was worth 1,000 taels of gold per word, or 10,000 taels of gold per word. But how was this worth only 10,000 taels of gold per word? This was more like a 100 million taels of gold per word one. So Zhang Ye's pen really could kill a person. Chapter 1289, An Industry-Wide Boycott, is ordered. Chapter 1289, An Industry-Wide Boycott, is ordered. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. It was a good day today. It was a good day on both the Gregorian and Yellow 1 calendars. At 5:30 a.m., before the sun was up, before there were any people out on the streets, before the civil servants began their workday, Zhang Ye and Wu Ziqing, both dressed in low-key attire, arrived at the Xiqing District Civil Affairs Bureau. One of old Wu's relatives was the head of this bureau and naturally gave the green light for everything. There were no outsiders present. Inside the Civil Affairs Bureau, the middle-aged man looked stern. Zhang Ye and old Wu were both standing next to him. Are you two ready? We're ready. Then I'll get started. Okay, I'm really going to begin. Third uncle, can you hurry up? You're obtaining the marriage certificate now. Little Zhang, please be more serious. What are you being so impatient about? All right, I'm very happy to be able to issue you your marriage certificate. It is a sacred day today, so would the two of you answer my questions in all seriousness? Are you two getting married of your own accord? Yes. Yes. I now ask that the two of you face the national flag and emblem and read the marriage vows together. We join hands in marriage of our own accord. From this day forward, we will shoulder the responsibilities and obligations of marriage as one. Filial piety, teaching our children, mutual love and respect, mutual trust and encouragement, and mutual understanding. We will share all that we have, laugh and cry together, and love each other forever. Henceforth, for better or for worse, for richer or for poorer, in sickness and in health, be it young or old, through thick and thin, sharing weal and woe, through the ups and downs, to love and to cherish, until death do us part. We promise to uphold our vows made today, and will see that we stick firm to them. Ta. With the seal stamped, the marriage was legal. They had finally received the little red book. From this moment on, Zhang Ye and Wu Ziqing were officially considered a lawfully wedded couple. They were really a family now. Zhang Ye was feeling a little excited. Wu Ziqing said with a smile, "Third uncle, we'll be leaving now." Her third uncle waved. "Go on. The morning staff will be arriving soon. Congratulations, Ziqing. Have a good life together." Then he turned to look at Zhang Ye, who was still busy flipping through the little red book, and curled his lips, saying, "In the future, you must treat our Ziqing well. I don't know how you did it, but you must have earned a lot of karma in your last life to be able to marry a good girl like her." Then he faced Wu Ziqing and said, "Ziqing, in the future, hi, just make do." Zhang Yi tensed up. "What do you mean just make do, third uncle?" Wu Ziqing and her third uncle both laughed. After exiting the Civil Affairs Bureau, Zhang Yi swaggered, putting his arm out and around Wu Ziqing's shoulders. This fellow was also getting pumped up. "Darling?" Old Wu asked. "Yes." Zhang Yi called out again. "Darling?" Old Wu said. "What's the matter?" "Ah, it's nothing. I just wanted to get used to calling you that." Old Wu smiled. Then say it as much as you like." Zhang Yi rubbed his belly and said, "All right, let's talk when we get home. My stomach is rumbling. It's time for us to have some breakfast." The morning papers went on sale at this hour. Han Di sues for divorce. Han Di takes Tianfang Entertainment to court to terminate his contract. Han Di's wife could end up with nothing from the marriage. Tianfeng Entertainment's stock price collapses. The CSRC2 to step in. A farce triggered by a story. Tianfeng Entertainment's equity mortgage crisis. Wu Ziqing bought a few copies of the newspapers. Zhang Ye took one and browsed through it. Hey, this Han Di isn't dumb after all. He even knows that he has to turn to the courts for a settlement. Wu Ziqing said, since it has come to this, he definitely has to sue. She looked at the newspapers and said, you've really given Tianfeng Entertainment a big problem to deal with. I'm guessing they'll take action against you within the next 2 days. Zhang Ye sneered and said, come at me then, I'll be waiting. Ring, ring, ring. His cell phone rang. It was from an unknown number. When Zhang Ye answered the call, he got quite the surprise. Is this teacher Zhang Ye? Yes, this is he. I'm Han Di. I managed to get your number from a friend. It's you. I've already filed a lawsuit with the courts. That's good. You should have done this earlier. If you have any trouble or anything that you need help with, you may ask me. You don't need to worry about being rude. Thank you. It's nothing. Is there something else? Have you watched my movies before? Your movies? Nope. We've never even met before. So why did you help me? Why? Because I'm someone who likes being a busybody. Thank you. My pleasure. After hanging up, Zhang Yi grinned as he looked at old Wu. How was my answer? Wu Ziqing smiled back. Pretty good. All right, let's go eat. Zhang Yi pulled old Wu along and strode off. Being a busybody, Tianfeng Entertainment's stock price had almost been halved. The entertainment industry was also plunged into chaos. To be a busybody to such an earth-shattering extent, you could say that he was the first person dating back to the ancients to achieve something like that. On the same morning, whatever was supposed to happen was finally happening. At Tianfeng Entertainment's headquarters, Zhao Qiping called for an emergency executives meeting. The stock price has finally been stabilized. The people who have been causing a disturbance for the past 4 or 5 days are finally stopping. Every issue comes to pass someday. Even if it still isn't totally peaceful, and we still have a court case against Han Di to fight, there's still one thing that we can do right now. We must get it done. If we don't vent, would our Tianfeng Entertainment still have a place in the entertainment industry? Could I, Zhao Qipeng, still survive in this business? Whoever started it, whoever owes this debt, I'll fucking make him pay for it bit by bit. I'll make him learn just whose words matter the most in the entertainment industry. The higher-ups had long been waiting for this. Understood. President Zhao, we've been waiting for your word. Everyone knows what they have to do. Zhang Yi can forget about continuing in this industry. Anyone but him can be let off the hook. When they thought about how often they had been scared awake by those plaza dance tunes in their dreams, this group of people hated Zhang Yi to the bone. They and the rest of Tianfeng Entertainment staff from the other parts of the country had been conditioned to feel the presence of the plaza dance tunes even in the quietness of their own homes. They would often hallucinate and feel like the songs were playing around them even though no one came to cause any trouble. These were the 4 darkest days of their lives. These were 4 days they wouldn't want to remember ever again for the rest of their lives. And the main culprit who had caused this trouble was Zhang Ye. After bearing with it for the past 4 days, they could finally fight back. Thinking about this, they could no longer restrain their excitement. After the meeting, the higher-ups all got down to business. Some people went out on business trips. Some people went to make phone calls. Zhao Qipeng also made 8 or 9 calls out to his media partner friends, and another dozen-odd calls to his friends and peers in the industry. After being in the business for many years, what Zhao Qipeng could bank on was his social network. Business partners, people he had given a hand to, people whom he had guided and supported, coupled with the fact that there had been a myriad of changes in the way the industry was run, many of the entertainment companies were no longer rivals. Their existences were often mutually beneficial now, and there was close cooperation between them, even working together on certain projects. Zhao Qipeng was one of the biggest funders of the entertainment industry, so if he were to release word, it would be as good as an imperial decree. The news spread like wildfire. Tianfeng Entertainment had ordered an industry-wide boycott against Zhang Ye. Movies, TV series, variety shows, music, commercial appearances. Starting from today, whoever dared to accept Zhang Ye's projects would mean that they were going against Tianfeng Entertainment. Feiyu Entertainment quickly responded to the call. Shanghai Media followed close behind. Xiangtian Records made their stance known. 1 company, 5 companies. 10 companies. Many of the entertainment companies made their intentions to boycott Zhang Ye public. The momentum was so great that nothing like it was seen before. This was a collective boycott of Zhang Ye by the sponsors of the entertainment industry. Chapter 1290. Calling for his head. Chapter 1290. Calling for his head. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Later that morning, Beijing television. Hu Fei had a sunken expression on his face. Something has happened. Da Fei asked. What is it, brother Hu? Hoga said in a startled manner. What happened? Hu Fei said with a heavy heart. I've just received news. Zhao Qipeng has put the word out and more than a dozen entertainment and media companies have started boycotting Zhang Ye. Our station also received news that if we let Zhang Ye produce his shows here, they would call back all their artists and stop all cooperation with Beijing TV. Xiao Lu said in shock. What? Ho Di said angrily. That is too unreasonable. Han Qi also looked frustrated. Then what can be done? What can be done? At Zhang Ye's studio, Ha Qiqi received first-hand news of this too. This is not good. What's the matter? Director Zhang is being boycotted. What? By who this time? Who else? It's got to be Zhao Qipeng. It's not only Tianfang Entertainment. This time, it's half of the entertainment industry's funders boycotting him. It has really blown up this time. At a music website, President Sun, about the new song we're working with Zhang Ye on. There's no need to talk about that anymore. But we've already begun negotiations with them. There's no need anymore. Zhang Ye is finished. Why is that? He's been shut out by the funders. From now on, whoever tries to work with Zhang Ye will face sanctions from Tianfang Entertainment, as well as the other dozen-odd media companies. If we continue working with Zhang Ye, the artists under contract with those companies will no longer work with us, and will even have their song copyrights retracted. How could that be? In the short span of an hour, the entire entertainment industry had received news about this. Chen Guang, Fan Wenli, Zhang Xia, Ning Lan, the 7 S-listers. All of them received this notice. A shockwave rippled through the industry. The entertainment circle flew into an uproar. After 7 years, another sponsor's boycott has resurfaced in the industry. Such boycotts happen very often. When some small-time celebrity offended a big shot, the big shot would put out word that there would be no coexistence between the two of them. That was also a form of boycotting. Or when an artist offended some executive at an entertainment company, that executive would also put out word to give the artist a bad time. That was another form of a boycott. But all those were different from what was happening now. They were only small issues that didn't have the same momentum as the current boycott. An industry-wide boycott. This was something on a totally different level. Thinking back to that day 7 years ago, when a domestic film star who had made his mark as an A-list celebrity was boycotted by 3 entertainment companies after offending them with his diva behavior. Afterwards, an industry-wide boycott was ordered against him for the first time by the industry funders, and that A-lister was banished to the bottom of the valley with no one approaching him for roles in their movies. He did not manage to get any commercial opportunities either, as his industry peers denounced him. Soon after, his friends started avoiding him as well. By the end of that year, that really popular A-list celebrity had fallen down to the ranks of the B-list, and further down, to the C-list by the following year. Without any acting opportunities, without any public exposure, that was tantamount to snuffing the life out of an artist. Up until today, that celebrity who had been the target of the industry-wide boycott never even made an appearance on television. In the celebrity rankings, he couldn't even be seen in the E-list rankings. Furthermore, any reports or discussions regarding him on the internet were removed. No one gave him any more attention. They had almost forgotten about this name, and it was only today when the industry-wide boycott resurfaced that many of show business's veterans remembered him. This was what an industry-wide boycott was. The most brutal weapon of the entertainment circle was the one that involved the declaration of an unceasing war between the sponsors and a celebrity. Moreover, this industry-wide boycott didn't just involve 3 or 4 entertainment companies. There were more than a dozen companies, which amounted to about half of the entertainment circle's sponsors taking part in the boycott. It was several times more severe than the industry-wide boycott that took place 7 years ago. The sponsors collectively put out the word to kill Zhang Ye. Who could survive that? Who could escape from that? No one at all. Not even the heavenly kings and queens. It was over for Zhang Ye. This was the immediate conclusion that everyone in the entertainment circle had arrived at. He had offended too many people this time around, and they were even people who had very strong backing. In a flash, everyone was calling for Zhang Ye's head. On Weibo, it was the people from the crosstalk world who first made a clean break with Zhang Ye. The crosstalk actor, Tang Dong. The so-called A Madman's Diary is drivel. Society is not as dark as you think. Show business is not as dark as you say it is. As a public figure, instead of dutifully maintaining the image of the industry, you're singing the opposite tune and causing a panic. There's no one who can put up with your behavior. A group of crosstalk actors echoed this. A part of the literary world's members joined in the denouncement. A senior figure of the Writers' Association, always causing trouble and writing those so-called works that can't even be considered essays. What a disgrace to the educated. You're as good as misleading the people and deceiving them. I can't watch this go on anymore. Starting from today, the literary world has nothing to do with you and whatever you do. A group of the literary world's members echoed this. The education world, the calligraphy world, the music scene, a television station, a radio station. Countless people were condemning Zhang Ye. Get out of showbiz. We don't need people like you here. Ignorant fool. What kind of a professor are you? Those contributions of yours aren't even worth mentioning. We hope that the people will not be misled. By Zhang Ye. Nobody should bear with this behavior of his anymore. It's time to speak up and make a clean break with Zhang Ye. Everyone, let's boycott him together. There were also some big-shot celebrities who came forward to denounce him. Jiang Hanwei, Li Yu, Zhao Qichuan. The artists signed to Tianfeng Entertainment. The artists signed to the other entertainment companies. All of them were calling for Zhang Ye's head. Some of these were people whom Zhang Ye had offended before and were his eternal foes. Some of them were people Zhang Ye didn't even know nor met. Still, all of them jumped in to kick Zhang Ye while he was down in order to improve their relationships with the funders of the industry. They were basically tapping into this incident of Zhang Ye's to take a step up as they became a pawn of the funders. But of course, some things could not be said in such a clear manner. The affair between Han Di's wife and Zhao Qipeng could not be mentioned at all, and the boycott by the funders could not possibly be explicitly mentioned in the media either. All of these matters were an open secret within the industry, and no one would be upfront about it. All of these people were the same. The reason they gave for their attacks on Zhang Ye was not that he had offended Zhao Qipeng, but due to some other reason that they found him to be at fault. Zhang Ye had offended too many people. Thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. Even he could not count them all. When the industry-wide boycott first surfaced, everyone knew that Zhang Ye could no longer survive in the entertainment industry. As such, they naturally did not have any worries and would attack him as they liked. They couldn't wait to get revenge for the times they got bullied by Zhang Ye, and were all hoping to return him the favor together on this day. The public was dumbfounded. What's going on? Why is this happening? Why are they denouncing Zhang Ye again? Zhao Qipeng has made his move. When teacher Zhang wrote A Madman's Diary, he was destined to terribly offend Zhao Qipeng and showbiz's sponsors. All of them are now ready to deal with Zhang Ye. It's an industry-wide boycott. What? Holy fuck. Do you guys mean to say that this is the same as what happened 7 years ago? Yes, that's it. How ruthless. They're really being too ruthless. And this time, it's on an even larger scale. Half of the entertainment industry's sponsors have made their move against Zhang Ye. This is what's happening within the industry, and all that I can mention. Everyone, be prepared. This will be Zhang Ye's greatest predicament since he entered the entertainment industry. No, rather than saying it's a predicament, it should be called a crisis. With all the sponsors cutting him off, there won't be a chance for Zhang Ye to appear on television, nor will he have any commercial opportunities or anyone who would want to work with him again. This is as good as the end of Zhang Ye's celebrity life. In these days, the word of the sponsors is what matters the most. Damn, can they be any more unreasonable? Those bastards are this ruthless. Motherfucker, I'm enraged. Teacher Zhang, there's still us standing behind you. Right, we're still here to give you our support. What's the point of us supporting him? The TV stations won't get him to make any more shows. The TV series won't invite him to act. The music platforms won't be working with him either. So if we don't even get to see him in the future, how are we going to support him? What do we support him with? I'm from the industry myself. The waters of the entertainment circle run too deep. It's definitely not as simple as you guys think. Teacher Zhang has angered the sponsors this time, so they're making an example out of him. No one can stop them. But Teacher Zhang is going to get married soon. What will happen to the wedding? Will anyone still go? If that's the case, how many people will even want to attend? Old Dog Zhao. We'll fight him. Bastards. Is there no place for Zhang Ye in show business anymore? I really can't imagine that. I can't imagine it either. Although I've scolded him sometimes and have been pissed off by him before, but I still fucking like him a lot. Is Teacher Zhang really done for? Is there no one who can stop them? No one at all. Anger. Confusion. No one could keep their emotions in check. Someone spoke up. There's someone who can stop them. Speak. Who is it? The SARFT, of course. Fuck. That's as good as not fucking saying anything. Don't be so facetious. Who can't the SARFT stop? They're the overseeing authority of the entertainment circle. After all, the entertainment industry was in a great mess. Society was in chaos. The media reports were also coming in one after another. Zhang Ye's misdeeds provoke public anger. Zhang Ye to quit show business. Zhang Ye's story accuses the entertainment industry of eating people. No place left for Zhang Ye in the entertainment industry. Will the wedding be held as scheduled? Zhang Ye's wedding to be postponed. Chapter 1291. The wedding invitation gets revealed. Chapter 1291. The wedding invitation gets revealed. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Later that afternoon, in the courtyard of Old Wu's family's house, Zhang Ye's parents were here, and Old Wu's parents were present too. The outside world blew up as an earthquake ripped through the entertainment circle. Foes from all over show business came together to denounce Zhang Ye as the industry-wide boycott resurfaced once more after 7 years. Regarding this news, even the common people already knew about it, much less the industry insiders. The commotion outside even reached a point that it shocked the heavenly kings and queens. However, the people who were in the courtyard had no reactions to it. They were chatting and laughing as they busied themselves with the wedding invitations. Zhang Ye's mother said, "You were boycotted again?" Zhang Ye threw his hands up. "Looks to be so. Can't you live a day without causing trouble?" his mother asked. Li Qinxin smiled and said, "This shows how upright little Yi is. He abhors evil." "Upright? Abhor evil, my ass. You just haven't seen him scamming others." His mother smiled but did not say a word. Wu Ziqing also smiled. Wu Changhe held up a wedding invitation. "Are we inviting old son?" Li Qinxin said. "Oh, he must be." Wu Changhe said. "Daughter, what about your colleagues?" Wu Ziqing smiled. "I've already written them all down. We'll just follow the invite list." "Son, what about the media?" his mother asked. Zhang Yi shrugged and said, "I'm not familiar with the media." Wu Ziqing laughed. "Leave it to me. I'll write a list." One by one, the wedding invitations were written. Ring, ring, ring. Zhang Ye's cell phone chirped noisily. It was like he was already expecting it as he said to everyone with a laugh, "See, the calls are starting." Wu Ziqing said, "Go and answer it then. I'll handle it over here." His mother said in amusement, "You've been using the same ringtone forever. Shouldn't you change it?" Zhang Yi walked a little further away and answered the call. The moment the call connected, the extremely anxious voice of Xiaodong came on. Before Zhang Yi could even get a word in, she was rambling. Zhang Er, something bad has happened. You've offended them for real this time. Hurry up and think of a way out. The industry has called for a total boycott of you, and there's no room for discussion. I know that you're already used to this. The radio station, the TV stations, the literary world, the crosstalk world, and so many others have done it to you before. But it's different this time. It's the sponsors of showbiz who have called for the boycott. You're stuck with no way out. Do you have any idea on how you might deal with it? Hi. Don't bother saying anything. How could you possibly have a way to deal with this? The situation now. After speaking for a full 2 minutes, Zhang Yi was finally able to cut in. Zhang Yi gave a sardonic laugh. Sister Dong. Yes. Can I speak now? Of course, please. Send your address to me. Ah. What for? Are you thinking of taking refuge at my place? Zhang Yi nearly fainted. Take what refuge? He said. I'm going to send the invitation to you. What invitation? Xiaodong said in surprise. My wedding invitation, of course, Zhang Yi said. What? You're still in the mood to hold your wedding. Why would I not be in the mood? And also Amy's and Xiaoxian's addresses too. Are you all going to come? You've got a really big heart. Yes, yes, how can we not attend your wedding? Even if they've already called for the boycott, we will still go. But you've got to think of something. Otherwise, your future in show business will be. Send your address. I gotta hang up. Xiaodong yelled. Hey, wait. He hung up. Yao Jiankai called as well. Zhang, has the wedding been postponed? Zhang Ye was taken aback. Who did you hear that from? From the media, the industry. That's what everyone is saying, Yao Jiankai said. Zhang Ye laughed and said, don't listen to their crap. I'm going ahead with the original plan. Oh yeah, send me your address. I'll get the wedding invitation sent overnight. My wedding's on the day after. Bring your wife and daughter too, and let's have a good time. Yao Jiankai rolled his eyes. You're already having a good enough time. Zhang Ye laughed. Haha, it'll be even better on the day of. They hung up. The third call arrived. It was from the studio. Hachichi was panicking like mad. Director Zhang, we're done for. What are you talking about? I was just about to call you. Zhang Ye ordered. Hurry up. Can you bring our studio staff over? It's time I needed some help from you guys. Hachichi said. Everyone. Zhang Ye affirmed. Yes, gather everyone. Hachichi gasped. Are we going to fight Zhao Qiping? Zhang Ye didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Fight? I need you guys here to help me send the wedding invitations. I still have a lot of things to prepare over here, so hurry up and come over and help. He received more than a dozen calls in a short period of time. Zhang Xia, Chen Guang, Ning Lan. Everyone was calling him. It was just as well, since Zhang Ye was supposed to call them up anyway to tell them about the wedding. Zhang Ye's composure left his friends in disbelief. The flames are already licking at your eyebrows, and there isn't much time left, so why are you still so calm? Are you serious, Lord Zhang? This is an industry-wide boycott we're talking about. All of his friends were quite confused. That the same night, there was only a little more than a day left until Zhang Ye's wedding. The media was still libeling him. His foes were still denouncing him. His industry peers continued to boycott him. One by one, more and more insignificant people jumped on the bandwagon as unexpected celebrities and industry insiders came forward to denounce Zhang Ye. The momentum was completely one-sided. Their voices were too strong. Nobody could restrain their excitement. The scourge was finally going to be gotten rid of. Many who had been bullied by Zhang Ye were in tears. Many of them couldn't wait to celebrate the victory with a string of firecrackers. They had been waiting far too long for this moment. They had been waiting way too many years for this to happen. And it was at this time that Zhang Ye's wedding invitations arrived at their designated destinations. Old Chen's house. The doorbell of the villa rang. Chen Guang went to open the door. Who is it? I am little Zhou from Zhang Ye's studio. Hello, Teacher Chen. A young man took out a wedding invitation and passed it to him. Teacher Zhang's big wedding will be held the day after tomorrow. He sincerely invites you and your wife and hopes that you can be there. Chen Guang nodded. All right, I understand. The door closed. Fan Wenli also came over. The wedding invitation is here? Chen Guang gave a wry smile and said, Zhang Ye sure is kind. Yeah, Fan Wenli said. I thought that he would cancel the wedding. The wedding invitation was very refined and beautiful. When he flipped it open, written on it was, Groom, Zhang Ye. Bride, Wu Ziqing. Sincerely invite you to grace us with your presence. Chen Guang was stunned for a bit. The bride is Wu Ziqing? Fan Wenli was also startled. Why does this name sound a little familiar? I find it familiar too. Which celebrity is it? Chen Guang asked. 1 second. 2 seconds. All of a sudden, Chen Guang jumped. Fuck! Fan Wenli exclaimed. Wu Ziqing? Which Wu Ziqing? Chen Guang said. Could it be that Wu Ziqing? Fan Wenli started sweating. Surely not. This cannot be. At old Yao's house, the doorbell rang. His daughter, Yao Mi, went to answer the door. When she returned, she said, Dad, Mom, Uncle Zhang's wedding invite has arrived. Old Wu's wife took it from her and had a look. She was stunned. The bride is someone called Wu Ziqing? Who is it? Yao Mi was taken aback. What did you say? Old Yao's wife pointed at the invitation in confusion. The bride is Wu Ziqing. Yao Jiankai, who was in the living room, was slack-jawed. What did you say? Who is the bride? Did someone step on your tails? What is it? Old Yao's wife was quite confused. She waggled the invitation. It's written here that the bride's name is Wu Ziqing. Yao Jiankai took a large step and came up to her. Impossible. Let me see. Yao Mi also ran over in a frenzy. When they flipped open the invitation, the bride's name stood out. Yao Jinkai screamed. What the? Yao Mi shrieked. My God. Old Yao's wife still did not understand. What does that mean? What's the matter? Yao Jinkai said in shock. Don't you know who Wu Ziqing is? At a newspaper firm, quite a few people were still working overtime. Are we still going to attend Zhang Ye's wedding? The chief editor says there's no need to go anymore. Are we really not going? Yes, the chief editor is really good friends with President Zhao. With the industry-wide boycott, we must reduce our coverage of Zhang Ye so that he will gradually disappear from the public eye. Oh, I see. I understand. All right, it's time to knock off. At this moment, an editor came stumbling in. Quickly come and see this. Come and see this. Everyone was wondering what had happened. What is it? Why are you running? An invitation? They've sent Zhang Ye's wedding invitation. Just leave it, we won't be going. The editor shouted. Speak after you've read the bride's name. They opened the invitation. When everyone saw it, they were shocked out of their minds. Holy fuck. Holy shit. Fuck this. Fuck. Everyone was dumbfounded. Something big has happened. Quick, quick, quick. Go and tell the chief editor. Something big and terrible has happened. Someone stupidly asked, so, do we still attend Zhang Ye's wedding on the day after tomorrow? Everyone instantly turned their heads and looked at that idiot like he was an idiot. At Zhang Xia's house, her daughter came over. Mom, it's the wedding invitation. Zhang Xia sighed and took it from her. Got it? Her daughter asked. Are you worried for teacher Zhang? Zhang Xia said with a frown. Yes, I am. I can't even help him out, so I feel really bad. Little Zhang is in big trouble this time. Zhang Xia flipped open the wedding invitation. Then her eyes grew big as saucers. She dropped the wedding invitation onto the floor. Mom. Yes. What's wrong? Haha, it's nothing. Why are you laughing then? Weren't you just feeling worried for teacher Zhang? There's no need anymore. Why? Didn't he meet with some trouble? It's someone else who has met with trouble now. What do you mean? Her daughter picked up the invitation and read it. The bride is Wu Ziqing? Who is that? Zhang Xiao looked at her daughter. This is someone who those people cannot afford to offend even if they team up. With a pause, she laughed and said, Today's show business has got to be the most wonderful and exciting day since its inception. Feiyu Entertainment, one of the companies which called for the industry-wide boycott. A roar suddenly sounded from the president's office. Zhao Chipeng. Zhao. You motherfucker. The employees who were passing by outside all looked at one another. What happened? Why was President Zhou swearing at President Zhao? Weren't the two of them tight business partners? Shanghai Media, another one of the companies which called for the industry-wide boycott. Zhao Chipeng. You idiot. You fucking idiot. I've been fucking dragged down by you this time. Xiangtian Records, yet another one of the companies which called for the industry-wide boycott. Zhao Chipeng. Fuck you. God damn you. Chapter 1292. Zhao Chipeng in tears. Chapter 1292. Zhao Chipeng in tears. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Tang Dazhang's home. Several crosstalk actors who had gathered to celebrate Zhang Ye's impending departure from the entertainment circle looked terrified after receiving a call. Impossible. This is impossible. It must be a same name. Right, it has to be someone with the same name. Quick, go and check what's going on. At the Writers' Association, Meng Donghua, who had had a great feud with Zhang Ye, posted another official denouncement of Zhang Ye and was feeling very satisfied as he prepared to knock off from work. The door opened. A colleague came in with a look of horror on his face. The identity of Zhang Ye's wife has been revealed. Meng Donghua sneered and said, So what? What has that got to do with us? He won't be able to last a few more days anyway. Probably not even a day more. His colleague swallowed hard. Meng Donghua asked curiously, What's the matter? His colleague wiped away his sweat and said, Zhang Ye's wife is called Wu Ziqing. With the news, Meng Donghua plopped back down into his chair. At A-list celebrity Jiang Hanwei's house. Holding his phone, Jiang Hanwei's face turned green. What? It's true. Are you fucking kidding me? Old Jiang, why would I joke with you? This is impossible. At Xiaodong's house, the 3 wedding invitations were lying on the table. Amy was dumbfounded. Xiaodong was dumbfounded. Li Xiaoxian was dumbfounded. What is going on? Zhang Ye is soaring to the skies. This is such a huge joke. At Beijing television, Hu Fei was shocked. Xiao Lu was astonished. Ho Ji's hand was trembling. Da Fei nearly fell out of his seat. All of them had received an individual invitation, and they almost went crazy after reading it. Oh God, can someone tell me this isn't true? If it's really true, then someone is going to look like an idiot. Yes, Zhao Qiping is going to end up as that idiot. The wedding invitation was exposed. The invitation and its contents spread rapidly. The groom was Zhang Ye, the bride was Wu Zuqing, and the wedding was going to be held at a famous hot spring resort in the suburbs of Beijing in the morning on the day after tomorrow. There was even a note at the bottom: do not send or bring gifts. For those who received the invitation, they immediately realized what was happening. For those who did not receive it, they soon found out from their friends. The entertainment circle was only so big, and there were only so many people in the industry. Everyone was connected to one another, so the news spread very quickly. This invitation from Zhang Ye had stunned the entire entertainment circle at this moment. Some people were so astonished that they were left trembling at the news, while others turned pale, were in shock, or were left with jaws dropped. The literary field was shocked. The crosstalk world was shocked. The Go world was shocked. The calligraphy world was shocked. The education world was shocked. It was an earthquake. Show business was going to experience a shake-up, because they had encountered an unprecedented turn of events, because they had encountered a situation that they could not even begin to imagine. Everyone turned their attention to Tianfang Entertainment. And as the company in the middle of it all the ranks of Tianfang Entertainment, from top to bottom, were silenced. When Zhao Qiping and Tianfang Entertainment's upper management saw a picture of the invitation, every one of them was slack-jawed. A vice president was so scared that his knees buckled under him. A shareholder nearly fell out of their seat. The president's secretary was livid. The president, Zhao Qiping, blanched. Why did it turn out like this? How did things become like this? We're done for. We're doomed. President Zhao, what do we do? President Zhao, say something. President Zhao. Everyone was panicking. The calls were also coming in like crazy one after another. Zhao Qiping's cell phone never stopped ringing. Zhao? Fuck you. Zhao Qiping. You've screwed us over big time. Old Zhao, you fucking set me up. Zhao Qiping, you stupid idiot. If you wanted to die, you should have just died alone. Why the hell did you have to drag us down with you? You even dared to order an industry-wide boycott on the husband of the SARF's chief? Screw your sister. You fucking killed us all. 1, 5, 10. His cell phone was exploding with a flurry of calls. Each and every one of his old friends and business partners was cursing and swearing at him without end. It had always been the SARFD that would issue a ban on them. It had always been the SARFD that would give them trouble. It had always been the SARFD that would stop their television series from broadcasting, or stop their films from getting a release, or not approve of their activities. But today, the situation was actually reversed. They were going to boycott the SARF's chief's husband? At this moment, they felt like they were the boldest idiots in the world. Zhao Qiping was forced to answer the calls and listen to the caller's rant before hanging up in shock. Then he would answer the calls again in a mechanical fashion before hanging up again. Throughout this, he did not say a word. His legs turned to jelly. He was perspiring as beads sweat kept rolling off his head. President Zhao. The company's upper management had lost their backbone. Zhao Qiping looked at them and finally opened his mouth to say something. So what if she is the SARF's leader? What? The upper management was stunned as their eyes filled with admiration. Zhao Qiping said again, so what if it's Chief Wu? What are you planning? The upper management was shocked again as they appeared moved by his words. Zhao Qiping said loudly, so what if he is Chief Wu's husband? That's right. So what if it's them? Can they bully others in such a way just because she is from the SARFD? Can they repress them just because she is the chief of the SARFD? All of them were touched to their cores by Zhao Qiping's spirit. They were fascinated by him and felt that their President Zhao was very impressive. He was even a role model to them. Zhao Qiping raged on indignantly. So what if Zhang Ye and Chief Wu are getting married? Can she do whatever she wants just because she is in a leadership role? Does being a leader make her any different from anyone else? He was so angry that his lips were trembling. This roused everyone who saw him behaving like this. He suddenly said, can she decline to take any gifts for her wedding just because she is a leader? Everyone was stunned. Zhao Qiping said angrily. How can she do that? Just look at this invitation. Just look at what they wrote on this invitation. This is really pissing me off. They are totally disrespecting our traditional Chinese culture. Chief Wu is being too clean-fingered one this way. She's being too careful about it. But she can't allow there be an example of this happening, can she? Otherwise, how will the others deal with such acts in the future, right? How will they know how to handle such situations? A leader getting married is essentially the same as the average person getting married. There shouldn't be anything special about it. Everyone was pretty dumbfounded. A vice president stared wide-eyed. Ah. A supervisor, ah. A secretary, ah. When Zhao Qiping saw that no one made any move after what he said, he got furious and quickly shouted, "What are you all, ing for? What are you all doing still standing there? Hurry up. Quickly prepare a huge gift so that we can send it to Chief Wu for her wedding. Do you people need me to fucking spell it out?" Everyone said, "Ah. Go quickly. Fuck. Understood." Everyone nearly fainted at that. The invitation letter explicitly stating that there shouldn't be any gifting? So you were actually angry about this? Everyone rushed out of the room. PR. Relying on social ties. Finding a way. Preparing the gift. Tianfeng Entertainment was in chaos. Zhao Qiping silently sat by himself at his desk for a long time. His nose tingled, and his eyes suddenly welled up with tears. This had turned into something big. This had really turned into something big this time. Chapter 1293, The Sarf's Son-in-Law. Chapter 1293, The Sarf's Son-in-Law. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. This night was destined to not be a quiet one. In fact, it was going to be a very long night. An invitation had set off a storm in the entertainment industry. Tianfeng Entertainment bore the brunt of it as they got pushed to the forefront. They were undoubtedly in the most trouble as the entire company frantically tried to remedy things. But everyone else knew that their actions were too little, too late. That industry-wide boycott order had instantly become the biggest joke in the industry, one that could keep being repeated for a lifetime and still get a laugh. How could it be like this? Hasn't this fellow always been butting heads with the SARFD? Didn't this fellow used to fight the SARFD? Didn't this fellow get banned by the SARFD on more than one occasion? This was the worst hooligan of the entertainment circle and the greatest thorn in the industry. This bastard who had offended almost all the people in the business had suddenly become the son-in-law of the SARFD. President Zhao, it's not going to work out. The PR isn't going to help against this fallout. The leader that I know over there is not answering my calls. We can't get in contact with Chief Lu either. President Zhao, no one wants to deal with us right now, and we can't send the gift either. Please make a quick decision. President Zhao, the shareholders have requested a board meeting. President Zhao, the celebrities under our management are all panicking. Please decide how we should deal with this. Zhao Qiping's face paled as he listened to his subordinates' reports. Finally, he picked up his phone and called one of the executives at the SARFD who he was on good terms with. Do. It went through, but no one answered. Zhao Qiping tried calling again. After 2 rings, it was cut off. Zhao Qiping was sweating by now. He made a 3rd call before someone finally answered. Chief Wang. What is it, old Zhao? I was sleeping. Let's talk tomorrow if there's something. Chief Wang, you've got to help a brother out. Help you? How am I supposed to help? About Chief Wu and Zhang Ye, that's simply. I also received the invitation just today. This is really too sudden. If I had known that he was together with Chief Wu, would I have been so crazy to pick a fight with him? Chief Wang, you've got to give me some support. We're really out of ideas. What's the situation with Chief Wu? Did Chief Wu mention anything? Chief Wu didn't say anything at all. Phew, that's good then. Good? Are you really dumb or just playing dumb? Just look at what you've done. What is this? Disregarding Zhang Ye's status and just basing it on Handi's matter alone, who doesn't know what actually happened. Do you think the public is blind to what really happened? Do you think that the SARFD does not know what went on? But look at what you did. You've committed a wrong and still pushed the blame on Handi. You even tried to force him into a corner? When Zhang Ye came forward to say something, you still coerced your colleagues to spare him no rest. Old Zhao, you've become too pompous. I've done wrong. I'll admit it. Handle your own problems then. Chief Wang, let's end the call here. Don't contact me anymore in the future. The current Zhao Qiping was like an unimportant and smelly piece of dog shit on the street. Anyone who saw him would avoid him. Elsewhere, the board meeting was convened. When Zhao Qiping came in, all the other board of directors were present. There was a very heavy and serious atmosphere in the air. Everyone had stifled expression on their faces. A director said, "Old Zhao, there are only two paths we can take now." An elderly director said, "1. You take this all on yourself. 2. You bring the company down with you. You may decide how you want it to be. This problem was caused by you in the first place. Those other media companies might still have a chance of making things right, but that isn't the case for us. Qipeng, why don't you take a back seat?" Online, the people were still heatedly discussing the issue. What will happen in the future? Who knows what they'll do to Zhang Ye? Hi, is teacher Zhang really done for? The industry-wide boycott has already been ordered. The same events from 7 years ago are happening all over again. It's difficult to bring up the things that happened in the past, since many of the things that Zhang Ye did were rather controversial. But there's definitely no fault with Zhang Ye regarding this issue. No one wanted to see Zhang Ye leave show business. There was only one such person like him, so it wasn't simply a matter of having one less person like him around. If he were to go, there wouldn't be another like him. All of a sudden, someone shouted in bewilderment. Look at that. What is it? Tang Dazhan's Weibo post has been deleted. He really did do so. That post denouncing Zhang Ye has been deleted by him. Another crosstalk comedian has deleted their post too. What are these people up to? Who knows? Maybe they got hacked. Fuck. Quickly come and see this. Everything has been deleted. They've all deleted their posts. Everyone did. Yes, all of them. The people were very surprised. Everyone. How is that possible? They went to check through all those Weibo accounts in disbelief and were dumbfounded. The crosstalk world, the literary field, the calligraphy world, the education world, the entertainment circle, all of the Weibo posts from those who had censured Zhang Ye had disappeared completely at this moment. Then the netizens noticed an even more shocking thing happening. Beijing Crosstalk Association's official Weibo. Congratulations on teacher Zhang's big wedding. May your love last forever. Beijing Writers Association. May you both be blessed with a child soon. Sending our congratulations. A-list celebrity Jiang Hanwei. Congratulations. The studio of the B-list celebrity, Liu. Best wishes. Crosstalk actor Tang Dazhang's Weibo. May your love last for. Feiyu Entertainment's official Weibo. Congratulations and felicitations. May you both have what your hearts desire. Xiangtian Records official Weibo. A match made in heaven. Great auspiciousness to the newlyweds. Even Tianfang Entertainment posted on Weibo. No words can fully express our congratulations. Today is an exciting and momentous day. Wishing Mr. Zhang and Mrs. Wu a happy marriage. The netizens were dumbfounded. Everyone looked like they had fucking seen a ghost. What's going on? Congratulations on the big wedding? Weren't you people just scolding teacher Zhang a while ago? Damn, did these people have too much to drink? What are they doing? God knows what madness has come over them. Tianfang Entertainment also made a Weibo post, and they mentioned something about having no words. No words, your sister. Exciting? Exciting, my ass. Didn't you people order the industry-wide boycott? Weren't you all bent on sparing teacher Zhang no rest? So how can you be excited? Are these idiots having a fit? A mass hacking? There were those who gave a speech. There were those who offered their congratulations. There were those who liked the post. All everyone could see were countless familiar faces appearing below the Weibo post Zhang Ye used to announce his wedding. A great deal of them were those who had denounced him earlier, and some others were people like the entertainment industry's artists and personnel who had remained quiet all this time. At this moment, all of them were appearing like cabbages being sold in the market. Some of the celebrities were even unheard of and were really just small-timers in the industry. Of course, there were also many big names who showed up to offer their congratulations. Zhang Ye's fans were dumbfounded. Han Di's fans were dumbfounded. The people were simply unprepared for this happening. This change was too sudden. Do you people have any integrity left? And what came later was an even more astonishing event. Tianfang Entertainment's president Zhao Qiping announces his resignation as president. Zhao Qiping steps down from his position. Tianfang Entertainment takes the initiative in terminating Han Di's contract. Han Di becomes a free agent. Zhao Qiping apologizes to Han Di over Weibo. The truth is out. Han Di cleared of all grievances. The news headlines came one after another. The people were crazy anxious. Now, what just happened? They just issued the industry-wide boycott this morning, but have already given up on it by this afternoon? What kind of a joke is this? Something bad must have happened. I know, but what? This farce continued for quite a while. By the end of it all, Zhang Ye's wedding invitation was leaked. When the people saw this, everyone very nearly passed out when they realized what was going on. The bride is Wu Ziqing? Chief Wu from the SARFT. How's that possible? What the hell is with this turn of events? Holy fuck, holy fuck, holy fuck, plus 10,000. The netizens blew up at this. The public was stunned. Zhang Ye had become the Sarft's son-in-law? Chapter 1294. At the venue of the wedding ceremony. Chapter 1294. At the venue of the wedding ceremony. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The next day, a day before the wedding ceremony was to take place. The outside world was still causing an uproar. The people were still in shock over the revelation. This news had come too suddenly for the entertainment industry. It was too earth-shattering. Immediately, everyone in the country, including the media, turned their attention to Zhang Ye and his wedding. Until they could see it with their own eyes or hear it with their own ears, many of them refused to accept this truth. On the highway, Zhang Ye and Wu Ziqing, together with their families, were heading to the hot spring resort. The hotel over there had been cleared out, and it was the final day of the preparations. There was still a lot to get done, and the stage had to be set up as well. There was also a rehearsal that they needed to do, so it was a really busy day for them. The staff from Zhang Ye's studio had already come down in advance to set the place up. In the sedan, Zhang Ye was making quite a few calls. Little Zhou, is the Chinese Kwa ready for collection yet? They said that they should be able to get it completed by today. Don't just leave it at that. We need it tomorrow. All right, I'll go and hurry them up. Bring it back before the afternoon. Understood, Director Zhang. Director Zhang, the reporters are in a frenzy. The main entrance to the resort has been totally blocked off. What? How many of them are there? There are over 100 reporters from more than 30 different media outlets. Hold them off for now. Don't let anyone get in, and let them know that we will not be giving any interviews. Okay, we're coordinating with the resort's security. We'll be arriving very soon. Drive in through the rear entrance. I'll be waiting over there. All right. Director Zhang, the representatives from the endorsement companies have arrived. Okay, I got it. So what do we do with them? Host them for now. We'll talk about the rest when I get there. The call ended. Zhang Ye's voice had gone hoarse from talking so much. Seated next to him, Wu Ziqing handed him a bottle of water. Zhang Ye's mother asked, "What was that about endorsement companies?" Zhang Ye said pretentiously, "I was just going to talk about this. Well, I'm getting married, aren't I? As such, those brand names that I'm endorsing have all come looking for me. They're hoping that they can make use of the wedding ceremony to give their products some exposure. Isn't that causing trouble? It's my big day, and I'm expected to advertise for them. I'll chase them all away the moment we get there. This is so infuriating." His father smacked his lips and said, "Why are you chasing people away on your wedding day?" Zhang Ye said firmly, "I have to. I must chase them all away." Li Qinqin smiled and said, "Little Yi, what's there to get angry about?" Wu Changhe added, "It's no big deal displaying a few of their products. Aren't you their spokesperson?" Zhang Ye said in anger, "But how can we allow that?" Wu Ziqing said, "Just let them do it. It's only a minor thing." "I can't, old Wu." Zhang Ye shook his head. Li Qinqin spoke, "There's nothing wrong with that, little Yi. Let me have the final say on this matter. Other celebrities also take care of the brands they endorse at their weddings. Those companies have all invested so much money and given so much advertisement exposure to you. The endorsement fees they paid you are also top in the industry, aren't they? Therefore, you cannot let them miss out on something like that. How can you even think of chasing them away? Surely, that wouldn't look good on you, right? Isn't it just having a few small product placements at the wedding? I'll decide on it then, just let them do it." Zhang Ye blinked. "Is that really fine?" Li Qinqin said, "Yes, it's no big deal." "All right then, I'll listen to you." Zhang Ye had no choice but to agree with her. Up ahead, they finally arrived at the hot spring resort. When the car pulled into the hotel, everyone who got out of the car was dumbfounded. Toothpaste, jewelry, mineral water, milk, soap, the reading app, sanitary ware. People from over a dozen of Zhang Ye's endorsed brands crowded together. Behind them, All kinds of advertising placards and signs, including an advertising inflatable, had been put up. You're finally here. Teacher Zhang. Teacher Zhang, where should we place these? Please help us find a spot. Chattering came from every direction. His mother was stunned. Little Yi, why are there so many of them? Zhang Ye gave a sheepish smile and said, I'm endorsing quite a few brands. His father stared at him. But this is too many. Li Qinxin and Wu Changhe were also startled and were slow to react. Zhang Ye went forward and started ordering them around. Everyone, please line up and don't be in a rush. Just calm down and listen to what I have to say. Those who are from Family Spring, please put your advertising placard up at Zone A where the reporters will be entering. I will be arranging for manpower to ensure that every reporter and celebrity attending the ceremony tomorrow will get a bottle of your water in their hands. You will be the designated brand of water at the venue. The people from Family Spring said, Thank you, Teacher Zhang. Zhang Ye shouted, What about the milk? Where's the dairy manufacturer? A few of the dairy employees hollered back, We're here. We're here. Zhang Ye pointed at them. Good. You guys are also one of the designated drinks. Did you bring along your ad placard today? Good. Place it over here. Right. Secure it properly. It might get windy tomorrow. Installation. Inflation. Within a short span of 20 minutes, the reception area was almost filled up with advertisements. There were even some that could not be placed due to a lack of space. The entire area looked quite lively. Zhang Ye's mother called out, Enough. Don't place any more things here. A distance away, Zhang Ye told some workers, There's still some space. Try to squeeze a few more in. His mother got mad and went up to Zhang Ye and gave him a beating. Zhang Ye turned tail and ran away. Oh, Mom. What are you doing? Watch how I'll kill you. His mother was incensed. Wu Ziqing just stood there and laughed. Li Qinxin and Wu Changhe hurriedly went over to pull her back. In-law, in-law, don't hit him anymore. The media is out there watching. Finally, Wu Mo and Fat Sis arrived. When Wu Mo saw the place, he exclaimed, Everything has been arranged already. He turned around and got his workers to unload the vehicle. Hurry, hurry. Get everything down from the vehicle and quickly set it up. Fat Sis was also getting her people to unload their items. Li Qinxin was stunned. Why are you two here as well? Fat Sis said, To put up the advertisements for my new game, of course. Wu Mo followed up with, Teacher Zhang is the spokesperson for our Brain Gold company. Since he's getting married to my aunt, it would be wrong if I don't advertise a little to make sure that the millions in endorsement fees are well spent. Li Qinxin said, but there's no space anymore. Wu Mo looked around and finally pointed at the main stage. That's my spot. Wu Changhe very nearly beat someone up as well. That's where the bride and groom will be standing. Wu Mo blinked and said, They can just stand nearer the front. My placard can be placed behind them. Fat Sis came over to snatch the spot. Get lost, this is my spot. Aunt, I found this spot first. Wu Mo said in panic. Fat Sis and Wu Mo nearly came to blows. Zhang Ye quickly came over to break them apart. He came up with a bad idea and said, Mo, just pass some brain gold to Uncle. When he arrives and make his entrance, the media will surely turn their attention to him. Once the cameras are all focused on him, just get Uncle to drink some brain gold to boost his spirit before entering. That'll ensure that the entire process will get recorded. Wu Mo said excitedly. Right. That's a good idea. Wu Changhe nearly vomited a mouthful of blood. You want me to drink that? Your sister. What would I have to boost my spirit for? Wu Changhe went up wanting to hit him. Get over here. Zhang Ye turned and ran. You guys discuss it amongst yourselves. Li Qinxin said to Wu Ziqing. Daughter, hurry up and give him a talking to. But Wu Ziqing couldn't care less. She just smiled and said, This is the reception, not where the wedding ceremony will be held. So just let him handle it. It does look pretty good, doesn't it? What do you see here that makes you say that it looks good? Li Qinxin was at her wit's end. An hour later, the setup was complete. Everyone felt rather confused when they saw the place. Was this the reception area of a wedding ceremony? Why did it look more like a trade fair? Chapter 1295, The Big Wedding Beginning. Chapter 1295, The Big Wedding Beginning. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. On the day of the wedding. In the morning, in the Beijing suburbs. At the hot spring resort. Today was Zhang Ye's wedding day, and all the big local media outlets had sent their representatives here. It still wasn't time to enter yet, as over 100 reporters stood in a long snaking line outside the resort. They were all waiting to be admitted so that they could get a good spot the moment they got in. The reporters' vehicles were parked together, and there were sightings of the media everywhere. Several television stations were even doing a live coverage of the event from outside the resort. Before long, it was almost time. The reporters were going to get admitted into the venue with the invitations in their hands. Hey, don't squeeze. Slow down a little. Who stepped on me? Motherfucker, are you rushing to reincarnate? Aren't you rushing as well? It's my business that I'm rushing. What does it have anything to do with you? When the doors were opened, a large number of reporters flocked into the venue. None of them were walking, as everyone ran straight for the open-air garden of the hot spring resort where the reception area was situated. The invitation that Zhang Ye's studio had sent out to the media was different from other guests. It included some details like requests for the media outlets' representatives to arrive before a certain time, the location of their activity area, and a list of barred items. It was written very clearly on the invitation that the reporters could freely take photographs from their activity area during the reception. But for the official Chinese-style wedding ceremony that would be taking place afterwards, none of the reporters would be allowed in the venue. This meant that the reception during the first part of the wedding was just for show to let the public know about it, and to account to the media. The actual wedding ceremony would not be witnessed by any media, and only the bride and groom's close friends and relatives would be allowed to attend. In the open-air garden, many of the reporters were dumbfounded by what they saw the moment they arrived. What the heck? Why are there so many advertisements out here? Is this a trade fair? How are we supposed to avoid framing all of that in our pictures? Zhang Ye, that joker. Only he can come up with so many surprises. That's right. That fellow is always able to come up with things that nobody expects. How maddening. Isn't this as good as telling us that if we want to get first-hand news of his wedding to report about, we have to advertise the brands that he is endorsing as well? There are so many advertisements around that we won't be able to avoid capturing them when we take photos or videos of the wedding, yet he is not allowing us to join in for the actual ceremony. He just wants to make us do all the hard work and not be able to enjoy the fruits of our labor? Your sister. This is the first time I've seen such an immoral celebrity. He's really making full use of the media this way. Zhang Ye hardly ever gave interviews in the past, so I was wondering why he was so generous this time. Did you think that this fellow's behavior was only like this recently? You're still inexperienced and don't yet understand Zhang Ye well enough. When you get to know him better, you'll learn that there are only things that you wouldn't expect and nothing that he wouldn't be capable of doing. This fellow is the most unique oddity of the entertainment circle. Everything that he does will surely be different from others' actions. If you even start to measure him with common sense, you'll have already lost the game. Enough talking. Let's hurry and get a good spot. Even if his intentions are to plaster all our photos and videos with those advertisements, we still have to do our job. If we don't, how will we answer to our bosses when we get back? That's right, the guests should be arriving soon. From this moment on, the wedding officially began. The reporters on the inside were guided by staffers from Zhang Ye's studio, while Wu Ziqing's secretary, Bai Li, was in charge of overseeing the outside entrance where the guests were welcomed. The entrance was very important, and a lot of candidates had been considered to take charge of it. In the end, none of them got chosen. No matter how they considered it, Secretary Bai was still the most suitable candidate of all. She was familiar with those from the entertainment industry since she had dealt with them before, while she also knew those from the SARFD. As such, whether it was Zhang Ye or Wu Ziqing's friends and relatives, she basically knew them all. Outside, at the entrance, Secretary Bai was holding the fort. Chen Guang arrived together with his wife, Fan Wenli. Fan Wenli smiled and said, "Secretary Bai?" They had heard of Secretary Bai's name long before today. It was not only because she was Wu Ziqing's secretary at the SARFT, but also because she came from a rather important background. Her father was the head of one of the provincial television stations. Secretary Bai smiled and welcomed them. "Teacher Chen, Teacher Fan, you've arrived? Please head inside. There will be someone to receive you in there." After passing her, Chen Guang whispered, "We'd better not try anything funny today." Fan Wenli laughed and said, "I know." Chen Guang said in regret, "Back then, I thought that we would be able to enjoy ourselves and have a lot of fun when Zhang Ye got married. But now that it turns out that he's marrying Chief Wu, there's no chance of that anymore. Fan Wenli giggled. A large group made up of over a dozen people arrived and walked over. Peking University's Dean Pan Yang of the School of Mathematical Sciences was leading the way. Peking University's Dean Chang Kaiga of the Chinese department was beside him, along with Su Na and the rest of the Chinese department following them. Secretary Bai smiled and went up to them in greeting. You all must be friends from Peking University, right? Welcome, welcome. Quick, please go inside. Pan Yang said in surprise. Oh, Secretary Bai knows us? Secretary Bai gave a congenial smile and said, Of course. You're all Teacher Zhang's colleagues and friends, as well as Chief Wu's family. This was rather true. Wu Ziqing used to be a vice president at Peking University, so to claim that they were her family was not wrong at all. The group of them entered the building. Pan Yang smiled and said, This is quite a spectacle. Chang Kaiga said happily, But of course, the bride has a rather special status after all. Su Na marveled. Professor Zhang has really done it this time. Professor Zhang said, More than that. He's gone to heaven this time. Out of nowhere, two people arrived at the entrance. Secretary Bai's eyes narrowed as she put out her hand to stop them. Please produce your invitations. Those two people had wanted to sneak their way in, but ended up utterly embarrassed. The man gave a sheepish smile as he said, Secretary Bai, I'm Old Sunday. Secretary Bai looked at him. Oh, it's President Sunday. The two were from one of the companies that had called for the industry-wide boycott, Shangtian Records, and were the vice president and his wife. They even brought along a gift, though no one knew what it contained. President Sun hurriedly said, We came specially to offer our congratulations to Chief Wu and Teacher Zhang on their wedding. This is a gift that we prepared. It's just something small to show our sincerity. Please take it back, interrupted Secretary Bai. We are not accepting any gifts. President Sun's outreached hand froze in midair. All right, we'll take back the gift. So can we. They were just about to shamelessly make their way in when Secretary Bai blocked them off with her arm. You can go back as well. The two of them could do nothing and had to leave dejectedly. Then, another entertainment company's representative arrived. Secretary Bai, please leave. About Chief Wu, please leave. Secretary Bai stopped another person from entering. She did not allow anyone who had no invitation to take a step in. They all knew Secretary Bai and the background that she came from, so no one dared to flip out against her and could only walk away with a wry smile. They had wanted to use the wedding day to ease the relationship tension and express their company's attitudes, but they never expected they would meet with such a setback even before they could get in. However, they were not frustrated by this, nor the least bit angry. There was no choice, after all, since they were the ones who came out calling for Zhang Ye's head just 2 days ago with that industry-wide boycott order of theirs. The main issue was that they were being totally unreasonable about that matter in the first place. They had been having things their way for too long and were too arrogant. So when they learned that an artist actually dared to be defiant against they funders, they immediately responded to Zhao Qiping's call for an industry-wide boycott of Zhang Ye. But to their complete surprise, they met with someone who was even more powerful than them and tripped all over themselves. Therefore, how could they dare to still be angry? It was already a very nice gesture that they didn't get kicked out by the bride's people. Around them, quite a few reporters and people in show business spotted this. Every one of them could only give each other a look and then pretend they didn't notice it. But in their hearts, they were already drawing in a cold breath. President Sun? Boss Qi? President Qi? President Jia? Which of them were not big shots of the entertainment industry? Which of them could not summon the wind and the rain in the entertainment industry? But as it stood, these people couldn't even get past the door. If something like this had happened at any other celebrity's wedding, it would simply be unimaginable. By coming to attend your wedding, it meant that they were giving you face. Even if they didn't have a wedding invitation, they wouldn't have been chased away like this. However, anyone could understand that Zhang Ye's wedding was different because this wasn't any ordinary celebrity wedding. It wasn't the groom that was extraordinary, but that the bride was someone too important. If a person were observant, they would notice that the entrance was starting to fill up with an increasing number of flower baskets. For some of the guests who just arrived, they would be stunned by the sight of these flower baskets. This was because the 2 rows of flower baskets stretched for more than 300 meters. Later on, They even ran out of space and could only stack them up behind the entrance. This was as good as a sea of flowers, and anyone who saw it would surely jump back in fright. There were more than 3,000 flower baskets. Who had ever seen something like that before? No one would have ever fucking seen something like that. And if you were to check the names of those who sent them, they would all be quite recognizable. Tang Dazhong, Li Yu, Jiang Hanwei, Zhang Yuanqi, Dong Shanshan, Zhang Xia, Tianfeng Entertainment, Purple Light Entertainment, XX Entertainment, XX Media, XX Records. Honestly, the guests who were invited to Zhang Ye's wedding did not number that many. Any B or C-list celebrities' wedding could easily have guessed that outnumbered those who were here today. This was because at the level of a B-list celebrity, one's social network would already be very broad. Celebrity friends they were familiar with or had worked with before would number at least 50, if not 100. But it was slightly different for Zhang Ye and Wu Ziqing. Due to old Wu's status, she did not have that many friends or colleagues. Meanwhile, Zhang Ye's temper had led him to offend many people. As such, he had even fewer friends than Wu Ziqing. So the number of guests invited to their wedding was not that many either. And yet, the flower baskets that had been sent overnumbered so many more than any celebrity wedding had received. About 8 or 9 years ago, an A-list celebrity invited over a quarter of the entertainment circle's people to their wedding, and that was a spectacular sight to see. At that time, it had shocked the media and citizens. But today, for Zhang Ye's big wedding, they received flower baskets from almost the entire entertainment industry. This spectacle was never before seen, nor would it be seen again in the future. Chapter 1296, The Big Wedding Middle. Chapter 1296, The Big Wedding Middle. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. In the open-air garden. At the wedding venue, the media was already in position. The relatives of the bride and groom had also arrived. They had all been ushered into the venue in advance, while the celebrity guests were required to walk the red carpet for the reporters to take pictures. Because of that, they were all held in the waiting area and would enter the venue one by one. As for Zhang Ye's colleagues from Peking University and Media College, this wasn't required of them as no one would know who they were even if they walked the red carpet, nor would there be any reporters taking pictures of them. As a result, all of them were brought in by the staff of Zhang Ye's studio the moment they arrived. At this moment, there were only 2 celebrities inside the venue. One of them was Beijing Television's Dong Shanshan. The other one was Central TV Sports Channel's Yu Yingyi. Both of Zhang Ye's old classmates had been asked to be the MCs of his wedding. Dong Shanshan was holding a microphone and standing at the innermost area of the red carpet. She looked at the cordoned-off reporters on both sides of the red carpet and said with a smile, "Dear friends of the media, distinguished guests, friends and relatives, good morning. Today is a day worth remembering as it is the day that my old classmate takes a step into married life." Yu Yingyi brought up her microphone and said with a smile, "We were classmates with Zhang Ye in university for many years and also colleagues of his, as well as really good friends too. When he invited us to host his wedding, we refused him at first. Shanshan and I are both still single while he's already going to be married. Do you think we will not be affected by that?" Wang He, Hu Feifei, Old Wang. Their group of old classmates clamored. "Of course we're affected." Everyone laughed. Not far away on the red carpet, Zhang Yi could be heard shouting, "Hey, hurry up and don't say those useless things. I've been waiting forever." The reporters also laughed. Yu Yingyi said, "See, the groom is already getting nervous." Dong Shanshan said loudly while laughing, "So then, let us welcome today's most handsome, most charming, and most enviable groom, Zhang Ye." Cheers sounded from all around. Applause thundered. The reporters were immediately excited as they aimed their cameras. Zhang Ye, who was wearing a tuxedo, walked in via the red carpet. The reporters shouted, "Slow down. Teacher Zhang, please walk slowly. Turn around for us. Look over here. Go even slower than that. Teacher Zhang, please wave to us. That awful toothpaste ad is too glaring. Can someone go and take away that brain gold ad? Kacha, kacha." The lenses all zoomed in at him. Zhang Yi was quite cooperative and allowed the reporters to get as many pictures as they wanted. When he reached the inside of the venue, Zhang Yi relaxed and went to greet his friends and relatives. Fang Weihong came over. "Teacher Zhang, congratulations." Zhang Yi smiled and said, Sister Fong, Sister Zhang isn't here? Fong Weihong said, Sister Zhang is filming overseas over the course these days and couldn't make it today. But she still got me to come over to congratulate you. Zhang Ye said, All right then, feel free to have a seat anywhere you like. Please forgive me if I didn't take good care of you. Fong Weihong smiled and said, Go on and handle whatever you need to. Several of his old classmates came over. Wang he greeted, Zhang, who Fei fumed, You're not much of a friend. Old Wang belly laughed. Yeah, you hid the secret too well. Xiaoqian said, You don't know this, but when we heard the news of your wedding, we fell to the ground. You're so impressive in getting chief, we'll marry you. Zhang Yi grinned. Hi, it's nothing much. Wang he laughed and said, Will there be any crashing of the bridal chamber since this is a Chinese ceremony? Of course. Zhang Yi said happily. Crash it all you want. Xiaoqian rolled her eyes. Get lost. Hu Feifei burst out laughing. Out of everyone who is here today, who would try to crash your bridal chamber? All right, you don't have to stand around to entertain us. Go do what you have to and take care of those people from the SARFD. We're all your friends, so it doesn't really matter to us. Zhang Yi said, All right, I'll go over to them first then. The official ceremony won't be taking place here. There won't be any reporters either, and it'll only be us, so let's talk again later. Over at the Sarfts group, Old Wu's colleagues and subordinates were all having something to drink. There was a catered buffet, and it consisted of both Chinese and Western food. There were also red and white wines available, with nothing missing. But it was obviously a little quieter here. The rest of the guests mostly knew each other as they came from the same industry. All of them could make small talk upon meeting each other. However, the guests from the SARFT were a little lonelier. At this place, there weren't too many people who could really chat with them. After all, the SARFT, as an overseeing authority in the entertainment industry, made their roles very special. To mention those who were usually in contact with them, they were usually people from entertainment companies, as well as some executives of the television stations. But if you were talking about the celebrities in show business, there really weren't any opportunities for them to speak directly with the SARFT. Their fields were too different, and they had nothing in common to talk about. However, it was different now. Today, a celebrity from the entertainment industry was finally able to speak directly with the SARFT. Zhang Yi went over to them and said, Everyone, sorry for not hosting well. A chief quickly said, Mr. Zhang, you're too polite. A division head said, Mr. Zhang, congratulations to you. Another division head said, Congratulations on your wedding. May you be blessed with a child soon. Zhang Yi said, Thank you. Instead, it was the group of people from the SARFT who were feeling a little excluded and somewhat embarrassed. They had also had quite a rivalry with Zhang Yi. It wasn't anything official, but there was a lot of behind-the-scenes fighting that took place. For example, the band artists of which Zhang Yi was part of, and an earlier instance where Zhang Yi was listed on the SARF's blacklist and was identified as the top target. Still, in the end, Zhang Yi became their leader's husband just like that. They didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They didn't really know how they should interact with him. But since he was their leader's husband, they might as well just address him as Mr. Zhang. It wouldn't be wrong to be more polite to him in any case. His 3 sisters were also here. His eldest younger sister said, Brother. His second sister asked anxiously, Where are the celebrities? Where are they? Zhang Yi went over and said, They're all at the back and will be here soon. His third sister blinked and said, Can we freely ask for autographs and photos with them? Zhang Yi laughed. Of course, please ask them all you want. If they don't give in to your requests, come and look for me. Long live our brother, his third sister said very excitedly. Zhang Yi looked into the distance and called out, Qinshan, stop running around. Qinshan was over at the buffet chomping down on food. She said with her mouth full, Okay. Zhang Yi asked, Where's your aunt? Qinshan gestured with her chin, handling the reporters. As Zhang Ye's agent, Rao Imin did not have it easy today. Turning around, he saw his friends from the Ministry of Public Security's Internet Surveillance Bureau arriving. Fan Yun was walking at the front. Teacher Zhang, congratulations. Dong Jiqiang, Fang Xiaoshui, Meng Yi. They were all colleagues of Zhang Ye's when he was attached to the Internet Surveillance Bureau. They took part in the Sino-Korean hacking war together, but of course, they did not know that Zhang Yi had taken part in it. Zhang Yi smiled and said, Sister Fan, Director Dong, Little Fong. I thought you guys wouldn't be coming. Fan Yun flicked her hair and said, how can we not come to your wedding? We would throw aside all our work just to be here. A while after greeting them, Zhang Ye pulled Fan Yun aside. I was just looking for you. Come, come. He then shouted across the room. Sister Ha, brothers Wa. When Ha Chi-Chi and Zhang Zwa heard him, they ran over. Director Zhang? What's the matter? Zhang Yi smiled and pointed at Fan Yun. You've never had the chance to get to know each other, but since we've all gathered here today, let me introduce you to someone. This is an old friend who has been fighting alongside me ever since my debut. Her name is Fan Yun, and she's also the current leader of my fan club. She's in charge of managing all the other fans too, although she doesn't care about what goes on internally. All she does is lead the group to fight. When Ha Chi-Chi heard that, she responded in awe. Big Saber Bro? Zhang Zwa was also dumbfounded. Big Saber Bro is a female comrade? Fan Yun shrugged. Yeah, a woman? And she was even such a beautiful woman? The two of them were very surprised. They both witnessed how Big Saber Bro had led the online fan club to slay whoever scolded Zhang Ye. But that dominance was totally mismatched with this very beautiful woman standing before them. His mother shouted, Little Yi, Grandpa and Grandma are calling for you. Coming, coming. Zhang Yi said to them, have fun talking, guys. I have to leave. His family, his friends from Peking University, his colleagues from Media College. Zhang Yi greeted his guests one by one, leaving himself with barely any time at all. On the red carpet, it was finally time for the celebrities to enter the venue. Everyone turned their attention over there. The reporters even looked like they were injected with adrenaline. Dong Shanshan raised her microphone and said, let's welcome our celebrity guests for today, Chun Guang and Fan Wenli. The couple walked in slowly, all smiles. Yu Yingyi said loudly, a warm welcome to our famous director, Li Ku. The best Chinese film director, Li Ku, was also here. Dong Shanshan said, let's welcome the famous songstress, teacher Zhang Xia. Zhang Xia was dressed in a gown that looked very ceremonious. Yu Yingyi said, let's welcome the not famous crosstalk actor, but famous actor, teacher Yao Jiankai and family. Yao Jiankai and his family were here too. Dong Shanshan smiled and said, please welcome Spring Garden Xiaodong, Amy, and Li Xiaoxian. With every person introduced, Zhang Yi stood there and welcomed them with a hug before exchanging a few words. There were not a lot of celebrity guests with slightly less than 20 names announced before the red carpet event was completed. However, it wasn't until Dong Shanshan and Yu Yingyi came around to announcing the last person's name that all of the guests, friends, relatives, and reporters at the venue got fired up. Dong Shanshan smiled and said, let's have our last guest walk down the red carpet now. Yu Yingyi said in awe, this guest is quite amazing. It's a foreign friend. Dong Shanshan looked at everyone. Can anyone guess who it is? A foreigner? Who is it? Would a nationalistic young man like Zhang Ye have any foreign friends? Yu Yingyi said at the top of her voice, please welcome international film star, Lillian. Watching the redhead walking down slowly on the red carpet, the media was shocked. The guests were stunned. Lillian was here? She's an international superstar. Zhang Ye and Lillian had only performed one song together at the Olympics opening ceremony. Was their friendship this strong? Was Zhang Ye so influential that he could invite her? The reporters snapped shots like crazy. The atmosphere at the scene was thrust to a high. This was a guest that pleasantly surprised everyone. Lillian elegantly strode towards Zhang Ye where she whispered with a laugh, hello, fellow smoker. Chapter 1297, The Big Wedding, End. Chapter 1297, The Big Wedding, End. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The celebrity guests had all arrived. It was a star-studded event. There wasn't a lot of them, but those who were here were all big names. Soon, the reporters requested that the celebrities separately have their pictures taken with Zhang Ye, Ning Lan, Zhang Xia, Chen Guang, Lillian. They had their pictures taken 2 by 2, and it was capped off with a group photo. Especially for an international superstar like Lillian, the media would definitely give special attention to her. If it weren't for the security lines that demarcated the reporters' activity area, the big group of them would have already rushed up to her. Zhang Ye's junior marshal sister, Yang Shu, and several security personnel were over there holding them back. Anyone who came into the restricted area would be pushed back by Yang Shu, leaving quite a few. the security personnel casting sidelong glances and wondering who this mysterious bodyguard of Zhang Ye's was. With just a few simple movements from her, it was enough to deduce that she was definitely a very skilled expert. Over there, Zhang Ye had just had 2 pictures taken with Lillian when his 3 sisters excitedly came flying over to request a group picture with her. When Lillian learned that these 3 were Zhang Ye's younger sisters, she naturally obliged. On the large screen display in the open-air garden, congratulatory video messages by the different celebrities were being shown as well. The heavenly Queen Zhang Yuanqi's video recording appeared on screen. Zhang Ye, congratulations on getting married. I'm overseas and can't make it back for your wedding. The video turned to show buildings in the style of Western architecture behind her. See, I wasn't lying. I really couldn't make it. So here's my blessings to the both of you. Don't pick on me about this, alright? Next up was A-list celebrity Hu Dongfang's video. The setting was a hospital. Teacher Zhang, I injured my leg 2 days ago while filming and am currently hospitalized. I'm sorry I couldn't attend your wedding, but I'll be discharged in another few days. Let me make it up to you with a meal for my absence. So then, may you be blessed with a child soon. Congratulations. The celebrities who couldn't make it to the wedding had all sent blessings in their place. It was almost time. It was also getting more and more boisterous. Finally, Shanshan raised her microphone and said, "Ladies and gentlemen." Yu Yingyi smiled and said, "Our honored guests." A hush fell over everyone in the open-air garden as they looked at the 2 wedding ceremony MCs. The reporters knew that the main event was about to begin and couldn't help but feel invigorated. Dong Shanshan scanned the crowd and said, "Next, we'll welcoming the most beautiful bride as she makes her appearance. Is everyone looking forward to seeing her?" "Yes, I'm looking forward to it. Wow, the bride will be coming out soon. Where's the applause?" Screams. Applause. Everyone was cheering unreservedly. Zhang Yu was also greatly looking forward to it. He did not see old Wu try on the wedding dress yesterday, as she and her family deliberately did not allow him to see it. And this morning, he hadn't seen old Wu yet either, so he was really curious about how his wife would look in the wedding dress. Yu Yingyi said loudly, "Now then, let's have the bride make her glamorous appearance." The applause was very enthusiastic. However, there was no sign of any activity on the red carpet. Dong Shanshan laughed and said, "Let's welcome her again." Applause and cheers rang out again, but there was still no one to be seen. Dong Shanshan was amused. "Oh, it looks like our bride is not so easy to invite out." Everyone laughed, knowing that this meant there should be some door games happening. As expected, they immediately saw some people from Wu Ziqing's side of the family appearing on the red carpet. Her best friend, Xianya, and her sister, Fat Sis, were walking over with a large group of other women. Zhang Yu was looking all around for Wu Ziqing. Where is she? But he watched as Xianya, who was leading the group, broke into a smile. "Professor Zhang, if you want to see the bride, you'll have to get past US first." Zhang Yi said with a chuckle, "You have games lined up?" Xianya smiled and said, "Do you know what it means by life has its ups and downs? You've offended me in the past, so it's time that you paid me back for it." Everyone laughed and jeered. "It's time for the games. Teacher Zhang, do your best. Zhang don't wuss out. It'll be really shameful if you lose. If you lose, you won't be getting married today." Most of the people here had heard about the fight between Peking University and Tsinghua University. The ones who led the groups that fought over the students were Zhang Ye and Xianya, respectively. But who could have thought that of these 2 youngest, bright mathematicians of China, one turned out to be Wu Ziqing's husband, while the other was her best friend? This was such a dramatic development, but also what everyone loved seeing. The media also felt very excited. Zhang Yi smiled and said, "Sure, Professor Xian. Please lay down the rules of the game." Xianya nodded in satisfaction. "All right, I'm going to say them then." "Zhang," Yi said domineeringly. "Sure, I'll accept anything." Fat Sis raised her fingers and said, "There are 3 tests." A niece too of old Wu's said, "Uncle-in-law, if you don't successfully complete the 3 tests, my aunt will not be coming out. At that time, you can return to wherever you came from." 3 tests. So they were really serious about it? But do you all think that this bro is afraid? Zhang Yi shrugged and said, "All right, I accept the challenge." Xianya clapped her hands in glee. "Serve up the 4 treasures of the study." The staff who were helping out immediately went to bring out the items one by one. Clearly, it was prepared in advance. Moreover, Zhang Ye and his studio staff were not in the know. Obviously, Old Wu's friends and relatives were deliberately doing this to Zhang Ye. And it was also one of the more traditional activities that took place in Chinese weddings. No one was unfamiliar with the practice. When everyone saw the items being carried out, they were taken aback. What was this? What were they going to compete on? Xianya had already opened her mouth to explain. For the first test, let's compare our literary skills. Zhang Ye chuckled hard. Who's competing with me? I'll compete with you. Xianya answered with a giggle. Zhang Ye smiled without saying anything. Xianya smiled and said, Don't be too happy yet. Have a look at the topic first before you say anything. She then laid out an already written scroll. For the first test, we're going to compete on one-syllable essays 3. One-syllable essays? What was that? A lot of people could not understand it. Only those teachers from Peking University's Chinese department had an expression of shock on their faces. Seeing this, Xianyo explained, I'll give everyone an example first. This is a one-syllable essay that I wrote earlier. As long as teacher Zhang can come up with a similar one, it'll be considered my loss. Zhang Yi sneered and said, You wrote that? Yeah, Xianyo said unashamedly. Zhang Yi rolled his eyes at her. If you wrote this, I'll swallow this piece of paper whole. Xianyo said, Don't worry about who wrote it. Are you going to accept the challenge or not? Next to them was a projector, a computer, and a large screen. That scroll was very quickly displayed for all to see. When everyone saw it, they gasped. The original writing was, Shi x. X shi, X shi x x x shi, x x shi, x shi x, x shi. Its meaning was, the rhinoceros, she, of the western, she, river, she, loves, she, to play, 19. She, name, x she, brings, she, the rhinoceros, she, out to the river, she, every evening, she, and carefully, xx, washes, x she, the rhinoceros, she. The rhinoceros, she, sucks up, she, water from the river, she, and sprays it playfully, xx, onto she, name, x she. She, name, x she, laughs, she, and hopes, she, that the rhinoceros, she, will stop, she, its antics, x. Unfortunately, she, the rhinoceros, she, carried on, she, playfully, she, teasing, she, name, x she. The essay depicted a scene where a child named she was playing with a mischievous rhino on the Western River. So this was what a one-syllable essay 4 was. The entire essay only consisted of words of the same syllable, and it even had to link up into a coherent story. What the heck? Wasn't this too difficult? Who could come up with a reply against that? A lot of the media's personnel were floored. Many of the celebrities saw stars from the array of homophones on the scroll. They had all seen their fair share of relatives and friends of brides who did their best to make things difficult for a groom. There were cases where they would be made to drink a lot or eat an apple in an awkward way, as well as many other types of wedding games that were played. But it was the first time they witnessed anyone being put in such a difficult spot by a literary question. These people were indeed learned. They were a bunch of psychos. Chang Kaiga, the dean of the Chinese department at Peking University, said, I know this essay. Wasn't it written by Tsinghua University's Old Wang? When did it become your work? Old Wang, the famous language professor at Tsinghua University's Chinese department? Xianyu was not embarrassed by this at all. In any case, the topic has already been given. It's a one-syllable essay. Let me have a look at my watch. She looked down, then said, We're getting close to the auspicious hour. Professor Zhang, you can slowly think of how to answer it. Take your time, or you could also have your friends and relatives discuss it with you. But if you don't come up with an answer before the auspicious hour, the bride will not be coming out. Dong Shanshan laughed from the stage and spoke into the microphone. The bride's team has made their move. Will the groom be able to accomplish this test? Yu Yingyi said with a laugh, This doesn't look good. Zhang, go for it. Think hard. This topic is too difficult. Does anyone have an idea? Help him out. This person from Tsinghua is terrible. Any friends from Peking University? Quickly help teacher Zhang out. Zhang Ye's friends and relatives were all shouting. But faced with this kind of crazily difficult topic, They couldn't offer any help at all. Even people like Peking University's Chang Kaiga, Su Na, and Professor Zhang were unable to do anything about it. Looking at them, Xianye gave a smug smile. The bride's team was also smiling. But Zhang Ye just looked at the topic and turned to Xianye, fat sis, and the others with a smile. He said, "Is that it?" Xianye was taken aback. Ah. Old Wu's niece was startled. What? Zhang Ye smiled and said, "This is the question you're talking about." Xianye said, "Yes, it's this one. Give it a try if you dare." Chapter 1298, The Big Wedding, End, PT2. Chapter 1298, The Big Wedding, End, Point 2. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. One-syllable essays. In the history of this world, there were very few records of such essays, and as a result, very little that could serve as reference. At most, there were only one or two such works. Unless it was someone who specifically studied classical Chinese, most academics from the Chinese departments could only take a step back in its presence. Therefore, what was this relaxed attitude that Zhang Ye had? There was even a hint of mockery in his smile. The hearts of Xianye and the others were beating wildly. Could this fellow even know how to write an essay like that? Surely not, right? Xianye emphasized, "It has to be written by you." Zhang Ye lightly acknowledged her. Xianye said, "It won't count if someone else has written it before." Zhang Ye acknowledged her again. He was already standing in front of the table and picking up the brush. Quite a few celebrities gathered around, as did those from Peking University and the SARFD. They all crowded together in curiosity to see how Zhang Ye was going to complete this task. Xianye had her eyes on him. Fat Sis blinked. The reporters were feeling doubtful. Zhang Ye started moving the brush. He didn't even think about it, and was already writing it out. He read as he wrote. GGJGJ1. GGG, GGG. GGGGJGJ. GJJ, GGJ. GJGJGJJ. GJJJG. GJJ, GGGJ. GJJ, JJJ. JGGJGJJ. JJ, JGJJJ. JJGGJG. JG. G. Xianye was stunned. The reporters were dumbfounded. The people from Peking University were staring in shock. The surrounding guests could barely react. He really wrote it out. What is its meaning? Is it a correct answer? Can anyone translate it, please? Is there a flow to it? Does it link into a story? Surely this is too quick, right? Does he not need to think at all? Xianye was a mathematics academic, so she couldn't understand what was written here either. She questioned it. "Professor Zhang, you better not have written this randomly. We won't accept it just because the syllables are the same. It has to tell a proper story too." Was there a story to it? Teacher Su Na from Peking University's Chinese department giggled before helping Zhang Ye translate it. A flock of chickens, GGG, were clucking, GGG, as they crowded onto a ridge between a water wheel and the river. Several, G, of the chickens were crowded, GG, together, J, on the rocky, G, ridge, J. The water wheel, G, was turning extremely, J, fast, J, and the chickens, G, were extremely, J, hungry, G. They attempted to use their wings, J, to hit, G, and catch the fish, J, in the water to eat. But standing around the water wheel, G, and thistle, J, area, G, they were too far away from the water surface and couldn't reach the fish. So they thought, J, of using the fast-turning, J, water wheel, G, to hit, G, the fish, J. But the extremely, J, fast, J speed that. The water wheel, G, was turning it scared, J, away the fish as they quickly, JG shoaled, G, together, J, and found a way to escape through the gaps, JJ, in the rocks, G. With the fish, J, all but gone, JJJ, the chickens continued being hungry and kept clucking as a result. She finished translating it. There was silence throughout the venue. Damn, damn, damn. How could that be? He really wrote something? He really made it into a story. Professor Zhang suddenly applauded. Good one. Chang Kaiga also said excitedly. Good one, Professor Zhang. Beautiful. This is so impressive. The people from Peking University got very excited over this. Professor Zhang had gained a lot of face for Peking University. Zhang Ye smiled as he looked at Xianye and Old Wu's team of people. He pointed at the Xian paper and said, "Is this what you meant by the test?" Xianyu was speechless. The bride's team was speechless. Zhang Ye said with a chuckle, "So that was the first test? You even wanted me to get it solved before the auspicious time? I don't think we need to wait that long. I can keep writing them all day and night if you want more of them. Do you believe me, Professor Xian?" He then picked up the brush again. Zhang Yi wrote and recited at the same time. Sure, shishi, sure. 2 sh, sure, sh, sure, sh, sh, sure, sh, 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 sure, sh, 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 sure, sh, 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 sure, sh, 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 sure, sh, 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 sure, sh, sure, sh, sure, sh, sh, sure, sh, 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 sure, sure, sh, 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 sure, sh, sure, sh, 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 sure, sh, 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 sure, sure, sh, sh, sure, sh, 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 sure, sure, sh, 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 sure, sure, sh, 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 sh. Suna explained. In a stone, sh, din, sh, was a poet, sure, sh, called Mr. sh, sure, sure, who was a lion, sure, addict, sh, and had resolved, sh, to eat, sh, tin, sh, lions. He, sh, often, sh, went, sh, to the market, sh, to look, sh, for lions, sure. At 10 o'clock, 10 lions had just arrived, at the market. At that time, Mr. sure, sure, had just arrived, at the market, He saw those 10 lions, and using his trusty arrows, sure, caused, sure, the 10 lions to die, He brought, the corpses, sure, of the 10 lions back, to the stone, den, The stone den was damp, sure. He instructed, sure, his servants, to wipe, it dry. After the stone den was wiped, he tried, to eat, those 10 lions. While, he ate, he realized, that these 10 lions were in fact 10 stone, lion corpses. Try, to explain, this, matter, Everyone was dumbfounded. Xianyu began sweating. Chen Guang gasped. Fat Sis could only muster a wry grin. Everyone was looking at Zhang Ye as though they had seen a ghost. Then, that was followed by yet another essay. Zhang Ye wrote and recited at the same time. Rn, Rn, Ren, Rn. 3. Rn, 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 Ren, Rn. Rn, 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 Ren, Rn, Rn, Rn. If everyone, Rn, Rn, were a benevolent, Rn, person, Rn, they would know how to be patient, run, with others, Rn. People who know, Rn, benevolence know how to endure, Ren. Those who attack, Rn them. Rn, 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 Ren, Rn, Rn, Rn. Rn, Ren, Rn, 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 Rn. A benevolent, Rn, person, Rn, endures, run, everyone, Rn, Rn, who attacks, Rn them. If people, Rn, Rn, can endure those who attack them, it means they know benevolence. Ren, Rn, 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 Rn. Rn, 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 Rn. Benevolent, Rn, people, Rn, who endure, run, others, Rn, allow, Rn, themselves, Rn, to be attacked, Rn. Only those who are benevolent, Rn, would allow, Rn, others, Rn, to attack, Rn them. Xinya. $% caret and caret percent caret and asterisk. Then came the fourth one. It was actually a couplet this time. Zhang Ye's calligraphy was beautiful and dazzling. First line, Q chi chi q, Q chi chi q, chi q chi q. Mr. Chi, Q, and his wife, Chi, were playing Chi, go Q. Mr. Chi angered, Q, his wife by cheating, Chi. Mrs. Chi walked away, Q, leaving behind 7, Chi, stones, Q. Second line, Eyye, Eyy, Yyee, E, and Ye's aunt, Y, were moving, Y. Chairs. He started leaning against the chairs, making Yi's aunt uncertain. Y. Yi's aunt left one of those chairs behind. He could do it in essay form, and even with couplets. Everyone felt like kneeling. Zhang Ye was getting ready to write a fifth one. Xianya quickly caught hold of him. Enough already, don't write any more. Consider this your win. Zhang Ye didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he said, "What do you mean by consider this my win, Professor Xian? You've passed the first test, all right?" Xianya rolled her eyes as she had no choice but to announce that Zhang Ye had successfully completed this task. The guests couldn't help but cheer loudly. "Good, that was nice. Beautifully done, Teacher Zhang. That was so wonderful. Ha ha ha. Professor Zhang is so cool. He's truly deserving of his top literary award. Competing on literary skills, who have we been afraid of?" Everyone got a kick out of watching this. Even a lot of the reporters were covered in goosebumps as they felt that this feat was too fucking awesome. In truth, even Xianya was very shocked right now. The others might not know and thought that this was just them putting on a show. Some of them could even have thought that this was prearranged and that the essays were prepared beforehand. But only Xianya and Old Wu's team of friends and relatives knew that they had not discussed this with Zhang Ye prior to now. He did not know that they would set him up with this sort of question. Zhang Ye had really answered it on the spot. What the heck? Are you on steroids? Xianya felt very frustrated. In the field of literature, Zhang Ye was indeed too strong. At the back, Zhang Ye's classmates were all having a good laugh. Hu Feifei said, "Zhang Er is too good at showing off. I give him 100 points. Wang He laughed and said, "I give him 1,000 points. Xiaoqian said, "I freaking give him 10,000 points. Old Wang said in amusement, "This fellow is too good at showboating. But only he can show off like that." Old Zhou was also convinced. On the stage, Dong Shanshan announced, "It looks like the outcome of the first test is a pass. Congratulations to Zhang Ye for successfully making it into the semifinals. He's now one step closer to seeing his bride appear." Yuingyi laughed and said, "Now for the second test, what kind of a topic has the bride's team come up with?" 1. Narration on an assembly of starving chickens on a rocky sandbar. 2. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/lion-eating_poet_in_the_stone_den. 3. Patience of a Benevolent Man. Chapter 1299. The Big Wedding. If this doesn't end, I'm a scaredy cat. Chapter 1299. The Big Wedding. If this doesn't end, I'm a scaredy cat. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. He had successfully made it past the first task. The topic that they had set was crazy difficult, but Zhang Ye's answer to it was even crazier. Xianya glanced at him. "Are you ready for the second test?" Zhang Ye smiled and said, "Can I grab a bite first?" "Have anything you want. You'll need the nutrition." Fatsis chuckled. "But if you don't clear all 3 tasks before the time is up, I'm afraid that the bride won't have anything to do with you." Zhang Ye smiled and said, "All right, I'll have a quick bite then." Across the room, Zhang Ye's grandpa and grandma couldn't be more anxious. His grandma said, "Could the bride really end up not coming out?" Zhang Ye's mother said in amusement, "All of these are just games to get everyone in the spirit of things. They are just for fun and laughter. So how could they possibly not let my daughter-in-law come out?" His father said, "Let's just watch the festivities." His grandma heaved a sigh of relief. That's better. Everyone knew that this was just to provide entertainment. The reporters knew this. The guests knew it as well. As an example, for the first task that was given, the bride's team did not actually think that Zhang Ye could successfully complete it. They had intended to stump him with the opening task, and if he could not answer it, all he would have to do was hand out some red packets or say a few nice words to plead with them, and they would have allowed him to skip it and go directly to the second task. All this was done deliberately to put him in a difficult situation, as well as an attempt to earn some red packets from him. But to everyone's surprise, Zhang Ye actually answered a question like that without even breaking a sweat. So how could the bride's team just leave it at that? All of them were trying to restrain themselves as they prepared to give Zhang Ye something good next. Otherwise, it would look too embarrassing. Yet anyone who knew Zhang Ye would know that this fellow was naturally a very competitive person. Get him to throw in the towel? That would be impossible. After a quick bite, Zhang Ye Was full. I'm good. Xianya smiled. Then can we give the next test? Zhang Ye gave a calm smile. Come, I'm ready to continue. A hint of malevolence shone in Xianya's eyes as she said, So, the second test will consist of 3 questions. We will give the keywords, and you will have to write and compose a song on the spot using them. After that, you will be required to sing it for everyone here. Zhang Ye said in a speechless manner. 3 questions? Then you should consider that 3 different tests, shouldn't you? Fat Sis harumphed. We will count it as only 1 test. Zhang Ye threw up his hands. Whatever, there's nothing I can say to that. Everyone laughed. The reporters were also excited. Composing songs? And there would even be 3 of them? Were they going to get to hear a new song from Zhang Ye? But quite a few musicians who were present exchanged glances with one another when they heard that. Write a song spontaneously? It was easier said than done. Even composing a song on their own would be a problem, much less composing a song based on a subject given by others. Among the singer-songwriters in the industry, how many of them could do it? Xianya even added. On top of that, the requirements for you to clear this test will be, first, it has to match the subject that we give you. Second, you cannot just sing whatever, it has to be good. It will only count if at least 95% of the people here think it's good. It won't pass if the song is not well written either. Damn, wasn't this as good as trying to finish him off? Chen Guang and Fan Wenli were left speechless. Zhang Xia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Ning Lan was already preparing to have a laugh at Zhang Ye's expense. It was already very difficult writing a song, and even more so if it had to be written in accordance with the subject. But now, they were basically asking him to compose a classic. They wanted him to write a song that almost everyone would approve of? How could that be possible? Xianya said. Of course, you can also get help from your friends and relatives. Chen Guang, Zhang Xia, Xiaodong, Amy, and a few others were all involved in music, so they might be able to offer some ideas. Zhang Ye smiled and said, So what's the subject? Old Wu's niece said, For the first question, we know that uncle-in-law has written many poems, right? Zhang Ye smiled and said, Yes, I've written quite a few before. The bride's team had clearly discussed it beforehand. Fat Sis said with an evil laugh, Then we want you to use one of your poems to write a song for our Zuching. Everyone was stunned. A poem? How could he do that? Zhang Ye also fell silent for a moment. Xianya laughed and said, Well, can you? Zhang Ye grinned. Sure. He walked up to the front. Looking at the instruments placed there was a piano, a drum set, and a guitar. He bent down and chose the acoustic guitar, then tuned it. Xianya was stunned. Fan Wenli was dumbfounded. Don't you need to think about it first? Don't you have to conceptualize something first? The guitar sounded as Zhang Ye started strumming. It sounded like a ballad. A soothing melody played one. It filled the air. When you are old and gray and full of sleep. When you are old and unable to walk, nodding off by the fireplace, reminiscing your youth. How many loved your moments of glad grace? And loved your beauty with love false or true? But one man loved the pilgrim soul in you, and loved the sorrows of your changing face. It was quiet in the garden. Everyone was listening, mesmerized. A lot of people had been moved by it. It was that poem, When You Are Old. It was the poem Zhang Ye used to announce his engagement on Weibo, the poem that went viral online. He really could sing it. He managed to arrange that poem into a song. Zhang Ye kept singing, When you are old, with eyes draping, and lights appearing dim. The winds brings to me news about you. It turns into a song in my heart. The song was over. Applause broke out instantly. The more than 100 spectating reporters were also cheering loudly. It was fantastic. How very nice. This song was so memorable for a wedding. Chen Guang gave it the thumbs up. Zhang Xia also gave it the thumbs up. A lot of people were impressed once again. Zhang Ye put the guitar down and said with a smile, This should do it, right? The applause had already made it clear. This song was great. If it wasn't good, then there wouldn't be many songs that were considered good. Xianya rolled her eyes. This is only the first song. The subject for the second song is a love song. A love song? That should be easy. But very quickly, Fat Sis added, By love song, we don't mean the genre. What we want is a song that revolves around the words love song to be written for Zuching, haha. Using the words love song to write a love song? What kind of a topic was this? The topics were really getting more and more tricky. Everyone was left dizzy at these topics. But Zhang Ye simply chuckled at that. This time, he sat down in front of the piano. Without any hesitation again, the melody was already playing. He sang out clearly too. This piece is a simple little love song. It sings of the innocence in our hearts. I think I'm perfect for being a singer. Our youth drifts along in the wind. You know, even if the whole city were torn down by storms, I would still embrace you. I can't take it, waiting for you to come back, so I wrote down the unbearable lament and mourning that I feel. Even if the whole world were kidnapped by loneliness, I wouldn't run away. It's inescapable. We'll all end up old someday, so I wrote down the nostalgia mixed with time and the piano. This song was called A Little Love Song. Zhang Ye sang it without a blemish. Bravo! Great singing. That was fantastic. Incredible. Zhang Ye is indeed Zhang Ye. Ha 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 ha, awesome. I'm kneeling. Boss Zhang is such a genius. Xianya was getting anxious. For the third question, aren't you holding a Chinese-style ceremony? So we require you to write a song related to a bridal sedan 3. No, wait. A bridal sedan will be too simple. Let's see you write a song about the wedding veil. A wedding veil? The hanging cloth that covered the bride's face? What the fuck? When has there ever been a song about a wedding veil? Can the topics get any stranger than this? Everyone was blindsided. However, Zhang Ye opened his mouth and sang. He mischievously played the piano for. Raise your wedding veil for me. Let me look at your eyebrows. They are so fine and so long. Like the crescent moon atop the trees. They are so fine and so long. Like the crescent moon atop the trees. A wedding veil? So you could write a song with that too? Everyone was shocked. Subconsciously, a lot of them were already following the beat. Some people even started dancing to it. Zhang Ye laughed as he sang. Raise your wedding veil for me. Let me look at your eyes. They are so bright and so clear. Like the ripples in a pond. They are so bright and so clear. Like the ripples in a pond. Old Wu's team of friends and relatives broke down. You can even do that? You can even do it like that? Oh my god. You win. Zhang Ye, you win. Chapter 1300. The Big Wedding. Guess I'm a scaredy cat. Chapter 1300. The Big Wedding. Guess I'm a scaredy cat. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. On stage, Dong Shanshan shouted. Does everyone think that the songs are great? They're great. Great. There's no problems. All of them pass. Yu Yingyi laughed and said, Congratulations to Zhang Ye again on passing the second test. Zhang Ye cockily said with clasped hands, Please don't laugh at my performance. The reporters were all amused. The guests were enjoying themselves to the fullest. Old Wu's team of friends and relatives were once again left kneeling. The 3 consecutive song topics that were extremely tricky to answer had all been answered by Zhang Ye without a stumble. He could even write a song about something as nonsensical as a wedding veil. Moreover, every song fit its topic, and every one of them was fantastic. This was obviously not something that a normal person could achieve. Of all the songwriters in the show business, none of them could do it to such great effect. This was Zhang Ye's skill, and there wasn't a second person you could find in the entertainment circle who could do the same. Those who were on the bride's team finally realized it. To hope that such topics would make things difficult for Zhang Ye was clearly impossible. It was a good thing that they still had something up their sleeves. Xianya had no other choice. Fat Sis gave her a glance. Old Wu's 2 nephews and 1 niece were getting anxious. It's time for the big one. Auntie Xian. Bring it. On. It's the final test. Xianya nodded. All right, leave it to me. Zhang Ye laughed and said, What move do you have left? Come at me. Xianya sneered and harumphed up onto the stage. She took the microphone from Yu Yingyi and turned around, then suddenly broke out into laughter. Dear guests, friends, and relatives, before I bring up the topic for the third test, let me say a few words first. I've known Old Wu for many years now, with our friendship dating back to childhood, and we're best friends. It's her big day today, so I'm very happy for her. Before the wedding, I asked her a question. Actually, this was to sound something out from her. I asked her what was something that would be difficult for someone like Zhang Ye. Old Wu told me that there weren't a lot of things that Zhang Ye couldn't do. He is the type who is straightforward and decisive, so most things do not pose a problem to him. But I told her that she had to give me something anyway. Old Wu gave it some thought and finally told me that it would surely be very difficult to get Zhang Ye to say I love you to her. Your sister. Zhang Ye chuckled. The crowd jeered. He hasn't even said I love you. Ha ha, Teacher Zhang, you're so terrible. This won't do. Xianya calmed the crowd down and helped put in a word for Zhang Ye. Actually, I've also known Zhang Ye for quite some time now. I know what he and Old Wu are like. They're both people who don't really know how to put their feelings into words. If you want them to both say I love you to each other, that is truly an insurmountable task. His father nodded. His mother chuckled. He was their son, so of course they understood this quite well. Xianya then said, but I refuse to accept that. Old Wu warned me not to put Zhang Ye in a bind. That's fine, I'll just put it in a different way. For the topic of the third test, she looked at Zhang Ye. Since we're both in the field of mathematics, why don't you use the language of math to express your love for Old Wu? Zhang Ye responded with a helpless grin. The guests roared. Come on, Teacher Zhang, do it. Right, express it, express your love. Saying, I love you in the language of math does sound pretty good. There was no difficulty for this test at all. The language of math? Everyone thought, what language could math have? It would have to be 521. That, or 521 too. Only these two numbers were homonyms for expressing love. But if he were to use that, then that wouldn't actually be any different from him saying, I love you. It was as good as making him say it directly. But Zhang Ye just smiled without saying anything. Fat Sis said, Zhang, the bride won't be coming out if you don't say it. Old Wu's niece urged. Hurry up, uncle-in-law. Speak in the language of math. Say it using math. This was too difficult for Zhang Ye. He really couldn't say those words, not even if it was 520 or 521. At this moment, Zhang Ye remembered a story. It was a classic story from his previous world. The mathematician Descartes met 18-year-old Princess Christina of Sweden. Being inseparable, they soon developed feelings for each other. When the king found out, he flew into a rage and immediately ordered the execution of Descartes. After Princess Christina pleaded with her father, the king sent him back to France and placed his daughter in confinement. Not long after Descartes returned to France, he became seriously ill. He wrote letters to the princess, but because of the king's meddling, Christina never received any of them. After Descartes sent out the 13th letter, he passed away. The last letter contained only a short equation. The king could not understand it, and somewhat felt that it might not always be sweet nothings between the two. So he summoned all the mathematicians in the city to the palace to study it, but no one could decipher it. The king couldn't bear to see his daughter always unhappy. Therefore, he handed the letter over to the sullen Christina. When the princess saw it, she immediately understood what her lover was saying. She knew that he still loved her as ever. Of course, that was only a story, but that famous equation in the story really existed. Xianya stared at him. Are you going to say it or what? Fat Sis said, Zhang, don't feel shy about it. The language of math? To express his love? Zhang Ye smiled and went on stage. He picked up a pen and a piece of paper, then wrote on it. R equals A1 sin. No one understood what it meant. A lot of people were taken aback. What is this? What kind of an answer is this? Shouldn't it be 520 or 521? Why did it become an equation instead? Xianya was also confused. Zhang Ye, what is this? Zhang Ye said, that is what I want to say to Old Wu. Xianya was floored. How could there be anything to say to her? That's because you don't understand it, Zhang Ye said calmly. The bride's team was having none of it. You can't do it like that. You're just throwing random things at us. How can your answer be a formula? There's nothing to it. Is it a homonym? But it doesn't look like it. The reporters were puzzled. The guests could not understand. A few of the professors from Peking University's math department also came forward. Dean Panyang said, let me have a look. Xianu was leaning over to study the equation. What the heck is this? Some kind of code. Panyang was also confused by it. This formula doesn't mean anything, does it? He picked up a pen and tried to work it out, then put it back down and shook his head. It really doesn't mean a thing. A Peking University teacher looked over. Professor Zhang, just what kind of a formula is this? All of a sudden, Xianya looked startled. Wait, where's a computer? Panyang pointed. It's over by the stage. Xianya took the equation and marched over. Then she typed a series of inputs. Looking at the large screen display, everyone could see what Xianya was doing, but they could not understand why she was doing it. However, the Peking University teachers could. What? Polar coordinates? Is she going to draw it? What use is there in graphing the equation? But several minutes later, when R equals A, one sin, got represented as a graph and shown on screen, everyone present at the ceremony burst out in a loud exclamation. Oh my God, what am I seeing? This is so beautiful. Fuck, this is so amazing. This. Xianyu was dumbfounded. Panyang looked shaken to his core. Fat Sis covered her mouth in shock. The reporters were all screaming. All of the guests were astonished. This equation that couldn't be any simpler was actually in the shape of a heart. It was an astonishing heart. It could even be done like this? Is this what the language of math can do? So this is what Zhang Ye wants to say to his wife. This is too romantic. So it's not only 520 that can be expressed through math. This is so awesome. For a moment, everyone's eyes were on Zhang Ye. He didn't know how to say, I love you, nor was he one to whisper sweet nothings. In some ways, Zhang Ye's character was actually closer to that of a strict mathematician. R equals A, one sin. This was Zhang Ye's code word to his wife. This was the greatest romance of a mathematician. 1. 520 sounds similar to I love you in Chinese. 2. 521 also sounds similar to I love you in Chinese. Chapter 1301. The Big Wedding. If I don't finish, you can beat me up. Chapter 1301. The Big Wedding. If I don't finish, you can beat me up. Translator, leg editor, leg. Xianyu was utterly defeated. Old Wu's team had been taken down. This third test was purposely devised by them to make things difficult for Zhang Ye at first. They just wanted to make him say the things that he didn't used to say. But to everyone's surprise, Zhang Ye did not get shepherded the way they wanted him to go. He actually brought out a simple math equation in response to the question. And that equation, when graphed in polar coordinates, was in the shape of a heart that represented love. Just how shocking that drawing was to everyone was something that only those who saw it understood. To use a short mathematical equation to represent something so romantic, it was unheard of. What did it mean to be capable? This was what it meant to be capable. He really had the skills to back it up. And to be able to pull off something like that as and when he wanted to. Like coming up with those one-syllable essays. Like composing those songs. And like this graph of a heart that had astonished everyone here. The people from Peking University's math department were amazed. Math can even be this much fun? That's right. Who says that mathematics is a boring subject? Math can be really romantic too. If I had this trick of Professor Zhang's back then, would I have had to spend 7 years to woo my wife? I could have wrapped it up with just one equation. Ha ha ha. Consider me enlightened today. I've learned something good. I'll have to show this to my wife when I get back. This is an eye-opening day for me. Dong Shanshan was announcing with a smile. Congratulations to Zhang Ye on passing the third test. Yu Yingyi held up her microphone and said, We are finally going to meet the bride. Xianyu harumphed and said, No, let's have another challenge. Right, the ones before don't count. We still have some more topics to give. Old Wu's team of friends and relatives did not agree that the door games were over yet. The main issue was that they had been embarrassed big time. With 3 tests to pass, and each one more difficult than the previous one, how did the results turn out? It didn't even trouble Zhang Ye a bit. There was no hesitation from him as he passed the 3 tests with flying colors. That really didn't look good on this group of female comrades. At this moment, a voice sounded from afar. It was the sound of the bride laughing. She said, All right, haven't you all realized it? It doesn't matter how many tests you make him do. Even if you all band together, you won't be a match for him. Zhang Ye looked over. The guests looked over. The reporters looked over. Ah, it's the bride. The bride has appeared. There were cheers all around. There was screaming everywhere. The venue was overflowing with excitement. The reporters' lenses and cameras immediately turned to the other end of the red carpet like there was a sale. They snapped away without holding back. But the moment the bride in her wedding gown came into their frames, the reporters were too dumbfounded to react. They gasped deeply, and some couldn't help but squeal. So beautiful. This. How glamorous. Hot damn. Does she have to be this pretty? Even a celebrity doesn't look this good. So this is the bridal gown that Zhang Ye designed himself? She's so beautiful that I could die. No one else compares. Everyone present at the wedding was entranced by her beauty. Zhang Ye was also stunned on the spot. The sight of her took his breath away. This is my wife. This is the woman I'll be spending the rest of my life with? In this moment, Zhang Ye thought that he must have saved the world somehow in his previous life. He had the thought in the past, but it was never as strong a belief as right now. Memories flooded through him. They first met on a plane. Zhang Ye still remembered old Wu's hairstyle from that day, the color of her outfit, the type of shoes she had on, and even the first thing she said to him. He remembered all of it, clearly and vividly. A chance meeting. They became colleagues. They became lovers. They became husband and wife. Is this a dream? Because if it is, then please never let me wake up. I want to dream for the rest of my life. No one noticed, but Zhang Ye had walked over the piano in the open-air garden. He sat down slowly, resting his fingers on the keys, and started playing emotionally. The bride, the wedding dress. It was all coming together. The piano rang out without warning. Everyone in the garden got a little surprised. Zhang Ye sang gently, singing the story one of the two of them. Because I took a second glance at you in the crowd. I could never forget your face, dreaming that one day we'll bump into each other again. Since then, I've been yearning for you. The bride watched him as she walked over step by step. Zhang Ye sang, when I think of you, you appear on the horizon. When I think of you, you appear before my eyes. When I think of you, you appear in my mind. When I think of you, you appear in my heart. Everyone was infected by the emotions in the song. Then they all looked at Zhang Ye. Everyone was moved. Zhang Ye's eyes had reddened, and a tear rolled down his cheeks, yet he was smiling. I like to think we promised each other in a past life, and that the story of our love won't change in this life. I'd rather spend my whole life waiting for you to find out that I've always been at your side and never far away. No one had ever seen Zhang Ye cry before. Not during the plane hijacking. Not when he was seriously ill and standing on stage wearing his mask. Not when he was burdened with colossal tasks on I Am a Singer. Not even when his peers were repressing him and calling him out as their enemy. In the eyes of the media, his friends, and family, Zhang Ye was a warrior. A warrior who wasn't afraid of anything. But today, in this moment, Zhang Ye was crying. Many of the people here were deeply affected. Zhang Ye's mother cried. Xianya cried. Xiaodong cried. Fan Wenli cried. Amy was also in tears. They were all feeling happy for Zhang Ye. They were feeling overjoyed for him. As Zhang Ye's friends and relatives, they knew how hard it had been for Zhang Ye to get to where he was today. It might look like Zhang Ye was a chatterbox, but he was actually someone who didn't really like talking much. Only he himself knew what his heartfelt words were. He didn't want anyone else to worry about him. In fact, Zhang Ye had been journeying all alone. Fortunately, someone was accompanying him now. Fortunately, someone understood him now. The bride finally made her way over. She did not stop in her tracks on the red carpet. Instead, she passed everyone as she made her way slowly to Zhang Ye. Because I took a second glance at you in the crowd. I could never forget your face, dreaming that one day we'll bump into each other again. Since then, I've been yearning for you. At the piano, the bride sat down beside Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye was playing the piano and singing. When I think of you, you appear on the horizon. When I think of you, you appear before my eyes. When I think of you, you appear in my mind. When I think of you, you appear in my heart. Wu Ziqing reached out with a smile to wipe away the teardrop on Zhang Ye's face. Unbeknownst to her, her own face was also covered with tears. Zhang Ye sang passionately. I like to think we promised each other in a past life, and that the story of our love won't change in this life. I'd rather spend my whole life waiting for you to find out that I've always been at your side and never far away. This sight was incredibly touching. Looking at them, hearing their song, listening to the love story between them. In the open-air garden, everyone was mesmerized. Chapter 1302. The Big Wedding. You're actually trying to hit me? Chapter 1302. The Big Wedding. You're actually trying to hit me? Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The auspicious hour arrived. The bride and groom changed into their traditional Chinese wedding clothes. The Chinese wedding ceremony was officially beginning. First, a bow to the heavens and to earth. Second, a bow to the parents. Third, a bow to each other. Outside, the media personnel had already been cleared out from the venue. As many of the reporters made their way out of the Hot Spring Resorts hotel, they still felt somewhat unfulfilled. This grand wedding affair of Zhang Ye and Wu Ziqing had really shaken them. What sort of occasions had they not seen, being such seasoned reporters? Which celebrities' wedding had they not attended? but it was truly their first time experiencing such an amazing and touching wedding like the one today. The talents of the groom, the beauty of the bride, no other celebrity's wedding had opened their eyes like today's. This is wonderful. Yeah, there aren't a lot of guests, but the atmosphere was incredible. It's such a pity that we're not allowed inside. They're probably already going through the ceremony to be wed right now. Well, let's give them their privacy. Yeah, for someone as foul-tempered as Zhang Ye to allow us to go inside to take pictures before the actual ceremony is already a pretty nice gesture. Let's hurry back now. Yeah, let's quickly get back to the office to write our reports. Enough talking, let's go. In the outside world, online, on the streets, at home, in the companies, the entire country's attention and focus were all on Zhang Ye's wedding. The sporadic few pictures uploaded online made the citizens talk nonstop. Has the wedding ceremony started yet? It must have started already. Will there be a live broadcast? Yeah, why isn't there any news? They're not allowing it to be broadcast. We can only wait for the reporters to come out. I'm dying from anxiety. Is the bride really Chief Wu? I don't believe it either, even now. It's true. It's been confirmed. The Sarf's Chief Wu is a very beautiful lady. That Zhang Ye fellow has struck gold. Who's at the venue right now? How is the wedding ceremony going? Wow, old Shun has posted something. On Weibo, is it a picture from the wedding? Damn, who did I see there? Is that Lillian? Nanny? Even Lillian is attending. God damn it, that's really giving too much face to Zhang Ye. Yeah, what kind of friendship do they have? They're so tight? Just to attend Zhang Ye's wedding, Lillian flew more than 10 hours? Zhang Ye is really great. There are so many celebrities in the photo. They're all big names. The suspense is killing me. I want a video of the entire proceedings of the wedding. As news and pictures of the wedding ceremony spread, it got even more tantalizing for the public. Everyone was eagerly hoping to find out what was going on at the venue. In the end, news of the wedding started coming one after another. The entire country was bombarded by a series of news reports about Zhang Ye's wedding. The beautiful bride amazes everyone at the wedding. Zhang Ye's self-designed bridal gown revealed, prettier than anything in the world. The bride's glamour put celebrities to shame. The pictures were exposed. The videos were published. The people were overflowing with excitement. She's too beautiful. Does she have to be this pretty? I'm so jealous. What karma did Zhang Ye earn in his past life? Ah, my eyes have been blinded. She's really too beautiful. This bridal gown's design is simply perfect. If it gets brought out onto the international stage, it might even be able to win some bridal gown design awards. Zhang Ye is really talented in too many areas. This fellow is just like a bug one. He has all kinds of skills. A most unexpected guest at the wedding. International superstar Lillian dressed to the nines for Zhang Ye's wedding. The guest list revealed. Sarf's leaders in attendance. Damn, it's really Lillian. Ning Lan is there too. Shan Shan is hosting the wedding. What a prestigious group of guests. They're all there for Zhang Ye. The Sarf's leaders are there too. The Sarf's leaders are attending the wedding together with the celebrities of the entertainment circle. This is so weird. It's not a thing that could ever happen again in the future. Yeah, just this point alone is enough for Zhang Ye's wedding to leave a mark on the history of the entertainment industry, and it's even an unprecedented mark. No other celebrity weddings could possibly outdo this. Good gracious, for a celebrity to get married and have the Sarf's officials come together to offer their congratulations. Who else is capable of something like that? The bride's team of relatives and friends make things difficult. Zhang Ye clears 3 tasks in a row. One-syllable essays shock the guests in attendance. Zhang Ye's 5 one-syllable essays gives the bridal team the shock of their lives. The groom's talents shoot through the roof. As proven, the winner of the highest domestic literary award is indeed well-deserved. One-syllable essays. Damn, I never even knew such things existed. GGJGJ. Narration on an assembly of starving chickens on a rocky sandbar. Sure shishi sure. Lion-eating poet in the stone den. That's so scary. He could even write something like that spontaneously? Just how much abilities does Zhang Ye keep in his stomach? Ha 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 ha. The bride's team have really encountered a tough opponent. Yeah, they've given this fellow a chance to posture again. When it comes to competing on literary skills, who would be a match for Zhang Ye? Math can be this romantic. A mathematical formula that surprises everyone. a mathematician's way of expressing his love. The heart equation makes its first appearance. The romantic expression of Zhang Ye. Holy fuck, a mathematical formula? A heart. This is awesome. I'm stunned. That's too fucking awesome. Using a math formula to graph a heart? This tart can even be romantic? I'm kneeling. This is eye-opening. This is really too goddamn eye-opening. Zhang Ye's fancy tricks keep coming. When You Are Old adapted into a song by Zhang Ye. Raise Your Wedding Veil for Me. The wedding ceremony turns into a showcase of Zhang Ye's new songs. A legend that moved everyone. Zhang Ye's tearful breakdown. Both bride and groom in tears. Great songs. They're awesome. Requesting a cleaner-sounding upload of the song. Is the original recording released? Yet. Legend is such a nice song to listen to. This song is so well written. Zhang Ye is going to be trending again. All kinds of information. All kinds of news. All kinds of songs. In the end, a video recording of the entire wedding proceedings was uploaded. Instantly, everyone gathered around in a buzz as the views blew up. A 100 million, 200 million, 300 million. A few online video hosting sites were crippled by the network traffic. The popularity of this video was pushed into first place without any suspense. Zhang Ye's 4 songs also instantly charted onto the top Chinese music chart. At number 1 was his Legend, which led the other songs by a mile. As for his other songs, When You Are Old was number 2, A Little Love Song was number 3, while Raise Your Wedding Veil for Me came in at number 4. The top 4 songs on the chart were all Zhang Yi songs. He had taken over the chart with his songs, and all the other songs could only stand aside in their presence. The search engine statistics show that the heart formula was number 1 on trending. In the Weibo headlines, 7 of the top 10 trending topics were about Zhang Ye. The media blew up. Everyone was heatedly discussing it. It was simply too crazy. The news was entirely taken over by Zhang Ye's wedding. The headlines were totally filled up by Zhang Ye's wedding. On this day, Zhang Ye and Wu Ziqing's wedding swept the entire internet and country over and over again. It was such pomp, and it was truly unprecedented. Chapter 1303, To the Bridal Chamber. Chapter 1303, To the Bridal Chamber. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. At night, the moonlight was shining serenely. At Taoran Pavilion's East Gate, a car slowly drove into the district and parked in the garage of Old Wu's villa. When the car door opened, Zhang Ye and Wu Ziqing got out and entered the house. The first floor's living room was no longer like before. It was now decorated with red everywhere. There were even lanterns and the characters of Double Happiness put up as well. It really did look like a newlywed's house. After changing into a pair of slippers and taking off the tuxedo jacket, Zhang Yi slumped onto the sofa, dead tired. I can't move anymore. That's because you were entertaining everyone whenever they offered you a toast. Hi. I was just feeling really happy. Do you want something to drink? Yes, please. All right. Wait while I boil some water. Old Wu, should I buy a house? There's no need. Isn't it fine to live here? But now that we're married, it doesn't feel right to live here. Then what are we going to do with this place? Leave it empty. Yeah, leave it empty. That would be such a waste. All right, we'll talk about it again in the future. The water boiled. Wu Ziqing made a cup of tea for him. It's hot. Let it cool first. Zhang Yi laid there happily and said in satisfaction, My wife is the best. Getting married is really too tiring. It's completely unlike what I've watched on TV. Look at what those Chinese weddings are like. They just bow to the heavens and to earth, then to the parents, then to each other, and off they go to the bridal chamber. But look at us. Where's the bridal chamber? We spent the entire day entertaining the guests, and were kept busy throughout the wedding without end. Actually, this bro has been looking to go home since a long time ago. Then turn in early. Old Wu, I'm hungry. What do you want to eat? Some hot soup noodles is enough. All right. Finally, there were only the two of them left. Zhang Ye's eyes started misbehaving again. Wu Ziqing had already changed back into her own clothes. She was dressed in a gold qipao with a thin sweater and looked especially gentle in it. Looking at her doing the chores around the house, Zhang Yi felt his heart grow warmer. He looked at his watch and realized it was only 8 p.m. Wu Ziqing smiled. Head upstairs first. I'll bring it up when it's done. Zhang Yi stayed put. I'm not moving unless you give me a kiss. I'm cooking. I'll do that later, Old Wu said. You can always cook after you've kissed me, Zhang Ye said. In the end, Old Wu came over with a smile. Slightly bending her legs wrapped in nude stockings, she arched over with her untied hair sprawling onto his face and kissed his lips. Is that good enough? Again. How's that then? Again. I've already kissed you thrice. All right, I've finally regained some strength. Go upstairs and wait for the noodles then. Zhang Ye walked upstairs and opened the door to the master bedroom. 2 days ago, his mother packed and brought over his luggage along with some daily necessities. After all, he was going to settle in for the long haul, so he had to have everything prepared. As such, Zhang Ye's slippers and pajamas were all here as well. He nimbly changed into his pajamas and then rushed to sit down at the computer since there was nothing to do. He turned on the computer and shouted downstairs. Old Wu, let me use your computer. Old Wu's voice came from below. Go ahead. Zhang Ye rubbed his hands together and started checking Weibo on the web browser. At times, he would laugh out loud, curse at something, or mumble to himself, like he was suffering from somniloquy. Damn, who's scolding me? Haha, go ahead and be jealous. Yes, that's exactly how awesome this bro is. What? The top Chinese music chart has been conquered by me? Beautiful. What? You guys have never seen a graph of a heart before? Well, that's true. It's high-tech from my previous world, so of course none of you would have seen it before. The bridal gown design was beautiful, wasn't it? Y'all have great taste. Be it the online news or the comments from the people, Zhang Ye was finally free to browse them. Most of them were messages of blessings and reactions of amazement that made Zhang Ye's gratification burst. As it seems, he was overjoyed to know how he must have reaped 8 lifetimes of blessings to be able to marry such a beautiful wife. As such, this fellow wanted the whole world to know about it too. He even wished that he could stand atop the Tiananmen Tower and use a megaphone while holding Old Wu in his arms to tell them that she was his wife. Usually, he preferred to stay low-key, but this time, he was really enjoying the limelight. Look at this popularity, look at these discussions, look at all these looks of envy. Footfalls approached. When Old Wu came upstairs, Zhang Ye was still foolishly laughing to himself. What are you laughing about? Old Wu said with a smile. Zhang Ye spiritedly pointed to the screen and said, Look, they're all so envious of me. Our wedding has bombarded the entire country several times over, and it's even slowly spreading to Asia. My popularity will definitely rise again, and I think it will rise by a lot too. Well, whatever, let's not care about that for now. It can rise however much it likes, and we can talk about getting to the S list afterwards too. I don't care about all of that. I just want to spend my time with you and have our honeymoon together first. Everything else can wait for later. Old Wu placed down 2 bowls of piping hot noodles. Let's eat the noodles first. You're hungry too? Yes. All right, let's eat together. How many days did you take off from work? Me? I'll plan mine according to your schedule. I applied for 7 days off. Only 7. There's still a lot of work at the office, so it's already pretty good that I could get 7 days off. Sure, I'll take 7 days break from work too then. With many slurps, the big bowls of piping hot soup noodles were finished. It felt very nice eating them. When he finished, Zhang Ye looked at Old Wu eagerly and asked, Are you sleepy yet? Wu Ziqing smiled and said, Not really. Zhang Ye gave a hollow laugh and said, But we should still go to bed soon. Old Wu looked at her watch. Sleep? Now. Yes. Zhang Ye was restless. We've been busy all day, so let's hurry and get some rest. And besides that, we still haven't gotten to the serious business. Wu Ziqing smiled and said, Okay. Zhang Ye said excitedly, Then I'll go and shower first? Old Wu said, All right, you go first. I can't wait. Zhang Ye had already stood up. He said, I'll go over to the guest room to shower. You can take the master bedroom shower. Let's meet back here when we're done. In the guest bedroom. In the shower. This fellow only took 3 minutes to finish showering. Zhang Ye swore that he had never showered so quickly before in his life. He shampooed his head, applied some body wash, and brushed his teeth, almost doing all of it concurrently. But all that was still not enough to stop him from humming. His movements were really robust and nimble. This fellow had even resorted to using his Taiji fist basics in. Here, with a quick shake of the face towel in his hand, his body was dry. This was indeed a case of a minute's brilliant performance on stage being attributed to 10 years of practice off it. Why did he practice martial arts so hard for? Why did he practice Taiji fist so hard for? It had been all for this moment of efficiency. But by the time Zhang Ye had put on his bathrobe and rushed back to the master bedroom, he discovered that Wu Ziqing had not even finished taking off her clothes. She had just removed her stockings and was about to place them onto the end of the bed. Why aren't you showering? I'm already done. So quickly. Yeah. Wu Ziqing laughed. She stood up with her back facing Zhang Ye and said, just in time. The buttons on the back are difficult to undo. Why don't you help me with it? Zhang Ye stared straight at it. Without any hesitation, he said, sure, leave it to me. Quickly and easily, he undid all of them. Old Wu said, slowly. Zhang Ye said, I can't be slow. It's about efficiency. Efficiency, my comrade. Chapter 1304, Drawing First Blood. Chapter 1304, Drawing First Blood. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. In the master bedroom. The red pillows. The red blanket. The red mattress. Zhang Ye had already gotten under the sheets and was lying in bed with a million thoughts racing through his mind. It wasn't easy getting here. How many competitors did he have to fend off before he painstakingly managed to get Wu Ziqing to marry him? Calm down. Relax. You cannot be so impatient at this point in time. You've already waited all this time, having known each other for so long and been in a relationship for almost 2 years now. It's only a few more minutes, so it isn't too much to ask to wait this bit longer, right? Was it difficult? Think about the Red Army's long march first. Was it tiring? Think about the revolutionary predecessors. Old Wu. What is it? Are you done yet? Soon. A few minutes later. Old Wu. Have you finished showering? Almost. Another few minutes later. Old Wu. I heard you. Can you hurry? All right. As she was trying to shower, all Zhang Ye did was nag. Zhang Ye sat up from the bed, not feeling too good. Then he lay down again, but it did not feel right either. He turned over once more, but was still feeling restless. So he put on his slippers and got out of bed to pace around with his hands behind his back. Zhang Ye happened to come to the piano that was in the bedroom and looked down at it before sitting down at it. Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath. When Zhang Ye opened his eyes, his hand hovered over the piano keys. As the light and joyful sound of the piano rippled through the air like flowing water, an image of a woman danced to life from the tune of the melody. She was gentle and beautiful. This was Beethoven's Fr Elise II. Its original name was Bagatelle No. 25 in a minor. As Zhang Ye played, he calmed down. In the district. In a house. Hubby, listen to that. Who's playing the piano? It sounds really nice. Yeah, what song is it? I don't know. In another house. Dad, did you put the music on? No. Then is that coming from outside? Someone is playing the piano. Is it coming from that direction again? Someone also played the piano in that direction before. Yes, I remember it too. It was a pop music piece the last time, but it's different now. It's really quite nice. Yeah, I think it's really good too. In another house. Who is it? Why are they playing the piano at this time of the night? Shoo. What? Stop talking. I'm listening to it. Is it that good? Shut up if you don't know anything. In another house. This was the home of a piano teacher. In the bedroom, a middle-aged couple was already asleep. Then the middle-aged man was rudely awakened. He pricked up his ears and quickly sat up in bed. His wife was also awakened. What's the matter? The husband said in shock. Who is that? The wife also heard the sound of the piano. She said in slight surprise, Is that a Rondo 3? The two of them grew even more surprised and shocked as they listened. The wife gasped and said, Which master is this? Have you heard this melody before? No, it's definitely not a published piece. The husband said aghast. In all of China, the number of pianists who can play at such a level can be counted on one hand. In the world, there are no pianists who can write such a piece of music and are still alive. Who could it be? When did someone of such caliber move into our neighborhood? The musical piece was reaching its conclusion. Just as the melody was building up to its climax, it was suddenly followed by a descending chromatic scale over 2 octaves. At the same time, it tapered off until it reached a dynamics level where it blended back into the original theme. The final part of the piece ended with the omission of the arpeggiated series. The couple was mesmerized by what they heard. At Old Wu's residence. In the bedroom, the final note of the piece echoed. Zhang Ye pulled his hands back, finally feeling satisfied. Clapping suddenly rang out from behind. When Zhang Ye turned around to look, he smiled and said, "You finished showering?" Wu Ziqing was clapping slowly as she said, "That was really such a great piece of music. What's it called?" Zhang Ye casually answered, "Fr Elise." Wu Ziqing looked at him and asked, "Who is Elise?" Hearing that, Zhang Ye was taken aback. "Who is Elise? How the hell would I know who Elise is?" Zhang Ye was afraid that old Wu would misunderstand that he knew a woman named Elise, so he anxiously explained, "Hi, I was just giving it a name. If you're fine with it, I can call it Fr Ziqing, or Fr Wang Erhong, or even Fr Widow Sunday. If Beethoven were living in this world, the first person that he would want dead would probably be Zhang Ye." Wu Ziqing laughed and said, "What kind of names are those?" Zhang Ye stood up. "So are we going to bed now?" Old Wu said reluctantly, "I still haven't heard enough. Let's talk about that tomorrow." Zhang Ye couldn't hold himself back anymore and said, "If you really want to hear it, I'll hold a recital for you tomorrow. I'll play for you alone for 3 days and 3 nights. It's getting really late now, so we shouldn't bother the neighbors in the district. Let's hurry to bed." Old Wu nodded. Zhang Ye got into bed first and burrowed under the sheets. He even flipped open the other end of the blanket and said, "Hurry, hurry." Wu Ziqing smiled and nodded, walking over slowly. She elegantly took off her slippers and lifted up her leg that was under her bathrobe and slid it under the blanket. She had just finished taking a hot shower, and it felt like her leg was still emitting some of that warmth. It was fair and smooth. It smelled sweet and tender, and there was even quite a bit of suppleness to it. Her leg was too beautiful. Beneath the sheets, it was suddenly filled with the fragrance of a woman. Zhang Ye nudged himself over and started caressing. Old Wu did not move away as she stayed there meekly. Seeing this, Zhang Ye became even bolder. That satisfaction he felt in his heart did not even need to be mentioned. If it wasn't because of the atmosphere, he would have burst into song. That is a magical heavenly road. Hey. 4. Ba. Duh. The lights were flipped off. Creak. Creak. The bed started rocking. It felt like spring had arrived within the sheets. 5 minutes later, the creaking stopped. Old Wu. Why don't you put on the Chinese qua? Why? I thought you looked really pretty when you were wearing it today. It was really nice. All right. I'll go and get it for you. Bada. The lights were flipped back on. Zhang Ye brought the clothes over, and Old Wu changed into it. The lights were dimmed. Creak. 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 5 minutes later, it went quiet again under the sheets. Darling. Why don't you put on the bridal gown this time for me to see? You want me to wear it again? I haven't had enough of seeing you in it yet. I only got a few looks today. Okay. Where is it? I'll get it. It's in the suitcase that we brought back. All right. Zhang Ye ran over to get it. Wu Ziqing changed into the bridal gown. The bridal gown was tighter and harder to get into. Zhang Ye eagerly helped Old Wu with it and tinkered around for a long time before she finally got it on. In the end, he even made a request to her. Put on the high heels too. The high heels too? It's nicer if you wear them. Okay. Don't dim the lights any further, or I won't be able to see. Can you lay down over there? How do you want me to lie down? No, not that way. This way. This way. That's right, that's right. Done. Okay, on this night, Old Wu went through quite a few costume changes. On this night, Zhang Ye drew first blood and arrived at the peak of his life. Chapter 1305, Drawing Second Blood. Chapter 1305, Drawing Second Blood. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The next day, early in the morning, muted sounds of people talking drifted up as they passed by the window. Old Lee going to work? That's right. Do you know who was playing the piano last night? Oh, you heard that too? Of course, it was such a joy listening to it. When I finished listening to it, it felt like I still hadn't had enough. Could it be that piano teacher in our district who played it? I don't think so. The direction of the music didn't seem to come from his house. That's strange then. Did someone new move in? Maybe it's some master pianist. In the room, Zhang Ye had already woken up. He stretched and let out a loud yawn. This night of sleep felt very nice. He flipped onto his side and flopped his arm down, but was met with nothing. He patted the empty blanket and realized that there was no one there anymore. Where did my wife go to? Looking around the bedroom, he saw that it had been tidied up. The qipao, the bridal gown, the Chinese qua, the stockings, the high heels. The clothes that were scattered all over the floor last night were no longer there. Even Zhang Ye's own clothes that he had casually thrown onto the chair had been neatly folded and placed piece by piece onto the nightstand. One look, and Zhang Ye knew that Wu Ziqing had tidied it up. Old Wu was a meticulous type of person who liked to keep things neat, so she would never leave her things lying around. Meanwhile, Zhang Ye was the polar opposite. This fellow was more carefree and would always leave his clothes lying around. He never folded his bedsheets either. It sounded like someone was downstairs. Zhang Ye smiled, then put on his slippers and got out of bed to head downstairs. As the slippers were made of cotton, they didn't really make noise while walking. He deliberately lightened his footsteps as he walked downstairs. The moment he came down, he saw Wu Ziqing cooking in the open kitchen. She was dressed in a domestic attire with an apron on top and was frying something. Zhang Ye sneaked up and hugged her from behind. Wu Ziqing turned around and laughed. "You scared me," Zhang Ye said. "Why are you up so early?" "It's my biological clock." Old Wu was frying some bacon. "You got up at just the right time. It's time for breakfast. When we're done eating, we still have to head over to your mom's place." Zhang Ye smiled and said, "All right." Old Wu looked at him. "Wait. What?" Zhang Ye blinked. "Don't move." Old Wu reached out to fiddle with the messy hair on his head before saying, "Okay, go and wash your face first. When you're finished, breakfast should almost be ready. Let me help you fry them." "There's no need. I can't always let you do all the chores." It's fine. I can handle this by myself." "Well, all right then, thanks." "It's nothing." Old Wu's virtuousness really could not be picked on. After breakfast, they drove over to Zhang Ye's parents' house, Kaishiku, in the neighborhood. When the car stopped, Zhang Ye immediately spotted his mother outside the apartment complex chatting with their neighbors. He saw her chattering away and wondered what she was bragging about this time. "Hey, it's little Ye's car. Sister Chow, your son and daughter-in-law are back." They got out of the car. Zhang Ye called out from afar, "Mom." Wu Ziqing also said with a smile, "Mom." His mother swelled with pride. Hey, you're here? Come over quickly, Ziqing. Let me introduce you to a few of our old neighbors. This here is Annie's son. This is Annie Chui. That is Grandpa Su." After introducing them one by one, his mother turned to them and pointed at Wu Ziqing, declaring proudly, "This is my daughter-in-law." With that, it was clear that they had walked in on Zhang Ye's mother's bragging time. The neighbors surrounded them in excitement. "Old Chow, your daughter-in-law is so beautiful." "That's right. She's even prettier in person than on the news and in pictures. Our little Yi is so blessed." "Little Yi, you had better treat your wife well in the future." Zhang Yi smiled and said, "That's for sure." Auntie's son said, "We had to catch your wedding on television yesterday. Why didn't you invite us? Now you owe us a meal." Everyone hooted. "That's right. You owe us a meal. Little Yi, you're terrible." Zhang Yi said happily. "All right, you're all picking on me now. Actually, yesterday's wedding ceremony was just a show for the media. So many reporters were there, and it was so chaotic, so I didn't dare invite you all. I'll arrange another day with old Wu to treat you all to a meal, all right? It'll only be the old neighbors, no outsiders." "Sure, we'll be waiting then." "You said it yourself, little Yi." Zhang Yi said, "Yes, I said it." His mother decided, "Then let's have it the day after tomorrow. We'll reserve a few tables and have a meal together." "No problem. We will definitely be there." Right, everyone must come. Let's all have a good time together." Back upstairs, the three of them came back. His father was reading the newspapers when he heard them and looked up. "Ziqing, you're here?" Wu Ziqing smiled. "Dad, you're reading the news?" His father smiled and said, "Yes, your mom went out to buy the newspapers this morning and brought them back for me to read. The headlines are all about you and little Yi." "Oh yes, have you two had breakfast yet?" Wu Ziqing said, "We came after eating." His mother was still smiling from earlier. She said, "Both of you had such a tiring day yesterday. I said that you could stay home to rest for a while more and that you don't have to come over so early today. We're very casual about such things and don't really pay attention to these traditions one that much." Old Wu said, "Mom, it's fine." Zhang Yi said, "We still have to go and visit the relatives anyway. This should have been done before the wedding itself. But since we were really busy beforehand and couldn't spare any time, we must definitely go and see them now that the wedding is over. We have to visit Grandma's place, and Aunt's place too." "Where are we going first this afternoon?" "Grandma's place," his mother said. "Yes, We'll go to your grandma's place first. Zhang Ye smiled and said, all right. His father asked, aren't you two going on a honeymoon? Wu Ziqing chuckled. Little Yi and I don't have too many days off from work. We only have a few days of leave, so we discussed it and decided that we won't be going anywhere far. After making some small talk, his father looked at his watch. It's still a while until the afternoon. Why don't you two get a little more rest? Zhang Yi yawned the moment he heard that. I did wake up quite early. Then go and catch up on some sleep. His mother said, Ziqing, go and lie down too. Old Wu smiled and said, okay. The door closed. Both of them went back into Zhang Ye's room. Zhang Ye was very sleepy. He took off his slippers and buried himself underneath the sheets. Even though Old Wu's house was big and nicely furnished, Zhang Ye still found his own bed more comfortable. After all, he had been sleeping here for over 20 years. Old Wu sat down. You get some rest. I'll read for a while. Zhang Ye asked, hey, aren't you sleeping? I'm not tired. Just lie down for a while. I can't sleep if I don't have my arms around you. All right. Take off your clothes. It's too troublesome to take these autumn clothes off. Just take them off. Why? Ahem. No reason. Aren't you sleepy? Seeing you, I feel all awake again. Dad and Mom are outside. We can be quiet. Didn't we just do it yesterday? Yesterday was yesterday. Today is today. Oh, you. Go. Then make sure we keep it down, all right? All right, understood. On this morning, Zhang Ye drew second blood. Chapter 1306, Doing a Favor. Chapter 1306, Doing a Favor. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Noon. At Zhang Ye's maternal grandma's house. When the door opened, Zhang Ye's grandpa and grandma, his 3 uncles and aunties, and his 3 sisters were already here. Lunch was almost ready, and it looked like it was going to be a very sumptuous meal. After all, this was Wu Ziqing's first visit. Even though they had already met each other during the wedding and also spoken, there were too many outsiders around at that time. And with the couple so busy entertaining guests yesterday, they didn't really manage to talk much. Only today could they have a proper conversation. Zhang Ye led Wu Ziqing around to greet everyone. Wu Ziqing said, Grandpa, Grandma. Grandma replied, Hello. Wu Ziqing asked, how has your health been, Grandpa and Grandma? Pretty good, Grandma said with a broad smile. I heard from little Yi that Grandpa hasn't been feeling too well recently. Hi. It's just some old chronic problems. It's nothing much. Mengming's mother. What are you looking at, all starstruck? Hurry up and bring my granddaughter-in-law some water. Shouldn't you know what to do? Old Wu said. It's fine. Third aunt, I'll help myself. Zhang Ye's third aunt smiled and said, Ziqing, take a seat and don't bother yourself. Mengming came over eagerly. Sister-in-law. Hey, Mengming. Old Wu smiled. Mengming said in envy, Sister-in-law, you're so pretty. Old Wu replied, Thank you. You'll be even prettier when you grow up. Really? Chao Mengming got very excited. Only to hear Zhang Ye add, You really believe that? Chao Mengming said angrily, Brother, I really want to hit you. His grandma slapped her head and said, You, how can you speak like this to your brother? Chao Mengming wailed. Look at this, just look at this. Grandma is being biased again. Everyone laughed. Zhang Ye's mother was the eldest in her family, and Zhang Ye was also the eldest one of his generation. Together with the fact that he was a male, his grandpa and grandma naturally doted on him more. Now that Zhang Ye had married Wu Ziqing, his status in the family was elevated even further. Grandpa and grandma couldn't be more proud of that, so of course they would side more with their grandson. Elsewhere, in the Celebrity Goof group, a B-list female celebrity posted several news links in the group. Ninglan's new movie banned. Distribution company reveals film has yet to pass approval process. Due to a few scenes that violated the rules, Ninglan's new film won't get released in time for the Lunar New Year festivities. Everyone emerged. Zhang Xia. Little Ning, what's the matter? Director Li Ku. It hasn't been approved yet. Xiaodong. Sister Ning, is it serious? Ninglan responded. Hi. Don't mention it anymore. We don't even know how to deal with it. All our plans have been disrupted. Those scenes were not originally planned and wouldn't affect the plot either. They've already been deleted, but the approval board has rejected it. It doesn't matter what is being said anymore. Hua Dongfang. Have you received the remuneration yet? Ninglan sent a crying emoji. What could I have received? I didn't ask for a remuneration this time and opted to get a share of the box office earnings instead. Now that it can't even be released, how can I possibly get any payment? If the film doesn't make it in time for the holiday screening, the company will suffer a big loss for sure. This turn of events has come too suddenly this time. It was also our own fault for not handling it well and taking all the considerations. Otherwise, we could have been preparing for distribution already if the approval had made it through the first time. Li Ku suggested, try to pull some strings to get the problem resolved. Ning Lan, who can we find? The sponsors have only an average influence in the industry and can't get direct access to the top to speak with them. The film is stuck now because the authorities are not passing it. Amy suddenly said, try looking for teacher Zhang. Ning Lan, he has only just held his wedding. Is this really appropriate? Xiaodong, I think he didn't go on a honeymoon. He's probably still in Beijing. Chen Guang, yes, try to ask Zhang Ye. Late in the evening, Zhang Ye and Wu Ziqing were driving back to Taran Pavilion. They had been to his maternal grandma's house in the afternoon, followed by his paternal aunt's place in the evening. After a day of visiting his relatives, Zhang Ye felt like it still wasn't enough. He really enjoyed such gatherings with his family. With all his work pushed back, spending every day traveling with old Wu was such a nice feeling. This was why a person had to take a proper vacation to enjoy themselves and not think about anything else. Otherwise, if they kept working every day, not even an Iron Man could bear it. Old Wu, what should we do when we get back? Let's watch a movie? Sure, we'll stream one on your computer. Okay. As they were chatting, his cell phone rang. Wu Ziqing picked it up and asked, how do you want to answer it? Zhang Yi said as he drove. Put it on speakerphone. Old Wu answered the call. It was from Ning Lan. Zhang, it's me. Sister Ning, what's the matter? Are you at home? I'm on the road and will be arriving home soon. We haven't had a meal in a long time. Do you want to meet up? I just ate dinner. What is it? Is something wrong? Well, there's something. It's about a movie. A movie? Then do you want to come over to my place? Is that appropriate? Just come over, we're all family. Sure, but I might be bringing 2 people along with me. All right, I'll be waiting for you then. I'll send you the address in a bit. In the entertainment circle, friends were usually quite open to meeting and having discussions at their own homes. This was because doing so out in the public was quite inconvenient. If you were slightly more famous, people would still recognize you even with sunglasses and a face mask on. When the reporters arrived and the fans started gathering around, what conversation could be made? Wouldn't it be better to just go home? After reaching home, Zhang Yi happily walked upstairs with old Wu. They picked a movie to watch on the computer and found that there weren't too many sources for the newer films. In the end, they selected a film from half a year ago after browsing through the titles. Zhang Yi and Wu Ziqing had both chosen the same romance film when the doorbell rang. Zhang Yi smiled and said, start the download. Old Wu acknowledged. Okay, go on and answer the door. When he got downstairs and opened the door, he was greeted by the sight of Ning Lan. The 2 people standing beside her, though he didn't know. Come on in and have a seat. Boss Zhang. Sorry to bother you, Boss Zhang. Those 2 people were speaking very politely. But Ning Lan did not stand on ceremony with Zhang Yi. The moment she stepped into the house, she looked around and remarked, this space doesn't look cheap? Did you buy this villa recently? Not bad at all. Zhang Yi shrugged. I didn't buy it. It's my wife's place. When those 2 people heard that, they exchanged a glance and looked even more cautious. Zhang Yi poured them some tea. So what is it, Sister Ning? Have you read the news yet? Zhang Yi smiled and said, no. How would I have the time to do that in recent days? True. Ning Lan frowned and said, well, your sis here has encountered some trouble. The new holiday movie that I just took part in has not been approved and was left in limbo by the authorities. She explained the issue in detail to Zhang Yi and said at the end, actually, it was our fault to begin with. We did not make sure that everything was in order before sending it in for approval, so it ended up this way. I kept thinking about it, but just couldn't come up with any ideas on how to handle it. It's almost time for the cinemas to schedule their screenings for the holidays. If we don't quickly get it in, we'll definitely miss the timing. That's why I came to look for you to see if anything could be done. If it weren't an urgent matter, I wouldn't have come looking for you at this time. So what do you think? Can you help? The other 2 people were from the film distributors. They also lamented about the situation. Zhang Yi knew what they were trying to say. Since Boss Ning has asked, I definitely have to help. But this is not something that I can make a decision on. I can only ask for you. He shouted upstairs, Old Wu. A moment later, Wu Ziqing came down. Ning Lan smiled. Chief Wu, sorry to disturb you so late at night. Old Wu smiled and said, it's fine. Then Zhang Ye said, their film has been stopped on your end. Which one? Old Wu asked. Zhang Ye said, Flames of War. Wu Ziqing nodded. I know. I heard that there were some scenes that violated the guidelines, and that the relevant people have notified you all to get it changed, right? One of the people from the film distributor said respectfully, yes, they've already notified us, and we carried out the changes immediately. But when we sent it in the second time, we heard nothing about it. Old Wu asked, have all the necessary changes been made? The other person from the film distributor immediately answered, we've changed everything so that there shouldn't be any issues. Wu Ziqing acknowledged, all right, I know what to do then. I'll make a call to hurry them up for you. If there's nothing wrong with the source footage, then everything should proceed. The two people immediately gave their thanks. Thank you, Chief Wu. We're really grateful to you. After sitting for a while more, they hurriedly left so as not to disturb them anymore. Zhang Ye saw them out. Ning Lan quietly whispered to him, thanks. Zhang Ye smiled and said, come on, you don't have to be so polite. You should do something more practical instead, like treating me to a big meal. Ning Lan was amused. If I have to treat anyone, it would be your wife. But then again, you've really helped me big time. There is finally someone in the artist's circle who can speak to the people at the top. Everyone has better days ahead. Zhang, it's all credit to you. Zhang Yi said righteously, hi, it's just a small matter. If I don't descend into hell, who will? Ning Lan rolled her eyes. Whoa, how is that hell? I can see that you'll have quite beautiful days ahead. Zhang Yi chuckled. Haha, I guess so. The SARFD was really efficient in handling the matter. Of course, this was in the context of the matter being brought to the attention of Wu Ziqing. On that night, the film distributor received news that Flames of War had been approved. With the movie approved and the paperwork filed, they could finally set the screening dates. This news left many of those from the film distributor and the film crew very excited. In the Goof group, Ning Lan sent a message. At Zhang Ye it's settled. Thanks. Xiaodong asked. Has it been approved already? Amy said in surprise. That fast. Ning Lan posted a smiley face. It's been approved. It was all credit to Boss Zhang. What a loyal friend. However, Zhang Yi did not reply. This was because he didn't have the time to pay attention about the chat group. At Old Wu's house, Zhang Yi was busy drawing third blood from Old Wu after they finished watching the movie. Chapter 1307, The Return, and a New High in Popularity. Chapter 1307, The Return, and a New High in Popularity. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. A week later. On this morning, it was snowing heavily in the streets. A familiar piece of music was playing in the vicinity of Zhang Ye's studio. On one side, the aunties had taken a corner of the garden and were plaza dancing. On the other side, Yang Shu was leading the uncles from the neighboring neighborhoods to practice Taiji Fist. The two parties did not encroach on each other's territories, and over the course of many daily encounters, it had always worked out peacefully. Senior bro. Little Yang, you're practicing Taiji? Yup. The moment he spoke, everyone turned to look at him. Zhang Yi is here. It's little Zhang. You're totally different after your wedding. You look so much more spirited. Teacher little Zhang, happy marriage to you. Your wife is really beautiful. You're very blessed. You're back from your honeymoon already. When are you going to try for a kid? We haven't seen you in so many days. The neighbors chattered away as they gathered around. Zhang Yi smiled and said, yes, my break's over. I haven't worked in half a month, so I'm officially back starting today. Otherwise, I won't be able to feed myself if I run out of money. Well, thank you everyone for your concern. Please carry on with your activities. I have to get to work. He then turned to Yang Shu and told her, the snow is pretty heavy, so don't practice for too long. They're all uncles and aunties and aren't young anymore. Don't let anyone slip and fall. They're not as strong as you are. Yang Shu said respectfully, got it, senior bro. Only then did Zhang Yi proceed upstairs. At the studio, Zhang Yi pushed the door open and entered. Good morning, everyone. Everyone looked over and were pleasantly surprised. Wow, Director Zhang, why are you back? I thought you were going to take a few more days off. Good morning, Director Zhang. Good morning to you, Director Zhang, Ha Qiqi, Zhang Zhua, Little Wang, Tong Fu. The staff were all present. In recent days when Zhang Ye had stopped all of his work, the staff obviously could not stop theirs. A lot of matters had to be handled by them, especially since his wedding had such a great effect, even to the point of causing a stir in the Asian region. As a result, it would be odd if they could get any rest at all, but at the same time, it was the reason why they had to hold the fort. This was so that Zhang Ye could rest properly for many days without anyone disturbing him. Zhang Ye smiled and said, "Everyone has done a great job during this period of time. My break is officially over, and I will be starting work again today. Come on, let's have a meeting. I haven't checked the internet much during my break, so I'm not up to speed about many things. Is there a summary? Just briefly run it through with me. Come." In the meeting room, the key staff members were all in attendance. Ha Qiqi smiled and said, "Do you want to hear the good news or the bad news first?" "Let's go with the bad news first." Zhang Ye shrugged. Ha Qiqi brought out a document. "This is our tabulation of those 7 S-listers' activities and their popularity scores. Ever since our target of reaching the S-list was made known, those 7 heavenly kings and queens also started making big moves. 3 of them have made the biggest moves of all. It includes the screening of their movies, internet live streaming, targeting an international award, taking part in a global New Year countdown concert, and so on and so forth. They've gained a large increase in their popularity scores and has resulted in them advancing a small step from before." Zhang Ye nodded and said, "We can't do anything about that. This is a fair competition, so we cannot expect them to do nothing. If we want to make an assault on the top spots, then we must allow them to defend too." Zhang Zhua said, "Right, we expected this. If those heavenly kings and queens did not do anything after learning our plans, then that would truly be strange. Nobody had it easy when reaching their current status. To be sitting in those spots at the top of the entertainment industry for so many years, who would be willing to give it up just like that?" The S-listers could no longer stay quiet. They were very active and were garnering more and more popularity. This was indeed bad news. Zhang Ye asked, "Then what is the good news?" The studio's staff smiled at one another. "Look at this." Ha Qiqi pushed a form over to Zhang Ye. "This is your popularity score curve from before your wedding up until today. It's skyrocketed." Zhang Ye exclaimed, "By this much?" Zhang Zhua said excitedly, "Although those 7 people have drummed up quite a bit of activity, the speed of their popularity growth has not been as fast as yours in recent days. In fact, they're lagging by a lot compared to you. Your wedding has shocked everyone all over the nation." Little Wang interrupted, "Not only that, it has shocked everyone in Asia." Zhang Ye blinked and said, "Asia?" Tong Fu guffawed. "Director Zhang, don't you know?" Zhang Ye said, "Know about what?" Tong Fu said excitedly, "You're already on the Asian A-list rankings." Zhang Ye was stunned. "Really? No way, right? I was still hovering in the B-list, wasn't I?" This was just reflected in yesterday's update of the Asian Celebrity Rankings Index. Ha Qiqi smiled and said, "If you had bought a copy of the morning newspapers on the way here, you would have known. We've also analyzed the reason for this. First, your popularity in China has soared by a lot, moving you closer and closer to the S-list. Naturally, your popularity score in the Asian Celebrity Rankings Index would go up as well. After all, the Asian Celebrity Rankings Index also takes into account one's domestic popularity, so it rises along with that. Second, it was mainly because of how shocking your wedding ceremony was. Be it the status of your wife, the songs that you wrote at your wedding, or the mathematical equation that you used, all of it was too shocking. Oh yes, there was also that incident where you swept the global servers in Go that brought you great attention in the Asian region. Regarding your wedding, it even got on the entertainment headlines in Japan and Korea. You're also the first person in history to become an Asian A-lister without stepping out of the country." Everyone laughed at the fact. Japan? Korea? Yes, Director Zhang had never been to those places before, yet he could still get promoted into the Asian A-list? Even if he was at the bottom few spots, an A-lister was still an A-lister. There really weren't too many artists in China who were ranked as an A-list celebrity in both the domestic and Asian region at the same time. After all, the Hallyu wave was still the predominant culture in the Asian region. Copies and copies of data. Copies and copies of tables. After going through everything, Zhang Ye made a decision. This situation was really good. How delightful. But he still placed the most importance on his domestic popularity. If he didn't reach the top of the domestic rankings, everything else would be pointless. Be it the Asian stage or the international stage, all of those matters would have to be considered at a later time. Zhang Ye also had not consciously made any plans to advance to the international stage, so the most important thing right now was to take a spot in the S list and reach the summit of the domestic entertainment circle first. Moreover, Zhang Ye's initial plan did not leave much time for this to be done. He was hoping to get this done before the year ended, which meant he had to settle this big affair around the time when the Spring Festival Gala was to take place. All of that had been discussed since the very beginning. Zhang Ye chuckled. We've already completed the several milestones of the Reach the Summit plan. Zhang Zui added. How was that just completing it? We basically surpassed every one of the targets. We're now only a step away from reaching the S list. Zhang Ye looked at them. There's still that final milestone left in the Reach the Summit plan. I guess we can start on it. Zhang Zui laughed and said, Of course. Ha Qiqi said, It's about time. Little Wang got all excited. Tong Fu was looking forward to it. Wu Yi could feel his pulse racing. That's right. They were only a step away. Zhang Ye's popularity had soared again after his wedding like it. Didn't cost a thing. Just one more step and Zhang Ye would be able to reach the summit of the Chinese entertainment circle. They had been waiting and anticipating this moment for too long. Chapter 1308. The Invitation from Central TV's Spring Festival Gala. Chapter 1308. The Invitation from Central TV's Spring Festival Gala. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Later that morning, the studio staff were all getting into action. Zhang Ye was not sitting idle either and had already started writing a script. Singing? Performing a crosstalk? Or performing a skit? He deleted and changed it many times as he kept working hard on it. In the end, Zhang Ye was still undecided about what to do, so he thought that he might as well call Yao Jiankai to ask him over. When old Yao arrived, Zhang Ye had him to sit down and handed him a crosstalk script. I've written something in broad strokes. Take a look and tell me how is it, please. Yao Jiankai was still unsure about what was going on. Why? Have a look first, Zhang Ye urged. When Yao Jiankai had a look, he was stunned. After he came back around, he started wondering why Zhang Ye had written a crosstalk script. Was there a performance or gala coming up soon? The answer was too obvious. Old Yao said in a stunned manner, Holy shit, you're planning to go on the Spring Festival Gala. Zhang Ye threw up his hands. Do you have to be this surprised? How is this not surprising? Yao Jiankai exclaimed. Zhang Ye said, Let me correct you first of all. It's not that I'm planning to go on the Spring Festival Gala. We are planning to go on the Spring Festival Gala. With a pause, he smacked his lips and said, But this script is too sloppy and won't be suitable for a stage like the Spring Festival Gala. Although I can also do a more formal type of crosstalk, that's not our style at all. Why don't we perform a skit instead? Yao Jiankai interrupted. Before talking about what kind of a performance to do, can you first consider the possibility of getting invited to the gala? In the past, I couldn't. But it's different now, Zhang Ye said with a smile. Yao Jiankai was startled and finally realized it. That's right, I nearly forgot. Haha. So are you going to join me or not? Of course. How can I miss out on something as good as this? That's that then. You're really going to make a push for the S list? Yep. All right then. Let this old bro give you a helping hand. The last step of the Reach the Summit plan was, get on the Central TV Spring Festival Gala. There really weren't too many A-list celebrities who hadn't been on the Central TV Spring Festival Gala. But Zhang Ye was exactly one of those few oddities that existed, even though this didn't mean that he would never get on the Spring Festival Gala. It was just that he didn't get a chance to do so in the past. In recent years, Central TV's Spring Festival Gala had been scolded and criticized by an enormous amount of people, yet this was still the largest stage that one could be on in China with nothing else coming close. Be it Zhang Ye's Bite of China, King of Masked Singers, The Voice, or I Am a Singer, the viewership ratings of those shows would not even make up a tiny portion that the gala would get. The number of viewers for all of those shows also could not outnumber the Spring Festival Gala's audience numbers, even if they were all added together. This was because they were on a totally different magnitude of performance stages. In the entire country, and even across Asia or the entire world, there wasn't another stage that was bigger than the stage of China's Spring Festival Gala. This was what the Spring Festival Gala was. the one and only of its kind in the world. Back when the studio was drawing up the Reach the Summit plan, they had not really considered the feasibility and practicality of the proposal. Zhang Ye had told them to come up with anything that they could think of and to be more daring with their ideas. That was how they came up with such a proposal in the end. At that time, Zhang Ye and Central TV's relationship was at a low as they battled each other with seething passion. Central TV had entirely banned him at that time, so not to mention having him appear on the Spring Festival Gala. If he even dared to come through the main entrance of Central TV, he would surely get a lot of disdainful looks. As such, this last step of the Reach the Summit plan was also the most difficult one of all. At the beginning, none of the studio's staff thought that this could be accomplished. So who could have expected that all of that would change in a few months down the road? Central TV had gone through a leadership change. Zhang Ye was reported about on news simulcast. All of these indicated that the relationship between Zhang Ye and Central TV was finally thawing. And the most crucial factor was that Zhang Ye had married the head of the SARFT. This made the situation even harder to gauge. Disregarding anything else, just the ban should no longer be in effect. So if you seriously thought about it, at this point in time, there was actually hope that Zhang Ye could get on this year's Spring Festival Gala. In fact, he even stood a very great chance of doing so. The director of this year's Spring Festival Gala had already been decided. It was director Li Ku, one of the top 3 directors of the Chinese film industry. Zhang Ye knew him personally, and it could even be said that they had quite a good relationship. The two of them had worked together during the opening ceremony of the Olympics, and Li Ku also attended his wedding. It was a golden opportunity. This should be the closest that Zhang Ye had gotten to appearing on the Spring Festival Gala. If he wanted to make it into the S-list, how could he not appear on the Spring Festival Gala? Therefore, this was why it was included as the last step in the Reach the Summit plan. This would be Zhang Ye's final push to get him into the S-list. Noon. A call came in. It was Ha Chi-Chi who answered. After a few words, she hung up and then announced excitedly, "Comrades, the Spring Festival Gala's production team has officially invited director Zhang to appear on the show." "Ah, that's great. They've really sent out the invitation." "I knew it." Zhang Ye smiled and said, "Then let's make the most of today to get the show out." "All right, got it." Everyone was motivated and gung-ho. Dong Shanshan also dropped by. Zhang Ye waved to her. "Hurry up, Shanshan. It's time to go through the script." Dong Shanshan laughed and said, "Are you serious?" "Of course I am," Zhang Ye said. Yao Jiankai said, "The Spring Festival Gala's production team has officially invited Zhang Ye to the show." Dong Shanshan shrugged. "All right, but we better not get eliminated when it goes up for selection. That would be too embarrassing." Zhang Ye was a little exasperated. "My dear classmate, can you have a little more confidence in me? How bad can it be if it's a skit written by this bro?" Dong Shanshan beamed and said, "Just because you came up with that reject prostitution, reject gambling, and reject table tennis skit during Beijing TV's Spring Festival Gala, haven't you been scolded enough? That was an exception. I'll write a better one this time." Zhang Ye cleared his throat. Yao Jiankai chuckled and said, "Come on, Shanshan." Dong Shanshan said, "All right. Then." The decision of appointing the executive director for the Spring Festival Gala had dragged on for a very long time this year. The main issue was that no one had wanted to take this hot potato of a job. In the end, it was still Li Ku who took it on. It was also during this time that the program list would slowly start forming as show proposals from all over the country got submitted to them before a selection was carried out. There was still quite a bit of time before the Spring Festival Gala took place, but the preparations for it had already kicked off. The countdown to the Spring Festival Gala had begun. In a crosstalk troupe, "Old Tang, this script isn't good enough." "Hi, let's keep working on it." "Little son, you guys come up with another version." "It's already been a month, but we still haven't come up with an acceptable version." "Everyone, let's put more effort in. The show selection has already begun." In a dance school, "Do it once more." "That's not good enough again." "Little he, what's with you?" "Little son, how many times do I have to criticize you? Your movements are too soft." "What kind of a stage is the Spring Festival Gala? We've been practicing for half a year, but the 2 dances are still not good enough. I'll say this to you all. Either do it well, or I'll replace you with someone else." At a skit actor's house. "How's the script? It's not working out. I can't write it. We're almost out of time. Give me." Another 2 weeks. I'll come up with something even if I die trying. Are you sure you can finish it within 2 weeks? I can definitely do it this time. All right. For one show. Some people prepared for 3 months. Some people prepared for 6 months. There were even some people who took a full year to prepare for it. This was what the Central TV Spring Festival Gala was. It was a stage with the most brutal competition, as everyone gave their all just to be able to get on the show. Further, they weren't even guaranteed a spot. In contrast, the situation was wholly different at Zhang Ye's studio. The scripts were getting completed too easily. It was so easy that it was scary. One after another. And another. Later that afternoon. Old Yao, what do you think of this script? There's still another one. Yeah, read it. All right. Okay, I'm done reading it. It's really good. It's fantastic. Shan, what do you think? It's not as good as the last one. Is that so? Then I'll write another one. You're still writing more. Yeah, I want everyone to agree on it. This is already more than enough. During the morning hours until now, Zhang Ye had written 2 crosstalk and 6 skit scripts in total. Furthermore, to everyone in Zhang Ye's studio, and both Yao Jiankai and Dong Shanshan, they were all good works that would shock anyone who read them. They were all masterpieces that would definitely qualify for the Spring Festival Gala performances. Because of that, they were unable to decide on which one to use as they thought that all of them were way too fucking good. After 10 minutes, another script was completed. Little Wang yelled, "This one is good." Ha Chi said anxiously, Actually, the third one is pretty good too." Zhang's would disagreed with her. "I like the 4th skit's script better." Tong Fu exclaimed excitedly, "Director Zhang, use the 5th one please. It's such a classic." In the end, Zhang Ye became exhausted from all the writing. He sighed in lament and said, "In the past when people said that it was very tiring and not easy to write a script for the Spring Festival Gala, I didn't believe them. But now, I finally believe it." Hearing that, everyone nearly puked blood. Yao Jiankai called out to him, "Zhang." Zhang Ye turned around. "What?" Yao Jiankai stared at him. "Can you not show off?" Zhang Ye said in surprise. "When was I showing off?" Dong Shanshan rolled her eyes. "If anyone else hears you saying that, they'd probably be driven to their graves by you." Zhang Ye did not understand. "What's wrong? I'm really tired after writing 8 or 9 of these scripts." Ha Chi was speechless. Zhang's was speechless. Little Wang was speechless. Others couldn't come up with a good script even after working for several months on it. Just one script alone could have several dozen versions that would have taken them several months to write. But in only a few hours, you've already produced 9 scripts like it. And you call this tiring? You're saying this isn't easy? Then wouldn't it be better for the others to just go and die? Chapter 1309, Returning to Central TV. Chapter 1309, Returning to Central TV. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The next day, at around 9 in the morning, in the compound of Central TV, when the car drove up to the entrance, the barrier gate was in the down position. But when gate security saw the car, they shivered and quickly raised it without asking who was in the car or for any identification to be produced. Then they watched the BMW X5 drove off into the distance with a complex expression and a bitter smile on their faces. It was this car again. That jinx was back again. In the car, Dong Shanshan wondered, "Don't you need a pass to get in?" Yao Jiankai said, "Zhang already made an appointment with the production team." Dong Shanshan said, "But shouldn't he still have to produce identification even if he has an appointment?" However, Zhang Ye just laughed and said, "My license plate is the identification." Dong Shanshan laughed and said, "Don't get too cocky." In fact, Zhang Ye was not bragging. At Central TV, no one did not know of Zhang Ye's car. How long had it been? Half a year? A year? Or perhaps longer? Looking at the television tower, Zhang Ye gave a small sigh. "Hello, Central TV. I, Huhan-san, am back again." After he parked the car, the trio of Zhang Ye, Jiankai, and Dong Shanshan got out and walked upstairs to the office of the Spring Festival Gala's production team. Zhang Ye and the others had come here today for a face-to-face meeting with Li Ku, as well as have an initial meeting with the Language Performances production team to seek a general direction and requirements for their performance. This would help them to make a proper selection of their scripts. As for the first approval session of the Spring Festival Gala, there were still some days to go before that would happen. The initial meeting, the first approval session, the second approval session, This was the basic flow of the Central TV Spring Festival Gala selection process. Of course, there could also be a third approval session sometimes, but that was not always the case. The office space was quite the mess. The Spring Festival Gala's production team had only been set up a short while ago. This year's executive director role needed Li Ku to come save the day, while the language performances director was a famous screenwriter. The remaining members of the production team were generally the same old people as before, with most of them being staff members picked from the several departments of Central TV and mostly chosen from those at Central TV Department 1. Old Sue, I'm here. Where's Director Li? The leaders from the organizing committee are here and Director Li is speaking with them. There's something urgent that I have to ask. Regarding my team's work, can I check if the stage plans have been confirmed yet? The higher-ups are not in agreement. They said that it was too extravagant and did not approve it. Then what do we do? Let's see how Director Li's discussion with them goes. It's always the same every year. They want us to make the Spring Festival Gala a good one, yet they don't agree to this or don't approve of that. They aren't willing to let us make our own decisions, so how can we do anything? Enough, don't speak about such things unnecessarily. Then Zhang Ye and the other two came in. The entire office fell silent. One person, 10 people, 20 people. Everyone turned to look at Zhang Ye. Yao Jiankai whispered to Dong Shanshan. See what a domineering presence little Zhang has. Dong Shanshan giggled. That's not presence, it's notoriety. Zhang Ye asked graciously, is Director Li here? A female employee answered, Director Li is not around. Zhang Ye asked, when will he be back? Another person from the Spring Festival Gala's production team said, we're not sure either. Zhang Ye nodded. All right, we'll wait for him. When he turned around, he immediately looked for a place to sit down. He even reached out his hand to beckon for Yao Jiankai and Dong Shanshan to come over to have a seat. He was behaving as though he was at home and didn't feel the slightest bit awkward. The people on the Spring Festival Gala's production team were a little angry. They were too familiar with this person. He had fought a lawsuit against them, scolded their leaders, created trouble at the television station, and most importantly, led the flaming of last year's Spring Festival Gala. At that time, those on the Spring Festival Gala's production team had been called out so badly that they received a terrible scolding from the public. They were not sure about the attitudes of the other Central TV departments for him, but to the majority of those on the Spring Festival Gala's production team, they despised him, loathed him. As such, now that Zhang Ye was at the office, they couldn't be bothered with him at all and would rather avoid him. As for giving him attitude, well, forget that. They really didn't dare to do so. This guy's spouse was even higher ranking than their Central TV station head on the SARF's party committee. They couldn't afford to offend him, but that didn't mean they couldn't choose to avoid him. Hi, why did Director Li have to invite him? He could have invited anyone else, but why did he have to ask this scourge of a person to come? So an awkward atmosphere descended upon the entire office. But even if they did not say a word, Zhang Ye turned out to be rather talkative. He sat there and poured himself a cup of tea, calling out to some people at times, and also making small talk with others. Aren't you Central TV Department 1's little he? How have things been? Pretty good. That's great too. Here, I see that you've lost some weight. Is it because you've been suffering under Director Zhang's leadership? Director Zhang has been transferred. What? Surely not, right? It's true. But Director Zhang is such a loyal person. Why did he get transferred? You are little Lou from Sing's program team, aren't you? That's me. The show was done pretty well. What were the viewership ratings at the end of it? I didn't really follow it to the end. Not that much. That can't be. It really was not much. Don't be so modest. Speak proudly. It really was not much. Zhang Ye drank tea and chit-chat with everyone. Dong Shanshan was impressed by him. Yao Jiankai was also rolling his eyes from nearby. Quite a few of those who were on the Spring Festival Gala's production team were close to tears. Your sister, aren't you spiting us on purpose? Can you not bring up a matter as sensitive as that? After the leadership change, how could you not know that Central TV Department 1's Deputy Director Jiang Yuan had been transferred away? Don't bullshit. Director Jiang had more than enough run-ins with you back then. So how could you not know about something as important as this? And you dare ask what the viewership ratings for Sing were? As if you didn't know? Didn't it recently get battered by your show, I Am a Singer? Heavens, please hurry up and make this fellow go away. They finally understood why Zhang Ye could so easily offend people. This fellow was born with the innate ability to taunt others. He could say anything, and it would be enough to anger anyone to death. Finally, one of the Spring Festival Gala's assistant directors appeared. Everyone cried out, "Director Wang! Director Wang, you're here at last. Teacher Zhang is here." So about the initial meeting arrangements. Someone had finally come to save them. They almost couldn't bear Zhang Ye's sarcasm. But when he heard them, the assistant director stopped in his tracks, stunned. Before he even stepped into the office, he was already turning around to leave. "I forgot. I still have something to attend to. Let's wait for Director Li to come back to handle the initial meeting." "Ah, Director Wang?" The production team's members were all dumbfounded. Yao Jinkai was speechless. Dong Shanshan was speechless. Zhang Ye also felt a little speechless. "What's this about?" Yao Jinkai laughed and said, "Just how many people have you offended?" Zhang Ye had probably worked at Central TV for a longer time than he had been at Beijing Television. So how could he know how many people he had offended? There were probably some of them that he couldn't even remember. But what was certain was that in all of Central TV, there weren't too many who would want to have any dealings with Zhang Ye. As such, even though Spring Festival Gala Executive Director Li Ku had invited Zhang Ye to take part in this year's show selection, most of those on the production team were still trying to avoid him at all costs. Whoever wishes to receive him can do it. Just don't count on us doing so. This attitude of those on the Spring Festival Gala's production team was surprisingly consistent throughout. Chapter 1310. The Spring Festival Gala's Executive Director calls it quits. Chapter 1310. The Spring Festival Gala's Executive Director calls it quits. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. At Central TV. Department 2. Have you heard? About what? Zhang Ye just arrived at Central TV. What? I saw him with my own eyes. He's at the office of the Spring Festival Gala's production team. The Spring Festival Gala invited him? Heavens! Who could have invited someone like him? How can they allow him on the Spring Festival Gala? Department 6. Nanny. Zhang Ye came back. Damn, what is he doing here? Is he going to wreak havoc at Central TV again? I don't think he is. He's just there to have a talk with them. Talk about what? God knows. Why don't you go and take a look to find out? Up yours. Department 1. Let's go. Everything's been settled. Little Chi, where are you going? Where? I'm heading to the Spring Festival Gala's production team office to get something. You can't do that now. They said that it was urgent. It's better if you go over in the afternoon. Why is that? Zhang Ye is sitting in there. Damn, you should have told me earlier. I'll go over later. The news of Zhang Ye's return instantly spread. As their biggest enemy in the history of Central TV, the return of Zhang Ye was being talked about across the ranks of the station. They felt that this fellow was haunting them at every opportunity. Since the day he left, no one had expected that Zhang Ye would come back one day. Zhang Ye was the first artist to sue Central TV in history. He was also the first person to have won a court case against Central TV. He led Central TV Department 1 to create a viewership rating legend, but he also brought Central TV's shows to their knees. The love-hate relationship between Zhang Ye and Central TV was convoluted and complex. It was so complicated that it could never be unraveled. On Weibo and the news, this information was also revealed. Zhang Ye returns to Central TV? Someone witnessed Zhang Ye's car driving into Central TV. Zhang Ye's honeymoon ends. The executive director of the Spring Festival Gala, Li Ku, invites Zhang Ye to take part. Will Zhang Ye be able to get on the stage of the Spring Festival Gala? Shocking. Zhang Ye to appear on the Spring Festival Gala. Zhang Ye breaking into the S-list. With the leadership changes at Central TV and a prior relationship with Li Ku, a huge turnaround chance for Zhang Ye to appear on the Spring Festival Gala he has long been missing out on. The Lunar New Year was approaching. Online, news regarding the Spring Festival Gala was also getting increasingly prevalent. Any news about the program lists or the invited performers were being reported on regardless of it being real or fake. And today, the moment the news broke of Zhang Ye appearing at Central TV, the topic of the Spring Festival Gala got pushed even higher. At a crosstalk society. What? Zhang Ye went there? This. What is that Li Ke thinking? Don't panic. The first approval session hasn't even begun. Zhang Ye definitely won't be chosen. Yeah, the requirements for a Spring Festival Gala performance are really strict. Strictly speaking, none of his works would qualify. At a skit studio, Zhang Ye, we're done for. It's going to get really competitive this time. Yeah, there are only those few spots for the performances. If someone else gets chosen for one, that's one fewer chance for us. However, the netizens were delighted. Really, does this fellow have the qualifications to appear on the Spring Festival Gala? Well, he does have the qualifications since he's such a big name. Domestically, I doubt there's any other celebrity on the level of Zhang Ye who hasn't been on the Spring Festival Gala before. Right? This is not a matter of qualifications. The issue here is that he has offended too many people, especially after being locked in a fierce struggle with Central TV. No matter how you think about it, it's impossible that he could appear on the Spring Festival Gala. But all of that has now changed with Central TV's leader replaced, and the deputy directors and related staff of Central TV Department 1 getting transferred out, possibly due to those incidents that showed that they were indeed in dereliction of duty. Coupled with the fact that Zhang Ye and Li Kun know each other, the last hindrance preventing Zhang Ye from appearing on the Spring Festival Gala has been removed. As for the industry-wide ban, let's ask Zhang Ye's wife first if she is agreeable to that. I'm so looking forward to it. Me too. I'm looking forward to seeing Zhang Ye's new work. Will it be a crosstalk? A skit might be possible too. I'll have to catch the Spring Festival Gala this year. Bringing Zhang Ye onto the Spring Festival Gala is indeed quite good publicity for it. This is a big move that the Spring Festival Gala is resorting to just to bring in viewership. But I don't suppose that even with Zhang Ye's show, they'll able to save the Spring Festival Gala. The gala is getting worse and worse in recent years. It's an accumulated weakness that has caused everyone to lose confidence in it. Yeah, I can't help but complain about that too. The Spring Festival Gala is dead. I stopped watching it a long time ago. We can't put it that way. The issues regarding the Spring Festival Gala are slightly more complicated. It's not an ordinary gala, but one that carries political leanings. Together with the increasing standards and nitpicking that the audience has for it, it's unavoidable that it would disappoint. Everyone should understand that. I still have hopes for it this year since a big-name director like Li Kun has taken on the responsibility of heading it. So perhaps that might bring about some changes to the Spring Festival Gala. I hope so. We're depending on director Li this year. He's a big director in the film industry, so hopefully he can handle an event like a gala. I doubt it. Actually, Li Kun is already on the brink, and he's only here to right the ship. The waters of the Spring Festival Gala run too deep, so no one is willing to take it on. At Central TV, in the office of the Spring Festival Gala's production team, Zhang Ye kept making small talk with those people. Outside, Yi came in with a smile on her face. Shan. Zhang Ye turned his head. Hey, what are you doing here? I learned that you three had come, so I came over to have a look. Yi was a host at Central TV Sports Channel, so it was just a stone's throw away for her. Shan smiled and said, How did you know that we were here? Yi rolled her eyes and said, Do you need to ask? The moment Zhang Ye arrived, the news already started spreading all over the station. Even if I don't wish to know about it, I can't. Then she looked at Zhang Ye and asked, Have they really invited you? Zhang Ye nodded. Yeah. Yi gave him a thumbs up. Nice. Zhang Ye smiled. It was mainly due to director Li's influence. Yi said in a low voice, Right. If it were any other executive director, they might not dare to invite you at all. But since Director Li has a pretty good relationship with you and you've both worked together before, he was willing to take the risk. Zhang Ye said, Haha, I'll have to treat old Li to a meal after this. As they were chatting, Li Kun came back to the office. The Spring Festival Gala's production team saw him and finally heaved a sigh of relief. Zhang Ye and the others also saw Li Kun coming in and stood up with a smile. What happened next dumbfounded everyone. When Li Kun pushed open the glass door, he looked infuriated as he yelled, Old Chu, pack up. It's time to leave. He was calling out to the staff from his own team. His team was startled. Old Li, what's wrong? Director Li, what happened? We're leaving? To where? Li Kun said loudly. To where? We're going home. This job is impossible. How can it even be done? Can someone make them tell me how I should do it? They can't accept this, and they won't approve that. Yet they're asking me to innovate and turn the decline around for the Spring Festival Gala. How am I supposed to innovate? How can I turn things around? All of the requests and suggestions that I gave did not even make it past approval. Why don't you all show me the way? Show me how I should do it. Am I supposed to achieve it through magic? I'm not going to put up with any of this. They can find someone else to do it. Clearly, Li Ku must have been angered during the discussion with the organizing committee. The production team staff were all shocked beyond belief. Damn, Director Li is quitting? Yao Jinkai was dumbfounded. Dong Shanshan and Yu Yingyi exchanged glances. Zhang Ye very nearly fell over and hit his head. You're quitting? Damn. If you quit, how am I going to appear on the Spring Festival Gala? Zhang Ye quickly said. Old Li, calm down. Calm down. Li Ku finally saw someone with a familiar face. He immediately said, Boss Zhang, you don't understand. I can't communicate with them at all. They're making things too difficult for people. And it's not just this issue. There's still the program list and invited performers. Most of it cannot be decided by me. A lot of the shows were set in stone a long time ago, but when I saw what they were, I had to roll my eyes. If those shows made it onto the Spring Festival Gala, it would be a wonder for the gala to do well. Zhang Yi tried to calm him down. It's not easy. We know it's not easy. Li Ku said, Boss Zhang, you're a director yourself, so you should understand what I mean. Oh, if they're going to decide on the shows and the format of the gala, why would they still need me as a director? I'm not important at all. At most, after the gala is broadcast, I'll bear the brunt of the negative comments. Zhang Yi said, You can't say that, Old Li. The entire country's citizens are counting on you, so you've got to stand firm. Please endure it for everyone's sakes. Li Ku waved him off. I can't suffer through this. My temper is usually quite good, but if it were you talking to them just now, you'd surely have come to blows with them. I don't want to endure this either. I've already told the leaders from the organizing committee that I'm not going to stay on as the executive director. I'll just go back to wherever I came from. Zhang Yi said in panic. Don't. Li Ku packed up and left with his team in all haste. Zhang Yi shouted after him. Old Li, Io, what are you doing? Impulsiveness is the devil itself, Old Li. Everyone on the Spring Festival Gala's production team could only stare with wide eyes in shock. Yao Jinkai threw up his hands. Well, looks like we're done for. Dong Shanshan laughed and said, We've been blinded this time. Zhang Yi facepalmed and speechlessly turned to the heavens for an answer. This was a chance they had in the palm of their hands. And it was almost time for the first approval session. But it's over. It slipped away. Chapter 1311. Who will the Spring Festival Gala's executive director role fall to? Chapter 1311. Who will the Spring Festival Gala's executive director role fall to? Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The news blew up. On that same afternoon, the news started spreading. The Spring Festival Gala's executive director quits. Director Li clashes with the leaders. Li Ku calls it quits. Central TV has confirmed the news. A gloom cast over the Spring Festival Gala. No one to take the job. The public calls for the Spring Festival Gala to be cancelled. Where will the Spring Festival Gala go from here? Central TV issued a statement very quickly. Immediately after, Li Ku also issued a statement. He simply explained his reasons for withdrawing from the Spring Festival Gala's production team, albeit being relatively tactful about it. But reading between the lines, it could be felt that Li Ku was rather emotional about it. At this point in time the previous years, Central TV's Spring Festival Gala would already have assigned a director for the job. In fact, the first approval session would even have almost been completed. However, this year, the appointment of the executive director was still not confirmed, much less the first approval session. They had finally convinced Li Ku to take the role after dragging on the matter for a long time, but it still ended up with him quitting. Did they have to do everything all over again? To restart the process of selecting a director? To redo their plan anew? To invite the performers from the beginning again? They hadn't even gotten the stage setup ready yet. Would there still be enough time to get everything together? As such, when this news was revealed, it caused quite a stir in the country. The public's view of this matter was more pessimistic. They already did not have much hope for this year's Spring Festival Gala, but this news put even more doubt into their minds. On Weibo, even Director Li has quit. He never wanted to take this hot potato of a job in the first place. Yeah, Director Li is already doing very well on his films. He should just stick to that and not get his hands dirty by taking the Spring Festival Gala job. That's only finding trouble for himself. Well now, They don't even have an executive director to handle things anymore. Who else can they get? I don't know. They've probably approached everyone that they could already. Yeah, they're really shuffling through a lot of people for the Spring Festival Gala's executive director role in recent years. They've already used almost every first-rate director in the country, even getting those famous directors from the film industry and those who are based overseas. Just from the central TV system alone, there's already Old Hai, Old Chu, and Old Lee, who hasn't been considered for the role before. But as it stands, they're all getting worse and worse with each passing year. The same goes for the viewership ratings and the reputation of the gala, both of which are declining as well. There are almost no examples of an executive director getting re-elected for the role in the following year. Everyone who takes the job would only end up taking the rap for the poor showing. And then that repeats for the next person in line after that. They're probably not going to be ready in time this year, right? I think so too. There might not even be a broadcast of the gala anymore. That's not going to happen. The Spring Festival Gala will surely take place. But there's no one left to choose from anymore. The big directors have all been used already, but there are still many smaller directors around. There may be a lot of them, and they are surely eyeing the directing of the Spring Festival Gala as well, but the higher-ups would have to be willing to settle for them first. This is not a job that anyone can do. If you want to direct the Spring Festival Gala, you have to have some achievements first, don't you? You have to show some capabilities and results first, right? Otherwise, who would be convinced by you? Actually, a lot of people might be criticizing and flaming the Spring Festival Gala harshly each year, even threatening not to watch it anymore. The organizers are also often ridiculed year after year too. I remember that such things have been going on for the past 4 to 5 years already, hasn't it? But in the end, when we come to the night of Lunar New Year's Eve, aren't we all still always sitting in front of our televisions and waiting there eagerly? Hi, everyone still has feelings for the Spring Festival Gala, after all. That's why we're so pissed about it. We all have our expectations and just hope that it will be well produced. Yeah, my childhood memories are all of the Spring Festival Gala. Yup, those were the days. I really miss them. Let's see who they get this time to save the day. In any case, I can't think of a suitable candidate. On Weibo, in the discussion forums, on the social networks, on the streets, in the companies, the people were heatedly discussing it. Then the media joined in. The people's attention of the Spring Festival Gala reached a peak. All the citizens were paying attention to the developments of the matter and were waiting for the latest news updates to come from the top. There was also chaos within the arts circle. At Zhang Ye's studio, Ha Qiqi, Zhang Zhua, and the others were all frowning. Little Wang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Director Li is really not going to continue working? Then what should we do? Zhang Ye said. Who knows what we can do? Tong Fu said. We don't care who becomes the director. All we want is for them to let us get on the Spring Festival Gala. Ha Qiqi said helplessly. The problem is that other than director Li Ku, none of the other big directors in the country are on good terms with director Zhang, right? Even if they do give face to our director Zhang, they wouldn't possibly stand their ground to invite director Zhang against Central TV's wishes, would they? Zhang's was said angrily. Just tell me, what is this? The show was all prepared, and the script was nearly approved too. With director Li leaving at this time, everything will have to restart from scratch. The invite list too. The performers that director Li drew up definitely won't count anymore. To think that we were still banking on the Spring Festival Gala to push us to the S list. Then, Zhang Ye's cell phone rang. It was from the famous skit actress, C.I. Xiaofang. Auntie C.I. Boss Zhang, I heard that you were there when it happened. What went on in there? I'm not too sure either. Old Lee seemed like he got into a fight with the higher-ups and then suddenly said that he was quitting. I couldn't persuade him since he wasn't willing to listen at all. Hi. Then what will happen to our show? You were invited as well? Yes, that's why I am so anxious about this. So do we continue preparing for it or not? Who knows? Afterwards, Zhang Xia also called. Zhang Xia was also one of the invited performers for this year's Spring Festival Gala. Zhang, has Central TV contacted you yet about the show matters? Not yet. How about you? They didn't contact me after that either. I've already asked, but they've been plunged into chaos over there. Hi. All the plans have been messed up. Yes, this came too suddenly. There were no signs of it happening at all. We can only wait for the new director to be appointed before the new program list gets drawn up again. I guess we can only wait then. There's no other way about it. at the organizing committee for the Spring Festival Gala. In the large conference room, several dozen people were in a terrible fix. There were people from Central TV in here, as well as comrades from the Ministry of Culture and leaders from the SARFD. Every one of them was worrying over the Spring Festival Gala's executive director role. Old Lee went too far. Yeah, how can he just quit like that? There's no point arguing about it anymore. What candidates do we have? Please make a few recommendations. Chief Chin, what do you think of Director Wang Qi? Wang Qi is not good enough. Yes, he doesn't have enough experience. What about Li Chaoran? Little Li is a masterful director in the world of theater, but that's too different from the stage of the Spring Festival Gala. It's too big of a jump, so appointing Little Li to head the Spring Festival Gala would make it into a laughing matter for sure. Then there really isn't anyone else. Yeah, there are only so many best directors we have in the country. They can all be counted on two hands. Even if we were to lower the requirements, there shouldn't be more than 20 people we can consider. A majority of these people have already taken the Spring Festival Gala job before, but their results weren't exactly good either. What's more, perhaps due to there being too much criticism afterwards which affected their reputations, many of these top directors are no longer willing to take on such a hot potato role. All of them are hiding as far away from it as possible. Is there really no one else? In the camp of top directors, there really isn't anyone else. That might not be true. Oh, Old Han, who else is there? That person, forget it. Take it that I didn't mention anything. What's with the suspense? Hurry up and say it. That person's status is a little bit special. Special? Is he a top director? He is a top director. In fact, he's definitely one of the best in the country. He's also quite different from Li Ku. Although Li Ku is a top director in the film industry, he cannot be considered the best. At most, he is one of the top 3 directors in film. But that person is definitely the top in his industry, without anyone coming close. He's number 1. Yes. Is there a big difference in his role in the industry from the gala's director role? Not much. In fact, it might even be a smaller jump than a film director's role. So who is it? Don't keep us in suspense, Old Han. But that person, well, his temper isn't really that good. A silence fell upon the large conference room. Everyone gasped. You're talking about him? It's him. Everyone was looking at each other, clearly having guessed who Old Han was referring to. Chapter 1312. Zhang Ye takes charge of the Spring Festival Gala. Chapter 1312. Zhang Ye takes charge of the Spring Festival Gala. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The next day, at the studio, it was 9 in the morning when Yao Jinkai arrived wearing a down jacket. Teacher Yao, you're here? Where's Director Zhang? He's upstairs on the balcony basking in the sun. Yeah, what sun can there be in the middle of winter? The work progress for the Spring Festival Gala has been shelved, so there's nothing for Director Zhang to do at the moment. I'll go look for him. Out on the balcony, Zhang Ye really was basking in the sun in a chair. Yao Jinkai said in a speechless manner. Kid, aren't you cold? Old Yao, you're here? Zhang Ye crossed his legs and put on the demeanor of an artistic youth. Of course I'm cold, but it can't be colder than what I'm feeling in my heart. In this cold wind, I can feel the loneliness of the world. Yao Jinkai rolled his eyes. Why are you quoting some essay? Then what should I do? Zhang Ye said idly. Yao Jinkai asked, you didn't arrange any events? Zhang Ye shrugged. For the Spring Festival Gala, I'd turned down all of my other work. There's nothing for me to do in the coming 2 months, so I can only lay here and bask in the sun. Ding dong. Ding dong. The doorbell rang from downstairs. Yao Jinkai asked, is that Shan Shan? Zhang Ye shook his head. I don't know. Then Ha Chi-Chi shouted from downstairs. Director Zhang, we have guests. Who is it? Zhang Ye shouted downstairs. Ha Chi-Chi said, it's an executive from Central TV. Central TV? And it was even an executive? Zhang Ye and Old Yao were stunned to hear that. When they went downstairs, Zhang Ye saw who had come. It turned out to be a deputy station head of Central TV. He went by the name of Hong and Zhang. Ye also knew him too. However, they'd never crossed paths back at Central TV. This deputy station head Hong should be the only executive at Central TV who hadn't had a falling out or quarrel with Zhang Ye. Deputy station head Hong brought quite a few people along with him. There were men and women, totaling around 8 people. What was with this group? What were they here for? Zhang Ye wondered. Ha Chi-Chi, Zhang Zhua, and the others were also confused. Zhang Ye smiled and stretched out his hand. Station head Hong. What brings your important self here? Boss Zhang, you're too polite. Deputy station head Hong shook hands with him. I hope I'm not bothering you. Zhang Ye smiled and said, No, I'm not doing anything at the moment. What brings you here, station head Hong? Deputy station head Hong said, I'm here today regarding the Spring Festival Gala. Zhang Ye was taken aback. The Spring Festival Gala? Yes. Deputy station head Hong looked around the office. Can we talk somewhere? Zhang Ye called out to his assistant. Little Wang, get the conference room ready. Little Wang answered, Got it. The two groups of people proceeded to the conference room and sat down across from each other. Before the guests could speak, Zhang Ye started rambling. Station head Hong, I would also like to talk about the Spring Festival Gala with you all. Just what is going on? Are we still supposed to continue rehearsing our act? Will the first approval session still be held? Everyone is really confused. For a good person like Old Li, you all should have just allowed him to work. But look at this, he got driven away in anger by you all. It's not that I'm trying to put the blame on you, station head Hong, but this matter was really not handled well. Deputy station head Hong said, Hi. We also have our hands tied regarding this matter. Boss Zhang, the truth is that the decision-making process for the Spring Festival Gala is no longer under Central TV's jurisdiction, but we still have to abide by the guidelines issued from above. We've gone through the few proposals that Old Li wrote up, and I agree with him on one or two of them too. Central TV is actually very supportive of him, and we would also like to make those changes and innovate. But as long as the higher-ups don't agree to it, we won't be able to implement them. The Spring Festival Gala is not just a simple gala. There are too many levels of decisions involved that aren't easily explainable with a few words. Zhang Ye threw his hands up. Then what about our act? Deputy station head Hong said, As long as the executive director is not appointed, the issue of the acts will be left hanging. Zhang Ye didn't care about anything else. All he wanted to know was whether his act would be chosen for the Spring Festival Gala or not. Then why don't you all quickly appoint someone for the role? There isn't much time left. That's right. Zhang Ye said, Yes, that's right. Yup. What are you yupping about? I'm getting anxious over here. Zhang Ye looked at him bewilderedly, only to see Deputy Station Head Hong pondering for a long time. Then he said in seriousness, This is why I brought my team here today. Boss Zhang, after getting a recommendation from the Spring Festival Gala's organizing committee and going through a selection and voting process, we received an approval from the higher management's leaders. On behalf of the Spring Festival Gala's organizing committee, I officially invite you to take charge of this year's Central TV Spring Festival Gala. His words were too shocking. Yao Jinkai was stunned. Ha Qiqi was stunned. Zhang Zuo was stunned. The staff of Zhang Ye's studio were dumbfounded. What? Get Zhang Ye to take charge of the Spring Festival Gala? What the fuck, are you all crazy? Dead silence fell upon the entire conference room. Deputy station head Hong called out, Boss Zhang. Zhang Ye pointed at himself with wide eyes. Me? Deputy station head Hong nodded. Yes. You guys are inviting me? Zhang Ye immediately said, Can you not tease me? One of the chiefs who had come along said with a bitter laugh, Boss Zhang, we're not joking. The higher-ups have already given the nod, and the Spring Festival Gala's organizing committee has also held a meeting to discuss this. You're the most suitable candidate, so as long as you accept the job, you'll become this year's Spring Festival Gala's executive director, Zhang Ye said dumbfoundedly. But I've never taken charge of a gala before. A female executive adjusted her glasses and said, You might not have experience in directing a large-scale gala, but that won't stop an excellent variety show director like you. No, calling you excellent does not describe it well enough. You're now the best director in the country when it comes to variety shows, a director who can be considered one of the very best across the fields in the industry. Since we could invite Director Li Ku to take the role, why can't we extend our invitation to you? You're both top directors in your respective fields. And if we consider the difference in jumps between the fields, be it your I am a singer or The Voice, those competitions and show formats are all closer to a gala style than directing a film. Zhang Ye waved his hands, then covered his face and rubbed it. Let me get over this. I'm still quite shocked. Deputy Station Head Hong said, Boss Zhang, do accept the invitation. It's very chaotic, and the media is speculating as well. Everyone is in a panic regarding the executive director's role being empty, and that's delaying all the work related to the gala. With a pause, he said, I also know that the executive director role for the Spring Festival Gala is not an easy job since there are so many rules to adhere to, and there's a limit to how much you can control for the event. But I feel that this would be a good test of your directing skills, and I'm sure that there would be no problem if we have you leading the production team. No problem, my ass. You're putting it so simply. Who do you think you're fooling? Zhang Ye said, I like the Spring Festival Gala very much too. I've watched it since I was young and have a lot of feelings for it. But how can I possibly handle this job? This is not a situation that can easily be saved. Just look at Old Li. Even before he could start directing the Spring Festival Gala, he had already been so harshly scolded. Look at how badly he has been criticized. If I were to accept the role, if I finished directing the Spring Festival Gala, then wouldn't I get scolded like a dog? What will happen to my reputation then? My honor is at stake here. Deputy Station Head Hong. The accompanying staff. They were all speechless at this. Reputation? Since when did you have any reputation? Getting scolded? You're speaking, you don't be scolded just because you're not directing the Spring Festival Gala. But of course, they couldn't say that out loud. Deputy Station Head Hong said, Boss Zhang, don't joke with us. You're so battle-hardened. Surely you don't care about a little criticism, right? If you say that Old Li is hopping mad after getting scolded by people, I'll believe that. If you say that the other Spring Festival Gala directors can't bear to be criticized by people, I'll believe that too. But you, Boss Zhang? I really don't believe it. You've been through so many more storms than everyone else. How could that gossip and chatter possibly bother you? Surely it doesn't. Zhang Ye's temper rose. Your sister. You're putting it as though I'm really that thick-skinned. This bro has got pride too. All right. Zhang Ye said, I have to consider it first. Deputy Station Head Hong said, Sure, of course you have to. Zhang Ye looked at them. Then why don't you all Leah? That's not necessary, Boss Zhang. Deputy Station Head Hong said, We'll wait right here. Just let us know after you've decided. It'll be easier for us when we go back to answer to the management. Zhang Ye was taken aback. No, I was saying that you all should leave first. Deputy Station Head Hong said, This is an urgent matter that has to be decided immediately. Even if we go back, there's nothing for us to do. Just take your time to consider it while we wait for your news. Zhang Ye could only say, Little Zhou, entertain the guests for a bit. Little Zhou stayed behind to attend to them. Zhang Ye and the others went outside and headed upstairs to discuss it. What do you all think? Zhang Ye immediately asked them when they were upstairs. He had thought that his group would object to it, but who knew that it was actually the opposite? Little Wang shouted, Accept it. Tong Fu said excitedly, Of course you should take the job. Zhang Zuo was panting excitedly. Director Zhang, this is a great chance. If you can direct the Spring Festival Gala well, that would immortalize your reputation forever. Zhang Yi rolled his eyes. Immortalize my reputation? I'm just afraid it would condemn me to eternity. Yao Jiankai said, But you're already condemned anyway. Even if you don't direct the Spring Festival Gala, you're still getting scolded by so many people every day, isn't that so? So how bad can it be? Other people are afraid of ruining their statuses and wasting their accumulated reputation, but you have nothing to be afraid of. You've none of that. Zhang Yi said angrily, Fuck you. Ha Chi-Chi could barely hide her excitement. Director Zhang, take the job. Yeah, let's do it. Who's afraid of who? Such an opportunity only comes once in a lifetime. There are so many people who wish to direct the Spring Festival Gala, but don't have a chance to do so. Right, let's accept it first and see how it goes. This was a huge affair. This was much bigger than anything Zhang Yi had ever done before. This was the Central TV Spring Festival Gala and the role of the executive director that they were talking about. The higher-ups would be watching, the media would be watching, the citizens would be watching, and all of the Chinese people around the world would have their attention turned here. If it was directed well, that wouldn't be so bad. But if there were any slip-ups, wouldn't Zhang Yi become a cultural sinner? Honestly, Zhang Yi only wanted to perform in a skit or do a crosstalk on the gala. He had never thought about anything else. As a result, he was totally unprepared for this. The invitation has come too suddenly. Even though he has always been a very decisive person in the past, he was now hesitating. Should he take it? Should he really accept the job? The studio staff were staring at him, waiting for him to make his decision. Zhang Yi clenched his teeth. Then let's leave it to science to decide. Science? What science? Everyone was taken aback. Then Zhang Ye took a coin out of his pocket and piously flipped it up into the air. Believe in science. If it lands heads, I'll take the job. If it's tails, I'll reject it. Clink, clink, clink. Under the speechless gaze of everyone, the coin landed. It was heads. Wow, it's heads. Take it. Take the job, Director Zhang. Zhang Ye hesitated. Why don't I flip it again? Everyone went silent. Zhang Ye heaved a deep sigh. All right then, it's only the role of the Spring Festival Gala's executive director, isn't it? It's just a role that requires me taking the rap, right? I've already taken the rap for plaza dancing anyway, so it's not like I can't take another. I'll accept it. Chapter 13:13. How did this fellow get appointed? Chapter 13:13. How did this fellow get appointed? Translator, leg editor, leg. In the evening, at Zhang Ye's parents' house. When Zhang Ye came home from work with a heavy heart, dinner was already prepared. His parents were sitting on the sofa and watching television. On it, there was a discussion going on about the Spring Festival Gala. This topic had already been in the news for several days, and his parents were no exception in paying attention to it every day. Zhang Ye's family was a typical traditional Chinese family. They would have dumplings every holiday when it called for dumplings, and eat sweet glutinous rice balls during the Mid-Autumn Festival, never missing out on celebrating the traditional holidays. It was the same for Chinese New Year's Eve too. They would have dinner together while watching the Spring Festival Gala, and this was always what they did as a family since Zhang Ye was born. As such, the words Spring Festival Gala were as important as anything could be to many families, as well as in the hearts of the elderly. Son, you're home. Has old Wu knocked off yet? She's not back yet. I'll give her a call to check then. No, don't call her. Ziqing is busy with her work. She'll come back when she's done. Zhang Ye picked up a cup to drink some water, but something else was going through his mind. The television was showing the news, and there was a reporter conducting a street interview at the moment. Reporter, may I ask if you'll be watching the Spring Festival Gala this year? Passerby, I will. It's a custom in my family to watch the Spring Festival Gala on Lunar New Year's Eve. But right now, I'm quite worried about it. Didn't they say on the news that the executive director role hasn't been filled yet? Every year in the past, the stage would have almost been completed by this time of the year. That's why I'm worried that they won't be able to meet the deadline this time. Do you have any hopes and suggestions for the Spring Festival Gala? I just hope that the acts can be more exciting and not always similar to what we've had in the past. At least, they should come up with something that will make our eyes light up. But of course, this is what the executive director has to take into consideration. It wouldn't help even if I gave all the suggestions I have. I just hope that they can find a good director to do the job this year. Otherwise, if they keep doing the same things over and over, and the viewership ratings keep dropping lower and lower, I'm afraid that there will be a day when my family will finally stop watching the Spring Festival Gala. Zhang Ye was starting to feel very pressured. Mom, change the channel. Why? I'm watching it. His mother said, who do you think will be the executive director for this year's Spring Festival Gala? Why isn't there any news about that yet? Aren't they anxious about it? His father commented, this won't be an easy role to assign. His mother said, yeah, there aren't too many top directors in the country who are capable of directing a gala. His father said, let's wait for Ziqing to come home so that we can ask her. She should have some news about it. His mother nodded. That's right, she's from the overseeing authority, so she'll definitely know. Our son's act is still waiting to be approved for the Spring Festival Gala, but that's now up in the air. Hearing that, Zhang Ye said feebly, there's no need to ask her. What's the matter? His mother glanced at him. You know something about it? Zhang Ye took another sip of water and placed down the cup before saying, regarding the executive director role for this year's Central TV Spring Festival Gala, the Spring Festival Gala's organizing committee approached me during the day. I accepted their offer. A silence fell over in the house. His mother said, stunned, what did you say? Zhang Ye shrugged. I'm the executive director for this year's Spring Festival Gala. His father was extremely shocked. Don't joke. Why would I joke about that? I've already signed the agreement, Zhang Ye said. The doorbell rang. Old Wu is back. I'll get the door. Zhang Ye quickly went to open the door. It was indeed Wu Ziqing. You're finally off work? It's so late. Wu Ziqing smiled. I was caught in a bit of a traffic jam. Zhang Ye said, let's start dinner. Wu Ziqing changed out of her shoes and stepped into the living room. Dad, Mom, Eh, what's the matter? Both of them looked rather shocked. His mother immediately said, Zuching, little Yi says that he's going to be the Spring Festival Gala's executive director. Wu Ziqing looked at him. You've accepted the job. I've accepted it. Zhang Ye couldn't compose himself in this moment. He was unsure if his decision was the correct one. Why? You didn't know? Wu Ziqing smiled and said, I heard that you were one of the shortlisted candidates, but since I'm not directly overseeing matters regarding the Spring Festival Gala, I didn't ask. His father stood up and said loudly, Son, are you really going to be the Spring Festival Gala's executive director? Zhang Ye threw his hands up. It's not that I'm going to be, I already am. His mother exclaimed, This is marvelous. It's great. This is the Spring Festival Gala we're talking about. The Spring Festival Gala. And my son is going to take charge of it. Zhang Ye said bitterly. What's so great about that? I'm worried that I'll mess it up for them. His mother said without a care, If it gets messed up, so be it. Worst comes to worst, you'll get a scolding. What else can they do to you? Whoa, you're speaking like that because you won't be the one getting scolded. Zhang Ye didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, In any case, I've already made plans for the worst-case scenario. Dad, Mom, old Wu, let's eat dinner quickly. I think this will the last day that I'll be able to eat in peace for a while. That same night, the matters surrounding the Spring Festival Gala that had captured the entire country's attention finally got some new developments. Compared to the common folk, the people in the arts world and entertainment industry were the first ones to catch wind of it. At C.I. Xiufang's skit studio, a middle-aged man answered a call and was stunned after taking it. Old Hu, what's the matter? Uncle Hu, what happened? Where's Big Sis C.I.? Big Sis C.I. is studying the script. Quickly inform her about this. The executive director for the Spring Festival Gala has been hired. Who is it? Zhang Ye. At a song and dance troupe one, some singers were having a meal together and discussing the Spring Festival Gala. They were also unsure of how many of them who were seated at this very table would have a chance of taking to the stage and singing. Then someone came in from outside. Io, why are you all still here eating? What is it, Teacher Chu? Didn't you all hear? Hear about what? The executive director has been hired. What? Who is it? Zhang Ye. What? At a folk art 2 troupe, Tang Dazhang and several crosstalk actors were currently going through their scripts. This is bad. Something terrible has happened. What's the matter? I've just received news about the executive director for this year's Spring Festival Gala. They. What about them? They? Say it already. They've invited Zhang Ye to take the role. Holy shit. What? Impossible. That's impossible. It's true. The news has already spread. This. It's over. We're doomed. Tang Dazhang and those crosstalk actors blanched. At Grandma Zhangxia's house, Chen Guang and Fan Wenli were visiting today. Hi. I wonder what's going to happen to the acts. We can only wait. There should be a conclusion soon. With a change of directors, will our song act still get chosen for the gala? We'll have to see who the director is first. At this moment, Zhangxia's phone rang. When she answered it, she got a surprise. All right, I understand. Thank you. After hanging up, she looked dumbfounded. Chen Guang asked, What's the matter, Grandma Zhang? Zhangxia looked at them and said, The Spring Festival Gala's executive director has been confirmed. Fan Wenli said in surprise, Who is it? Zhangxia paused for a moment before saying, Zhang Ye. Fan Wenli snorted in surprise when she heard. Chen Guang said dumbfoundedly, What? Abroad. In the hotel the film crew was residing in, Zhang Yuanqi was currently soaking in the bathtub. Her manager, Fang Weihong, faced her and said, Sister Zhang, what is it? Are you preparing to take part in the Spring Festival Gala this year? I'll start preparing after we get back to the country. But hasn't the executive director not been decided on yet? It's been decided. Oh, who is it? Haha, you definitely won't be able to guess. Who? Zhang Ye. The industry was rocked to its core. This news was simply too shocking. 9 out of 10 industry insiders were left dumbfounded after hearing the news. Zhang Ye. How could it be him? Why did this fellow get appointed? Chapter 1314. The most powerful person in the entertainment circle. Chapter 1314. The most powerful person in the entertainment circle. Translator, Leg. Editor, Leg. At Jiang Hongwei Studio. Why is it him? Yeah, They could have gotten anyone else to do it. Then do we still have to make preparations for our act? What do you think? What's there left to prepare for? At his old classmate's house, Yuing's jaw dropped. Holy shit, Zhang Ye is going to be the executive director? That's so awesome. He's going to soar to the skies again. At Central TV. Ah, heavens, Zhang Ye. Someone tell me this isn't true. Why did they get him? No, please no. What was the Spring Festival Gala? How important was the executive director of the Spring Festival Gala? Just what kind of an important role was this? This didn't need any explaining at all. This was the leader of the Spring Festival Gala's production team who would be in charge of the stage production, personnel arrangements, screening of acts, production of the event, as well as making approvals. All of those matters would have to go through the executive director. Even if any of the upper management raised an objection, they wouldn't be able to directly intervene on specific matters of the event, nor bypass him to make any decisions. They would have to communicate and discuss this thoroughly with the executive director. This was a role that the entire world's Chinese population was most concerned about right now. Yet they had appointed Zhang Ye to the role. Many of those in the industry who had offended Zhang Ye were unable to accept this. Especially to those from the crosstalk world and entertainment industry, this was simply a disaster. The images of the recent call for an industry-wide boycott on Zhang Ye were extremely vivid. So if Zhang Ye were to become the Spring Festival Gala's executive director, would their group of people still be able to get onto the Spring Festival Gala? As if that would still be possible. They would surely be destroyed instead. The crosstalk world was plunged into chaos. Quite a few crosstalk actors quickly held emergency meetings. What should we do? How are we going to handle this? What else can we do? Just carry on doing whatever we've been doing. We've already been preparing for half a year. There's nothing confirmed yet, and if there are enough people objecting to it, the higher-ups might even change their mind. Right? We'll have to leave it to the media from here. Let's see how the media will criticize him. However, whatever they had in mind did not happen at all. The news arrived first to the industry. Then the news started reporting about it. Watch out, Spring Festival Gala. Zhang Ye is coming. The Spring Festival Gala's executive director role falls to Zhang Ye. The Spring Festival Gala will be helmed by the best director of television variety shows. Zhang Ye in danger. Will he be able to turn the tide? Zhang Ye's debut on the Spring Festival Gala turns out this way. Zhang Ye to bring a new look to the Spring Festival Gala. Zhang Ye's Spring Festival Gala leaves us in anticipation. On this night, there was a surprising consistency not only among the smaller tabloids and social media news blogs, but also the attitude through mainstream media. There were no criticism or doubting voices, with the mainstream media almost giving their full support to Zhang Ye. Some of the media even listed Zhang Ye's achievements all the way back from lecture room to the present. They were all reaffirming Zhang Ye's abilities in directing as though they had discussed it beforehand, and were greatly anticipating his directing of the Spring Festival Gala. The people from the crosstalk world were dumbfounded. Tang Dazhang and several older crosstalk actors nearly vomited blood. Anticipating? Your sister. What's with the media? Why are they giving him so much support? Zhang Ye is just a variety show director. How can he be experienced enough to direct a gala? Aren't these media outlets lying through their teeth? Yeah. Didn't the media always gang up against Zhang Ye whenever there was any news related to him? Didn't they always question and criticize him at the earliest available moment? That was all in the past. Have you all forgotten who his wife is? Ever since the merger of the SARFD and GPP1, the newspaper media has also come under the jurisdiction of the SARFD. Do you think the media are crazy enough to do that in these circumstances? Knowing that Zhang Ye is the husband of their overseeing authorities leader, would they still dare to tread around as recklessly as they did in the past? Do you think they're idiots? They're just swaying in the wind. Shameless. Shameless to the extreme. These media outlets really don't have any principles at all. The wheel of fortune is always turning. They could never have expected that this fellow with no artistic integrity who on kept fighting them would suddenly become the husband to the leader of the SARFD in just a few years. And now, he was even going to direct this year's Spring Festival Gala and have the final authoritative say in its matters. How could they accept this? They were completely unable to accept it. To be honest, it would be a lie to say that they didn't regret it. The crosstalk world had to swallow this insult and humiliation in silence and couldn't voice their bitterness. Just think about it. Why did they have to take it up with Zhang Ye all the way back then? Couldn't they just have ignored him? In the end, they were the ones who made such a big enemy for themselves. This was such a terrible defeat for them. And most importantly, if they had managed to face smack Zhang Ye just once in the past, it would have appeased them slightly and made them feel less terrible now. But in every fight they had with Zhang Ye, they'd never come out on top once. Not even once. So what had they been fighting for then? As such, many of the crosstalk actors couldn't help but be unhappy with Tang Dezhong over this matter. It was all because of you. You were the one who led us against him. You were the one who picked on things. It was you who provoked the enemy. It was you who brought us the catastrophe. Look at this. Is the entire world going to have to be buried together with you? Why should that be the case? When the news got out, excitement ripped through the internet. The netizens were all expressing their disbelief. Oh my God, it's really Zhang Ye? They've gotten him to direct the Spring Festival Gala? This is such a big move. How could this be? If it's really him, then the Spring Festival Gala this year might be interesting to watch. Yeah, this fellow can kick up a storm wherever he goes. Why are all the media outlets praising him? I'm also not used to this. Didn't they always speak badly of Zhang Ye in the past? Starting from today, Zhang Ye's door sill will soon be trampled flat. All of the act's chances of getting onto the Spring Festival Gala are now in Zhang Ye's hands. The crosstalk world is gonna cry. How domineering. What's so domineering about that? Why does Zhang Ye even want to get involved in a mess like this? He's too bold. Yeah, there's nothing to criticize about teacher Zhang's directing skills. Everyone can see that for themselves. But the executive director role for the Spring Festival Gala is really just to take the rap when it fails, so appointing any other person would be the same. It doesn't matter who takes the job. The Spring Festival Gala is still going downhill no matter what, and nothing can be done to reverse that. The viewership ratings will still continue to drop. I'm just worried that Zhang Ye will gain nothing out of this, or even worse, end up getting blamed for it. If that is the case, then wouldn't it have been better not to take the role in the first place? There's no point in having a moment of glory if it ends up with him suffering a defeat. How could he wrap it up at the end? Zhang Ye has already made a name for himself, so why would he still take such a risk? Well, at least he'll have tasted glory once. I'm in support of Zhang Ye doing a good one for the Spring Festival Gala. I'm not optimistic about it. Me neither. There were many different opinions among the people, with everyone saying different things about Zhang Ye's appointment as the executive director of the Spring Festival Gala. However, the majority of the opinions were pessimistic. After all, the Spring Festival Gala had already hurt everyone too much. Year after year of anticipation, in exchange for year after year of disappointment. As such, the people were no longer hopeful of anything. Back at home, in the bedroom, Zhang Ye powered off his phone and went to bed early. A news bombardment? His industry peers in chaos? The people in an uproar? He couldn't see all of this, nor did he want to know about it. This was because Zhang Ye knew very well that tonight would be the last night that he would get a good night's rest. Starting tomorrow, he would officially be taking charge of the Central TV Spring Festival Gala. At that time, it would almost be impossible for him to get a proper night's rest. From tomorrow until Chinese New Year's Eve, Zhang Ye would be the busiest person in the entertainment circle. But of course, at the same time, he was going to be the most powerful person in the entertainment circle. Chapter 13:15. The Spring Festival Gala is timeless. Chapter 13:15. The Spring Festival Gala is timeless. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The next day, in the morning, the entrance of Central TV was jam-packed with reporters from television stations and newspaper agencies. All of them had surrounded the entrance with hardly any space to maneuver. No one knew how long they had been waiting for. Suddenly, a car drove towards them from afar. He's here. It's the BMW X5. It's Zhang Ye's car. He's arrived. Director Zhang, how do you feel about taking over the Spring Festival Gala job? Can we interview you? What plans do you have to make the Spring Festival Gala good? Do you have the confidence to do well for this year's Spring Festival Gala? What is the first step that you'll be taking after getting appointed? 40 to 50. Reporters had surrounded Zhang Ye's X5, so the car was forced to stop since it couldn't move forward. A few of Central TV's security guards immediately came over to disperse the crowd, but to no effect even after shouting themselves hoarse. The reporters from all the major media outlets and newspapers were simply not going to allow Zhang Ye to leave. This was because everyone in the country had their attention on the role of the Spring Festival Gala's executive director. Furthermore, Zhang Ye was the youngest executive director in the gala's history. So the news of Zhang Ye's first day on the job was definitely not going to be missed being reported about by them. Some of the reporters had even been waiting here since midnight. But unnoticed by anyone, a sedan drove into the premises from a side entrance. When it stopped in the parking lot, the doors opened. Zhang Ye, Ha Qiqi, Zhang Zhua, and the others got out. Zhang Ye turned his head back to look. Good thing you guys were smart. Ha Qiqi smiled and said, of course. You're the center of attention, so we definitely have to consider such situations happening. Things are no longer the same as before. Zhang Zhua looked up at the television tower. We're back again. Little Wang sighed. I kinda miss the days we spent at Central TV. Tong Fu blinked. Does this count as a homecoming then? Ha Qiqi said happily. That's not the proper phrase to use here. Then what should I have said? Tong Fu asked. Zhang Ye stepped forward and went in, saying as he did so, we're here to wreak havoc in the heavenly palace. Tong Fu got a fright. Director Zhang, please don't scare me like that. Zhang Zhua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Can you not always be saying such terrible things? When those words come out of your mouth, I feel really scared. Little Wang giggled. Pfft. Zhang Ye called out to them. Let's go. Today's Zhang Ye was somewhat different. Compared to yesterday, his composure had changed drastically. Upstairs, at the temporary holding office of the Central TV Spring Festival Gala's production team. Director Zhang. Good morning, Director. Director. Morning, Director. He was getting looks from everyone along the way. Their eyes shone with a complex swirl of emotions. The look in their eyes was really indescribable. Was it anxiety, speechlessness, strife, or guilt? In any case, it was definitely a negative emotion. The room full of people on the Spring Festival Gala production team were all experiencing an unmentionable sense of bitterness. Thinking about the day Zhang Ye had come to attend the initial meeting with his act script, he was so sarcastic that they couldn't bear it. None of these people in the room missed out on getting hit with that sarcasm of his, and were almost pushed to the brink by him. But now, just several days later, Zhang Ye had somehow turned from Central TV's greatest adversary into the executive director of the Spring Festival Gala. He had become their immediate superior? Where could they go to reason against this? A few of those who were in charge came up to him. Director, my name is Li Li. I'm in charge of the stage setup. I'm in charge of the dance acts. I'm the manager of the screenwriting team. Director Zhang, nice to meet you. I'm in charge of the music. Everyone took turns introducing themselves. There were several dozen staff members on the production team who covered all aspects of the gala's requirements. It was a very well-rounded team. It consisted of Central TV's current executives who were the top experts in the industry, as well as the most outstanding people from the relevant fields. This was likely a gathering of the most elite people for a gala team in the country, with everyone being the best of the best in their own capacities. One would simply not be able to be part of the Spring Festival Gala team if they didn't have some ability to speak of. Zhang Ye memorized the names and roles of each of them. A lot of people wondered what Zhang Ye's first task would be following his appointment. The answer was actually very simple. It was to integrate everyone so that they would be able to perform as a united front. The waters of the Spring Festival Gala ran too deep. With pressure from the top and the selection of the acts, this was already enough to give them headaches. If the production team was also a mess internally, then it would be impossible to get any work started. Therefore, the first task Zhang Ye had to do was get the production team under his control. So he decided to say a few words to them. Zhang Ye said, "Good day, everyone. I'm sure you've all received the news that I will be taking over the Spring Festival Gala production team starting today. You all know my temperament too. I'm a very straightforward person, so I'll say anything as it is. I personally know many of those who are here today, and some of you have had disagreements or quarrels with me in the past, while there are also some who have scolded me on the internet before." Hearing that, quite a few people in the production team looked embarrassed. Zhang Ye spread his hands. But that's okay. All of that happened because of work matters, so I can understand. We'll let bygones be bygones. You don't have to get stressed over it since I'm not a petty person. Starting today, we'll We'll be colleagues. As long as it's for work, as long as everyone puts in the effort, anything goes. Of course, don't worry about it. Definitely. We will listen to your orders. There was a scattered response from those in the production team that sounded very good, but their tone did not come across as too enthusiastic. Zhang Ye looked at them, then said, "Actually, to be honest, I did not want to take this job at first. Many of you here have been part of the Spring Festival Gala's production team many times, with some of you taking part twice, some thrice. But, rather than gaining any credit for your work, you all received quite a fair share of the blame. I believe that a lot of you have a very mixed feelings about this like me. Some of you would be hesitating, some would feel quite bitter over it. To put it bluntly, this job that we're doing can simply be summarized as a thankless task." Everyone smiled wryly. That's right. It might sound very glorious to be on the Spring Festival Gala production team, but it really wasn't a good job at all. Zhang Ye continued, "The viewership ratings for the Spring Festival Gala are falling, while the people's criticism is getting louder and louder. And who is that blame pinned on? It's always blamed on the Spring Festival Gala production team. At the previous gala, I was also one of those who showed a disgraceful side of me. I led the flaming of the Spring Festival Gala and on you guys, so let me first offer my apologies to you. When the Spring Festival Gala's organizing committee invited me to take the role, my first reaction was to hide. I had to avoid it as far as I could. I didn't want to accept the job, I really didn't." With a pause, he said, "But as it is, here I am. At first, I was thinking of what a foolish mistake I'd made and why I had accepted the role. Why did I accept it like I had been possessed by a ghost or something?" Everyone listened on curiously. Zhang Ye suddenly laughed. "I went to bed very early last night. The moment I opened my eyes this morning, I understood. I suddenly knew why I chose to stand here. It's because I still have feelings for the Spring Festival Gala. I love it as it is a part of my memories. This is also a beautiful memory that many of us Chinese will never be able to forget. I didn't want it to meet its end just like that. I didn't want it to get scolded so terribly by all the citizens and be criticized by everyone on the same day every year." A few people were visibly moved. A few people stayed silent. How could they not have that same feeling for the Spring Festival Gala? Zhang Ye said loudly, "I'm someone who doesn't believe the lies. No one is optimistic about this year's Spring Festival Gala. Well, I won't believe that. So all the more, I want to create a Spring Festival Gala that will catch the entire world's Chinese population by surprise. My abilities and standards are limited, but today, I will throw all 100 pounds of myself at the challenge. I will show them all. I want everyone to open their eyes and see it for themselves. The Spring Festival Gala is timeless. The Spring Festival Gala is timeless." Everyone took a deep breath as they felt a certain emotion stirring deep within the recesses of their hearts. Chapter 13:16. An unprecedented sponsorship for the Spring Festival Gala? Chapter 13:16. An unprecedented sponsorship for the Spring Festival Gala? Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Later that morning, Zhang Ye officially took control of the Spring Festival Gala production team. The people on the production team gradually reported on their work progress. The operating expenses, the personnel, the stage, the list of acts, the time of the first approval session. All kinds of difficult issues were waiting to be solved. All kinds of difficulties were waiting to be overcome. But after that motivating speech by Zhang Ye, a lot of the production team staff were feeling motivated and pumped up. They no longer had that worrisome look they had when they first met Zhang Ye, nor was there the crushing anxiety and pressure from their work that had stalled. Some of them immediately got down to work, some of them rekindled their spirits, and some of them were full of energy. That's right. Who says that the Spring Festival Gala is kaput? Who determined such a thing? In the Spring Festival Gala's executive director office, Zhang Ye was announcing the team appointments. "Sister Ha, you'll be the assistant director." Ha Chichi nodded firmly. "All right," Zhang Ye said. "Brothers, what you too?" Zhang's was said. "No problem." Zhang Ye said. "Little Wang, you will continue to be my assistant." "As you command, Director Zhang," Little Wang said obediently. The team that he brought along were assigned to roles in the production team. For the next 2 months, there wouldn't be a need to staff too many people at the studio since Zhang Ye would not be taking any other jobs for the time being. The core of his team could all be of use here in the Spring Festival Gala production team instead, so he brought them along with him. Ha Chi-chi and Zhang Ye were both originally from Central TV and were directors themselves. Putting aside their skill level, at least they had been working together with him long enough to have a good mutual understanding of each other. They understood his temper well and were familiar with his working style too. This was also where Zhang Ye needed them, as he would require them to communicate his work assignments to the rest of the team. Tong Fu said excitedly, "Director Zhang, what will we be doing this time? Just tell us your instructions." Little Wang also said with enthusiasm, "We will surely execute this year's Spring Festival Gala beautifully and let everyone know how strong our team is." Zhang Ye laughed and said, "Right, let's shock them all." Ha Chi-chi said, "Our names will be forever immortalized." Hearing that, Zhang Ye was startled. "Immortalized? How?" Ha Chi-chi said, "By making sure that the Spring Festival Gala does well, of course." Zhang Ye was taken aback. "How are we going to make sure it does well?" Everyone was dumbfounded. "Ah, how would we know? Didn't you say it yourself earlier? You said that the Spring Festival Gala was timeless." However, Zhang Ye's reply nearly made Ha Chi-chi and the others faint on the spot. He said, "It's not like I'm God or something. In all the past years of the Spring Festival Gala, did you guys think that the executive directors were amateurs? That none of them had any true skill? For a problem that cannot be solved even after so many years of hard work by people like them. How do you expect me to suddenly solve it the moment I arrive? How is that possible? Aren't you guys too naive?" "Us? Naive?" The group of them vomited blood. Ha Chi-chi said, "But we weren't the ones who claimed that." Tong Fu said, "Director Zhang, you were the one who said it yourself." Zhang Ye stared at them and said, "I was just sweet-talking them and you believed me?" Little Wang said, "Ah." Zhang Ye said, "Sweet talk." Everyone was baffled. "Damn, so you were just talking big? So you didn't actually have a plan at all? Io, why are the words coming out of your mouth so unreliable? We thought that you were really brimming with confidence." Soon after, the few of them left with a sense of uncertainty, leaving Zhang Ye alone in the office to go through some documents with an unceasing headache and a frown on his face. A plan? Like he would have a plan. That solemn speech he gave earlier was purely to reassure the team and increase their morale so that their fighting spirit could be raised. What was a speech? To put it plainly, a speech was just a tool used to fool people. The words Zhang Ye had said did not even sound convincing to himself. He didn't have any confidence that he could make the Spring Festival Gala good. He could only take it one step at a time and solve whatever difficulties that laid ahead of them. The funding issue. This was the most pressing matter to address. It was also the biggest issue that had to be resolved first. As everyone knows, the Spring Festival Gala does not actually pay an appearance fee to its performers. It was unlike those variety shows on the local and satellite channels where an invitation for a bigger-name celebrity to join a show could cost up to tens of millions of yuan. Even a small-timer could cost them several million yuan to invite. This was what a joining fee was, and even an interview would have to pay a celebrity some money. But this wasn't necessary for the Central TV Spring Festival Gala. On this stage, the celebrities were basically made available like cabbages in a market. Zhang Ye could choose from any celebrity from all over the country, and it wouldn't cost a thing. Pay them? That would be overthinking things. All they needed to provide them with were 2 boxed meals a day. They could make claims for their train rides to get here, but not if it was a business-class ticket. Claiming the expenses for a plane ticket would only be limited to an economy-class seat, while first-class seats were out of the question. You could count yourself lucky if they paid you 2,000 yuan for the appearance fee. Even if they only paid you 350 yuan, you would have to accept it. To them, the performers were all treated the same, and there was no preferential treatment given to the bigger names. So by all rights, since they didn't have to spend any money on appearance fees, they shouldn't be lacking money. But as it stood, it was the exact opposite. They lacked money, and they lacked it by too much. Why did Li Ke quit from his role? It was simply because he couldn't carry on working anymore. Without money, without a budget, they weren't even able to get the stage set up. Unless they continued using the same old stage from the previous years and made slight modifications to it while adding some new equipment, there was just no funding available to get them a bigger one. Regarding that stage, Zhang Ye also knew about it. Other than it being a very large venue, the equipment, facilities, and technology supporting it were lacking by a lot compared to the variety show stages used on the local and satellite channels. This was supposed to be Central TV's Spring Festival Gala. It was the biggest gala in the world. But why was its stage not even comparable to that of a randomly picked variety show? How could it be like that? So of course it would be a wonder if the audience liked watching the gala. Therefore, this problem with the funding was a matter that Zhang Ye definitely had to solve. He started running through the figures. At the deputy station head office of Central TV, station head Hong. Hi, boss Zhang. Can you all come up with a bit more money for the Spring Festival Gala's budget? You're making things difficult for us that way. It's only at 80 million renminbi. What is that enough for us to spend on? This was the figure approved by the higher-ups. The budget for the Spring Festival Gala would have to be run past them first. But, old Hong, this is really too little. I also know that this isn't a large sum, but it has always been this figure for all the past galas. If we increase it, it won't make it past the audits. Besides, we also can't come up with that kind of money. Why can't you come up with that kind of money? Old Hong, don't you play dumb with me. It's not like I've never done a show at Central TV before. A budget of 100 to 200 million should be child's play. That's because variety show can generate profits back for us. If we invest 200 million renminbi into it, we can still earn that back later on. But the Spring Festival Gala does not earn any money for us. However much we put into it would mean the same amount has been spent. If you want 80 million or 100 million, we are still able to take that out of our pockets. But any more, and it won't be up for discussion at all. At the audit office 1. In the chief's office. Chief, Xin 2. Yo, Director Zhang? Can you please approve an increase to the Spring Festival Gala's budget? It's already at the limit. But it's not enough at all. It's definitely not going to work out. How about this, Director Zhang? I have also known Chief Wu for a long time now, so I will definitely give face to you regarding this matter. I will personally give the green light and increase your budget by another 20 million. To make it a total of 100 million renminbi. You can source it directly from Central TV, but any more, and I can't do anything about it. I don't have the authority to do so either. That's too little. How much do you need then? At least 800 million. Whoa, that's impossible. Don't talk about Central TV or us. Which organization out there would be able to cough up that kind of money? No approval. No money. They couldn't dispense that sum at all. After going around for an entire day to 7 or 8 departments and meeting with their heads, the answer from everyone was the same. In the office of the Spring Festival Gala production team, there was chattering. Director, this is what the situation is right now. Director Li also wanted to have a higher budget to work with to solve the issue with the stage, but he wasn't successful in getting it at the end. Your influence is already massive since you've managed to get another 20 million renminbi. Director Li went around for so many days, but wasn't even given an additional 1 million to work with. There isn't any more time left. If we can't get more, let's just make do with this amount. Director, the leaders are already pressing us to quickly start work. Hi, this is always how it ends up every year. Everyone was giving suggestions, but Zhang Ye was still very stubborn. This amount of money isn't even enough to feed the birds. So what are we starting work for? As long as the money does not come in, I won't be moving a single plank. It's either I don't do it, or I'll do it to the best of my ability. This is the Spring Festival Gala we're talking about, all right? The stage is too important. It's the most crucial issue of crucial issues. We can't be sloppy about it. You all can't come up with the money. All right then, I'll think of a way myself. Zhang Ye had already come to a decision. He immediately went to look for the leaders of the Spring Festival Gala's organizing committee to convene an emergency meeting. In the conference room, the executives were all very anxious. Director Zhang, has work started yet? Please quickly get the stage set up. There isn't much time left. But Zhang Ye said, I can't do anything if there's no money. The audit office's leader said, there's no one who can cough up the money that you want. Zhang Ye nodded. I know the money issue is very troublesome, but have any of you given it any thought before? About why the Spring Festival Gala is getting worse with each passing year? The funding is actually one of the main reasons for it. With the rapid pace of technological development, many of the television stations have upgraded their equipment. But us? We're still stuck in a time where we're still using the most traditional stage and set designs. This sort of backwardness directly leads to the viewership ratings dropping. The world around us is advancing, so the Spring Festival Gala must also change with the times. We have been dragging our feet for too long year after year, and there's no time anymore. If we don't introduce the changes now, the Spring Festival Gala is finished for sure. But what about the money? The chief from the audit office said. A leader from the Ministry of Culture said, "What suggestions do you have?" Zhang Ye looked at everyone and said, "I have a proposal here that, as long as it's approved, will ensure that money will no longer be an issue. Not only will the funding issue be resolved, but we will also be able to upgrade the stage into a world-class one. On top of that, mass profits could be generated too. And by that, I mean that the profits will keep rolling in year after year. At that time, everyone will no longer have to worry about the issue of funding anymore, and the stage will only get bigger with each passing year." Everyone was stunned. "What proposal is that?" Zhang Ye handed out over a dozen copies of documents to them. When the executives on the organizing committee flipped through them, all of them inhaled sharply. The people from the SARFT were shocked. The people from the audit office were shocked. The people from the Ministry of Culture were shocked. Advertisements. Oh my God. He was actually thinking about getting advertising sponsorships. In Zhang Ye's previous world, the Central TV Spring Festival Gala already had a standardized mode of operation. However, in this world, the Spring Festival Gala had still not been introduced to the advertising format. Ever since the first gala, there had never been any appearance of an advertisement in it. Never. So, when the executives saw this proposal, they were all very shocked. They were shocked by Zhang Ye's out-of-this-world courage. You actually dared to think of something like that? In the entire country, only you would dare to think up of something like this. This was a big deal. It was a huge deal. But there's no such precedent. I know. Have you thought about the consequences? I've considered them. Do you know how big of a controversy this will cause? I know. What if something goes wrong because of this? I will take full responsibility for it. So you're serious about this then? Yes, I'm serious about it. Zhang Ye had a determined look in his eyes. The Spring Festival Gala's organizing committee executives all looked at one another. 1. https://n.wikipedia.org/wiki/national_office_China. 2. This surname is also the word for money. Chapter 1317. Chapter 1317. The most daring executive director in the history of the Spring Festival Gala. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Meetings, debates, disagreements, voting. 2 days. The higher-ups spent 2 entire days discussing it. At this time, the Spring Festival Gala was becoming a very pressing issue. The previous appointment of the executive director had already been dragged on for too long. In fact, it was one of the latest appointments in all the past years. In the end, that executive director did not even take a few days before he decided to step down from the role. After another period of dragging on, they finally invited Zhang Ye to take charge of the Spring Festival Gala. The timing was so tight that every minute and second was extremely precious and couldn't be wasted. Yet the higher-ups spent these 2 days cooped up in a meeting to decide on the possibility of implementing an advertising format for the Spring Festival Gala. From that, it showed how important this matter was. No one dared to make the decision. No one was willing to bear this infamy. But now, Zhang Ye had stepped up. He would be responsible for all the consequences. Further, he even submitted such a shocking advertising proposal and had also worked out the preliminary negotiations with the other party. After the Spring Festival Gala's organizing committee saw this proposal, they were all astounded. And even the executives above these executives could not help but feel impressed by Zhang Ye's idea when they learned about it. He was truly a prodigy at advertising and marketing. If they adopted this advertising plan by Zhang Ye, not only would they be paid the advertising fees, it could even drive up the Spring Festival Gala's viewership ratings and popularity. Should they go ahead with it? Could they allow such a precedent? The higher-ups were hesitating. For such an important matter, even the Spring Festival Gala's organizing committee executives were unable to make a decision about it. It would require someone even higher up, or even the higher-ups to approve of the plan. In the office of the Spring Festival Gala's production team, Zhang Ye was busy preparing the set design proposal. "Director, this won't work. It will work if I say it does. But this would cost too much money." A bunch of stage designers were arguing back and forth. Zhang Ye was actually waiting as well. He had already been waiting for the past 2 days. Without money, all these set design proposals would have been done for naught. It wouldn't get translated onto the set at all. Were they still undecided? Was it really not possible? He was getting really anxious. Suddenly, Ha Qiqi ran in. Director Zhang. Zhang Ye looked at her. How goes it? Ha Qiqi exclaimed excitedly. It's been approved. They've approved it. Zhang Ye immediately said. How did they say it would be done? Ha Qiqi quickly explained. There can only be a maximum of 5 advertisers, and we mustn't exceed on that number. Of the advertisement money received, 1 billion yuan will be disbursed to us for our operating expenses. The leader has requested that every single yuan be used wisely. As for how the money should be spent, you can decide on it as long as you submit the requests for approval. Instantly, the Spring Festival Gala production team's staff screamed. What? The higher-ups have really approved it? This is great. Oh, we finally have money. We're rich. Some of the women on the team got so emotional that they almost cried. There was a time when these people on the Spring Festival Gala production team were laughed at and called the poorest production team in the industry by their peers. They had the biggest gala stage to work on, but didn't have the budget of a large-scale variety show. They couldn't afford to buy or get anything done, didn't manage to have their plans approved, and even had to miserly calculate if they had enough money left when ordering equipment. If they spent a little more than it looked necessary, they would get criticized by the media for recklessly spending the taxpayers' money. As a result, the higher-ups became very cautious and managed their spending very carefully. Who could understand what they went through? It was simply unbearable to look back upon that. However, it was different now. Their executive director's proposal had been approved by the higher-ups. This would mean that they would be getting the funding very soon, and it wasn't just 100 million or 200 million they were talking about. It was 1 billion renminbi. And it was even money from sponsors, so they wouldn't have to worry about others wagging their tongues about how they spent it. They were about to turn from the poorest production team into the richest one in the world. What did that feel like? They felt as though they were soaring to the skies. Zhang Ye also suddenly became very confident. Old Ha, quickly contact the advertisers. Make an appointment with them to get the contract signed so that we can immediately execute the advertising proposal. Ha Qiqi replied. Okay. I'll get to it immediately, Zhang Ye said. I only have one request for them. Ha Qiqi said, what is it? Zhang Ye said, that they disburse the advertising fees within a week. Ha Qiqi said, all right, I'll talk to them about that. Everyone got down to business. Some of the people were full of energy, while others had a bitter look on their faces. Director Zhang was playing with fire this time. Was the Spring Festival Gala really going to advertise now? What kind of a result would that garner? Right now, no one dared to make any predictions. In the outside world, the media was getting restless. It has already been 2 days, but there was still no sign of any activity regarding the Spring Festival Gala. They had spent the past few days waiting for Zhang Ye's first move since his appointment as the executive director. However, there was still nothing that came out of that. A lot of the reporters could not believe this. This was Zhang Ye they were talking about, the well-known hooligan of the entertainment industry. If it were any other executive director who stayed quiet after their appointment, they might still believe it. But to see Zhang Ye not making a move, that was just impossible. He didn't pick a fight with anyone. He didn't scold anyone. When had this fellow ever been so composed? This was not his style. Beijing Times. The editorial department was abuzz with conversation. The Spring Festival Gala production team is too quiet. Yeah, it's so quiet that it's scary. Why do I feel like a storm is brewing? At this moment, someone ran in. Not good. What's the matter, little Lee? I just got back from Central TV. Something big has happened with the Spring Festival Gala. What is it? Say it quickly. Zhang Ye is. What did he do? He's turning to advertisements. What? Holy shit. I knew it. I knew that something big would happen. At Xinhua News Agency. Something has happened. The Spring Festival Gala is going to advertise. Get lost. That's impossible. It's true. Who would dare advertise during the Spring Festival Gala? Zhang Ye dares. Damn, are you serious? It's verified to be 100% true. This news has been confirmed. What? Has Zhang Ye gone crazy? People's Daily. The editorial department was in utter silence. Holy fuck. This is crazy. This is insanity. They're going to have advertisements on the Spring Festival Gala? Heavens. This year's Spring Festival Gala is going to be chaos. That's what they get for appointing a reckless man like Zhang Ye to take charge of the gala. The media was stunned. The industry was puking blood. After 2 days of waiting and inaction, the first thing that Zhang Ye did for the Spring Festival Gala had stunned the entire country's citizens. Zhang Ye was indeed still that same old Zhang Ye. When he didn't make a move, everything was fine. But the moment he did, it would always be earth-shattering. The Spring Festival Gala was going to have advertisements in it. Other than him, who would even toy with that sort of idea? The people were dumbfounded. Are you serious? Oh my god, Zhang Ye is too bold. He fucking has the courage of a lion. I knew that there would be trouble the moment they said he was taking charge of the Central TV Spring Festival Gala. Just look at this. It's only been a few days, but the Spring Festival Gala is going to take advertisers? If this continues for another 2 months, the Spring Festival Gala will surely get dismantled by Zhang Ye. Goddammit. There have never been advertisements on the Spring Festival Gala before. Uft. Zhang Ye is such a scammer. This is great. He's dragged the Spring Festival Gala down. He's capable of causing trouble everywhere he goes. This has turned into something big. How could he bring what they do on variety shows onto the Spring Festival Gala? If the Spring Festival Gala has advertisements on it, how much would the advertising fees cost? Just having a brief moment of screen time would cost at least $100 million, right? What a scammer this Zhang Ye is. They appointed you to be in charge of the Spring Festival Gala so that you could improve it, not earn money for it. This is so funny. Ha ha ha. Zhang Ye is indeed very unconventional. The higher-ups too, why would they approve a proposal like this? Yeah, the higher-ups are really giving a lot of face to Zhang Ye. This year's Spring Festival Gala will definitely be different from the previous years. That's right. With Zhang Ye around, how can there not be any controversies? The world can't stop our Lord Zhang. Just let him do it. The past years have always been too traditional because everyone was so concerned with their statuses. It's not bad to have Zhang Ye introduce some chaos into the equation. Who knows, he might just be able to come up with a few tricks. Furthermore, this year's Spring Festival Gala bears his name. It won't matter how much of a mess it gets into. Zhang Ye will be totally responsible for it. He must have considered the consequences before going ahead with this plan. People were praising it. People were sarcastically poking fun at it. People were scolding it. People were criticizing it. Zhang Ye's actions had caused a great uproar in the country. The news also started being reported about in the nation. Even the Asian media outlets started picking up on the reports. For a world-class stage like the Spring Festival Gala, there was also a lot of attention given to it in Asia. Besides, Zhang Ye was also an A-list celebrity in the Asian celebrity rankings, so even if he was still not that appealing to people in Asian countries, he was still known to many of them. He was getting a mixed reception. There was a continued controversy about this, but there was an opinion that seemed pretty unified across all the media outlets. All of them unanimously agreed that Zhang Ye was the most daring executive director in the history of the Spring Festival Gala. Daring to advertise also required courage. Further, on a stage like the Spring Festival Gala, this was a decision that any ordinary person could make. Chapter 1318. Chapter 1318. Arrival of the 5 Rip-Off Cards of Fortune. Translator, Leg. Editor, Leg. When the 1 billion renminbi was received, work on the stage began. The advertising negotiations were carried out. The program list was drawn up. Preparations for the first approval session began. The Spring Festival Gala's production team, led by Zhang Ye, suddenly got busy. Meanwhile, there was no lack of doubting voices from the outside world. Little Wang reported, "Director Zhang, there is quite a lot of scolding directed at us outside." Zhang Ye said, "I know, just leave them be." Tong Fu was slightly surprised. "Aren't we going to issue a response?" Zhang Ye smiled and said, "There's no need. If they keep talking about us, it proves that there is a lot of attention given to the Spring Festival Gala. That's much better than having no attention at all, isn't it? It can also be seen as a different form of publicity. Besides, this isn't even that much of a scolding. They still have not started with the serious scolding." There was a deeper meaning to his words. Everyone was dismayed. "Oh, have not started yet? What do you mean by that? Is it because of the advertisements? Are there going to be problems with the advertisements?" They kept up with the questioning. The Spring Festival Gala production team members did not have the same strong mental fortitude as Zhang Ye. However, Zhang Ye did not give them a direct answer. He simply gave a sheepish smile and said, You'll find out when the time comes. For the Spring Festival Gala's viewership ratings, Zhang Ye had resorted to using his killer move. This killer move was the kind that would sacrifice a 2,000-strong army to defeat an army with only 1,000 enemies. It was one of the most controversial marketing cases in Zhang Ye's previous world, but an extremely explosive technique that was very deceitful as well. The people of this world would surely not know about it, but if it was mentioned to anyone in Zhang Ye's previous world, 80% people would surely jump up and start cursing at it. That's right. It was just such a deceitful marketing technique. And now, Zhang Ye was getting ready to introduce it to this world. The days passed. The production pace of the Spring Festival Gala started picking up. On this day, the country was in an uproar. Everyone had been stunned by a sudden piece of news. The Spring Festival Gala's advertising partner, one of the country's largest payment processors called UnionPay One, had announced some extremely shocking news. With a cash prize pool of 200 million renminbi, the Spring Festival Gala's 5 Cards of Fortune collection campaign was launched. And what were the 5 fortunes? The Prosperity and Strength Card of Fortune, the Harmony Card of Fortune, the Friendship Card of Fortune, the Patriotism Card of Fortune, the Work Dedication Card of Fortune. The rules were, a user who adds 10 new friends on UnionPay will stand to receive 3 cards of fortune. The remaining 2 cards could be gifted or exchanged between UnionPay friends, and the users who managed to gather all 5 cards of fortune would stand to win an equal share of the 200 million renminbi cash prize. This was not simply a chance at winning the prize money, but a definite one as long as you could gather all 5 cards of fortune. So that would mean that if only one person could gather all the cards, then that person would win the entire share of the 200 million renminbi. If 2 people each managed to gather the 5 cards, the 200 million yuan cash pool would be split equally between them. It was cold, hard cash. This was as fair as it could get. The Spring Festival Gala's official Weibo shared the post. This campaign was widely advertised across all the major forums. UnionPay's promotions instantly covered every nook and cranny in an overwhelming fashion. When had the people ever witnessed such a strong marketing push before? They were dumbfounded. Holy shit, 200 million renminbi. I didn't read it wrong, did I? Has UnionPay gone crazy? Is this what the Spring Festival Gala's advertisement is? Haha, I like this advertisement. No shit, who wouldn't like it since it involves money to be won? Are they really going to give out 200 million yuan in red packets? Did they have to make such a big move? Isn't this a little too much? This is fucking 40 times higher than the prize money for those sports lottery tickets. My god. 200 million. It's 200 million. Great showing, UnionPay. Nicely done. 200 million, here I come. Get lost, it's mine. I'm gonna give it a try. Hurry, add me as a friend. Quick, if we're too slow, it'll be gone. Requesting 10 contacts to add. Let's help each other out, comrades. This is so exciting. Everyone was bursting with excitement. The red packet war had started. At Tsinghua University, in a classroom, an English teacher was currently giving a lecture from the front of the room. How do we play this? Add me as a friend first, then I'll tell you. Wow, I've already gotten 3 fortune cards. Me too. I'm just short of another 2. Who has the Work Dedication Card of Fortune? I'll trade the Prosperity and Strength Card of Fortune for it. Shoo, be quiet. We're in class. At a company. Oldly, I've already gathered 4 cards of fortune. What cards of fortune? Why are you gathering them? Don't you know? There's 200 million yuan to be won. Quickly sign up for a UnionPay account. Alright, let me give this card gathering thing a try too. In a restaurant, the waiters were huddled together in groups of 2 and 3. Give me a patriotism card. Hurry, hurry, hurry. I only have 2 cards of fortune. I'll trade the harmony card with you. Alright, I've sent it to you. Where's the work dedication card? I don't know. No one has it. In the crosstalk world, what are you all doing? We're gathering the 5 fortunes. Whoa, you guys are also playing such games at your age. There's no chance for us to get on the Spring Festival Gala anyway, so we might as well just give it a try. Who knows? We might end up winning the red packet prize. The number of people collecting the cards of fortune was increasing. Even the old comrades from the crosstalk world had joined in. So just imagine what kind of a situation this was. On one of the days, a Weibo photo went viral. The first person in the country to gather all 5 of the cards of fortune finally appeared. That person posted a screenshot with the 5 cards flush with color too, while the comments below were all envious voices. That's amazing. You've gathered them all so quickly? Big bro, please give me a share of your prize. This is worth 200 million, bro. If no one else manages to gather them all, the entire 200 million renminbi prize will belong to you. Damn, where's the work dedication card? I'm also looking for it. There are too few of them. Fucking work dedication card. Show yourself. Collecting the work dedication card. Paying 50 yuan for one. I'll pay 100 yuan. Whoever has the work dedication card, please PM me. I can act cute for you and warm your bed too. Could this poster end up winning the entirety of the prize money? No way, right? There will definitely be others who can gather all 5 of them as well. In fact, I heard that there will be an indication of how many people have managed to gather all the cards of fortune during the live broadcast of the Spring Festival Gala on Lunar New Year's Eve. The hosts will also be handing out cards of fortune that will be up for grabs to the viewers, so there should still be quite a few work dedication cards getting released. We can only depend on luck to see if we can get them. What? It will be a concurrent event with the Spring Festival Gala? That's right. This advertising campaign is really fun and gimmicky. Zhang Ye is so devious. Yeah, the campaign was thought up by him in the first place. Zhang Ye is too good at business. I was still wondering why he was suddenly open to taking advertisements for the gala. So it was because the advertisements could help increase the viewership ratings and bring in viewership for the Spring Festival Gala. I don't care about the gala. All I want is the work dedication card. I'll be the girlfriend of whoever gives me their work dedication card. Damn, previous poster, are you serious? I hope the Spring Festival Gala gets broadcast soon. I can't wait anymore. I hope they'll give out a few more of the work dedication cards during the Spring Festival Gala. 1 spread to 10. 10 spread to a 100. Some people were doing it for the red packets while others were doing it purely for the fun of it. There were also people who saw their friends asking for cards of fortune who ended up joining in the activity as well. A propagation like this through social media was extremely frightening. Once a user started gathering the cards of fortune, the 10 friends they added would also know about it. When those 10 friends joined in to gather the cards, they would then bring in another 100 friends with them. The 100 friends would then bring in 1,000 friends, and the 1,000 friends would bring in 10,000 friends. This would go on until no new users were left. It was a form of viral marketing. In just a short period of time, the entire country was caught up in the craze of the Spring Festival Gala's 5 cards of fortune collection. That's right. It was crazy. It was an unparalleled madness. Elsewhere, Zhang Ye had been on the receiving end of countless phone calls from his relatives and friends in recent days. His mother called. Son, Mom, I'm busy at work. Wait, I haven't even said anything yet. Go on. Send me a work dedication card. The work dedication card. Hurry up, but I don't have it. The cards of fortune are given out by the Spring Festival Gala. So how can you not have any when you're the executive director? I really don't have any. They're handed out by UniPay. We're just their partner. All right then, I'll go check with others. Called. Little Zhang. Big sis Rao, what's the matter? Send me a work dedication card. What? You're playing that too? There's money to be won. Only a fool would not play. But you're already so rich. Anyway, I don't have it. Rascal, don't you give me that bullshit. Hurry up and get me the card. I really don't have it. After hanging up, Zhang Ye gave a wry smile. Then he looked at Ha Chi-Chi, Zhang Zhua, and the group of people from the Spring Festival Gala production team who were on their break. A lot of them were whispering to each other, and it could be seen that they were all trading cards of fortune with one another. They were really enjoying it, and it could be seen that even the Spring Festival Gala production team had fallen into the craze of gathering the 5 fortunes. The entire country had fallen. No one was spared. They had all been taken in by the scam. It had gotten big. It had gotten huge. Zhang Ye shuddered in fear on the inside. He wiped away his sweat and called Ha Chi-Chi over. Sister Ha, come over for a bit. I have something that I need to talk to you about. Coming, Director Zhang. Ha Chi-Chi quickly traded a card of fortune with little Wang before coming over. Is the noon break over? Should I notify everyone to start working? Zhang Ye coughed and said, Were you the one who liaised with Unipay? Hachichi nodded. Yes, I'm in charge of that. Zhang Ye cleared his throat and stammered. So, tell them quickly that I said to let them come up with another promotion to create another prize pool on the day of the Spring Festival Gala. It doesn't have to be much, just tens of millions, or 100 million would be fine too. Or they could also work with some of the artist studios and invite the celebrities to join in. They can then hand out red packets in the name of the celebrities or stuff like that. This would not require the use of the cards of fortune, nor will there be any limitations on who can grab the red packets. Everyone is allowed to take part, and it's best that everyone can participate in it. When the time comes, we'll also help them to promote it here on the Spring Festival Gala. Hachichi was taken aback. That shouldn't be necessary, right, Director Zhang? This 5 Cards of Fortune collection campaign has taken off so crazily that everyone is trying their hand at it. Why is there still a need to directly give out additional red packets? The publicity effect is in place, and the advertising world is totally shocked by this advertising and marketing push that you've started. Yes, they were all in shock. But what was even more shocking was still to come. This marketing push was a complete scam. It was a bottomless pit. Zhang Ye said, just do as I say. All right, understood. I'll get in contact with them about it, Hachichi said. Zhang Ye said, tell them that this is to earn goodwill for them, so don't be afraid to spend. They've already spent 200 million anyway, so this amount should not really matter that much. Hachichi went to carry out his instructions. Okay, this proposal that Zhang Ye was suggesting was actually to help Unipay dig its way out of the pit. Once the campaign ended, Unipay should be able to benefit quite a bit from it, and the Spring Festival Gala would not be implicated either. Be it the 5 Cards of Fortune collection or grabbing of the red packets that the celebrities would be giving out, all of that would help to boost the Spring Festival Gala's viewership ratings. As such, the Spring Festival Gala was the party that stood to gain the most out of this campaign. So when you thought about it, the blame would only fall onto Zhang Ye. Not only was he the executive director of the Spring Festival Gala, he was also the manager of this advertising and marketing proposal. This fellow could already imagine how many people would curse at him on the day the campaign ended. Hi, come at me then. He was already mentally prepared for the backlash that he would receive over his scamming of the entire country's citizens in a bid to boost the viewership ratings of the Spring Festival Gala. The 5 fortunes? 5 fortunes, my ass. This was more like the 5 deceptions. But the thing was, nobody knew what it was yet. Unipay equals Alipay. If the cards have not been collected yet, they're grayed out. Chapter 1319. Zhang Ye resorts to cheating. Chapter 1319. Zhang Ye resorts to cheating. Translator, leg editor, leg. At the outside world, the Cards of Fortune continued taking the country by storm. And on this day, the Spring Festival Gala held its first approval session. At Central TV, in the morning, at the venue of the first approval session, in a large studio, only several dozen people were seated in the first 2 rows of the audience seating. Zhang Ye sat right in the middle with a group of executives from the Spring Festival Gala's organizing committee on either side. Behind them were several assistant directors and staff participating in the approval session, while the remaining seats were all empty. Meanwhile, the backstage was filled with the waiting celebrity artists and song and dance troupes from the various government branches. Together with the staff of Central TV's Spring Festival Gala, the backstage was bursting with people. First up was the review of the singing acts. Zhang Ye flipped through the list of acts and commanded, "Let's get it started." Hachichi read out loud, "Will the first group of performers please stand by?" The leaders and staff participating in the approval session picked up their pens, ready to give scores. The list of acts for today's approval session was actually not changed from the previous one that Li Ku had drawn up when he was in charge. Of course, a majority of the performers were in the guaranteed groups, which consisted of the song and dance troupes nominated through the various government branches. Zhang Ye did not make any changes to it and followed with this list of acts for the approval session. The main reason for this was simply because there wasn't enough time. Zhang Ye had taken over the Spring Festival Gala event in a rush when it was almost time to hold the first approval session, so he could only follow with what had been drawn up for the time being. He would have to observe how it went before making any further decisions. As for the acts, he would have to filter through them afterwards to make selections. Zhang Ye needed to first understand what the standards of the performers and acts were. Chen Guang, Fan Wenli, Zhang Xia, Spring Garden, Team VA, singers from a song and dance troupe. The performers appeared on stage one after another. This one isn't too bad. This one is good. This song is a little old, isn't it? Isn't Team VA's performance too simple? That performance by Spring Garden won't do. The members of the approval board for the first approval session were whispering. As the performers sang on stage, they discussed among themselves in the audience. Then it was time for the dances. Teachers from a song and dance troupe. Students from a dance school. There were a total of 8 art troupes. It's a little boring to watch. Who recommended this group? It's the Naval Song and Dance Troupe one. It's not really that great to watch. Yes, it feels very similar to the dance they did 2 years ago. Hi, this definitely won't do. That student group's dance performance was somewhat interesting. Acrobatic performances. There were a total of 3 acts. Stage magic tricks. There were also 3 acts. They were followed by 10 language performances. There was crosstalk, skits, and even a 3-person talk show, and so on. This skit is pretty good. Teacher CI is still going strong after all these years. The script still needs a little fine-tuning. There are areas that can be improved upon. This talk show is no good. Right, I agree. Let's take this one out. Director Zhang is the creator of the talk show genre, so performing a talk show in front of him is indeed putting on a performance in front of a professional. The 3-person talk show might be a rather refreshing idea, but it's a little too nondescript. What about Director Zhang, Yao Jiankai, and Dong Shanshan's skit? Director Zhang is the main judge of the first approval session, so how would he have the time to get on stage to perform? He can only put it aside for the time being and might perform it during the second approval session. An hour, 5 hours, 10 hours, from morning until night, from dawn until dark. After an entire day of work, the Spring Festival Gala's first approval session finally came to an end. The performers had all left, and many of the staff also returned home to rest. However, Zhang Ye and the other approval board heads stayed behind at the venue in their seats in the first row. Zhang Ye was silent. Hachichi looked at him. Zhang Ye blinked several times, unsure of what Director Zhang was thinking. Ever since the first performance started during today's approval session, Zhang Ye did not say a word. He did not express any attitude to any of the performances. Was he happy? Was he satisfied? No one knew exactly what he was thinking. They were all evaluating the performances and pointing about as they wrote down scores. Only Zhang Ye did not have any reaction throughout. An executive on the Spring Festival Gala's organizing committee glanced at him. Boss Zhang was clearly just a form of address they had for him, since Zhang Ye couldn't strictly be considered a boss. Based on these executive statuses and ranks, there wouldn't be anything wrong if they just addressed him as Little Zhang. However, not anyone could call him that as they liked. This was because Zhang Ye's wife was Wu Ziqing. From the perspective of ranks, the 2 highest-ranking leaders on the Spring Festival Gala's organizing committee were only of equal status with Wu Ziqing, while the rest of them were ranked lower than her. And since the office was a place where seniority was considered important, when they were faced with Wu Ziqing's husband, they couldn't address him as Little Zhang, could they? So calling him Boss Zhang or Director Zhang was the most suitable form of address. Director Zhang, what do you think? The acts for the first approval session have all performed. What do you think about them? The organizing committee's executives were all seeking his opinion. In the end, Zhang Ye came up with a startling response. He said, I only have one thought right now. Is it too late to say I quit? 'Cause, I still have some matters to attend to at home. Why don't you check again with someone else to see if they can take the role of executive director? Everyone was floored. Director Zhang, please don't joke like that. You cannot be talking like this. You mustn't joke about such things. What's this about? Boss Zhang, please calm down, calm down. The executives got scared. The production team staff were dumbfounded. What the heck? Even Zhang Ye is thinking of calling it quits? But Zhang Ye was feeling even more scared than them. He pointed at the stage and asked, those are the best acts that were carefully selected from all across the country? Every one of you saw it earlier too, right? You all watched every act without missing a single one, right? If you all say that these acts are especially wonderful, so wonderful that you'll want to applaud them, then I will feel that it is an insult to me as an artist. I'd have nothing to say. Some people had a wry smile on their faces. Some of them were slightly embarrassed. A leader said, "Boss Zhang, don't be angry. I admit that this year's acts are indeed lacking when compared to the previous years. But isn't it just the first approval session? There's still a lot of room for improvement. Didn't the higher-ups invite you to take charge because they needed you to help with improving the acts? I know that you're not happy about there being so many nominated song and dance troupes from the government branches and feel that it is limiting you. We can still discuss it further. If there are any acts that you still find unsuitable after watching, and which we also think is average, then we can cut it from the program list. All of that can be discussed. Yes, we can talk about it. Those acts performed by the song and dance troupes this year are indeed a little poor. The executives on the Spring Festival Gala Organizing Committee were a little less restrictive about things this time. What were the reasons behind Li Ke's resignation? One of them was that he could not secure the funding that he needed. And the other reason was that of the list of acts. What about the funding? What about the stage? What about the promotions? All of those were just auxiliary. Only the acts mattered. The Spring Festival Gala was dependent on its content to attract viewers in the end. If the acts were not good, everything else would be done in vain. Zhang Ye finally understood why Old Li had quit from his role. If he knew about the situation with the list of acts, he would never have agreed to take the job either. What the heck were all these acts? Zhang Ye had already reviewed the past Spring Festival galas of this world. The previous year, the year before that, and even the ones from 10, 20 years ago. He had gone through as many as he could. Sometimes, Zhang Ye wondered why the Spring Festival Gala was getting worse year after year. Was it really because the quality of acts was declining? He didn't feel so. Looking at the past year's program lists and being honest about it, from the technical level of the staff to the complexity of the stage, things had always been improving year after year. What contributed to the poor reputation that the Spring Festival Gala was suffering from was the nitpicking of the audience. The audience's expectations had become higher. If you could get on the Spring Festival Gala, everyone would know that you got there because you were good. So expectations would be raised. Even if you disappeared into thin air on stage, the audience would not be surprised by it. In fact, they would even think that this was the norm. But if you don't disappear, then the audience's expectations of your show would not be met. They would start thinking that you were not good enough and that the show was just as bad. So what could they do about that? This was asking too much of them. Besides, this nitpicking could even be said to be extremely harsh. In all fairness, if those acts that were performed for the first approval session were used in any event other than the Spring Festival Gala, they would surely get a lot of cheers and be praised as wonderful. But since they were going to be on the Spring Festival Gala, they were simply unacceptable. On the stage of the Spring Festival Gala, they were just too ordinary. There were no surprises. This would not do. It would not work out. If it was like this, then this year's Spring Festival Gala would just be as bad as the previous years. Everyone was getting anxious as they came up with all kinds of suggestions. If it's not good enough, let's add a few more acts. What about the backup acts? Maybe we can bring them in. Let's invite another few big names. There's not much time left until the second approval session. Will it be too late? We still have to do it even if there's no time. I agree with Director Zhang's opinion. The acts we saw in the first approval session only have a pass rate of 30%. The remaining ones are totally unsuitable. But the issue is that there aren't any good acts. Where are the writers? Maybe we should employ more of them. The writing team is already very strong at what they do. Get them to write another few acts that are good. The performers' standards and technical levels are actually very outstanding. As long as they can write something good for them, there will surely be someone who can perform up to standards. The problem right now is that there aren't enough good scripts. On top of that, even if we feel that some of these scripts are good, the common folk will not necessarily feel the same way as us. Yeah, that's what makes this really difficult. The meeting went on until past 10 in the evening. Everyone was feeling very pressured and exhausted. Finally, Zhang Ye spoke. Let's end it here today. I'll come up with a list of acts tomorrow. You're going to plan one yourself? Yes. For which kinds of performances? All of them. All of them. Everyone was stunned. At this point, no one seemed to have realized how great of an impact Zhang Ye's words would have. They did not know how determined he was. At the beginning, Zhang Ye had hoped to count on the works of this world. He thought that based on the size of China, it shouldn't be too difficult to uncover a few wonderful acts in the country. He didn't want to touch the works from his previous world at all. Such works would only decrease in number every time he used one of them. Those who knew him would know that he was extremely miserly. All of the works were supposed to be left for himself, and he rarely would take them out for others to use. Even if it were Zhang Ye approaching him for a song that he wouldn't sing since he wasn't a woman, Zhang Ye would never willingly give away any of them and would always grumble about this and that. But he couldn't do that this time. Zhang Ye had been forced to show his hand. The acts were not good enough? They really couldn't come up with something good? All right then, I'll do it. Dance. I'll choreograph it. Songs. I'll write them. Crosstalks. Let me handle it. Skits. I'll write the scripts. Magic. Let me plan some tricks. Acrobatics. I'll direct it. The acts that I won't be using or are unsuitable for me, I'll write them down, choreograph them, and teach them to all of you one by one. I'll bring out the acts that are most closely followed and talked about in my previous world, the ones that have been market tested, and present them to all of you one by one. I'll redo all of the gala's acts from start to finish. Fuck. I won't fucking believe it. I won't believe that this year's Spring Festival Gala will end in failure. The cornered Zhang Ye was finally about to resort to cheating. Leg. Chapter 1320. An entirely new program list rolls out. Chapter 1320. An entirely new program list rolls out. Translator, Leg editor, Leg. The next morning, news was spreading through the grapevine. A situation at the Spring Festival Gala's first approval session. No acts were passed at the first approval session. The Spring Festival Gala's program list could be cast aside. The Spring Festival Gala's organizing committee is extremely unsatisfied with the acts. Zhang Ye loses his temper in public. Where will this year's Spring Festival Gala go from here? The most difficult year of the Spring Festival Gala. Will Zhang Ye be able to save things? At Central TV, in the office of the Spring Festival Gala's production team, Zhang Ye stayed overnight. This was the 5th night he spent at Central TV. He did not step out of Central TV during the day either. He ate, slept, and worked there. As long as the production team or organizing committee had any matters to resolve with him, they could always find him in his office or on the stage. This was who Zhang Ye was. When it came to work, he would risk his life. For the Spring Festival Gala, he was really throwing all he had into it. The brand new program list was out. Only the names of the acts could be seen. No description of their contents was available. Only he knew all about them for the time being. But this was the most brilliant program list that Zhang Ye felt that he had come up with after racking his brains all night. He had deliberated repeatedly and changed his choices until he thought it was the most appropriate and brilliant program list there was. An opening dance, acrobatics, magic, skits, crosstalks. It had all of that. In fact, even the order of the acts was rudimentarily decided upon. If the people of this world had a look at the program list, they would definitely find it rather odd and not understand it. But if it were the people of Zhang Ye's previous world who saw it, they would surely be dumbfounded. This was because all of the acts listed were the most closely watched programs in all the years of the Spring Festival Gala in that world. They were the most hotly debated and talked about acts of all. To put all of these earth-shattering acts into one gala, just what kind of an impact would that have? No one knew, and not even Zhang Ye himself could predict it. With the program list out, all that remained was to find the performers. Some of these performers were easy to get, but some were not. Many of the new acts on this list required him to pick out the performers very carefully. Not only would they need to have skill, their statuses, image, and presence would also need to fit together. This was what was so difficult. Zhang Ye called out, "Old Ha. Director Zhang, you're calling for me? Where's Little Wang? She's at the main stage. Get her here. I need you both to go out with me for a bit. Now." "Yes, now." "All right." Then Zhang Ye called over Assistant Director Zhang Zhua as well and gave him some instructions. After that, he left with Ha Chi-Chi and Little Wang. Right now, Zhang Ye didn't need to stay put at Central TV in his capacity as the executive director. Only 1 month was left until the second approval session, which was also the final one before the rehearsals, so there was a need to get all of the acts finalized before that. What Zhang Ye had to do now was to find the performers and make sure that he could get the acts out one by one. It was a fine day today. After having not been out for so many days, the sun was very piercing to his eyes. Little Wang was driving. "Director Zhang, where are we heading?" Zhang Ye handed her his cell phone. Just follow the GPS. This is a construction site. Little Wang was stunned. Ha Chi-Chi said startled. Why are we going to a construction site? Zhang Ye laughed and said, a song on my new program list requires 2 people to sing it. Ha Chi-Chi said floored. And those 2 people are at the construction site? That's right, Zhang Ye said calmly. Ha Chi-Chi was speechless. Little Wang was speechless. Both of them were a little confused. Half an hour later, the car reached the location. Loud singing reached their ears. Zhang Ye rolled down the car window, stopped the car, and parked it to the side. Little Wang steered to the curb and stepped on the brakes. Ha Chi-Chi pricked up her ears. 2 voices were coming from that direction. They were singing songs that Zhang Ye had performed on King of Masked Singers. There are times I feel like I'm a small, little bird. I want to fly, but no matter how I can't fly high. Perhaps I'll one day perch on the branches. Yet the hunters I've incurred. Only when I flew into the blue sky did I discover that I had nothing upon which to rely. Arise, ye prenas of starvation. Arise, ye wretched of the earth. 1 song. 2 songs. 3 songs. 2 people were singing as they carried steel beams. They were blood-related brothers. One was called Zhang Guang, the other was called Zhang Fang. Their nearby co-workers were listening in enjoyment and even sang along with them at times. In the car, Little Wang exclaimed, it's the Laborer Brothers. Ha Chi-Chi looked at Zhang Ye in surprise. You're here to look for the Laborer Brothers? Zhang Ye smiled and said, you 2 know them as well? Of course, we know them really well. Little Wang said, they're really popular online. It was around the end of last year when a passerby recorded a video of them and put it up on the internet, which ended up going viral. That song was especially touching. I heard that a lot of people came from afar just to listen to them sing. They've been calling them the Laborer Brothers. In terms of laborers, the 2 of them are the most well-known. But I wonder why they're still working at the construction site. Ha Chi-Chi said, that's because their singing is not up to standard. Do you think everyone can sing as well as Director Zhang? Just listen to them. Even though they're not singing out of tune and have quite an all-right vocalization technique, would it be proper to describe it as an earth-shattering performance? Is their singing really that exquisite? I really don't think so. We can pick any professional singer, and they would all sing better than them. Besides, they're too lacking in their image as well. If they're thinking of making it in show business, that possibility is too far-fetched. They continued listening for a while longer. Little Wang nodded. You're right. They're really not comparable to pros. Ha Chi-Chi said, Director Zhang, you've heard them too, right? Let's go. They can't sing your songs, and they're also not popular enough. Right now, you have the entire entertainment circle's performers and singers to pick from. Zhang Ye chuckled. But they're who I've picked. Ha Chi-Chi said, are you serious? Little Wang, go approach them, Zhang Ye instructed. Little Wang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You're sure about this? Zhang Ye laughed and said, of course. Why else would I come all the way here for? Do you think that I have a lot of time on my hands? The Spring Festival Gala has been too routine in recent years. Other than celebrities, it was still celebrities. Other than big-name performers, it was still big-name performers. It seemed to suggest that only they could support the stage of the Spring Festival Gala. It was as though the audience would only recognize them. Actually, that wasn't how things worked. They simply could not understand how powerful it was to subvert expectations. So what if they were laborers? So what if they didn't have the looks? So what if they weren't professional singers? Their voices could still be just as impressive. At the site, Zhang Guang and Zhang Fang sat down for their break. Both of them had not eaten breakfast yet and wiped their hands before picking up a large bun each and pairing it with some pickled vegetables, chewing on the food. They changed their lifestyle much ever since they became famous. Their co-workers were chatting with them. The Spring Festival Gala is almost here. Yeah, I heard that they're still selecting the performers. Zhang Guang, Zhang Fang, it would be great if you two could get on the Spring Festival Gala. That would really cheer us up as well. Zhang Guang gave a wry smile as he waved it off. Us 2 brothers are just singing for fun. So how could we possibly dare to think of getting onto the Spring Festival Gala stage? Zhang Fang chewed on his bun and whined. I wish I could, though. Zhang Guang rolled his eyes. Stop dreaming. Zhang Fang snorted, then simpered. We have to have dreams. In the distance, a pretty girl came walking over. The workers looked over. It's someone from the city? She must be here to listen to Zhang Guang and Zhang Fang sing. No one found this strange. Little Wang walked up to them. Are you teacher Zhang Guang and teacher Zhang Fang? Zhang Guang hurriedly put down his bun and stood up. We're not teachers. We're not teachers. Zhang Fang was also taken aback by this term of address. Little Wang said, Hello, I am from the Central TV Spring Festival Gala production team. We would like to invite both of you teachers to take part in the Spring Festival Gala this year. Would you be interested? They were stunned silly. The other workers present were dumbfounded as well. Zhang Guang exclaimed, Ah! Zhang Fang did not believe it. Us? On the Spring Festival Gala? Little Wang smiled. That's right. Zhang Guang furiously waved his hands and said, That's impossible, impossible. Zhang Fang said, Are you teasing us? Little Wang said, Come with me to the car and you'll understand. Some of their co-workers cautioned them. Don't go. She must be lying. Yeah, you two might get sold off and still be clueless as to how it happened. Yeah, there are a lot of scammers in the city these days. You must not get into the car. The group of them nearly surrounded Little Wang. A scammer? Sell them both off? Little Wang nearly fainted. You two are rugged, grown men. Who would possibly want to buy you two? Zhang Ye, who was inside the car, was quite amused. He opened the car door and got out, saying, Little Wang, I only asked you to do a simple task, but look at this efficacy of yours. Little Wang said anxiously, You can't blame me for that, Director Zhang. They don't trust me. Zhang Yi said with a grin, That's because you look like a bad guy. Little Wang got angry. Ha Chi-Chi also got out of the car in laughter. An uproar occurred at the construction site. Zhang Yi. It was Zhang Yi, the executive director of this year's Spring Festival Gala. Zhang Guang and Zhang Fang were stunned. At this point, their co-workers should surely know that this was for real even if they were idiots. These people were really from Central TV. All right, let me say it. Zhang Yi looked at the two brothers. Do you wish to go on the Spring Festival Gala? Zhang Guang's eyes reddened. Yes, we wish to. Zhang Fang also stared with wide eyes as he nodded furiously. Zhang Yi said, All right then, I've got a song here. If the two of you can perfect it before the Spring Festival Gala's second approval session, I'll leave a slot open for the two of you on this year's gala. Zhang Guang was so excited that he almost went crazy. Thank you. Thank you. Zhang Fang said. We will definitely sing it well. Definitely. Zhang Yi said. During this time, there will definitely be a need to practice. Go to the approval session and attend the rehearsals. As such, from now until Lunar New Year's Eve, the two of you might not exactly have much time to work. I'll say this first. The appearance pay for the Spring Festival Gala is not much, probably amounting to only several thousand yuan. So if you two have any difficulties or requests, please let me know in advance. I can help you to handle the issue in private. Be it if you need assistance in your daily lives or financial help, it's all fine with me. Zhang Guang and Zhang Fang immediately looked at one another. Ha Chi-Chi smiled and said, Just speak. You don't have to stand on ceremony with Director Zhang. Zhang Guang said hesitatingly, We don't lack any money. We have enough to use. Zhang Yi said, What about any other difficulties? You can request anything you want. Zhang Fang said, Anything? Zhang Guang tugged at him. Zhang Yi nodded. Yes, anything is fine. Zhang Fang cautiously said, I'm really going to say it then. Go ahead. Zhang Yi grinned. Zhang Fang suddenly said, Can you send me a work dedication card of fortune? What? Zhang Yi sounded like he had misheard. Zhang Fang quickly said, I can use the prosperity and strength fortune card to trade for it. Zhang Yi was floored. Little Wang giggled. Pfft. Ha Chi-Chi was speechless. Those 5 rip-off cards of fortune had even made its way to the laborers and the construction sites. Chapter 1321. The Disabled People's Performing Art Troupe. Chapter 1321. The Disabled People's Performing Art Troupe. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Later that afternoon, at 2 p.m., in the car, Zhang Yi was looked at the new program list in his hand as he and his team rushed off to the next location. Have you informed them? Yes, we've informed them already. All right, then let's hurry over. Are we selecting the dance acts this time? Yes, there's a dance act that I lack performers for. Weren't those dancers at the first approval session pretty good? They're the best of the best in the entire country. They're not good enough. All right then. At the China National Ethnic Song and Dance Ensemble 1, the dance troupe was in chaos. People were running all over the place and shuffling could be heard everywhere. It looked like there was a lot of activity going on. Where's Team 2? Hurry up. Where's the coach? Call little Zhou over here. Team 3's members, step forward. All of you, look more spirited. The people from the Spring Festival Gala production team will be here very soon. The Spring Festival Gala production team was coming over to do a selection. As they had just received the notification, they were completely unprepared. After catching wind of the news, the ensemble's general manager immediately called for an emergency meeting and was extremely concerned about the news. Everyone was instructed to fully cooperate with the Spring Festival Gala's organizing committee. The assistant general manager, Zhang Ye, soon received the orders and assured the leader that they would definitely get their members onto the stage of the Spring Festival Gala this year. Their original act had been cancelled after the first approval session. This was their one and only chance. Zhang Ye was busy commanding the place, shouting, "Everyone, listen up. This is the last chance for our dance troupe to get on the Spring Festival Gala. Everyone has practiced for so long, and it's finally time for our big test today. All of you had better give 110% to secure a place in the gala." Yes, 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 Manager's son. We will definitely complete our task. Everyone replied loudly and energetically. Only one team, which was standing on the sidelines, did not make a sound. This team's coach was called Qi Xiaomei. She was also feeling very anxious. Seeing the anticipating looks of those girls behind her, she clenched her teeth and quietly pulled several of them to the front. As a result, they got noticed by Zhang Ye. "Teacher Qi, what are you doing?" Qi Xiaomei bit the bullet and said, "We would also like to." "Aya, that's enough. Stop causing more trouble," Zhang Ye said, waving her off. "Stand farther in the back. Where's Team 5? Team 5, step forward. Where are my little ladies? Why are you all still posing around at a time like this? This is the Spring Festival Gala, the largest stage in the country." Team 5's members squeezed forward. "Please make way. Teacher Qi, can you move further back?" Qi Xiaomei and her team were pushed to the back. They stood in the corner, feeling very anxious. Several of the girls kept signing to her with their hands. Qi Xiaomei bit her bottom lip and signed back to them. When the girls saw, they bowed their heads in despair. Then someone started shouting, "They're here. They've arrived. The Spring Festival Gala production team is here." Zhang Ye composed herself and led the dance troupe's coaches over to welcome them. Qi Xiaomei tiptoed over and looked forward. The children standing behind her also did the same, but they couldn't see a thing. They were standing in a location 2 out of the way. Across the room, Zhang Ye, Chi-Chi, and little Wang came in. Zhang Ye smiled as she stretched out her hand. "Director Zhang, I've heard so much about you. I am the assistant general manager of the National Ethnic Song and Dance Ensemble, and I head the dance troupe around here." Zhang Ye smiled and shook her hand. "Hello, manager's son, you've worked hard." Zhang Ye said, "Oh no, it's nothing, just doing my job." Zhang Ye looked with some doubt at the people standing behind her. "And these? Oh, they are our dance troupe's teams, the very best of the best," Zhang Ye rattled off. "These are the young men and women of Team 1. Their average age is 22, and they're the best in the country in terms of their physical fitness and condition. They've won first in many of the major national competitions and also performed overseas before. Teacher Wang, what are you still standing there for? Go on and show our leaders from the Spring Festival Gala production team what you girls are capable of." Teacher Wang ordered, "Get ready." The young men and women of Team 1 started dancing. Elegance, agility. They completed their dance in one go. Zhang Ye smiled and said, "What do you think, Director Zhang?" Zhang Ye nodded. "They're pretty good, but we still have Team 2. Zhang Ye said at once. Team 2 is more adept at classical dances. When Team 2's coach clapped her hands, a group of dancers behind her began performing. The music and dance were very gentle and beautiful. Ha Chi-Chi was amazed and astonished. Little Wang had also had her eyes opened to something new. Assistant General Manager's son was right. They were indeed the elites of China. Their figures, strength, demeanor, flexibility, there was nothing to pick on. Team 3, Team 4, Team 5. At the request of Assistant General Manager's son, the teams showcased their dance routines one by one. Qi Xiaomei was getting really anxious. She kept stamping her feet, wanting to push her way to the front. However, she didn't dare. Another group had finished their dance routine. Zhang Ye asked, "Director Zhang, How was it? Zhang Ye nodded. They're all great, fantastic, even. Sun Jie said. Then which team did you like most? Zhang Ye paused for a moment before saying, Are there any others? There are, Sun Jie quickly answered. Team 8 and 9 have yet to perform. But the children on those teams are new here and not old enough yet. And then there's also the backup team. Suddenly, Zhang Ye looked towards an inconspicuous corner. What about those girls over there? Hearing that, Sun Jie was startled. Them? Oh, they are the disabled people's dance team. Hachichi was taken aback. Disabled? Sun Jie acknowledged. Yes, they're deaf mutes. Little Wang said in amazement. The deaf and mute can also dance. But how do they that when they can't hear the music? Sun Jie smiled and said, That's something you don't know about. We have a coach who signals them from offstage every time the music comes on. When the children see the signals, they'll know when to perform which movements. All of this is only possible through years of training. Hachichi said in surprise. Even that can be done? Sun Jie said, Of course. These girls might look young, but they've actually been part of the ensemble for many years. The youngest one is already 20 years old. It's just a shame that their physical condition is not as good as the others. She continued, Director Zhang, shall I get Team 8's members to show you their dance? But Zhang Ye kept looking at those deaf-mute girls. Can you let them show me their dance? You're curious about how they manage to dance, right? Sure, no problem, Sun Jie said. Teacher Qi, why don't you all put on a little performance for Director Zhang? Qi Xiaomei got excited at the mention. But the music, manager's son? Sun Jie said impatiently. There's no need for the music. Just a simple routine is enough. Hachichi smiled and said, We're just curious, sorry to trouble you. It's no trouble at all. Qi Xiaomei inhaled and quickly turned around and signed to the young women. It's finally our turn. Go for it. Kids, do your best. Qi Xiaomei was silently cheering in her head. In a flash, the dozen-odd girls broke out into a dance. Qi Xiaomei gave them a signal. 5 of the children separated from the group. Qi Xiaomei gave them a different signal. The girls on the other side performed a movement in a magically uniform motion. This was the first time that little Wang was seeing deaf-mute people dance. It was very eye-opening to her. Hachichi was enjoying the performance very much. Only Zhang Ye stayed silent throughout as he stared unblinkingly at each of them. He was watching their every move, looking at each for a very long time. The dance ended. Qi Xiaomei put her hands down. The dozen-odd deaf-mute dancers stood still and looked at Zhang Ye. Sun Jie smiled and said, That's roughly how they do it, by depending on the signals given by Teacher Qi. All right, Director Zhang, shall I get Team 8 and 9 onto the stage then? You can slowly pick after that. There's a lot of good young talent amongst them. Qi Xiaomei looked disappointed. The dozen-odd girls bowed their heads in dismay. But Zhang Ye laughed. That won't be necessary, Manger Sunday. I already have a decision in mind. Sun Jie's eyes lit up. She said, Oh? Which team is it? Team 1. Or Team 2? It's fine. Pick whoever you prefer. We'll surely do our best to cooperate. She turned her head and called for those from Team 1 and 2 to come over. Qi Xiaomei's team had once again been pushed to the back. Qi Xiaomei bit her bottom lip. But the next thing that happened stunned everyone. Zhang Ye strode forward and went past the crowd. He walked in front of the deaf-mute dancers. Are you the coach? How do I address you? Qi Xiaomei was stunned. I am Qi Xiaomei. Zhang Ye smiled and nodded. Hello, teacher. Qi, I have a dance here that is already choreographed with a piece of music, and the costumes are also readily available. I would like to give the dance to your team. If you can practice this dance until I'm satisfied, I'll leave a spot for them on this year's Spring Festival Gala. Stunned. Everyone was stunned. Sun Jie said dumbfoundedly. Director Zhang, we have more suitable teams for you. Zhang Ye smiled and said, There isn't anyone more suitable than them. But their physical conditions are much better than, Sun Jie said. Zhang Ye repeated, I want them. Little Wang hesitated. Director Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye cut her off. Don't try to convince me. The choreography for my dance only suits them. He looked at Qi Xiaomei and said, Teacher Qi, there isn't much time left. Do you think you guys can do it? Qi Xiaomei covered her mouth as tears welled up. Yes, we can do it. We can do it, she sobbed. Thank you. Thank you. The deaf-mute girls did not understand. What was going on? Why was Teacher Qi crying? Upon that realization, the girls hurriedly signed to Teacher Qi to ask her. Qi Xiaomei immediately signed a long sequence back, her hands trembling. The dozen-odd girls were stunned. It's us? Us. Director Zhang chose us. We've been chosen to perform at the Spring Festival Gala. 6 or 7 girls broke down into tears. Another 3 girls screamed and ran over to hug Qi Xiaomei. Woo woo woo. Ah woo. Ah woo. They couldn't speak and were making unintelligible sounds. Sobs, shouts, hugs, jumping for joy. The sight was very touching. Qi Xiaomei hugged the children and cried loudly. She said loudly, "You girls are the best. I knew it. I knew that you were the best. 8 years of hard work. 8 years of waiting. 8 years of looking forward to this." They finally managed to get onto the stage of the Spring Festival Gala after waiting for so long. Zhang Ye left as he still had other acts to finalize, leaving behind Zhang Ye and the group of dance troupe members and making them confused. Why? Why was it them? Some people were envious. Some were jealous. Some sighed in disappointment. Qi Xiaomei and her team were still crying. They were still immersed in the jubilance and were in disbelief at what had just happened. At this moment, Zhang Ye shouted angrily, "What are you all doing? Get out of here." Everyone looked at Qi Xiaomei. Qi Xiaomei got so scared that she quickly dried her tears and dragged her team with her to head outside. "We'll get back to practicing immediately." Zhang Ye was taken aback. "But this is the practice room. So where are you headed off to, Teacher Qi?" Qi Xiaomei was used to getting scolded all the time. Hearing that, she was startled. "Ah." Zhang Ye glared at all of the other team's members and said, "I was talking about all of you. What are you all looking at me for? Can't you see that Teacher Qi and her team still need to practice? Standing here and looking at them won't help with that. Hurry up and clear this place for Teacher Qi. Let me say this, starting from today, whoever dares disturb Teacher Qi and her team from practicing will be kicked out by me personally. Starting today, all activities in the dance troupe will center around Teacher Qi and her team." Everyone was dumbfounded. Qi Xiaomei was also stunned. Zhang Ye walked over and patted Qi Xiaomei on her shoulder amiably. "Teacher Qi, well done. Your team did very well. I knew that you girls would definitely make it." The members of Team 1 and 2 were nearly in tears. "Damn, how did you change your attitude so quickly?" Chapter 1322. Chapter 1322. The one and only successor to the art of cross-gender acting. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. In the evening, night had fallen. At a theater, some performances were currently going on. It was the end of the year, and more of such performances were everywhere. The audience was mainly made up of the common folks, and entry fares were not expensive. The car came to a stop. Zhang Ye, Ha Chi-Chi, and Little Wang got out. Ha Chi-Chi wondered, "What is this place?" Zhang Ye laughed and said, "Little Wang, go buy 3 tickets." Little Wang complied and went to purchase the tickets. The ticket booth's window was already closed. The employee saw her and said, "The performances began half an hour ago." Little Wang took out money. "Are there still any seats left?" "Well, we do still have some seats," the employee said. Little Wang said, "Then please give me 3 tickets. It's fine even if the performances have already begun." The employee hesitated for a moment. "All right, as long as you guys don't mind." With the tickets in hand, the 3 of them entered the theater. This was one of Beijing's largest theaters. However, to someone like Zhang Ye and those around him who were accustomed to seeing much bigger events, such a stage was still comparatively small. It was so small that even if anyone were to offer them free tickets, they wouldn't have come. In the back row, the 3 of them found an isolated spot to sit. There were many seats in the theater, but it was only half filled. Ha Chi-Chi asked, "Director Zhang, talents can even be found in a small place like this?" Zhang Yi smiled. "Maybe." Little Wang asked doubtfully. "If it were anyone capable, they surely wouldn't come here to perform, would they?" Zhang Yi said, "That's why we'll have to review it first. I'll only believe what my eyes tell me." Ha Chi-Chi and Little Wang said nothing else. They knew that Zhang Yi wouldn't bring them here for no reason. He had to have someone in mind. There was a lot happening on stage. The audience members were chewing on melon seeds and shouting while watching. 2 people rotation 1. Crosstalk. Singing. All kinds of performances were lined up. The performances at such theaters usually wouldn't last for very long. When Zhang Ye's group arrived, half the performances had been company. The acts followed one after another. Soon, They arrived at the finale performance. The performer came out onto the stage. When this performer appeared, the entire audience became very lively. Gao Shiliang is here. He's here, he's appeared. Haha. I was waiting only to see him. Show us something good. There were whistles and screams. The audience was laughing heartily after waiting so long for this performance to begin. On the stage was an actor dressed as a woman. Wearing a classical dance costume, he started dancing. He even recited a poem in a woman's voice. The great Yangtze gushes east, sweeping away heroes of times past. West of the ancient fort, they say, is Zhou red cliffs of three kingdoms fame. Jagged rocks pierce the sky. Massive waves pound the shore, churning up thousands of snowdrifts of foam. The land, pretty as a picture, once the locale of countless a hero. It even ended with some light singing at the end. This was Zhang Ye's poem, but the melody was composed by the actor himself. Little Wang was shocked. Gao Shiliang. Ha Chi-Chi also knew him. That cross-gender celebrity? I remember that he's a D-list celebrity, but this man is a very controversial figure. Gao Shiliang. A domestic D-list celebrity. Such celebrities were a dime a dozen in the entertainment circle. There might not be 1,000 of them, but there were definitely at least 300 to 500 of them. However, to the common folk, it was actually very worthwhile for them to come to such a theater to watch a small-time D-list celebrity perform. This was also the reason why the organizers had designated Gao Shiliang's act as the final performance. The audience watched as they chatted. He really looks like a woman. Heh, he's so androgynous. This cross-gender act, too, is pretty boring. Yeah, wouldn't it be better to get a real woman to come here and dance? Haha, I actually quite enjoyed it. What do you think he stuffed in his chest? Some people were relished watching the act. Some people were scornful of the performance. Some people were constantly laughing. Only Zhang Ye did not blink as he paid attention to the performance very seriously. Every move and action, every frown and smile. They were all exactly like how a woman would behave. Even Zhang Ye was pretty shaken by it. Little Wang suddenly said, "Isn't he similar to Qian Pingfan from The Voice?" Zhang Ye couldn't help but shake his head. How could you people understand? How are they the same? Qian Pingfan only had a childish voice that sounded feminine. But from head to toe, there was no hint of cross-gender. But this man standing in front of them was the real thing. He was a true master at it. I've finally found you. The performance ended. Backstage, Gao Shiliang was removing his makeup. His wife, Zhao Ku, who was also his agent, helped him pack his stage costume. She asked, "About the Beijing TV Spring Festival Gala, did you